Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story begins in the distant future where the protagonist is running with all his might. His name is Faye. Previously he was just a college student, but now he is forced to fight with gritted teeth. All because 20 years ago the world was filled with zombies, which he rushed to. The guy's life was destroyed by them. He was afraid of death. However, much more terrible for him was the gradually coming realization that after death he would not be able to meet his family. And although the guy was now fighting bravely, he had previously abandoned his family to survive alone. But there was not a day that he did not regret it. Faye gritted his teeth, not understanding why even fighting with all his might. The zombies in front of him did not receive a scratch. He bowed his head, admitting his weakness. Falling into despair, the protagonist screamed, and a moment later, his blood gushed out of his body. He died. However, a moment later, he opened his eyes. Looking around his room in shock, Faye tried to understand how he got into a house that was destroyed 20 years ago. The guy involuntarily raised his head and sniffed. However, looking out the window, the guy could not find a hint of the smell of blood and decaying flesh. Faye looked to the side and saw a joint photo of himself with his sister. Then he noticed the date when the photo was taken. Faye was horrified. The photo was taken 20 years ago when he went with his sister to the beach to fulfill her dream to see the ocean. Getting up, the protagonist tried to understand if everything was a dream. Approaching the mirror, the guy noticed that his appearance had changed, as if he had returned to the past. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, remembering his sister. He abruptly left the room in fear. He clearly remembered how a zombie got into their house, and then, being a coward, he was so scared that his knees buckled. As a result, he abandoned his sister, who was not even able to run away, after which he regretted it all his life, since then hating himself for his cowardice. Now he ran, and since he returned to the past, he swore that this time he would protect Zenyu and his family even at the cost of his own life. The protagonist froze upon entering the room. He looked at his watch. Then he noticed the letter from college, seeing which, the protagonist was happy, realizing that he had definitely moved 20 years back in time. Starting to walk again, Faye realized that his sister was alive. Reaching out for the door handle, the protagonist opened the door, behind which he saw a beautiful girl in a stroller. She looked at him and asked if everything was okay. Faye trembled when he saw her. He bit his lip, unable to hold back his tears. He bit his lip even harder. Zenyu was puzzled by the state of her brother. Suddenly Faye screamed, asking for forgiveness from his sister. He abruptly hugged her, starting to ask for forgiveness. The girl was surprised and asked her brother if everything was okay. The guy closed his eyes and apologized for letting her die. Hugging Faye, Zenyu tried to calm her brother down. Abruptly pulling away from his sister, the protagonist said that he would definitely protect her this time. Looking at the clock behind him, he said that now was not the time to remember the past. Wiping away his tears, Faye said that he needed to leave for a while, so she needed to be alone for a while. Adjusting her hair, the girl told him to wait a little. Then she handed the guy her hairpin, and smiled, saying that since he was leaving, he should take her hairpin, and when he returned, he would give it back. Faye looked closely at the hairpin, and leaving the room, mentally saying that his little sister had always been ashamed of herself and felt inferior because of her disability, so he promised her that he would always take her hairpin to give some kind of guarantee. Putting on his jacket, the protagonist began to remember the past. Putting on gloves, he realized that he had less than 20 hours left. Putting on sneakers, the protagonist thought about the incident that happened instantly. Fully prepared, Faye mentally said that on that day, about half of the people turned into zombies, animals mutated into monsters, and everyone they bit became like them. Frowning, the protagonist decided not to wait for that moment. Going outside, deciding to solve the problem of resources, which was the main problem during the apocalypse. Soon this city will turn into a terrifying land of death. The protagonist took a box of cookies in his hand, which he began to examine, remembering that his sister liked them. The cashier at the checkout nervously asked if he wanted to take something else after so many purchases. Approaching the checkout, the guy said that he was almost finished, after which he asked if there were any more of these cookies in the warehouse. The cashier shuddered when she saw the truck the guy called. Soon all the doors of the truck were closed. The driver sat down in his seat and asked the protagonist if he had bought all this in case of the apocalypse. Faye confirmed this without feeling any shame. The man laughed slightly, saying that it was better to take things as needed. The protagonist drew attention to the photo of the driver's family, and the man, noticing this, said that these were his wife and daughter. Today his daughter was turning 3 years old, but it was terrible that he could not go home right now. The protagonist was slightly saddened when he heard his words. However, he did not say anything, and their journey through the night city continued. Soon they unloaded all the things, and Faye asked the man to wait. Taking the box, he told the man to take it so that his daughter could enjoy them. Taking the box, the man was surprised when the protagonist said that he paid him double for his work, so he could finish the work for today and go home. Frown and said that the rich were really weird, and when he wondered out loud whether he should plot a route, the navigation system reported that it had plotted a path. and the driver froze, making a decision. At this time, the protagonist was making a weapon in case of an emergency. Taking the map, the guy said that when it all starts, the internet will stop working, and phones will be as useful as bricks. Faye shuddered when he heard his sister calling him. She entered the room, angrily asked what he was doing here. Then she turned on the light. Frowning, the girl demanded an explanation. The guy fell into a stupor listening to his sister scold him for the mess he had made. Zenyu screamed, saying that she had received a notification about the withdrawal of all her accumulated money. Smiling nervously, Faye said that the apocalypse would soon come. Zenyu was puzzled when she heard his words. Then she unexpectedly approached, trying to check if her brother had a fever, but in an extremely exotic way. The girl pulled away and assumed that her brother had simply gone crazy. Faye, embarrassed by his sister's actions, was shaking. He coughed and said that even if she didn't believe him, it was okay. Then he glanced at his watch and said that in a few hours she would find out everything. An unexpected wind ruffled the curtains. Faye opened the window, telling his sister that they should take the chance to enjoy the fresh air and say goodbye to this peaceful time. Zenyu, worried, told her brother that he was acting very strange today. Faye suddenly frowned. The girl, not understanding anything, told her brother that he was behaving extremely unusually. When her brother turned around, she said that his words seemed true to her, although it was just intuition. Faye himself frowned deeply. The time for the first stage of the apocalypse that would last a whole week had almost come. By the end of this time, about 90% of the planet's population would either die or turn into zombies, and the lucky ones who survived these days would continue to watch everything. Looking at the street lamp, the protagonist expressed hope that he would be among the remaining 10%. The events take us to a man drinking. He leaned against a lamppost, not understanding who sent him a message at midnight. His boss sent a message asking for his help. This made the employee angry, but an unexpected bark made the man flinch. He abruptly threw a stone at the dog. However, the dog was shaking with madness, which the man did not notice. He turned around, deciding to continue cursing the boss. However, fear made him turn around. It was at that moment that the mutated monster pounced on him. The man's eyes widened in fear. Soon his blood stained the ground. The city plunged into chaos. Many screamed and asked for help. One of the guys fell into the arms of a zombie asking for help. The protagonist and his sister watched everything. Zenyu covered her mouth in shock, not understanding what was happening. Faye calmly said that people became zombies. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, screaming and asking for help. Zenyu got worried, saying that it was Mrs. Huan. The protagonist fell into a stupor. Last time it was because of this woman's screams that he inadvertently let her zombified husband in. It was because of her that he ran away in horror, leaving his sister. Faye got very angry. However, while he was recalling the past, his sister had already driven up to the door and reached for the door handle. Opening it, she saw a neighbor. A moment later, Zenyu froze in horror. The zombie that appeared behind the woman frightened her. The girl cried, calling for her brother. The protagonist remembered the past, how he handed over the canned food to King. He smiled and said that he should relax a little, even if they had an important mission. Faye bowed his head and said that they had known each other for so long and he should have realized that he was always like this. Yin chuckled and said that he really hadn't heard her laugh for a long time. Soon the group ran forward. The group soon realized that they had fallen into a trap set by the zombies. One of the commanders shouted, giving orders. However, one of the zombie titans did not let him continue by striking the group. The second monster raised its hand. However, its strike was blocked by Faye. The force of the strike caused the ground to break. Faye looked at King behind him, asking for his help. However, he froze and did nothing. His lips parted as he asked for forgiveness. The protagonist looked at the guy in shock. However, King turned around. Then he rushed away. When he left, the protagonist shouted after him. He then remembered how his sister shouted after him, asking for help and calling for him. Faye gritted his teeth, and he felt what it was like to be abandoned. His hands trembled. However, the monster did not wait and attacked again. The protagonist suddenly shouted, calling for Zenyu. The guy abruptly threw his weapon, hitting the zombie. The weapon hit the zombie's eye, causing it to scream in pain. The monster flew back from the force of the blow. Faye put his hand on his sister's shoulder, saying that the man had become a zombie. Then the guy took out his dagger. Looking at the zombie who had stood up, the guy asked his sister not to move and not to open her eyes. The monster rushed at the protagonist and extended his hand to Zenyu. The protagonist made a sharp lunge and cut off the zombie's hand. It regrouped and slit its foot. Then it opened its mouth, wanting to bite off the girl's flesh. Faye approached the stroller and pushed his sister back along with the stroller. The protagonist frowned, saying that these were the first lower zombies that appeared in this chaos. Faye stuck the weapon into the monster's leg. Then he pulled out his weapon from the zombie's eye and immediately began to chop the zombie. Although not even half a day had passed since the battle with a high-level zombie, now he was not physically strong, but it was enough to kill a low-level zombie. The zombie screamed, experiencing severe pain. The guy frowned. and clenched his teeth in anger. Zenyu slightly opened her eyes. He felt something and froze. Then he turned around. His sister was holding his cloak, asking him to stop. The girl was trembling, asking her brother to stop. Fei himself froze in horror. Then he stared at the two corpses. Soon he threw away the weapon and hugged his sister. She clutched her brother's clothes and said that he scared her. Fei calmed down and asked his sister for forgiveness. It was then that the system informed the protagonist that he had received 3 evolution points. The protagonist froze in shock. Then he began to turn around sharply, trying to understand whose voice he heard. And himself. Staring at the bright symbol, he tried to understand what was going on. Suddenly, butterflies studied the genes of the guy enclosed in the sphere. The guy's body turned into a clot of energy when the restructuring of genes began. Soon the protagonist's arm began to return to normal, as did his leg. When his torso began to transform, the system reported the completion of the gene fusion process. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he walked 2 evolution points. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and agreed. Then he stared at the system window with the characteristics. Thoughtfully, Fei decided to put everything into strength, because although he had experience, he was still weak. The system asked him whether to use 2 evolution points to strengthen his strength, and after using them, it informed him about it. The protagonist was enveloped in mana, and he felt some kind of strengthening. When the guy frowned again, the system informed him that the distribution of points was complete, and the system was closing. After hardly holding back tears, Zenyu said that he really scared her. A moment later, she could not hold back her tears and cried. The protagonist stroked his sister's head. Then he began to calm her down, telling her not to worry. Becoming serious, Fei mentally said that he needed to clear the perimeter in order to make sure Zenyu was safe and deal with Huan's corpse, otherwise it would attract the attention of the zombies. Soon, he left the apartment, but he did not see the corpses. This made him frown. He noticed a blood stain and the trail that stretched to the stairs. 4 hours had passed since midnight, and the bloody fog had already filled the air. The protagonist standing in front of the closet realized that his clothes had become small for him, and the clothes were also too bright. Staring at his hand, the guy realized that thanks to the evolution tree, he had grown, it had changed his genes, and his body had become stronger. The guy turned around when he heard his sister head. His sad sister asked if his parents were okay because so much time had passed. Fei became sad remembering something. His parents abandoned them when he was 10, and from that moment on, money was sent every year, only this hinted at their existence. In his past life, after the apocalypse began, he tried to find them, but except for money, he could not find anything. Zenyu looked at the door, from which her brother came out, saying not to worry. Afterwards, he became serious, saying that their safety was more important now. The shocked sister said that she still couldn't believe that he had grown so much. Fei smiled and said that he himself said that it was too dangerous outside. Fei looked at his sister. She bowed her head, saying that she was very scared. He squeezed the hem of her dress, saying that she was afraid that because of her legs and helplessness, she would become a burden to him, and he was now the only member of the family. The protagonist suddenly fell to one knee. He smiled tenderly and said that he would simply inspect the area and check if it was safe with a large influx of zombies. Zenyu wanted to object. However, her brother became serious and said that he didn't want to be in Huan's place, and if there were survivors, it would be better to unite. Zenyu bowed her head after hearing her brother's words, after which she handed him a hairpin, demanding that he promise to come to dinner. Smiling at his sister, the protagonist promised this, after which he stood up and walked away, and then Zenyu was left alone. The protagonist who came out became serious. He frowned, and again paid attention to the blood on the floor, after which he looked at the stairs. The trail of blood on which continued to the very bottom. The 13th floor was always closed, which meant it was worth starting from the 12th and going down. The protagonist, having gone down the elevator to the 12th floor, forced the elevator not to close, after which he began to go down the stairs. The walls of the building were covered with cracks. The sounds below made the protagonist frown. Soon he saw a man standing in front of a woman's corpse, a corpse that he was gobbling up. He was trembling, putting the woman's hair in his mouth. The zombie turned around abruptly and stared at the protagonist, after which he rushed towards him. Fei frowned, realizing that if his strength rose to level 2, he would be able to do some tricks. Fei swung his blade sharply, and the zombie's blood hit his face. Then the system informed him that he had received 1 evolution point. Then it asked him if he wanted to use it. Staring at the system screen, the protagonist said that to increase strength, he would need 7 points, which meant he needed 5 more zombies, but to improve mental spirit, he would need 10 points. The last time he heard about the use of spirit points in those dark times, people could only resist the mutated monsters with the help of awakened ones who had different subtypes of mental spirit. When someone awakened this characteristic, they would gain an ability that affected the entire area and become a first-class warrior. Looking at the system window, the protagonist said that judging by the strength increase coefficient, the required points for the mental spirit could be 7 or 8 times more. To obtain the skill, you need a level 10 spirit, but now he does not have the opportunity to gain so many points. A lamp illuminated the entrance. The protagonist turned it off, after which he began to go down to the lower floor. Soon he found an open apartment. He carefully took out the knife and began to look closely at the reflection. He saw traces of a struggle, after which he entered the apartment. Soon he saw a bloody collar, which alerted him. Blood stains on the floor and water made him worried. He walked up to the bathroom and opened the door slightly. What he saw shocked him greatly. There was a girl sitting in the bathroom. Frowning, the guy realized that she had not yet become a zombie. Suddenly, the guy heard a creepy voice calling him a warist. A moment later, the zombie opened its mouth wide. Faye suddenly lunged with a knife and pierced the monster's throat. Then he pulled the knife, cutting the monster's head. Then the system informed him of the evolution point he had received. The protagonist sighed with relief. Death was near. Looking around, the protagonist said that he needed to stay alert. He couldn't relax just because the evolution tree had improved his skills. The protagonist left the room. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he should hurry up and clear 10 floors. Soon he came to another door. A person was peering through the peephole. It was a woman holding a bat in her hand. When the protagonist knocked on the door, the woman opened it, saying that it was too late. The protagonist looked at her, introduced himself and reported the situation outside. She looked out and said that everything was fine and safe. However, when she wanted to close the door, the guy stuck his leg out. After which he raised the knife, saying that he wanted to make sure of everything personally. The woman got nervous and said that he would leave immediately after checking. Soon the door slammed shut. When the protagonist entered the door, the woman said that there was no one here and now he could leave. Frowning, Faye mentally said that perhaps everything was fine here. Looking at the photo, he asked the woman where her husband and son were. Smiling nervously, he said that her son was at school and her husband went to meet her. She involuntarily squeezed her dress, saying that the presence of a bloody man frightened her. Looking at her, the guy said that he understood her, so he would leave now. However, he froze, hearing the knock on the door. When he turned around abruptly, the woman said that there was no one here. Approaching the door, the protagonist said that it was possible that a wildcat. When he approached the door, the woman screamed asking him to leave. However, Faye did not pay attention to her opening the door, after which he looked inside the room, and what he saw shocked him greatly. It was at this moment that the woman attacked him from behind. Inside the room lay broken glasses, and a little boy was holding his father by the clothes. With a crazy smile on his face, he offered the boy to play. The protagonist exclaimed, sensing danger. He turned around abruptly, and at the last moment he was able to dodge the blow. The protagonist looked at Lee and asked her what she was thinking. However, the boy decided not to wait and rushed at the boy asking to play with him. The protagonist was barely able to block the boy's lunge, which, although not strong, was unusually fast. The protagonist rolled back, and with a kick threw the zombie back, after which he jerked up. However, when he wanted to rush forward, Lee blocked his path. The guy angrily asked her to come to her senses. Pointing at the zombie, he said that he was no longer her son, but a zombie that ate people. The woman cried, saying that her boy was not a zombie, but simply sick, so she should wait until a cure was invented. The zombie rushed forward and appeared behind the mother, saying that he hated her. Faye screamed, trying to warn her. However, she did not have time to do anything. Take another step. A giant dog with bright eyes appeared to the side of the hero. It opened its mouth wide, jumping at him. Faye jumped up, leaving a bright stream of energy behind it. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, raising his leg bent at the knee. The protagonist somersaulted in the air, going around the giant zombie in front of him. Faye frowned, kicking the creature in the back of the head. The guy dropped to one knee, leaning his hand on the floor. The bodies of the defeated Walking Dead lay around him. He pulled the tip of his blade out of the zombie's body. The giant Walking Dead rose and rushed to attack the hero. Faye looked at him, asking if he could still move normally even after that. The guy frowned and opened his bright blue eyes wide. He raised his blade to attack, thinking that it was time to test the strength of the third level. The protagonist stabbed the zombie in the stomach. The room rose with dust from the shockwave of the attack. Faye frowned and opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. He appeared behind the Walking Dead, leaving bright marks on its body from the sharp movements of the weapon. The guy froze, lowering his head. Bright cracks began to appear on the creature's body. The zombie's body disintegrated into small pieces. The system reported that a level 6 zombie was killed. The hero received 6 points. The guy smiled. Faye raised his head and tightly clutched the weapon in his hand, saying that he was able to do it. He managed to protect his sister from the zombie. But nevertheless, there is still a long way to go. The protagonist frowned and looked away, saying that there was not much time left before the crazy evolution of zombies, then they would begin to progress at a terrifying speed, which is why he needed more evolution points. It was dark near the stairs. The hero made his way from the 8th to the 1st floor. Faye swung his blade and frowned, thinking that even though he knew very little about the evolution tree now, it clearly made him stronger. The guy raised his hand, swinging the blade and leaving a bright trace in space. He thought that he should only pump himself with it and the knowledge from his past life, he could change history. There was still hope for humanity. The protagonist frowned, his eyes shining brightly. There were cracks on the steps of the stairs and high sides. Faye walked out of the doors of a multi-story building, thinking that if people huddled in corners in despair at the sight of zombies back then this time he was able to influence the situation. There was a bright blue sky with white clouds above the tall buildings. A guy was walking down the street. Faye stopped. There was a zombie standing behind the gate. The guy opened his mouth, saying that it was already noon, they should go back, because Zenyu must be worried. The walking dead behind the gate wheezed and died. The system reported that a first-level zombie was killed. 1 evolution point was obtained. Faye stood underwater in the shower, calling on the system to open the evolution tree. The system window showed that his available points were currently 8. The protagonist frowned, saying that this was less than he thought, but for now it was enough. To get more he would have to go outside. The hero said that it would be much more dangerous this way, so he should use the available points. The system window asked whether the guy wanted to use 5 points to increase speed to level 3 and 2 points to increase detection to level 2. The hero's strength was at level 3, speed was at level 3, detection was at level 2, and intelligence was at level 1. The time is 20:55. Faye put a towel on his head and walked around the room. He picked up a can of soda and walked out onto the balcony where Zenyu was sitting. The hero asked if she couldn't sleep. The girl turned her head to look at him and raised her eyebrows, saying that she saw a report on the news that zombies had appeared all over the world. Humanity was facing an unprecedented crisis. They said that the spread was under control and everything would be fine soon. The walking dead surrounded a burning car on the street. Zenyu asked if this was true, since there were zombies everywhere, and what happened was so sudden that it seemed like it would not end so easily. The guy leaned his hand on the edge of the balcony and looked down, saying that they would find out something. The hero put the can on the edge, saying that no matter what happened, not want to just sit and hope that he was okay. The guy put his hands on the edge of the balcony, saying that she should not worry so much, maybe she could still stand up. Zenyu opened her mouth, asking how this was possible. She asked him not to console her, she knew that it was incurable. The protagonist frowned and clasped his hands, thinking that there was a chance if he awakened his powers. Besides, today there would be a meteor shower, which was a turning point. In his past life, this shower caused the zombies to evolve after the second wave of the apocalypse. Zenyu widened her eyes, telling her brother that there was something shining brightly in the sky. Giant meteorites flew across the dark sky above the city, leaving a bright trail behind them. Faye realized that this was it, what changed the fate of humanity. Meteorites, they emit a special radiation energy that affects zombies. When they absorb it, they turn into genetic ones, and a person who ate such a core can gain certain abilities. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. The rising wind lifted his hair. The guy thought that if he got these cores and more awakened people, he would be able to change fate. As far as he remembered, there were even those who were able to directly absorb this energy and gain strength, but extremely rare. Meteorites fell among tall buildings and formed bright explosions that were visible from the balcony of the heroes. The girl screamed, saying that this was a real nightmare. The giant core, engulfed in flames, flew forward. Zenyu noticed that it was flying straight at them. The meteorite fell to the ground, causing a bright explosion. Faye took out his binoculars and looked ahead, asking where it fell. The girl frowned, saying that if it had fallen a little more, they would have been hurt. The hero presented the map and the red circle on it, thinking that it was not that far, 16 kilometers from here. With the speed of the 3rd level, he could probably run there in an hour. The guy thought about preparing and heading out tomorrow morning to get the meteorite for Zenyu. Faye picked up the tin can and raised his eyebrows, thinking that when he picked it up, it was not frozen. Zenyu frowned sadly, saying that she was very scared. She asked if this was really the end of the world. The girl asked her brother to stay home, it was too dangerous outside. The hero picked up the can surrounded by ice, thinking that Zenyu might already be absorbing the energy of the meteorite. Faye smiled, his eyes shining, and a bright stream of energy appeared behind him. He said that his sister might be able to stand up soon. The tall buildings were marked by meteorites that had crashed into them, and streams of dust and smoke rose into the sky. The girl knitted her brows and opened her eyes wide, asking if he really wanted to go outside, this time outside the house, since it was too dangerous. The boy threw his backpack over his shoulder and stood by the door, asking her to calm down. Because this was very important, he had to do this for her and for humanity. The hero knitted his brows, saying that in a little while she would be able to stand up. Zenyu lowered her head sadly, asking him to stop talking about it since she would rather have her brother safe and sound than stand up again. She asked if he could stay. The hero gave her a walkie-talkie, apologizing and saying that he knew it was hard to explain what was happening, but he asked her to give him some time. This walkie-talkie would help her contact him, and he would tell her the rest when he returned. He asked her not to let anyone in. The protagonist stood by the elevator, his head down, thinking that if he did this now, she would not believe him. But she would understand if he awakened his powers, and although he had to stay close to her to protect her, he was forced to take risks to become stronger. A voice came from the walkie-talkie, the girl asking how she could be heard. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard Zenyu's voice. The girl frowned sadly, there were tears in her eyes. She apologized for putting too much pressure on him, because he was doing everything to protect her, and she was complaining. Faye frowned and looked at his reflection in the mirror, saying that he understood everything, because her brother was no longer the same person he had been a couple of days ago. The elevator doors began to open, the screen showed the first floor. The guy said that it was time for him to go, asking her to stay home and wait. Zenyu asked him to wait and check his pockets. The hero reached into his jacket pocket. There was a bracelet with a red cross on the guy's hand. The girl asked if he had forgotten about their agreement from yesterday because he had promised to return before nightfall. Faye frowned and moved forward, saying that he remembered everything, so he would return before dark. The hero moved through the stone debris of buildings, saying that after yesterday's meteor shower, the city turned into ruins. Just 2 days were enough to plunge the world into hell. The guy stood behind the car, saying that there should be fewer zombies now. After all, it was daytime and the energy of meteorites was distracting, but caution would not hurt. It was undesirable to attract minorities, especially mutated animals. The protagonist frowned. There was a zombie inside the car who saw him through the window. A hand of a living dead man reached out to him from under the rubble of the building. The zombie gritted his teeth. His body was added by the car. The guy jumped up and climbed onto the roof of the next car. Faye bent down and reached for the blade on his back. Loud sounds were heard. Among the tall buildings, there was a view of the open it. He was reporting to the commander that all the mutated on the western side were killed. The man frowned, asking what was going on, since there were fewer zombies after the meteor shower. The girl stood there with binoculars in her hands. Wen folded her arms across her chest, turning to Miss Xia and saying that Mr. Lai reported that the zombies on the west side had been killed. They were awaiting further orders. Zayak turned to her and frowned, telling them to continue patrolling to make sure that no mutants were missed. Wen held out her hand with the radio, saying that she understood everything, but Mr. Huang said that he wanted to return to the company. The man stood up and slammed his hand on the table, asking how much longer he had to hang around here. He ordered to accompany them to the company. Next to him at the table sat a guy. The girl moved forward. Zayak grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, asking the man to read the situation. She was a police officer, not their personal bodyguard, and such behavior in such a situation was tantamount to suicide. If he wanted to live, he should listen to her. After all, everything here was under her control. Wang frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at her. The girl opened her red eyes wide and frowned, asking if he was tongue-tied. If he understood everything, he should answer. The man frowned, saying that he understood everything. Zayak turned her head, saying that now they need to deal with the guy. The hero spread his arms out to the sides, saying that they would obey her orders, so there was no need to stare at him like that. The girl frowned and walked away from the table, asking when to contact Mr. Lai. After all, she had something to tell him. Wang pressed his hand to his throat and began to cough. The boy frowned and smiled widely, saying that one day he would tame her, a ferocious stray cat. Wen reported that the connection had been established. Zayak asked where the zombies could have gone. Mr. Lai replied that it was difficult for him to say, but it was probably due to the meteor shower yesterday. He asked if he needed to look into the matter. The girl said that it should not be done now, because if everything was as he said, going there. The dog grabbed her shoulders. Faye looked out from behind the edge. The dog was tearing the zombie apart. The dog was breathing over the corpse. The hero understood that he would eat it and the situation would turn into a huge problem. His legs were shaking. He froze. He looked at the body of Samuradnea, thinking that she was already dead, but it turned out that she was still breathing. The dog was suddenly pierced by a spike. Samuradnea stretched out her hand, covered in mana. The dog was thrown into the air, and the hero noted with relief that the native was still alive. The dog's collar was torn. Blood was spraying from its mouth. The hero noticed that the woman was trying to lure him down to kill both the dog and him at once, because she had no strength left. The native stood up. The yellow squint looked at the hero. She grinned madly and asked if the pathetic little man had really gotten smarter since he figured out the trap. Faye stood up to his full height. He said that he could say the same about her, to which the woman asked if the hero could handle her. Faye angrily said that it was his question. He tore off his shirt. He jumped to the bottom of the crater. The native did not think that he himself would come to certain death, to which the hero said that there was what he needed here, so he had to go back. He looked sharply to the side. dodged a blow with a spike, noted that the enemy's speed had become less. From behind the hero, many vines were released towards him. The hero's eyes widened. Thanks to the improvement in detection, he could follow her speed. Faye began to dodge and, where necessary, cut the vines in front of him. The native angrily rushed at the hero and said that he was acting too confidently. The hero appeared right in front of her. Behind the native, her severed hand fell. She looked back in surprise. Faye waited arrogantly. The woman screamed, cursing the human offspring. Her body began to twine with vines. She said that she would cut the hero into 8 pieces, kill him and leave no living place on him. Faye looked at the transforming zombie in fear, trying to understand if she fought at full strength. He saw that the native was absorbing the energy of the meteorite. The huge woman in the flower bud laughed and wished the hero to die. She began to attack. A bunch of vines hit where the hero was, raising dust. Faye, trying to dodge, began to run along the slope of the crater. He looked at the saving edge, realizing that he had to get out. But the vines crawled out of the edge of the pit, which the hero did not expect. The native looked menacingly at the man and asked, did he really think that this would work a second time? The roots began to make their way to the man in a wave. Faye dodged with all his might. Things smelled fried. He clenched his teeth. He understood that he needed to make a decision urgently. The thorn was approaching his face, almost touched his eye. Blindness would set in an instant. Blood poured onto the ground. Samarodnea looked at the sudden wound. She fell down dead, which greatly surprised the hero. She began to cough. The flow of energy from the meteorite increased. The hero did not understand what was happening. Faye began to assume that the zombie could not withstand such strong energy, and her body was exhausted after the fight. He frowned, mockingly noting how pathetic it was. Samarodnea released a bunch of vines, screaming that she would kill the hero. But the vine was easily cut by the hero's knife. He cut the zombie's vines and said that she would rather kill herself. He made a dash, cutting the vines and approaching the enemy. He delivered a slashing blow to the roots of the flower. Samarodnea fell on her back. She attacked again, asking why a person needs the energy of a meteorite. Faye continued to press. The blade of his knife hovered over the eye of the native. He said that it was none of her business. The zombie just sent him away. And Faye struck. The vines did not keep us waiting. But Faye cut them down with one blow. Everyone has what they want. Only the hero once made the wrong choice because of the enemy's strength and then regretted it for a long time. So he swore to stand up for everything important to the last. He scrolled through these thoughts for 20 years. Therefore, the native deprived of an eye looked at the hero exhaustedly. Faye brought the knife to the back of the woman's head and said that he understood her, the one who would fight to the death for her treasure until the enemies died. The zombie's eye lit up with amazement. Faye struck and the woman began to fly apart into petals, or until you yourself die, Faye finished. The system notified about the murder of the native zombie gave the hero evolution points. Faye held a cross in his hands. He didn't think that she would bring him so much. He put the cross in his pocket and said that if each fragment had such a protector, he should be on guard. He reached out his hand to the fragment, was surprised that it calmly touched it. He decided that in this case Zenyu would soon be able to get back on her feet. The fragment began to emit energy. Faye looked at it questioningly. An emerald sprout appeared from the water. Faye noted with surprise that his wounds had almost disappeared. He took the fragment in his hands and asked if this was really the power of the meteorite fragment. He said that his little sister would definitely recover with it. The dog trembled behind him, while the hero stood up and said to himself that he would go share the good news with his little sister. Faye turned back abruptly. The dog was trembling. The hero asked how it was possible. A small yellow paw stepped on the ground. A small yellow puppy crawled out of the mother's body. The guy said that zombies at the initial stage cannot reproduce, and after the mother's transformation, the baby in the womb should have become energy that would absorb the body. The hero assumed that the monster died before it was absorbed. It turns out that the puppy survived and inherited all the mother's powers. He walked, squinting and trembling. Faye took him in his arms, saying that this happens extremely rarely and he was lucky. The puppy began to open his eyes, while the man realized that he could tame him if he became the first one he saw with his eyes open. Faye tensed up. The puppy looked questioningly at the hero. He hoped that the baby would consider him a family in which he would be confident. The dog began to lick the hero. Faye laughed and said that he tamed the monster. He lifted the dog higher and said that today was his day. He named the baby Goldie. 1830 Wasteland. Goldie was sleeping in the hero's backpack, hugging the shard. Faye threw the backpack over his shoulders. It was already getting dark, so he said that it would be difficult to return home at night. There were 5 days left until the end of the revelation. 7 o'clock in the evening, the moon stood above the city. Zombies were already walking along its streets. They blindly sniffed the pink flow of energy. Everyone followed his trail. The trail led through the streets of the city. It rose high into the sky and led to the hero's backpack, to the backpack where the shard and Goldie lay. Faye ran forward. The sun had already set. He felt the zombies' energy thickening. They could evolve in a day by absorbing the shard. Faye stopped abruptly. The road beneath him began to collapse. Faye jumped out of the danger zone. He looked ahead, cursed that he had chosen a remote path, but he was found anyway. Huge rats appeared in front of him. The hero knew that it was always more difficult to deal with flocks. The rats began to attack the hero. He assumed that they had come for the energy of the meteorite. Faye kicked the rat in the nose. His position was unfavorable and he could not fight them. Faye jumped on the lantern. He wanted to hide in a safe place. The rats came to the lantern and began to gnaw it. 1940, a factory building. A woman was looking out the window. A girl in glasses approached her and asked the woman to lie down and rest, but she said that she was completely fine, said that it was better for the others to rest. She looked ahead sharply. Through the monocular, she saw a survivor. Zayak ordered when to tell everyone to prepare for a sortie because there was a living person nearby. She saw monsters behind the hero and told him to wait for now. She did not understand why the man was so fast. Faye dodged 5 rats in one fell swoop. Zayak watched the hero in surprise. When perked up, the captain ordered her to pass on the order to wait for special instructions. Faye looked at the factory premises and decided that he could wait out the night there. The mutant's claws hung over his body. The rat made a strike, but it hit the fence. Faye sat down opposite the bars and began to restore his breathing. The shard had almost completely disintegrated. Faye went into the underground parking lot. He understood that the door would not hold the monsters for long, and if they were going for the meteorite shard, then hiding was useless. Faye leaned against one of the cars. He understood that red energy began to beat out of his body. The hero began to twist. He screamed. The flow of energy intensified. The backpack was thrown into a column. The sleeping Goldie fell out of it. The entrance to the parking lot exploded. Goldie sluggishly opened his eyes. Silhouettes of mutant rats appeared in the passage in front of him. They angrily looked forward, approaching the weakened hero. He looked at the monsters. He could not gather his strength, assuming that it was all because of the tree of evolution. The rats ran. The hero's eyes began to close. He assumed that this was where he would die. The rats were getting closer. One of them looked to the side. A puppy began to run around the parking lot, radiating yellow energy. His eyes were burning. Black wings appeared from his back. The little monster took a fighting stance, and he growled at the mutants. Then he flew straight at them. Like a cannonball, he began to knock down the rats. He screamed. He electrocuted the monsters. But in the meantime, zombies crawled towards the unconscious hero. They surrounded him while Goldie was sitting on one of the rats. The dog jumped off and began to pick up speed. Another mutant blocked his passage. Another rat was about to bite the hero. It had already opened its mouth. Goldie began to quickly break through to his master. He flew into the sky like a bullet, breaking through the roof. The rat's head was shot. Old Lai and Zayak ran into the parking lot. The captain ordered Kin to take on the rescue while they would cover him. The people began to shoot the zombies. Kin stepped forward. He was told to immediately return as soon as he was done with the rescue. The guy threw the hero over his shoulder and began to shoot back. Lai squinted and asked if it was worth bringing a stranger to the shelter. They would not be happy if he was bitten. Seek continued shooting and said that they couldn't abandon the survivor. She said that he needed to be isolated and observed. Kin continued to retreat. He turned and ran, asking Old Lai to cover him. They closed the gate, pressing down the hands of the dead. Zayak said that she and Kin would take care of the zombies, and Lai would tell when to prepare to go somewhere else because it was no longer safe here. Meanwhile, on the street, Goldie was surrounded by mutants. The baby was puffing and glowing. He screamed furiously and waves of sound cut through the air. The hero was lying in another space. The statue was stretching an emerald sprout towards him. The eyes of the statue were glowing blue. There were many symbols and patterns in the air. Faye's body rose into the air and ordered him to move slowly. She said she had some questions for the hero. How did he fight the zombies on equal terms? Faisal shifted his weight and said he had no answer. Zayak angrily said he wouldn't leave, but at that moment the hero's silhouette appeared behind her. He grabbed the woman's gun. 4 days. Faye tensed up while the guy was indignant that even he hadn't touched Zayak's hands yet, and the hero didn't miss the opportunity. Faye thought in horror that he had been unconscious for 4 days. He let go of Zayak and ran forward. He was worried about his sister. But the woman screamed and asked the hero to wait. Faye froze. The woman stood up and said that the street was full of zombies and too dangerous. She saw what the hero was capable of and hoped for him to join them, because now every fighter is worth his weight in gold. Faye looked gloomily at the woman. While the silhouette of a huge monster appeared outside the window, the hero asked what would happen if he refused. Everyone looked at the shadow that appeared in the window. The toothy monster broke the window and screamed. A huge paw climbed into the room. Everyone began to save themselves. Wen alone waited in horror for her fate. The hero screamed, "Be careful." He stopped the monster's paw. He turned to her and told her to move away. He looked ahead in surprise. He never knew his agility was like this. His body was covered in mana. He opened his eyes wide. His strength suddenly increased. His legs were shaking. Zayak looked at their savior in amazement. Wen returned to the team and asked, "Is the hero a human?" Faye screamed and threw the monster back. jumped out the window after him. It seemed that the physical indicators of his entire body had increased. He raised his fist to strike. He did not have time to think. First he had to kill the monster. A streak of energy flowed from Fei's eye, but suddenly he froze and trembled. His fist stopped right above the monster's nose. The flow of energy was carried away by the wind in different directions. Fei was going to attack Goldie all this time. The dog licked the hero. He asked, why did he become like this? Fei laughed and apologized for not recognizing, and he thought that he held Goldie with his bare hands, which meant that his stat level had increased so much. He opened the interface, looked at his stats were the same, but the points for killing the native had disappeared. But suddenly his gaze fell on gene improvement, where as many as 10,000 points had accumulated. Fei opened his eyes in surprise. He saw a relaunch, not understanding when the first one was. He logged into the evolution tree system. He looked around and said that something had changed here. He looked at the tree and asked if his points and meteorite fragment had disappeared because of it. Notifications appeared in front of the sprout that these resources were spent on gene improvement. The tree reported that the owner's gene indicator had reached the limit. Fei now understood whose doing this was. Now he understood why. With the previous levels, he had become stronger. Each person has a gene limit, and no matter how much you pump up, you can't increase it. He had already seen in his past life how a level S fighter tried to overcome this threshold and constantly put himself in danger. In the end he died. The obstacle itself, which does not allow people to evolve, was called a gene limitation. Fei clenched his fists, covered in energy. The hero said that since he can bypass it, this means endless evolution. Although you need to accumulate a lot of points, it's worth it. Found this place after a week of searching. Fei warmed up and asked not to worry, because there was a military shelter 40 kilometers from here and they would go there. The woman said that there were too many zombies outside and they would not be able to get through. To which the hero said that he would take it upon himself, and they, taking advantage of the moment, took cover in the warehouse and waited for him there. Zayak looked at the hero with indignation and said that it was too dangerous to stay alone, so she volunteered to cover him, to which Fei said that she would only hinder him, especially since the others needed her support more. He mounted Goldie and galloped forward. Wen approached the leader and asked if it was too risky to go into battle alone, to which she said that this guy was stronger than all of them, so they would have hope. She frowned, realizing that she did not even know the hero's name. Fei stepped forward. Not far from him, a whole crowd was walking. He understood that even though he had become stronger, it was too dangerous to go alone against such a crowd. He looked to the side. He pulled a sign out of the ground and said that this was what he needed. He smiled and said, "Let's go." He slammed the sign against the fence. The zombies turned towards the sound. Zayak looked at the crowd of zombies with confusion and said that the hero would only attract more zombies. She turned and told everyone to take their things and move out immediately. Fei threw the sign over his shoulder and told Goldie to stand aside so he could test his abilities. The dog sadly agreed. Fei frowned. He knew that the old him would never have defeated so many zombies. The crowd was approaching him. Fei put his foot down, and he ran towards the crowd. He told them to attack him so he could feel his strength. He swung the sign and chopped off several heads with one blow. He looked at the result of his blow in surprise and once again noted that he had become stronger. However, there were no fewer dead people. He had to swing it again. There was a roar. Some monsters even flew into the air. A huge foot stepped on the ground with a thud. Fei looked tensely at the awakened zombie and even rejoiced. The big guy with bone growths looked at the hero and asked if the hero was going to the comic book festival. He said he had a coupon for 90%. The system said it was an entry-level F-rank zombie. The hero said it was the lowest level, but the difference between him and an ordinary zombie was colossal. Fei dodged a direct hit. He thought it was good that his intelligence was at a primitive level, because the big guy only wanted to break everything alive. The hero struck the head with a sign. The monster hung. Fei jumped back. The sign bent. He looked at the sign and realized that the ability of an awakened one was impenetrable armor. He smiled and said that the monster would become his punching bag. 5 o'clock, it was getting dark. The team of people waited silently in the warehouse. Wen and Zayak looked out the window. The girl assumed that the hero was in trouble. Since he was still not there, Zayak said that they could only hope that the hero would return and join them. The long-haired guy asked if they would really wait for him even if the hero did not come. Zayak turned around angrily and said that they had to stick to the original plan. The guy jumped up and spread his arms, shouting that everyone saw how a wave of zombies was heading towards the hero. He said that it was almost impossible to survive and if they continued to sit here, they would meet their death here. The guy shouted and said that if they hadn't saved him, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation, and since he decided to become bait for zombies, they needed to get out of here quickly and hide in a shelter, because when it got dark, they wouldn't be able to leave. Ziakea clenched her teeth and ordered Old Man Lai to shut the guy up so that he wouldn't attract even more zombies. Old Man Lai looked at the floor sullenly and told the captain that he also thought they should leave, because it was unknown whether the man was alive or not. They should move on. He said that the guy would find a way to the shelter without them, because he could do it. Silence fell in the warehouse. Zayak sighed and said that she would go check on the hero, and if he didn't return in half an hour, she would lead the squad and lead them to Old Lie's hideout. The old man said fearfully that it was too dangerous to go alone. Zayak agreed gloomily. She said that she shouldn't keep the people in this place, but she couldn't leave and abandon that guy. A huge zombie appeared behind them. Lie pointed his rifle at it and told the captain to duck. The monster screamed, but something hit it on the problem on the way. He apologized for making them wait. Zayak frowned and said that they should be the ones apologizing. After all, the police sent a civilian into the thick of things. There were piles of corpses behind the hero. The hero said that everything was fine, because if it weren't for them, he would already be dead. He said that he had cleared out most of the zombies in the area, so they could head to the shelter. Goldie approached the hero. He said that he would send him with them, and he would take care of them, so the road should be more or less safe. Sake, dumbfounded, asked if the hero would go with them. Faye gloomily said that he needed to find his little sister. There were 7 hours left until the end of the revelation, 5:30 in the evening. Sake threw the hero a backpack and asked if they would meet again. Faye hoped so. He said that he would go to the shelter as soon as he returned for his sister. Sake looked at the hero gratefully and asked his name. Faye calmly introduced himself. The captain waved goodbye and said that she had a lot to ask the hero. She asked him to be careful and to come to the shelter without fail. Faye moaned and told Goldie to take the people to the place before midnight. The dog galloped away. Faye turned around and said that at midnight the revelation stage would end and many awakened zombies would appear. Although Goldie was also an initial level of rank F, but he had not yet awakened, he was afraid that if he met such a thing, he could get hurt. The hero ran through the city like lightning. He threw all sorts of trash around him into the air. After a while, he braked sharply. He looked ahead in horror and asked, "How could this be?" The door was knocked down. Traces of a shootout remained on the wall. The hero took out a walkie-talkie and began to call his sister. He ran forward. As far as he remembered, the military should now be busy building shelters. Why did they start shooting zombies? He assumed that they might be criminals who decided to take advantage of what was happening. If so, then Zenyu was in danger. He ran through the entrance, strewn with corpses. The electricity in the area had already been cut off. He ran to the floor. Each of them had traces of a struggle. He understood that local hooligans had definitely tried to do their job here. Faye ran forward, thinking that when there is chaos in the world, they are sometimes scarier than zombies. He looked at the light from the 12th floor. He hoped that everything was okay with his sister. Faye went up to his floor. The door to the apartment was knocked down. The apartment was destroyed. Faye began to call his sister. He went into the room, throwing the door open. A wheelchair and a photograph lay on the floor. A childhood photo of his brother and sister was hidden under cracked glass. Faye fell into a rage. He promised to tear into pieces, cut everyone who touched her sister. 9:30, one of the zombies got a bullet in the forehead. The bandits were driving a pickup truck and shooting back. One of them asked why so many zombies had come running. The wheels ran over a pile of corpses and braked. The crowd began to surround the car. The men understood that if this continued, they would all soon die here. They asked the boss what to do. The boss looked at them angrily and told them to stop shaking. He grabbed Zenyu by the chin and said that he had already informed his uncle about everything. He smiled and said that their uncle would send a detachment of soldiers to them, and while they were gone, they should take care of this baby. Zenyu looked angrily at the leader and grabbed them by the face, and threw him into the crowd of zombies. The driver pointed a gun at him and asked who he was anyway. The answer was a kick, with which the hero sent him into the crowd of zombies. The hero frowned at the leader. Zenyu looked at her brother in fear. Faye put his foot on the roof frame and told his sister that everything was fine. The leader took out a knife. He told her not to come near him, otherwise he would kill her sister. But Faye kicked the knife out of the man's hand. He grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. He pulled him towards him. The blonde man began to get indignant and asked if he knew who he was. Faye angrily called his name, said that he was a local bandit who used his uncle Guan's martial law to do whatever he wanted. He asked if he was mistaken. He pulled the man over the crowd of infected. The man began to ask how the hero knew all this, but the hero said that he did not need it. The zombies stretched their hands to the man. Jialong asked not to let go because he did not want to die. He looked at the hero pitifully and asked to let him go because he did not want to do this. Faye was silent. Jialong could not stand it and screamed. He said that if the hero killed him, then his uncle would not let him go so easily. Faye looked questioningly in the direction of the sound. 2 helicopters hung over the pickup. Jialong began to mock and tell the hero to wait for death. Faye only grinned, and he let go of the man and he flew into the clutches of the dead. For some reason he was reaching out to the hero, wanting help, but the crowd began to swallow him. All this was visible in the monocular. The military said that they were too late. Machina with dreadlocks ordered to connect him with Commander Guan. He put his hand to the earpiece. He reported the situation. They began to ask him how Jialong died. The man looked at the hero and said that Jialong was helped by the guy they found at the scene. He asked what the orders were. Guan angrily looked forward and ordered to get rid of everyone. The man just grinned and said yes. He looked at the pilot, he reported the target. The hero hugged his sister, she looked at the helicopters and wanted to say something. Faye shuddered. He ran forward with his sister in his arms, they opened fire on them from machine guns. The hero angrily looked back and cursed. 2 missiles flew at them. Faye jumped into the building, escaping from the explosion. The heroes found themselves in an empty room. Faye went into the next room. He sat his sister on one of the chairs and told her to stay there, saying that she was not the military's target. Zenyu looked at her brother with fear and asked him to promise that he would return. Faye turned around and said not to be afraid, because he would return quickly. He carefully closed the door. His sister angrily looked at her feet, clenching her fists. Faye jumped out the window and ran forward. Helicopters began to fire at him. There were 30 minutes left until the end of the revelation. Faye confidently dodged the bullets. More shells were flying at his back. Faye jumped onto one of the floors of the building. He covered himself with the door from the bullets. He looked away in shock. A huge crowd of infected appeared behind him. The military had attracted all the zombies in the area. The infected were approaching the hero. He screamed, and he threw the door at them. A bunch of zombie kill notifications popped up in front of his eyes, like in a computer game. Faye immediately ran forward. The sniper lowered his binoculars in amazement, asking who the hero was. He looked out the window. He became curious. He ordered to find a tall building and let him come down and continue to attack. Meanwhile, the big guy was behind the hero, but the machine gun shots turned his body into mincemeat. Faye looked at this sight in surprise and froze. The machine gun continued to fire at the hero's area while he loudly said that they had gone crazy. The bullets destroyed everything around. The hero understood that it was very difficult to conduct controlled fire from a machine gun and that they could hit the survivors. Faye began to dodge. The zombies were coming under fire. He was going to get away from here because he was too close to Zenyu. He looked around angrily and mentally said that he remembered Guan. The pilot said in fear that the hero he fired. Faye noticed it, but the bullet pierced his shoulder. The sniper looked through the sight in surprise, reported that the hero hid in one of the buildings. He said that he touched him and the blood would attract zombies. He ordered to monitor their movements and so they would reach. Faye was sitting in one of the buildings and breathing heavily. He covered the wound with his hand, said that if the sniper had hit a little to the left, he would have been killed. The zombies began to gather around the building. The hero understood that he would not be able to wait here. A missile flew out of the helicopter and flew towards the hero's shelter. Faye looked out the window. The missile looked at him. The sniper smiled. He wanted to see how the hero would get out of this. An explosion was heard in the area. The helicopter hovered over the rubble of the building. The pilot reported that the target was destroyed, but suddenly he reported that he noticed movement again. The sniper looked ahead in confusion. 2 red eyes appeared in the smoke. The sniper shouted loudly that the hero was not dead. Goldie roared, dispersing the smoke. The sniper gritted his teeth, asking what the hell was going on. Goldie walked angrily around his owner. He arrived just in time. Faye looked into the void and began to ask what he should do, because there was not denied itself food along the way. The sniper shouted that they were under attack. The helicopter opened fire. The pilots asked where this monster had come from, which could also fly. Goldie, with the hero on his back, was running straight at the military. He took off and hit the helicopter with his body. Everything shook. The pilot shouted that they were finished. Goldie shot down one of the helicopters. The sniper hid behind the partition and said that the mission did not say anything about that. The pilot of the second helicopter grabbed the steering wheel. He did not believe that this beast could withstand a machine gun attack. The helicopter began to circle around. Their target was a weapon because he needed him, and his sister had nothing to do with it. He said that if the man let her go, he would go with him. Goldie approached the hero and began to bark at the soldier. The hero ordered him to listen and take his sister to safety. Zenyu looked at her brother in horror and asked him to leave her. Faye raised his hands and said that he would never leave her. He frowned because he no longer wanted to live with guilt. The sniper laughed contentedly and said that the hero had finally started to act like a man. The operative with the bazooka took aim and reported that the hero was in the area of action. He opened fire. 3 missiles flew at the hero. There was an explosion. Zenyu screamed in fear, "Brother!" The man looked at the flames contentedly and said that the task was completed. But a bloody Goldie appeared from the smoke. He stood in the middle of destruction and fire. The sniper reported that the hero was still alive. He grabbed the girl by the hair and ordered to go to Plan B, but Faye was behind him. The sniper turned around abruptly. The hero knocked the rifle out of his hands. He threw the sniper aside. Faye rolled down the slope. The man was sitting in the rubble, covered in blood, and in a hoarse voice ordered to destroy the girl. Faye ran forward and screamed. Missiles were flying at Zenyu. The hero said that he could not withstand one more attack. Zenyu looked at the approaching shells. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. She squeezed them tightly shut. Faye jumped on his sister. He hugged her. The missiles hit him in the back. Brother and sister rolled to the side. Zenyu opened her eyes heavily. Her hands touched her brother's bloody back. She looked at his dirty hands. Faye rolled over on his back. The girl began to emit energy was just released there. The check confirmed that it was an absolute 0 of rank S evolution. Miss Yun put her hands together, and the girl in the form of a bunny chewed a carrot. The girl said that the appearance of rank S is really big news. Bunny said that the signal was lost for some reason. The airship flew to the signal area. Yun said that she would go down and check what was going on. The airship hovered above the city. The area below them was completely covered in ice. Meanwhile, the men played shogi. Guan looked at his opponent in surprise and asked why old Luo had become defensive. Luo stroked his beard and said that it was because Guan's play had become aggressive. He made a retreating move. Luo looked at Guan and asked what he thought of what was happening in the world. The commander said that it was unclear why this had happened, but they couldn't sit still either, and if they continued to play defensively like Luo, their only outcome was death. He placed a piece on the board and said that in such a situation, there was no time to waste strength on protecting unnecessary pawns. He said that this was stupid and old Luo had really gotten old. Cao clenched his fist in displeasure, asking how dare he, but Luo asked his subordinate not to be rude. He chuckled and said that Guan had recently been recruiting soldiers from unofficial groups. Was that true? Guan raised his hand. While his companion took out his phone, the commander said that whoever sets his sights on these groups at such a decisive moment will take power into his own hands. The subordinate said that they have an emergency. Guan took the phone and asked if they really lost contact with the entire squad. He screamed and said that a herd of idiots could not cope with 2 children. He stood up abruptly. The subordinate threw a cloak over him. Guan said that Luo had already lost, so he would go and let the old man think about what he said. They need to stop wasting resources on building shelters. It is better to hand over the authority to him and he will direct them to fight the zombies. Now this is their only option. Luo leaned back in his chair, stroked his beard and supposed that he was getting old, but their main job was to protect civilians. He looked out the window and said that since the city had fallen, it didn't matter. He yawned and asked Cao what he thought about it. But the young guy said briskly that Commander Luo was still very young, his body was strong and they still needed him. Luo laughed cheerfully and said that the guy was straightforward, but he liked it. He said that as long as he lived, he would continue to protect the common people. He said that he would not hold him back any longer. He told him to go and find out what old Guan had said on the phone. Cao saluted and said that he would do it. Meanwhile, the bunny looked at his commander and said that he would find a place to sit. Yun went to the door and asked to lower the airship so that she could get down. The airship began to show through the steam from the ice. Yun looked out and said that this was fine. She jumped down. Her heel touched the ice. Yun began to roll down. She jumped from the slope and landed on the ground. She looked at the heroes and assumed that they used too much power and passed out. Faye and Zenyu were lying unconscious on the cold ground. The girl looked at the man buried in the ice. It seemed strange to her that the skill that had just awakened was so powerful. The carrot robot flew up to her and said that this was already the 4th. She agreed, said that this was already the 4th of the 12S rank warriors. She took Zenyu in her arms. The robot flew up and said that he made inquiries, said that this girl was not listed as an absolute 0 on the list. Was this normal? The girl said that since she was an S rank holder, she was connected with the natives, they would take her with them, and then they would deal with her themselves. Zenyu showed no signs of consciousness. Yun assumed that there could be 2 absolute 0s. Yun walked forward, leaving the hero lying on the ground. She asked where the next one would appear. The bunny said that the next one would appear in the vicinity of Kinchuan. A blue beam hit the hero's body. It was covered in a blue aura. An emerald sprout crawled out of his chest. It began to put down roots, glowing. They spread throughout the area. The system showed a notification about the start of evolution. The roots spread among the ruins and ice. They dug into the ice blocks and grew further. The roots spread throughout the city, which was filled with zombies. The roots pierced their bodies, turning red. The hero's muscles began to grow. Strength was taken from the zombies, who did not understand anything. They froze, awaiting their fate. The roots crawled and connected into a network. The zombies dried up, their muscle mass disappeared. All the strength passed to the hero. The sprout glowed and sparkled. The sleeping heart was enveloped in roots, and it began to beat. Meanwhile, Luo was sitting in his office. There was a knock on the door. Captain Cao entered the room. He said that as he was ordered, he found out everything. The commander ordered to report. Cao handed over the tablet and asked to take a look first. Luo looked at the recording with Faye. Cao said that this guy in the video was being pursued by Commander Guan's people, but he neutralized them all single-handedly. Cao said seriously that the hero was injured, and then the entire area was covered with ice for unknown reasons. He pointed to the glowing roots and said that at the end of the recording, rays resembling tree roots began to emanate from this place, and then the surveillance camera turned off. Luo noticed that another person appeared on the camera. A blurry image of Yun appeared on the screen. but no one understood it. Luo perked up and ordered to go to the place and find out what really happened. He ordered to especially find out about this guy from whom the tree roots emanate. He must be entered at all costs. Cao saluted and said that he would move out immediately. Luo leaned back in his chair and asked himself what was going on. Old Guan's strength was growing, and his capabilities had a limit. He said that this world needed a hero. Meanwhile, the roots crawled out of the bodies of the dead and began to return to the hero's body. The petal shone. The system reported receiving evolution points and began to launch the automatic distribution of points. The deification plan was completed along with the evolution. The hero opened his eyes. He looked at his hands, asked what happened, was he alive? He remembered that a missile hit him when he shielded his sister. Fei sat up and began to call his sister. He looked around. He did not understand what happened here and where Zenyu went. He began to turn his head and call his sister, jumping around the frozen area, looking for his sister and Goldie. He stopped, breathing heavily, said that there was no sign of life in the surrounding area and not even a zombie. He asked where this ice came from. Was this the work of the evolution tree? He entered the tree's system. He found himself in a space hall. He looked ahead and asked what all this meant. Wasn't he supposed to die? Why was there not a scratch on him? The tree showed a message. The only attempt of the deification plan that revived the hero was spent. Fei looked at the message in confusion. He looked ahead in horror and asked, was he awakened? The system showed the hero's characteristics. He looked at his hands. All his indicators increased by 1 level. The system asked if the hero wanted to see his ability. Fei pressed yes, remembered that in his past life he used a meteorite fragment and was able to awaken. The system showed the ability to absorb rank S. The hero said that even before reincarnation he had never heard of such an ability, but there was no description. Fei said that if a person's rank can be raised, then the skill rank will remain the same. The skill rank is the threshold to which it can be raised. Unexpectedly, he became one of the first awakened in this world with an S rank ability. He looked ahead. He guessed that the ice was his sister's doing. He understood that it could be very possible. He looked at the interface window, said that there was no body of her in the vicinity, so there was a high probability that she was alive. He decided that he had no need to rack his brains. He needed to find out what happened while he was unconscious. He left the evolution tree. Fei staggered. His hand swayed, holding a cross in his hand. Fei angrily said that the military might be involved in his sister's disappearance. He touched the ice, under which a dead sniper was looking forward in fear. The ice cracked. Fei stretched out his hand, his fingers smoking. He said that the man with the surname Guan would pay him for all this. Meanwhile, the soldier yawned. A car pulled up to his post. The driver told him to be more careful at his post. Cao looked at him and told him to keep his eyes peeled. Now was an important period for building shelters, and if zombies broke through here, there would be no end to the problems. The barrier opened and Cao drove forward. Meanwhile, Guan was looking out the window. His subordinate came up to him and said that Captain Cao was digging under him. Guan said that old Luo would not give up his soldiers for good. He said that it was dangerous for Cao to go outside. After all, he might not come back. 5:30 in the morning. Fei was taking a shower. He turned off the water and said that they needed to make a further plan of action. He looked at the floor and said that the best way was to get into the military unit, go through the shelter. How good that Zayak was there with his men. He decided to first go to the shelter and, while he was looking for Zenyu, find out about the man with the surname Guan. If the military unit was the next target, he had to make a plan. He had no more chance for mistakes. At 6 in the morning, dawn broke. Fei was standing on the roof of the building. He said that it was time to move out now. He looked at his sister's photo. In clean clothes, Fei looked at the photo seriously and told his sister to be sure to wait for him. The ruins of the city. Fei made his way through the crowds of zombies, but he still could not use the absorption skill. He destroyed the zombies. Purple flames burned in his hands, but the skill did not work. Fei looked at his hand and did not understand why he could not use this skill. He looked ahead questioningly. An awakened zombie appeared in front of him. He screamed and said that he could not be late, otherwise he would not receive the reward for 100% attendance. He hit the ground and it began to crumble. Fei jumped to the side. He guessed that judging by what he saw, this was a common rage skill. The zombie jumped on the hero. Despite the fact that rage is common, this simple and crude skill does a lot of damage. Fei began to repel the enemy's attacks. Fei grabbed the zombie's hand, said that he seemed confident in his strength. The zombie screamed, trying to push the hero. The hero's feet left the ground. Fei did a somersault and kicked the zombie in the face. He broke free from the grip and jumped up. And in the jump, he hit the big guy with his knee in the chest. Electricity poured from the hero's eyes. He stretched out his hand to the half-dead zombie, deciding that now it could work. His hand was covered in purple flames. The skill activation began. Before this, the hero had only used on unawakened zombies. What would the result be this time? Energy enveloped the surrounding area. Fei looked at the process in surprise. As he expected, everything worked. The zombie screamed and lost muscle mass. The multicolored energy was absorbed by the hero. The zombie mass disintegrated into energy. Faye stood up and looked forward, asking what was this. An attack of multicolored rays flew at him. The hero was pierced by a purple beam. He screamed and looked around in fear, asking what was happening. He grabbed his chest. The remains of the flame burned on his body. The system reported the completion of the absorption and asked to check the results. Faye opened the interface window. The system showed a description of 3 types of energy. Faye thoughtfully looked at the descriptions. Everything was clear to him with green and gold energy, but red. A tree of absorbed skills appeared. Faye suddenly realized that he could copy other skills. As far as he remembered, in his past life there were very few people who could awaken 2 abilities, and there were no people with a large number of abilities at all. He presented a bunch of auras and faces, said that now he just needs to collect enough skills and shards and then he will have more abilities, and with the gene limitation, he can evolve almost infinitely. He looked to the side sharply. An earthquake began. Something appeared from the ground. An awakened F-rank monster appeared in front of the hero. Faye tensed up. The monster was huge. His eyes opened wide. He began to turn his head. Someone strong was approaching him. He raised his head and looked up. A yellow beam hit next to him. Faye covered his face and looked forward in surprise. In front of him stood Goldie. Faye smiled, happy that his dog was alive. The dog barked, standing in front of the huge monster. Faye did not expect Goldie to survive. He raised his hand and said that now is not the time for hugs. He told Goldie to step back and let him deal with this monster. Goldie pulled his master's hood. Faye looked at the obedient dog in surprise and asked if he was sure he could handle him. Goldie barked that he was right and that he wasn't afraid, even if the monster was bigger than him. The monster began its attack. Faye looked at him calmly and said that someone had lost their patience. He agreed and left the monster to him. Goldie's eyes flashed red. He spread his wings and began to scratch the asphalt. He screamed loudly at the enemy. Faye was surprised, because Goldie, it turned out, had also awakened his ability. Goldie ran forward. He grabbed the monster. He bit his thick skin. The monster threw the dog up. Goldie took off. The monster focused on him. The dog screamed, attacking rapidly. He began to deliver powerful blows with his huge paws. The monster's eyes flashed. He attacked the beast with many blows of his tail. Goldie opened his mouth and caught the opponent's tail during the attack. He pressed his claws into it and tore off the tail. The monster screamed, but his head was immediately pressed to the ground by the dog's paw. The paw began to glow as if covered in fire. The dog was covered in chakra. The monster froze in fear. Goldie raised his muzzle to the sky and howled. He directed his mouth to the enemy's back. A shot of energy began to form in his mouth, and in a moment everything was covered in fire. Faye looked at his pet in amazement, asking, did he really evolve twice? A column of smoke rose above the area. A small crater remained on the road. Goldie stood majestically on the defeated enemy. Faye frowned, thinking that his pet had undergone a double evolution. His appearance and flames had changed. This is what helped him survive after that ice, because he is becoming stronger. The monster did not move, all covered in burns and blood. Goldie began to bite into his prey, his mouth filled with green liquid. He raised his muzzle again and howled. The hero patted him and congratulated him on his double evolution. He said that with such dimensions it would be difficult for him to move, so he asked him to increase to his previous size. Faye turned back. He scanned the area. It was full of signs of life. Since the detection skill reached the 5th level, the area also increased. He imagined a model of the city. He saw the energies of people fighting with a bunch of zombies. Faye ran forward and told the pet to run after him. He suddenly froze, thinking that since he heard the sounds of gunfire, it could be the military. Meanwhile, the bunny was working at the monitor and said that he was connecting Miss Yun with the main office. A hidden image of the leader of an unknown group appeared on the monitor. He asked how things were going. Yun sighed and said that the situation was calm, but something unexpected happened that should be reported to him. She said that when they arrived at the place where the meteorite energy came from, the fragment itself was no longer there. In its place they found an S-rank warrior. Her skill was absolute 0, but she was not on the lists. Zenyu was lying in a hospital bed. Yun said that she took her on board and was now waiting for further instructions. The leader, sitting in the shadows, clarified the situation. Yun looked at the map in the video window. The leader ordered that the girl be taken to the main department immediately. Yun looked ahead and told Zaechik to set a course back, but he asked to take him with him when they returned so that he could buy carrots. Meanwhile, a group of Luo soldiers were exchanging fire. The commander ordered not to let the zombies break through the defense. A huge crowd was advancing on the people. Someone was shouting that they did not have enough power to kill these zombies. Cao and the rest of the fighters were firing. A man with white hair asked why Cao was not with the commander. The captain said that he went on a mission, but Commander Guan did something to his car and he was stuck here. He asked how the man got here. The man pointed to a group of scientists and said that he was escorting them to a shelter, but suddenly lightning struck their car and disabled it. They were forced to abandon the car to survive. The man looked forward angrily and told Cao that the people behind him were very important scientists for their future, but the situation was not in their favor, and the bullets were running out. He said that he would cover them, and Cao would take the scientists to a safe place to wait for reinforcements there. Cao looked at him with displeasure and asked what he was talking about. How can he hold back so many zombies alone? It's suicide. The man looked at the captain and told him to stop being a mother. He told him to remember that he was a champion in hand-to-hand combat. A giant zombie appeared ahead. The soldiers began to call for reinforcements. Jang ran forward and said that he was leaving them with Cao. Jang ran to his soldiers and told them to retreat back, but the soldiers did not want to leave their commander alone. The man shouted and said that this was an order. Cao shouted and ordered to retreat, ordered to reduce the battle formation and ordered to conserve ammunition. They must retreat slowly to protect the scientists. Jang got into a fighting stance. The infected ran at him. He swung his fist and said that he would show them what humans are worth. Jang delivered the first blow, knocking out the dead man's teeth. He got back into a stance, smiled and said that this blow invigorated him. The zombies furiously ran to attack again. Jang began to deal heavy blows to anyone who came close enough. Cao looked at the commander with concern and ordered him to hold on. He said that he would definitely come back and help him. He was amazed at Jang's strength. He looked at the scientists and ordered them to quickly leave and take care of their teacher. The lab assistants began to tell the teacher to stop reading because it was too dangerous now. Suddenly, something fell on the scientists. Jang lay, nailed to the wall. They began to ask him what was wrong. The big guy exhaled contemptuously, finding himself behind the scientist and Cao. Everyone turned. The old man noted the large appearance of the individual and began to write down. The zombie stretched out his hand towards them. Cao shuddered. The hero took hold of his leg, and with a powerful jerk, through the smoke, with the puppy on his shoulder, he burst into battle. His hand was covered in fire. Cao looked at him through the hole in the monster's body. The giant fell, and Fei began to absorb energies. Cao recognized him as the one he was looking for. He looked at the hero and asked if his name was Fei. Fei looked at him with displeasure and asked how he knew his name. He jumped off the corpse to the captain. The blonde looked at him and said that he had a request. Fei angrily interrupted him and told him to answer his question first. He asked to name his commander. Cao spread his hands and said that he obeyed Commander Luo. Cao introduced himself and said that they knew what the hero had gone through because of Commander Guan and why he came here. In his past life, after the apocalypse, all of humanity fell into madness. But this old general stood up to the defense of humanity to the end, starting with shelters and ending with the federal base. The old man defended the last piece of untouched land for humanity until the end of his life and was the hope of the human race. Fei thought about it. Cao shot the dead and said that when his commander learned what the hero had gone through, he wanted to meet him. He hoped that the hero would return to the shelter with them. Fei looked away sharply and asked to wait. There was an explosion in front of them. A zombie with electric hands came out of the smoke. Fei and Cao looked at it silently. Fei calmly told Cao to go inside while he sorted things out, but Cao said that it was too dangerous here alone. Fei looked at Goldie and asked not to worry, it would be better to take care of that wounded one. Cao nodded sadly and said that he would leave the zombie to the hero. Fei stretched his arms and asked Goldie to guard the people just in case, but asked not to reveal himself unless there was a need, otherwise he would not be allowed into the shelter. Fei took out a knife, looking at the awakened zombie. The others around him were low ranking, which meant there was no need to use the skill. The awakened one directed the crowd forward. Fei frowned. It seemed to him that the awakened one could control the zombies. He began to cut the dead, trying to figure out if this was true, because the zombie with the leader skill should not have appeared yet. Suddenly, he saw lightning in front of him. At the last moment, the hero dodged. The awakened one glared at the hero. The hero realized that the undead had just attacked him by surprise. The enemy knew how to use the lower zombies to distract him. Had he already discovered intelligence? The speed of evolution was much faster than the hero thought, and if this continued, monsters with the rank of Lord and King would appear soon. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. He wondered if this was all because of his reincarnation. He looked back. Cao was standing next to the bandaged giant, asking if he was okay. The man said that this was the zombie who had launched lightning at their car. The lab assistant asked the man not to move while she treated his wounds. Giant glared at the hero and asked why this guy was fighting alone. Fei was running towards the awakened one. Cao said that this was their savior and they couldn't do much to help him anyway. Energy was flowing from the hero's eyes. Cao called Fei the very hero Luo had spoken of. The zombie raised his hand. The current flashed. It struck the ceiling with lightning and it began to collapse. The girl looked at the debris flying at her in fear. Goldie paid attention to this. There was a roar. The roof collapsed. The girl covered herself with her hand in fear and coughed from the dust. People looked around, asking if everyone was safe. The zombie screamed. The lightning in his eyes turned red. Fei braked sharply. A huge fat man appeared behind the awakened one. Faye looked at him in amazement, trying to understand if this zombie could control other awakened ones. The fat man grabbed a boulder, asked about losing weight, and suggested talking about it tomorrow. Faye turned to the people and ordered everyone to lie down. The fat man threw the boulder forward. Faye jumped back from it and began to inflict many blows on the fat man. He realized that not only he had undergone accelerated evolution, but also the zombies. The mental agony of the hero required more strength to crush all these zombies. Dust rose from the battle. Faye wanted the strength with which he could protect his sister. The lab assistant sat on her knees, coughing up dust. The people looked at the hero in amazement. Cow could not believe that the hero was even a human. The scientist wanted to perform an emergency autopsy, and Goldie barked proudly. Faye extended his hand and activated the absorption skill. He received 1% of the rage skill. He landed and went to meet the awakened one with a burning hand. The zombie screamed, releasing electricity from his eyes. He shot lightning at the hero. Faye dodged, grabbed the zombie's face, and activated the absorption skill. The zombie began to scream and turn into a mummy. The system sent a notification about receiving the lightning skill. Faye looked at the burning hand in an epic way. He turned to the others. People were rejoicing at being saved. Faye turned around abruptly. Someone was calling the teacher to look. A group of people stood in place, looking at the protagonist in front and saying that they were now saved. Next to Faye lay the body of a defeated zombie. Goldie came closer. The voice asked the teacher to look away. The guy frowned, turning his head to the side. The hero in a white coat greedily grabbed a bright gemstone in his hand, telling the man standing next to him that there were such crystals here too. Professor Jang raised his eyebrows and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that this confirmed the results of his research, because since yesterday they began to appear in the dead. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, thinking about the man returning to work right after being on the verge of death. The hero greeted him. Professor Jang raised his eyebrows and extended his hand to the guy, saying his name and saying that he was a scientist. He thanked the hero for saving them. Faye frowned, a drop of sweat dripping down his face. He was surprised, thinking that Jang was the greatest scientist in the whole world. The protagonist froze in front of the man who extended his hand, thinking that in his past life he had never met such people in real life. The guy imagined Professor Jang with a vial in his hand. In front of him was a squad of heroes whose eyes glowed brightly. In their hands were various kinds of weapons. The hero thought about the professor and his team being able to obtain energy from the cores of monsters. Thanks to him, genetic medicines appeared. In the most terrible times, it was this invention that helped ordinary people wake up. The boy thought that right now, the man who gave people the ability to fight monsters was standing in front of him. Professor Jang raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking the boy what happened. Did he really not want to shake his hand? The protagonist shook the man's hand with both of his palms. Faye, without letting go of his hand, apologized, saying that he was too surprised to meet the professor. Jang raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if the hero had really heard of him. The boy in the robe turned his head, asking the professor to come here because his help would be needed. Jang looked at the protagonist, saying that he had more important things to do now, but he was interested in the hero and he hoped that they could chat some more. The man walked toward a group of people in white coats who surrounded the body lying on the ground. Captain Cow took the wounded giant by the arm. The hero turned to Faye, who was standing in front. Giant smiled, thanking him for saving him. The protagonist turned to them and raised his eyebrows, saying that he was always happy to help, but the guy had gotten the worst of it, so they needed to get him out of here as soon as possible. Faye said that he would find a car for them. Cow raised his eyebrows, saying that it was not necessary because he had already sent someone to search. The heroes looked away in surprise, hearing the professor's voice, who was saying that this could not be. Jang frowned and opened his eyes wide, wondering if he was wrong, because, in his opinion, all the dead should have crystals, but there were none here. A girl in a white coat stood next to the body of a giant zombie, saying that there was nothing here either. The man frowned at them. He asked if the hero understood how dangerous it was, because these stones were from the entrails of zombies. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that for the first time, he felt like his heart stopped, but then he was able to go through the evolution of strength. The professor carefully examined the gem in his hand, saying that it was incredible because the virus did not turn the hero into an undead, which means that something is suppressing him. 30% of the core energy can be safely obtained, but the remaining 70% is infected with the virus. It is dangerous. The man looked at the young man in front of him, saying that if they can get rid of the virus or suppress it, it will be much safer. Faye smiled, thinking that the professor had immediately developed his thought, which meant that everything was going according to plan. The guy raised his eyebrows and put his hand forward. He imagined the bodies of the defeated walking dead, saying that he could have accidentally destroyed the cores in these monsters, but he assured the man that each of them definitely had cores. His research was correct. Professor Jang frowned and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that the young man was probably also studying them. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and put his hands in front of himself, saying that he was a simple student. The man turned around, asking young Cao when they would already go to the shelter because he couldn't wait to write down the research. The guy, supporting his wounded comrade, looked at the professor, saying that they would soon go back because they had already found the car. 3 cars were moving along the road. There was a multi-story empty building nearby. Cao was driving, looking ahead, asking Faye if it was true that the hero became stronger by eating monster cores. The protagonist was petting Goldie. He looked at the boy, saying that it was true. Cao noted that many military men could become stronger without genetic cores. However, he asked if he would become stronger if he ate them too. Faye looked at the interlocutor, saying that they were the first to awaken. Eating cores is dangerous because he himself can become a zombie, so he should wait for the professor's research. Cao clenched his hands on the steering wheel, apologizing for his question. In the backseat of the car, the professor was examining a gem with a magnifying glass, saying that it was incredible. Faye raised his eyebrows, saying that he did not think he had long to wait. The hero thought about the fact that monsters evolve faster, and therefore medicine should also be pushed forward. Cao frowned, looking at the road. The protagonist looked at him, noticing that something was bothering him. The guy asked if he really needed to become awakened so urgently. Cao frowned, imagining Captain Guan and the squad of people standing in front of him, saying that the man was secretly gathering awakened soldiers while Captain Luo was spending all his time in the shelter. The hero was worried about Captain Luo, saying that he wanted to protect him and for that he needed strength. Faye frowned, saying that Captain Luo would definitely not lose to Guan. He was sure of it. The hero stroked Goldie, thinking that in his past life he had not heard of Guan, which meant that he had lost to Luo. Cao raised his eyebrows, saying that the captain had an excellent sense. It was not for nothing that he wanted to meet the guy. Faye smiled, saying that he also wanted to meet him. The heroes arrived at the fenced area where the construction was taking place. The guy noticed that they were there. This is where the shelter was being built. The car stopped in front of the post. The hero noticed that they had managed to do so much in a couple of days. Faye looked out the window and raised his eyebrows, saying that he paid his respects to the captain because he was doing an excellent job. The barrier rose. The car was able to drive on. The guy with wings instead of hands held the necessary beams for construction in his paws. The system reported that he had the skill, Bird, F rank. Next to the yellow excavators stood a giant man holding a concrete block in his hands. The system reported that he had the skill, Gigantism, F rank. Cao said that most of the awakened followed Captain Guan. The rest were helping their captain with the construction. The car stopped. The hero suggested getting out here. The guy and Goldie were standing next to the car. The girl screamed loudly, asking everyone to step aside because she had lost control. Faye opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows, looking ahead. A motorcycle was speeding towards him, and a red-haired girl was riding it. She was racing forward at a high speed, telling him to get out of the way. The guy put his hand forward, stopping the motorcycle, and the girl flew into the air. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked up. He caught the red-haired girl who had fallen into his arms. Faye raised his eyebrows and looked at her, asking if she was okay. The girl jumped out of his arms and began to bow, asking for his forgiveness. The guy put his hand forward, saying that everything was okay. Cao stood next to the protagonist and raised his eyebrows, asking what Linson was doing here. The girl opened her eyes wide and adjusted her glasses, screaming loudly that Captain Cao was alive because Captain Luo could not contact him, so they thought that the guy died on a mission. He came closer and hit her on the head, saying that he did not ask that. The girl raised her hands above her head, saying that she came to meet new survivors. A dark-haired guy in a robe held the wounded giant by the arm. The professor folded his hands behind his back, asking to take the wounded to the medical center and to take the scientists to the lab. Linson raised her hand to her head, saying that everything will be done. Captain Cao looked at Faye, saying that he would go and report everything to Captain Luo. For now, he needed to go through the verification procedure with the other drunks, and he would try to arrange a meeting for him with the captain. The protagonist looked at him, saying that he understood everything. Cao frowned, asking him to be careful, because Captain Guan has special influence here and the protagonist is no longer on good terms with him. The guy put out his hand, asking him not to do anything stupid until he meets Captain Luo. The protagonist nodded. Linson raised her hand up, asking the approaching bus to come closer. Faye looked at the departing Cao, thinking that he was right. There was no point in asking for trouble until he knew the situation in the shelter. The medics put the wounded giant on a stretcher. A group of people headed towards the bus. The hero thought that first they needed to get to Captain Luo's camp, because his resources were needed to search for his sister. Linson raised the loudspeaker in front of her, asking the heroes to stand in line so that it would be easier for them to check them for infection. The heroes began to discuss this with displeasure. The guy noted that no one had bitten him, so why conduct a check? The girl frowned, saying that these are the rules because safety should be above all else, but before that they must fill out the following form. Fei raised his eyebrows, looking at the piece of paper in his hand and thinking that he expected this from Captain Luo. The man is doing everything right, because the hero knows many terrible tragedies that happened due to violation of security measures. The hero took the sheet with both hands, saying that it was too much trouble. The guy opened his mouth, saying that it took them a long time to get here, it would be better if they were given a rest. Linson raised her hand and asked for silence. She asked the people to follow her. The girl held in her hand a filled-in form for a hero named Dazuan. His age was 31, height was 170 centimeters, weight was 60 kilograms, there was no contact with the infected, place of residence was G-City. She said that he could continue the examination. The protagonist handed the filled-in form to Wen. The girl's eyes widened. Wen stood up from her seat and smiled widely, asking if this was really Fei. The guy raised his eyebrows, trying to remember where he had seen the girl before. Goldie barked. The girl leaned her hands on the table and stood up from her seat, saying that her name was Wen and not long ago he saved their group. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he remembered. Fei smiled, saying that she had joined the medical team. He asked how Zayak was doing. Wen frowned and looked down, saying that she was much stronger, so she had a great place, but she had been having problems recently. The guy in line frowned, displeased, noting that the lovebirds could flirt later and they were waiting for their turn. Wen widened her eyes and apologized. The protagonist handed her Goldie, saying that he would leave it here because it would be bad if it was found to have a virus. Wen smiled and stroked the dog, saying that it was the one they got there on last time, a real cutie. The guy smiled and looked at her, saying that this was not an ordinary animal, but there was no need to be afraid of it because it was obedient. Wen raised her eyebrows and looked after the protagonist, offering to have dinner with Zayak today. She would be glad to see the guy. Fei raised his hand and smiled, agreeing to overcome it. The girl in a medical mask and gloves said that this was all. For now he could go to the waiting room. If the test results were negative, he would be allowed into the shelter. The protagonist sat on a chair, putting his hand with a rolled-up sleeve on the table and agreeing with her words. The guy lifted the blue curtain, entering the room where there were already other survivors. A group of people came closer. The man took the sheets in his hand and arched his eyebrows, asking who was Dazuan here. The dark-haired guy rubbed his neck, saying that it was him. The hero asked if there was any problem. The man said that the guy was infected, now he would be quarantined. Two guys in uniform grabbed Dazuan by the arms. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking how this was possible. The man frowned and squeezed the piece of paper in his hand, telling him to listen to him. This is not a kindergarten for them. If he does not agree to obey them, get out of here. He ordered to detain the guy. Dazuan frowned sadly, a vein bulged on his neck. Two guys took the hero aside. A group of survivors froze in place. The man frowned, saying that everyone else was not infected. Fei should stay here, the rest can go rest, because tomorrow they will start helping to build a shelter. The protagonist frowned discontentedly. The group of survivors headed for the exit, discussing the fact that the guy was clearly unlucky. One of the heroes noted that they should stay away from him, otherwise they could become dead. The man frowned, watching the people leaving. The hero extended his hand to Fei, saying that Captain Cao said that he was an important guest. He asked the guy to follow him, intending to take him to a normal room. The guy was sitting on the edge of the bed. There was a large mirror on the wall, and there was a lot of light in the room. The hero was holding a photo of his sister in his hands. He wondered where his Zenyu was now. The girl closed her eyes. There was a mask with tubes on her face. Zenyu's body was in a giant capsule of water. The hero asked how the analysis went. The short hero standing next to him said that there was nothing in the girl that they were looking for, and he hoped that everything would be simple. There was a sound outside the door of the protagonist's room. The guy raised his head. Wen entered. She was holding Goldie in her arms, offering the hero to go have dinner. She would take him to the dining room. Goldie jumped into the guy's arms. Fei smiled, saying that he was just hungry. The hero followed the girl, saying that he almost did not recognize her in this outfit. Wen smiled, saying that she always dressed like this after work. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that Zayak was also going to the dining room at this time, so they could give him a surprise. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked at her, asking what happened to Zayak. Goldie was sitting on his shoulder. Wen frowned sadly and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that when she woke up, Captain Guan's subordinates tried to force her to join his side. She refused, but they did not leave her alone. Fei frowned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought that Guan was causing too much trouble. Now he was brazenly trying to take all the awakened ones for himself. Something needed to be done urgently. The heroes walked forward along the corridor. An announcement sounded that a conflict situation had occurred in the dining room on the 3rd floor, so they urgently requested reinforcements to check the conflict situation. The guy stopped, asking what happened. Wen turned to him, saying that things were bad. The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, saying that these people were probably bothering Zayak again because she had already heard such a siren twice. The protagonist frowned and walked forward, asking her to take him there immediately. The girl ran after him, agreeing with his words. The man slapped his palm on the table. He closed his eyes and smiled, saying that Captain Guan thought highly of her abilities, and he conveyed that if she joined them, she would get everything she wanted. The girl bowed her head and opened her mouth, apologizing. Zayak picked up the tray and, knitting her brows, turned around, saying that it didn't matter what they offered her, since she wouldn't agree. She wasn't attracted to Captain Guan's policies, so they'd better leave her alone. The protagonist held out his hand with an open palm. The guy smiled and, stopping his hand in front of Huang, said that she'd better think about it carefully. Zayak frowned, ordering them to let her through. The guy furrowed his brows and smiled maliciously, asking her to calm down. She needed to understand that they didn't want to toil for one old man, Captain Luo, all their lives, and she was an extremely capable lady, so they reminded her of the right side. Zayak frowned, her eyes shining brightly, and streams of energy raised her hair up. She told him to shut up. Streams of bright energy appeared in her palm. The guy clenched his hands into fists, saying that he thought so, that her telekinesis was simply incredible because the entire floor was shaking. Now he understood why the captain needed her. The hero furrowed his brows and smiled maliciously, saying that she was not the only one with power here. Wang slammed his fists against each other. His body was covered in impenetrable metal. He had an F-rank metal transformation. A bright stream of flame appeared in the guy's palm. He had an F-rank fire element. The boy opened his bright eyes wide and swung his arm, sending a fireball forward and saying that she would go with them today no matter what it took. Zayak frowned, looking at the fireball and thinking that they were also awakened. Fei appeared in front of her. He swung his hand, cutting the bright fireball. The girl's mouth opened in surprise. Zayak frowned. The boy opened his eyes wide and frowned, saying that it was Fei. The protagonist frowned and grabbed his wrist with his palm, saying that he was sorry that they had to meet like this. The man clenched his fist and frowned, asking where this guy came from and was bothering them. He told her to teach him a lesson. The boy lowered his hands down and smiled. Bright streams of flame appeared around his body. He said that he still didn't like the hero because he was too impudent. The guy told Huang to hold him back while he struck. Huang gritted his teeth and moved forward, saying that he would do so because the hero would never be able to penetrate his armor. Fei frowned, and bright streams of energy appeared around his body. He wondered if it was possible to use devouring on people. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that if he started killing, he would be kicked out of here, and he needed to stay here for now. Bright streams of energy enveloped his hand. The protagonist punched Huang in the face, thinking that a third of his strength would be enough for a metal transformation. Huang's eyes widened, a dent appeared on his armored face, and the armor itself disintegrated into small pieces at the point of impact. The guy opened his mouth slightly, saying that this was impossible. The protagonist threw him aside. The table flew into the air. The guy opened his eyes and mouth in surprise, looking at this. He frowned and gritted his teeth, looking forward. Fei looked down at him with his eyes shining brightly. He asked why they chose Guan. The guy bowed his head down, begging for mercy because he didn't want to do anything bad. Fei punched the guy in the stomach with his fist. His eyes widened and his mouth opened. Zayak looked at the hero in surprise, thinking that he was able to deal with two awakened ones in 2 blows. Behind the main character were the defeated opponents. The girl looked after them. The man put his hands on his hips, telling him to get away from him because he was a direct subordinate of Captain Guan. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that since the guy was new here, he better not interfere where he doesn't belong, otherwise he will tell Captain Guan himself about this, and then he will definitely have a hard time. Fei covered his mouth with his hand. The main character frowned, tilting his head to the side. He lifted the man up with one hand, holding his face. Zayak frowned, asking the guy to let him go, otherwise the man would die and there would be trouble. The guy looked ahead. He let go of the man, who fell to the floor with a crash. The hero in a blue uniform was walking up the stairs, followed by his subordinate soldiers. He ordered everyone to get out of the way. Wen's eyes widened. The man put his hand forward and frowned, ordering them to immediately surround the rioters. The armored soldiers pointed their guns at Zayak, Fei, and the man who had fallen to the floor. The hero spread his arms out to the sides, asking if they were tired of living. How dare they raise their hand against the keeper of order? He ordered these people to be arrested. The main character frowned and put his hand out with a bright stream of energy, asking if they were too weak for this. The man frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking if the boy dared to threaten them. They were the law here. If he did not follow the orders of the authorities, they would throw him out of the shelter. The boy raised his eyebrows and put out his hand, asking if they were also under Captain Guan. The girl grabbed his hand. Zayak frowned, asking the hero to calm down, otherwise they would expose Captain Luo. The boy with the shield walked, asking those gathered to step aside. The crowd was discussing how the hero didn't look like a villain, just like Zan. Someone said that now he was finished because the platoon leader Kan wouldn't let it go so easily. Wen frowned sadly, looking at what was happening. Goldie barked softly, being in her arms. Faye smiled, asking her not to worry because they would be back soon. He told Goldie to listen to Wen and not run away. The girl frowned sadly, saying that she understood everything. The soldiers and heroes approached the door. Kan told them to leave the guy here and take Zan to the reception room. The door opened. There was a staircase leading down, onto which the light from the room fell. The man told him to go down and not to do anything stupid. The protagonist lowered his head, looking at the steps of the stairs and thinking that if Zenyu came to this shelter after waking up, then she either became Guan's subordinate, which Zayak was currently checking, or she was arrested for her behavior and he himself would now check this. The guy froze, seeing a bright light in front of him. The hero froze, looking ahead. He saw a group of muscular and tall men dressed in the same clothes. Faye froze, looking at the large room behind the heroes and thinking that everything here was soaked in blood. Apparently this is where they executed those who were inconvenient to the regime. There were traces of blood on the walls and floor. The men clenched their hands into fists and moved towards the protagonist. Kyan frowned and raised his hand, ordering them to no point in wasting his time any longer. He ripped the handcuffs off his hands in one motion. The crowd of men were approaching him, floating in the air, about to unleash a hail of punches. Streams of wind and dust rose up in the room. The man swung his fist. The guy put his palm out. He stopped the attacking hero. The man tried to grab his leg, but the protagonist jumped up. Faye put his hands out, stopping one of the heroes from attacking. Two men were about to strike at his sides. The protagonist pinned one of the guy's arm to the floor, lifting his body into the air. Faye braced his hands on the floor and spread his legs out, spinning around and punching their faces. Kyan frowned and gritted his teeth nervously, wondering if the hero was kidding, since he was dealing with 6 big guys at the same time, all of them street boxers, the best of the best. The man frowned, telling the boy not to come near. The soldier behind him pointed his gun at the hero. Kyan smiled widely and took out a glass flask with a bright liquid. A shudder ran through his body. He said that this was a zombie virus that he took from the lab, and since the boy was close to Wen, if something happened to the man, his subordinates would definitely poison her with this thing, so the hero had better not come near. Faye frowned and gritted his teeth, telling him to repeat his words. Captain Cow and 2 soldiers appeared behind the man. He frowned, telling them to stop. Kyan widened his eyes, asking what the captain was doing here. The boy frowned, saying that he was informed that Kyan was lynching, which was unacceptable. The man's eyes widened and he pointed at the bodies of the boxers lying behind him, asking who was taking justice here. After all, the guy had injured 6 officers here and 2 more upstairs. Captain Cow frowned and grabbed his arm. He looked at the test tube with a bright liquid in his hand, asking if his words could explain why he kept it here. The guy gritted his teeth, asking where he got it. Probably stole the forbidden serum from the lab. He asked if the man knew what it would mean. Kyan's eyes widened and his mouth opened, saying that he understood perfectly well. He just wanted to scare the guy. Captain Cow frowned, ordering him that he needed Captain Cow's help. The guy put his hand forward, saying that he knew what the hero wanted to ask, but first he needed to get him out of here, because it smelled terrible. The guys were standing at the elevator doors. The protagonist asked where they were going. Cow pressed the button, saying that he would find out very soon. The guy said that they were there. Faye's eyes widened. In the room by the open window, he saw Captain Luo. The man raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Cow pointed forward and said that Captain Luo was waiting for the protagonist there. Faye walked into the spacious office and greeted him. The old man greeted the guy happily. He extended his hand and said that it was better to skip the formalities, so he immediately asked him to sit down. The protagonist walked up to the chair and asked why the captain called him. In his past life, he had only seen statues of Captain Luo, and now he was right here. He looked like an ordinary person, but even now his sharp gaze was alarming. Luo sat down in the chair and said that he would speak frankly, after which he said that he thought that he guessed his purpose for coming to the shelter. He stared at the guy and said that Guan had sent assassins against him and his younger sister, after which she disappeared. The protagonist stared at the old man and said, "So he knows everything." Suddenly, his eyes. Hearing this, the protagonist spread his arms and asked if the old man had really decided to fight him. "That's right," the old man answered without a trace of doubt in his voice, adding that they were not in the best position, so they needed Faye's help. The protagonist spread his hand to the side and asked how much power Guan had available. Luo heard the protagonist answered firmly, adding that people could also obtain the source weapon. As soon as the captain heard this, he was even more shocked than before. He looked at Faye with wide eyes and asked, "Source weapon?" The protagonist presented many weapons and replied that there was a special material inside the zombies, genetic cores, and with their help one could obtain the most powerful weapons. He also said that these weapons would help them not only in the fight against Guan, but also in defense against zombie attacks. Captain Luo stood up abruptly from his chair, slammed his fist on the table, and shouted, asking if the guy was lying to him. Fei left the table, realizing that it was quite difficult for the captain to take his word for it. He walked up to the captain's desk and said that he would borrow a pen and paper. The guy leaned over and immediately began to write something. When he finished, he handed the paper to the captain and said that he had written down the basic idea for creating a source weapon. Luo frowned, thinking that this could not be fiction. The protagonist replied that as soon as the captain showed the notes to the professor, he would be very happy. Luo wondered if the young man was really just a university student. After all, it had not been a week since the end of the world, and he knew so much, and he had quite a few secrets. He stood up from his chair and said that if this was true, the guy would help save humanity. He bowed and thanked the protagonist, to which Fei replied that it was his duty. The guy thought that the captain was not asking him how he knew all this, but was simply allowing him to keep the secret, which suited him. He held out the photo of his sister and said that he believed that Captain Guan had kidnapped her and wanted Luo to try to verify it. The captain looked at the photo thoughtfully and replied that his sister's case was not that simple. He turned on the video on the tablet and asked the protagonist to take a look because there was a CCTV recording of Zenyu's disappearance. Fei's eyes widened in horror. Luo frowned and replied that at first he also suspected Captain Guan, but after a while he realized that it was not his doing, but most likely some unknown organization. The protagonist clutched the tablet in his hands and thought that this could not be, because during the first wave there was only this shelter. With glassy eyes, he looked ahead and thought that at that time he did not feel someone else's presence. Maybe it was that woman, when suddenly the captain called out to him. He asked if Fei was okay, and the boy nodded. Luo put his hand on his heart and swore that he would help the boy find his sister for the rest of his life. Fei thanked him, then lowered his head in disappointment and wondered why it had to be Zenyu. After a short pause, Captain Luo said that he had a plan to defeat Guan even without the genetic weapon, and then placed the box on the table. The protagonist raised his head with interest. Luo opened the box, which contained a small black box. He immediately moved his fingers. Fei watched in surprise as black mana came out of the box. The aura instantly began to approach the captain, enveloping him. His hands suddenly turned black with bright red lines. An ancient civilization. They belonged to a civilization that God abandoned. In the history of mankind, countless myths and legends have been left behind in this world, and these myths and legends, these gods, they created the world, created humans, created heaven and earth, overturned power. The evidence left behind, such as these relics, is proof of the existence of a higher power. These relics have a mysterious power. It is the wisdom of the race contained in the essence. It is far superior to ordinary weapons. But after people continued to explore, they learned of a hidden place, and this place is called Ancient Ruins. The old man with his hand outstretched said that the small cube he had with him was a relic of an ancient civilization called the Heavenly God's Armor. Hearing this, Fei exclaimed in his mind that after all, these myths and legends are not fiction. He looked at the ancient weapon in surprise and asked the old man if he knew where the ancient ruins was. The captain lowered his head slightly and replied that he had been a commander for 40 years, and his motive. The relic in his hand began to return to the small cube again while Luo was talking to protect this secret, when suddenly he said that there were ancient ruins under the shelter. Hearing this, the protagonist jumped to his feet, not knowing what to say. He looked at the old man intently and asked if he had any more relics. The captain closed the case with the cube and replied that, unfortunately, he only had one at the moment. He brought the case to himself and added that with their current technology, it was difficult to mine without destroying the ancient ruins, so they could only access the first floor of the ruins, but very soon they would be able to solve the second floor as well. The protagonist heard this, put his hand to his chin and said in his mind that in his past life, Luo had to solve the second floor of the ancient ruins in order to defeat Guan. The old man broke the silence and said that he hoped that Fei could help them increase the speed of mining the ruins, speed up the opening of the second floor, and as a reward, he could choose any relic there was. The protagonist smiled broadly and replied that it was an honor for him, but he would need help finding his sister. The captain put his hand on his knee and said that they had agreed, so he still wanted to discuss ideas in the direction of building the shelter, adding that he hoped that Fei could give him some advice. Okay, the protagonist replied. Some time passed. Captain Cao yawned sweetly. The protagonist left Luo's office and apologized to Cao for waiting. They had just been chatting too much, and when they came to their senses, it was already sparkling. Cao laughed and replied that everything was fine, adding that it seemed like everything had gone well. They approached the elevator, and the captain epidemic, he had no confidence in the future, but Fei's appearance turned everything upside down and strengthened his will to protect the citizens. Jang replied that this is called hope, because Fei and the survivors gave them hope. Goldie ran forward at a rapid pace, barking loudly. He jumped on Fei, and the protagonist asked why the dog was there. Wen replied that the dog smelled his scent and rushed at him, after which Zayak asked if the protagonist was okay. Faye nodded and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that after she was captured, Commander Luo immediately sent people to get her, but she went into the archives and checked, and it seemed that his sister was not on the list of those awakened. Faye smiled and said that they would talk later since he was very hungry. Guan frowned and clenched his fist in anger, asking if Faye had come to the hideout since Luo knew that he had a feud with him but was still trying to recruit him. He asked indignantly if the guy was really going to go against him. He shouted loudly to continue recruiting awakened people and to strengthen their unit's training with awakening. His servant put his hand to his head and was ready to carry out the order. Guan gritted his teeth in anger and thought that he didn't care what Luo had up his sleeve since he had always suppressed him, so this time it was his turn to wield power. The guard's replacement came to the guard and said that he was free to go, to which the guard breathed a sigh of relief. The guy turned to him and asked if something was wrong. The guard turned to him with a smile and said that it was very safe under Luo's command, so there was no need to be nervous. The guy put binoculars to his eyes, looked into the distance, and said that it was better to be careful, because if the zombies got inside, the consequences would be serious. He immediately broke out in a sweat and was asked if he was okay. The guy's voice trembled, after which the guard frowned and saw many zombies in the distance. A signal came over the loudspeaker that the shelter was moving to the first alert level, and those who were unable to fight had better go to shelter. People started running in panic, asking if there were zombies in the shelter. The guard raised his hand and shouted for everyone to return to their rooms. A servant ran into Luo's office and shouted that they were in big trouble. The commander frowned and asked what happened, because it was very noisy outside. The guy replied that a large group of zombies had appeared 15 kilometers away from them, moving towards their base. He shouted that they would approach the shelter in 2 hours. Luo asked how many there were, to which the boy replied that there were roughly more than 10,000. Hearing this, the old man was very scared and asked again, more than 10,000, adding that the base was still under construction, so they were completely unable to cope with such a number of zombies. He immediately transmitted over the landline that they needed to call Commander Guan. A few minutes later, a rough male voice was heard, which belonged to Guan. Luo looked at the phone and said that the old man should know what was happening at the base now. Guan held the phone to his ear and replied that he was aware, adding that if 10,000 zombies arrived at the shelter would collapse in a matter of minutes. He also said that he hoped that the old man understood that his awakened squad was the only one who could defeat the zombies. After these words, he said that he could send them military support, but he had one condition. Luo asked again in surprise. Guan smiled ominously and said, "That's right," adding that after that, he wanted Luo to hand over all his military authority to him. As soon as the old man heard this, he slammed his hands on the table and shouted furiously that even in a crisis situation where life and death were at stake, he still cared to gain power and authority. Guan looked at the phone in his hands and replied that he had told him a long time ago that in the apocalypse, only those with absolute power could rule like a king. So if Luo gave him his consent, the people in the shelter would be saved, and then asked if protecting the people was not his goal. It was time to make a choice. Captain Luo slapped his forehead with his hand, not knowing what to do. Gritting his teeth, he said that if Guan helped the shelter overcome this crisis, he would agree to this condition. As soon as Guan heard this, he joyfully exclaimed that they had agreed, so he would not hesitate. After saying these words, he hung up the phone. As soon as the beeps were heard, Cao spread his arms and shouted, asking how Luo could agree to hand over his military authority to him. The old man looked at the floor and firmly replied that they had no choice but to ask him for help, because he could not seek benefits when the lives of his men were at stake. He then ordered all the soldiers to be gathered. Why did this happen now? He just needed a little more time. Genetic medicine, unique weapons, the room of relics of the ancient gods. At this time, Guan hung up the phone and ordered the subordinate in front of him to immediately transfer all their forces to the front lines to fight the zombies. The awakened squad too, the guy asked. Guan stared at the subordinate and replied, yes, adding that they needed to mobilize all their forces, because he did not want his shelter to be damaged. He knew that this was the perfect opportunity to show old Luo his strength. At this time, the soldiers began to gather. They talked among themselves, asking what kind of warning this was. Someone was responding that a wave of zombies was approaching the shelter right now, adding that perhaps only Commander Guan's awakened squad could handle them. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, indicating that Commander Luo was coming. The old man stood taller than everyone else, saying that he thought everyone already knew that a large wave of zombies was approaching them. He looked at all of his soldiers and said that, however, no one should worry or be afraid, as they would protect this place at all costs. Helicopters were being prepared, while the old man continued to say that right now, 2/3 of the shelter's forces had left for the front, and Commander Guan had also sent an awakened squad to the front. They promised to block the advance of the zombies even at the cost of their lives. Luo looked at the squad and shouted that everyone who remained in the rear would protect the camp, as they were their last line of defense. He spread his arms out to the side and shouted to do it for the sake of humanity's survival, as he hoped that the squad would be able to put their egos aside and give it their all, while Cao agreed with him in everything. At this time, in the shelter dormitory, people were running to their rooms to escape the danger. Fei looked around and asked what was going on, as it was getting noisy. Cao immediately ran towards him as fast as he could. The protagonist asked what happened, to which Cao replied that about 10,000 zombies were attacking the shelter, and Commander Luo was forced to ask Guan for help. He frowned and continued that Luo had agreed to hand over his military authority after the crisis and given Fei's past with Guan. He was afraid that the boy would be harmed, so he asked Cao to tell the protagonist to hide, and they would talk about everything after they defeated the wave of zombies. The protagonist shouted indignantly, asking where Luo was, as they needed to meet urgently. Cao replied that Luo had already left for the front lines to instruct the soldiers in battle, and he also had to hurry, so there was no time to explain everything. He extended his hand forward, handing the guy a map of the shelter on which he had indicated the escape routes. Cao was about to leave, shouting that he would take care of Zayak and Wen, when Fei suddenly asked him to wait. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wondered why a wave of zombies appeared now. Didn't the first wave appear after a month in his previous life? He thought that there were 500,000 zombies back then, but at this stage, defeating 10,000 would still be difficult. He looked down and began to examine the map in his hand. There was a full moon outside and a huge crowd of zombies was approaching. Guan's squad was traveling in helicopters and watching the swarming zombies. The tanks drove up to the shelter and transmitted that they had arrived at their destination, and immediately began to fight. They immediately concentrated their firepower and opened fire on the zombies. From the helicopters they started firing, shouting that they couldn't let the zombies get through the line. Loud explosions and gunshots were heard on the ground. The helicopters flew closer to the ground and fired point blank. The soldiers shouted that there were too many monsters. Although they had killed a lot of zombies, it was nothing compared to the size of the approaching wave. The guys shouted that they were almost out of gunpowder. The soldiers shouted for someone to call headquarters for backup. He looked at the zombies and shouted that they were the advanced group and their firepower was limited, so they wouldn't be enough to hold back the wave of zombies. The monsters with their mouths wide open were rapidly approaching the shelter. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard, hitting the zombies. It was one of the awakened from Guan's squad. The soldiers saw the squad and shouted happily that reinforcements had finally arrived. A huge squad was ready to defend the shelter. They went down to the soldiers and said that they could give the rest to them. The awakened guy smiled widely and said contentedly that after long training, they could finally fight in a real battle. After these words, they rushed to attack the zombies, shouting that they must give their all and not disgrace Commander Guan. A fierce battle between the awakened and the zombies was about to begin. The monsters furiously advanced towards the people, wanting to kill everyone. The fight began. The awakened used their skills, destroying the zombies. The soldiers looked at it in shock and asked if this was the power of those who awakened. They saw how one guy destroyed a whole crowd of zombies with his power alone. The awakened, with a wide smile on his face, said that it was all too easy, because killing these zombies was as easy as crushing ants. When suddenly a huge monster appeared behind him, which he did not notice. As soon as the awakened heard the scream of his comrade, he immediately turned around. But it was too late. The zombie quickly and very hard hit the guy. The monster's eyes were burning, and instead of hands there were blades. A pool of blood flowed to his feet. He spread his arms and let out a furious roar into the sky. Another awakened was shaking with fear and said that there were awakened zombies in this wave. Huge zombies hung over the guy, who said that they only had about 200 people. This is more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies, but awakened. Although they are superior to them in fighting technique, they have an advantage in numbers, but what should they do now? Suddenly, a powerful explosion of magical energy was heard. The walls of the shelter, the smoke and screams from the battlefield reached them. Commander Guan contacted his squad and asked about the situation. As soon as he heard that 50 awakened had already died in the battle, he gritted his teeth and ordered an immediate retreat. He then took off his headphones, looked at Luo and said that they could not allow the awakened people to sacrifice themselves for nothing, so they should regroup there and get equipment from the shelter. Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and replied that this was their only choice left. He put his hands behind his back and asked Cao how much combat power they had left. The captain spread his hands and replied that it was not much, because the arrival of the zombie wave was too sudden, and they did not have much military supplies. Besides, the vanguard had already used up half of them. This information made Luo tense up greatly. He knew that they would probably have to stand until the last minute. Then he ordered Cao to form a team and plant mines in front of the shelter. Also, I need to tell Zayak to take the civilians away, and if necessary, to start the final defense and close the bomb shelter. Cao saluted and firmly said, yes. Then the old man turned to the other captains and ordered them to manage their defense points, adding that he would not allow a single mistake, so they must protect them without a single mistake. Guan looked at his former comrade and said in his head that even in such a hopeless situation, Liu could still issue orders in an organized manner, so he really deserved respect. 20 minutes later, it was night outside, and the stars were shining brightly in the sky. The city was silent. The ground began to explode from the bombs. The squad shouted that a wave of zombies had arrived at the mine-laying area, while the commanders watched what was happening. The cannons quickly directed fire at the crowd of zombies. Loud explosions were heard in the area. Guan said that their firepower would not last long, so they had no choice but to admit defeat, to which Liu replied that it was not over yet. Guan became angry and shouted at the commander to stop showing off, because if they and the other awakened united, he believed that they could still fight back. Luo shouted that they could not do anything about this situation, because if they continued like this, they would be finished off, after which Guan's squad informed that many strangely shaped zombies had appeared from the underworld. Guan shouted furiously that the zombies had broken through the mines and would soon reach the walls of the shelter. The monsters were advancing at great speed. Cao shouted menacingly at Luo that it was too dangerous here, so they should go to the bomb shelter. The commander looked ahead and wondered if Cao also thought that they had lost. They sensed something was wrong and looked up, seeing zombies above them. Cao frowned and screamed, "Did he really just jump over the walls?" He gritted his teeth and yelled for the squad to protect Commander Luo. The zombie bared his teeth and quickly headed towards Luo. Cao screamed in alarm that it was too late. The commander wondered if it was all over already. He raised his head up in fear. The zombie's body was immediately cut into two parts. Fei landed carefully, looking up at the commander. Luo was confused when he saw the protagonist. The guy grinned and apologized for being late because he had been looking for the armory for a long time. Luo abandoning him. The guy walked to the edge of the wall and asked him not to worry, because nothing would happen to the shelter and they could provide it to him. He said that he thought so, that hope is the strongest of the most insubstantial supports. The angry zombies were quickly approaching the shelter. The old man spread his arms and screamed in shock, asking if Fei really wanted to fight the zombies alone. The protagonist swung his sword and replied that it was exactly like that, because his strength should be enough to fight off the wave of zombies. After these words, he jumped off the wall and turned to Goldie in midair, saying that it was his turn now. The dog's eyes lit up with a bright scarlet fire. Suddenly, he changed his form, turning into a huge beast with Fei on his head. The captains who were standing behind him were shocked and said that the guy would die if he jumped off. But suddenly a pillar of powerful magical energy hit the sky. A huge beast with wings flew into the sky. Then everyone saw that the protagonist was sitting on its back. Luo looked at this with a cold sweat on his face and said in his head that he did not know why, but he suddenly had an impossible thought that Fei could really defeat the wave of zombies. The protagonist flew on Goldie and looked at the horde of zombies without a drop of fear. Putting his hand on the pet's head, he ordered it to move forward. At that very second, Goldie rushed into the horde of monsters and a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist at that moment jumped off the pet and rushed to attack. With rapid strikes, he cut through one monster after another. With a few movements, he destroyed a huge crowd of zombies. But the monsters did not end. They jumped on Fei from all sides, wanting to kill. The rapid strikes of his swords were visible throughout the crowd. At one point, the protagonist gritted his teeth. He used a powerful technique, cutting through huge hordes of zombies. Rising into the air, he looked down and said in his head that from a close distance, the wave of zombies looked monstrous. After thinking these thoughts, he swung his swords, saying to himself that he never thought that in this life he would dare to face a wave of zombies alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw several of his swords, and then he himself cut down more than 100 zombies with a single technique. For the sake of his sister, he needed the help of the shelter, so he must protect it. Fei looked to the side warily and noticed an awakened zombie in the form of a snake in front of him. He grabbed his sword and thought that there were quite a lot of awakened zombies in this wave, so it was no wonder that Guan's squad could not defeat them, because in terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage. A bright fire appeared from the snake's mouth. It began to spew fire from its mouth, while the protagonist jumped up and thought that if the awakened zombies reached the shelter, the consequences would be serious, so he must stop them. He swung his hand strongly and quickly headed towards the snake. Hitting her head with his sword, he realized that the scaly ones had high defense capabilities. He immediately frowned. The guy pushed off her head sharply and landed on the ground. He threw the sword aside and thought that normal weapons would not be able to cause any harm, and he should use supernatural abilities. Fei was immediately enveloped in purple mana and quickly ran forward. With the help of fire magic, he was able to kill 786 normal zombies. The fire immediately completely enveloped the snake. In the message, he read that he killed one awakened zombie and received 796 evolution points. He began to put away his weapon and said that he had a lot to work on since he had only killed 700 zombies. He suddenly began to swing his sword, trying to hit the zombies. He frowned and thought that activating the ability to devour with his bare hands was rather inconvenient. He grabbed the sword and wondered if pouring the ability devour energy into his weapon would have an effect. He swung the magic sword in different directions, leaving traces of mana in the air. He was glad that he could activate ability devour using his weapon as a means. His sword began to crumble little by little, and he realized that it could not withstand all the power, but for now, he had to endure it. Fire mana appeared in Goldie's mouth. With furious eyes, he released all the fire forward, killing the zombies. The protagonist silently watched him from the side, thinking that the mass skills were very convenient. But he also thought that her weaknesses were also very obvious. The boy looked at the angry Goldie and thought that it was using too much stamina. The squads watched in shock and shouted, was Faye really stopping the wave of zombies and the golden monster by himself? Luo turned to look at them and thought that thanks to the boy, everyone stopped fearing the disaster. He put his hand on his beard and told Cow to gather all the awakened in the shelter right now, to which the boy replied that he would do it now. The commander thought that the boy, who had just arrived at the shelter, immediately rushed into battle, so they could not just sit back and watch. Guan stood next to Luo and thought that the boy would definitely not forgive him. He gritted his teeth and thought that he could not just stand back and wait for his death. At this time, Goldie stood in front of the crowd of zombies with a furious grin. The monsters screamed furiously and rushed into battle. They began to climb Goldie's fur onto him. The animal noticed this and its eyes lit up even more. Suddenly, its entire body caught fire. It looked angrily at all the monsters surrounding it. The protagonist saw this and said in his head that his pet had to use this form to deal with the giant snake, adding that it seemed like the monsters were pushing Goldie to the limit. At that very second, the beast released a terrifying stream of fire from its mouth. It hit the zombie horde over a very large area. The flames were so powerful that they left nothing behind. The captains watched all this and shouted that this was simply a destructive force, adding that even rocket artillery was not capable of this. As soon as the smoke cleared, all that was visible was the burning ground. Little Goldie suddenly emerged from the smoke. The protagonist saw him and shouted in his head that Goldie had already exhausted all his energy. Suddenly, what he saw made him very surprised. On the ground in front of the pet, there was a huge number of genetic cores of the zombies that Goldie had killed. The energy from them immediately struck Goldie. The animal was enveloped in powerful magical energy. Suddenly, its entire body was absorbed into a cocoon. Faye looked at this and said that his pet had absorbed all the genetic cores of the zombies it had killed, so the special energy in its body had reached its peak, which meant that Goldie was now evolving. All the zombies began to surround the cocoon, and the protagonist realized that the enormous power released during evolution attracted all the monsters in the area, and the evolution itself took time, leaving Goldie vulnerable to attack. After these thoughts, he rushed to help his pet. He began to kill one zombie after another, saying in his head that Goldie's strength was irreplaceable, because he was evolving from F class to E class, which would greatly increase his strength. He would be very useful in his future endeavors. He did not stop, destroying hundreds of zombies in one fell swoop. He knew that this was just a small wave of zombies. In the future, there could be 100,000, 200,000, or even a million zombie wave. Using the technique, he spun his swords, creating a tornado. Not only did he need to get stronger, but his teammates did too. Faye stood over the corpses of the zombies and thought about how exhausted he was. Although devouring abilities could help him regain his strength and stamina, his mental ones were getting exhausted. He exhaled heavily and thought that Goldie was going to take on more of a burden from the start, but his evolution was an unexpected event. He looked at the strange zombies and thought that he had killed most of them. Only the awakened ones remained, but if he continued to fight, his mental state could collapse. The protagonist thought that this was a familiar situation, because in his past life, he put all his strength into the final battle and died in the process. But this time it would be different, because he had too many important things that he wanted to protect. He grabbed the sword and shouted with wild eyes that Zenyu was waiting for him and he couldn't give up now. Faye was enveloped in mana and monsters immediately headed towards him. He fought them while swinging his sword. The hand of a huge zombie was approaching him. A strong blow immediately flew into it. The protagonist turned around in confusion. Zayak was behind him, holding a stone in her hand with the help of magic and a whole squad standing behind her, after which she said that they were here to help the guy. Faye noticed that the tide of the battle was changing in their favor. He turned to the side to tell Guan that they had not lost. The commander began to look around sharply, not noticing anyone next to him. A guy from the squad ran up to him from behind, shouting that Commander Guan had left the shelter on a helicopter, taking with him a powerful weapon from the warehouse. Commander Luo turned to him and furiously asked what he just said. The huge and enraged zombies continued to advance. The protagonist looked at his comrades behind him and told everyone to be careful, and those who did not have offensive abilities should better stay behind and protect the cocoon. He also ordered to gather their abilities and find a way for them, and now, let the battle begin. The awakened ones rushed to attack the bloodthirsty monsters. One of the awakened ones slammed his fist into the ground and shouted that his defensive abilities were the strongest, so he would repel the monsters' attacks. His ability Rock Formation allowed his body to absorb rocks from the surrounding area and envelop him in them. He immediately rushed to attack the monsters, killing them with one blow. Another awakened one bounced off the guy's back and began jumping on the zombies. Her ability Explosion turned everything the girl touched into explosives. When everything exploded behind her, she joyfully screamed that she didn't think she would be so fast with the support of the drop. This ability belonged to the guy who stood behind and strengthened all his comrades. It lasted for several minutes, but the target became much easier. The protagonist looked at his comrades and said in his head that Guan's subordinates were already so familiar with their abilities that they could easily work as a team, adding that if he had the same values as Luo, the shelter would develop by leaps and bounds. After these thoughts, he turned to Zayak and ordered her to stay here to protect Goldie along with everyone. The girl firmly replied that she understood everything, after which she asked why he didn't rest, because he looked very exhausted and his mental state did not look very good. Faye turned to her and said that everything was fine because now everyone is answering, of course, because if he had not appeared, they would probably have died already, so now he is the hero of their shelter. After these words, the protagonist jumped up and rushed to attack, saying to himself that before he could look back, he became a hero to others. This is what it means to live up to the expectations and trust of others. At this time, several awakened ones stood in front of the huge zombies and asked for reinforcements in horror. When they lost hope, the protagonist appeared behind them. He reached them in less than a second. A powerful blow cut through the huge zombie in front of them. The two awakened ones looked on in shock as the zombie split into two parts from one blow. Faye landed on the ground in front of them. Looking at the enemy, he ordered the boys to go and regroup with the team and not to get lost. Then he ordered them to concentrate their firepower and leave the front to him. As soon as the awakened ones ran away, the protagonist took a stance, using a powerful technique and saying that his mental state would not last long, so he would finish while he still had the buff. More and more zombies came. Their eyes were burning with scarlet flames, and their teeth were sharp as razors. Faye's eyes lit up, and he prepared for battle. Faye quickly dealt with the zombies, receiving 150 evolution points, after which he killed the awakened zombie and received 500 points, after which he opened a new ability. At that very second, his weapon shattered into small pieces. A huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him. The guy gritted his teeth in anger and gathered all his mana in his hand. He quickly pointed his hand towards the monster, killing it with mana. The guy from the squad shouted loudly that the hero was fighting bravely, so they should also fight because there were less than 1,000 zombies left. The squad gathered and began to fiercely fight the monsters. The guy was shouting that they should persevere because victory was just around the corner. 15 minutes later, a helicopter suddenly appeared above Luo's commander. Luo frowned and looked up. The guy behind him was holding a headset and said that Guan was on the line, when suddenly Luo shouted for him to give him the headset. He became very angry and told Guan to stop and return to the shelter immediately. Guan smirked and replied that the protagonist cannot be left alive, and if he does not die, he will. Luo furiously shouted that he may not care about what Guan did in the past, destroyed, and his awakened squad would take care of the rest and he would have the last laugh. Zayak saw the helicopter and asked who sent it, and was it really here to help them. A guy from the squad yelled loudly that it was Commander Guan, because he had enhanced vision, with which he noticed this. Guan frowned and shouted for the guy to die. He immediately fired a lot of shells and bullets from the helicopter. Faye noticed the approaching danger behind him out of the corner of his eye. The shells landed and there was a loud explosion. When the protagonist saw the missiles, they were very close to him. He wondered what was going on, why were there guided missiles? He then realized that it was too late to dodge them. He gritted his teeth and strained himself in desperation. Suddenly, the missiles were enveloped in Zayak's magical power. She tried her best, but she knew that with her current power, she could not control things that were moving at such a crazy speed. The next second, a powerful explosion was heard. Could he die in a place like this when his sister was waiting for him? The helicopter lowered slightly and Guan's cry rang out, saying that the heroic youth had died in battle. But in battle, casualties were inevitable, and he was filled with regret. However, she had to defend again and get rid of this and said that even if what she said was true, and Commander Guan was the one who attacked him, they still couldn't do anything but fight the zombies. They all shook in fear and shouted that there was no time for idle talk. From the high flames, huge zombies walked out towards them. Their bodies were intact, and their rage was off the charts. Suddenly, both giants fell to the ground, dead. A man's leg emerged from the fire. It was the protagonist. His eyes were burning, his body was intact, and he shouted Commander Guan's name. He looked at the helicopter and said that after he found out that he wasn't the one who kidnapped his sister, he was going to forgive him if he worked harmoniously with Commander Luo. His terrifying aura spread for many meters as he said that Guan used the lives of innocent people in the shelter to threaten Commander Luo into handing over his military authority. When the commander saw the guy, he was horrified and wondered if even that couldn't kill him. The protagonist took a sword out of the ground and said that now that the situation was not in their favor, he tried to eliminate him. Suddenly, while he was saying that the commander himself was to blame for everything, zombies attacked him from the side. Fei grabbed the sword and quickly killed several zombies. Guan shouted loudly for the guy to be killed quickly because he would promote whoever did it. At this time, the protagonist was rapidly moving forward. The commander gritted his teeth and shouted that he could not believe that even a machine gun could not kill the guy. He immediately started shooting at the protagonist from the helicopter. Fei jumped up, deftly dodging the bullets. He abruptly pushed off from the helicopter. Guan frowned, sensing something was wrong. Fei suddenly appeared behind him and asked if the commander thought about how he would die before killing the guy. Guan's voice trembled and he replied that if the protagonist spared him, he would appoint him as the deputy commander of the shelter. He told the guy not to follow Luo, because whatever he gave, Guan would give twice as much, and he was sure that Fei knew which choice was right. The protagonist coldly asked if these were the commander's last words, to which the commander began to scream loudly, begging for help. The guy jumped from the helicopter to the ground, holding a bloody sword in his hand. The helicopter and zombies were much smaller than before, but they still had the advantage in numbers, and he didn't know how long his mental state would last because the situation still looked dire. He looked at the cocoon and thought that their only advantage was Goldie, so he had to buy him some time. The protagonist shouted loudly, ordering them to defend themselves, adding that there were zombies with long-range attacks on the left. One of the awakened ones put up a magic barrier. The guy in stone armor shouted that he would be in charge of close combat. The guy holding the barrier gritted his teeth and reported that the defense wouldn't last long. The protagonist looked at the barrier that the zombies surrounded and said in his head that there was a fierce battle on the other side too. Although they worked well together as a team, they were facing a wave of zombies in their first real battle. Their mental state and stamina could not withstand it. After thinking this, he made many very fast strikes with his sword at the huge zombies in front of him. He knew that he couldn't help them now. Looking ahead, he said to himself that if the wave of zombies broke through his line of defense, Goldie and the shelter would be finished. He asked Goldie to wake up. Suddenly, the blade of his sword shattered into pieces. Seeing this, shock appeared in Fei's eyes. At that very moment, the awakened zombies rushed to attack him. Suddenly, he heard his name being shouted from behind. This made him even more surprised. A brand new sword was flying towards him. It was wrapped in the power of Zayak and flew straight towards him. Fei didn't waste any time and grabbed the hilt. He then made a quick combination of attacks, destroying the huge zombies in front of him. When he finished, he turned around and saw Zayak. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and cracks were approaching the awakened ones. One of the guys shouted that they should be careful because something from the ground was approaching them. The guy in the stone armor jumped in front of everyone, asking them to leave it to him. After saying that, he slammed the ground with all his might. He held on with all his might, holding back the monster. Zayak looked at it and asked if he could really block it, and the guy next to him happily said that he could withstand it. The guy in the stone armor stood up and smiled widely while his comrades rejoiced. The protagonist looked at it and said in his head that this was amazing. Suddenly, he felt something and shouted to his comrades that something was wrong because he still felt some movement underground. The ground shook again, but this time behind the awakened ones. A huge monster burst out of the ground right under Goldie's cocoon. Fei looked at it from afar and shouted that the monster was absorbing Goldie, which meant they were finished. There was great fear in his eyes. The monster immediately closed its mouth. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. The monster was wrapped in mana and was approaching the squad. One of the guys remained standing and said that it seemed like something was wrong. The monster opened its mouth, screaming loudly. An incomprehensible lump immediately appeared on its body. Huge wings suddenly burst out of its back, which belonged to Goldie. The guys from the squad asked in bewilderment what was happening to it, because its body was developing very quickly. Fei opened his mouth and excitedly thought that these were Goldie's powers, when he suddenly wondered if he had really absorbed it. The protagonist lowered his hands down, thinking that he and Goldie were so close. He lowered his head in disappointment and thought that in this world, except for Zenyu, Goldie was the closest to him, so he did not know what to do. Did he really have to kill him with his own hands? A dog barked from the side and the guy suddenly raised his head, staring ahead in bewilderment. A loud explosion occurred in front, causing stones to fly in different directions. Goldie's paw stepped on the ground fiercely. His wings immediately spread out wide. His eyes were red, he frowned and looked forward. The protagonist's face was covered in sweat and he was shocked by what was happening. Zayak smiled happily, shouting that their little one had woken up. Faye exhaled heavily and hung his head down, saying that he almost fell for it. Goldie proudly raised his head up and the protagonist said that he had fulfilled all the conditions. He immediately shouted that it was time to finish off the zombies. He immediately jumped on the pet's head. Looking at his comrades, he ordered them to stay put because they were all almost exhausted, so the rest could be left to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Goldie rushed to attack. At the same time, the protagonist said that his pet had just evolved to E-class, so he should be able to defeat them, but if he had woken up a little later, he would not have been able to withstand either. Faye looked ahead without a drop of fear in his eyes and said that now was his time to shine. At great speed, Goldie struck many zombies. Stopping, he slid across the sand. At that very second, he began to accumulate energy in his mouth. Then he released an insanely powerful stream of flame at the monsters. The protagonist, a huge bull, was holding him by the tail. The monster screamed furiously. Goldie tried to do something, but he failed. Then he became very angry and showed his teeth. He began to accumulate enormous magical power in his mouth. Then he released a powerful stream of fire at the huge bull. But such an attack did not cause significant damage to the monster. The bull became very angry and rushed to attack. At the last second, Goldie grabbed his opponent by the horns. Then he threw the monster over himself with a sharp movement and pressed it into the ground. At that moment, many zombies had already surrounded it from all sides. The beast did not lose its head and used its wings. Having flown up, it was safe. It looked angrily at the monster below it. Opening its mouth, it was going to release a stream of flame again. It decided to put all its strength into this attack. The awakened saw this and realized that it was necessary to run away. A few seconds later, the raging flames struck all the monsters below the beast and many kilometers around. Fire was coming out of Goldie's mouth. He released so much of it that it completely enveloped the zombies. The people screamed that if they had run a little slower, they would have been covered by a wave of fire, so now all companions shouted in rage that he must have underestimated his opponent, so they would all attack together now. The protagonist heard this, turned around and shouted furiously enough, adding that this monster was not on the same level as them, so everyone should stay put and not move. At this time, Goldie was getting worse. His whole body was shaking. Faye looked at the pet and said that this also concerns him, because he was poisoned with a strong poison, so if he strained himself, the poison would start to act faster, and this cannot be allowed, so all this remains on him. Zayak looked at the guy worriedly and asked if he was alone, because it was too dangerous, they all must. But the protagonist looked at her and, not letting her finish, said that it was all useless, adding that if Sayako approached her, she would simply die helplessly, and the monster immediately grabbed the protagonist by the neck, and he immediately gritted his teeth. In the notification, he read that ability Devour was activated. The zombie looked at him in horror. Faye grabbed her hand and began to envelop her with mana. The monster got very angry and abruptly pushed the guy away from her. Faye landed on his feet and began to slow down, trying to stop. He immediately read that the activation of ability Devouring failed, because the target was too strong and the Potinator would last for 1 minute. He looked at his hand worriedly and asked why there was a 1 minute limitation at all, because it seemed that the zombie understood his plan and raised her defense. He looked at her and thought that he couldn't just get close to her. Faye immediately stretched his arms forward and thought menacingly that he couldn't die without even trying. He quickly put his hands behind his back and thought that he would continue to look for a way to get closer to her. The protagonist immediately began waving his arms in different directions, thinking that he needed help. A huge mouth of bats was summoned by the boss. Seeing them, the protagonist was shocked. The bats flew towards Faye's comrades, while he wondered if the zombie girl had summoned all these bats. The boss raised her hand, emitting a terrifying force from herself. Then she pointed forward, ordering the bats to fly in that direction. The bats with glowing eyes rushed to attack. The protagonist turned to his comrades and shouted loudly, ordering them to defend themselves and be careful with these bats. While everyone was defending themselves, one of the awakened was enveloped by bats. One of them bit him in the neck. Suddenly, in an instant, the guy's appearance changed and he turned into a zombie. The zombie woman's power was becoming stronger and more terrifying. The protagonist saw this, tensed up greatly and realized that she was absorbing energy through bats. He looked at the huge hordes of bats in the air and said to himself that thanks to this, she can increase her power at an incredible speed. Turning around, he saw one of the awakened maintaining a magical barrier, and said in his head that everyone here was awakened, their bodies contain more energy than ordinary people, so if this continues, they will not have a chance to win. After these words, he turned his gaze to the boss and his eyes lit up. He understood that he had to stop this. He cut through a whole cloud of bats in front of him with one powerful blow. He then charged at the zombie girl, telling himself that although his mental strength was now in a deficient state, his physical condition and strength were still excellent. The bats immediately rushed to protect their master. Faye raised his sword and imbued it with his magic power, telling himself in his head that he just needed an instant opening. He delivered a quick and very strong strike to the bat's defensive wall, telling himself that he just needed to find a gap in their defense and put all his strength into one strike, and if he did so, he could turn the tide of battle in their favor. A notification appeared in front of him, telling him that ability Devouring had been activated. His sword blade began to glow with a very bright purple flame. He knew that he had to act right away. In that same second, he delivered a powerful strike, leaving a bright trail from the sword blade behind him. His strike caused a huge magical wave to crash down on the boss. All the bats began to fall over, dead. Zayak looked ahead and asked what was going on. Did the zombie girl have another target? The awakened next to her answered, probably adding that the bats were no longer moving. They looked ahead, but saw only smoke and dust. At this time, the protagonist looked ahead with the last of his strength and cursed. He was unable to kill the enemy, only leaving a scratch on her cheek, saying that she reacted too quickly. His sword was held back by a strong shield of bats. The next second, the boss waved her hand in his direction. Faye managed to defend himself by raising his sword. The zombie stretched out her hand forward, not understanding where the protagonist had disappeared to. She immediately moved her ears, pricking them up. Faye suddenly appeared behind her, holding a sword in his hands, with which he was going to attack her. The guy hit her wing and his weapon immediately fell apart into particles. He soared above her and quickly began to fall, trying to hit her. He thought about what he was worried about. Was he afraid of dying or the shelter being damaged? He jumped down with a loud bang, causing dust to rise up, thinking why he thought he had to live no matter what. The guy tried to fight the zombie, thinking that if he couldn't even defeat this monster, then why even talk about Zenyu? He punched her wings, asking himself why he was so useless. He punched her hands, and at that time he thought, didn't he get rid of that trash of Faye in his past life? He remembered the evolution tree and this determination when he was ready to give up even his own life. His eyes lit up with a bright light and he shouted that he should stop thinking. The protagonist abruptly grabbed her hand. The zombie looked at him, her mouth open in surprise. The guy raised his hand up, pulling the girl with him. He let go, abruptly throwing her back to the ground. Mana flowed out of his eyes in thin streams. He looked ahead at the magical space. Faye's eyes continued to shine brightly and he raised the zombie girl's wings to his ears. She continued to lie on the ground while the protagonist spread her wings. Faye stepped on the back of her head, pressing it. The zombie looked at the ground in fear. The protagonist tore off her wings with a sharp movement, pressing her head into the ground. In the message, he read a message that he should never stop evolving. His body was covered in blue magical stripes. The notification said that the guy should continue to evolve. He began to slowly open his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming, adding that he had just fought a zombie. Sharply opening his eyes, he jumped to his feet and screamed, "Zombies!" Falling to one knee, he looked around and asked where he was and where the zombies had gone. Then he decided to turn around. In front of him was a giant blue tree. Seeing it, the guy screamed, asking what it was. A powerful magical energy was emanating from the tree. Suddenly, a face appeared, and the notification that appeared said, BZZ. As soon as the protagonist saw this, he spread his arms and asked if this was the Tree of Evolution. Where is it? Isn't he in the middle of a fight? The spirit of the Tree of Evolution began to speak to him. It said that his mind had disintegrated, but he must evolve, and under no circumstances should he fail. He must continue to evolve. Reading this, Faye, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, asked what the tree was talking about. Why was he here? Vines began to emerge from the tree, while the spirit answered, danger. Blue vines entangled the protagonist, preventing him from getting out. Faye screamed, ordering him to let go. At this time, the wings of the boss fell to the ground. The zombie girl rose and rushed to attack, screaming that she would tear him to pieces. But Faye easily dodged such a blow. Then he delivered a quick and very strong punch. From such a blow, the monster flew far back, hitting the ground many times. The protagonist began to wait and rushed away. Having stopped, the boss looked up and was very surprised. But before she could do anything, Faye delivered another powerful blow to her face. His eyes were burning, and there was no emotion on his face. Suddenly, several projectiles flew in his direction. They pierced the protagonist in several places. The zombie girl with burning eyes and an outstretched hand carried out a counterattack. Seik and the other awakened were horrified by such a picture. The girl realized that something had to be done. The needles with poison pierced the protagonist through and through. Seik looked to the side and saw a sword there. Without thinking twice, she used her magic and sent it to her comrade. The protagonist deftly caught the weapon by the handle. At that very second, a powerful blow whistled and the zombie girl was very surprised. The protagonist began to pull out the poison needles from his body with his bare hands. Taking out the needles, he threw them on the ground. Faye jumped towards the zombie and she thought that the guy must have suffered greatly from this attack. Strong mana emanated from his body and the zombie thought that he was making his last attempt. She opened her eyes wide, frowning, and thought that his wounds were healing. The notification said that the green energy accumulated from devouring abilities was used for healing. Magic leaked from the protagonist's eyes. He quickly jumped, getting closer to the girl, and she thought why now she did not feel human energy from the protagonist. She looked into his eyes and thought that incredible pressure emanated from him and she could not compare to him. Faye swung and said that Goldie also felt that something was wrong with the guy. She said that the protagonist in front of them seemed like a stranger and wondered what happened to him. He held the vampire's hand, not letting go and not allowing her to move. With his eyes glowing, he swung the sword. The next second, he stabbed it into the zombie's palm with all his might. The boss screamed in rage from such intense pain that she would kill him. The protagonist immediately covered her mouth. A notification appeared, stating that the Devour ability had been activated. The monster was enveloped in powerful magical energy, causing it to feel intense pain. The notification that appeared stated that the Devour ability's duration was 50 seconds. Faye looked at the monster with empty, glowing eyes. Another notification said that the Devour ability lasts 40 seconds. His awakened comrades watched with their mouths open. The Devour ability lasts 30 seconds. Even when in the hospital sensed it. The Devour ability lasts 20 seconds. Kao and Luo looked at the battlefield in horror. Zayak, like everyone else, looked at her friend and waited for the battle to end. The Devour ability lasts 10 seconds. The Devour ability was successfully used. The Vampirism ability was unlocked. Another notification said that the protagonist killed an E-rank zombie boss, so he received 500 evolution points as well as a mysterious energy sphere. All that was left of the zombie girl was a dried out shell. The protagonist looked at the defeated enemy emotionlessly. Suddenly, he began to open his eyes. He heard the cries of his comrades, who were rejoicing in victory, because now the shelter was saved. The protagonist stood by the rock and did not move. Luo looked at Faye and ordered him to meet their hero. "Yes, sir," Cal answered firmly. The awakened rushed towards the protagonist, shouting that it was a great job and thanks to him they were able to protect the orphanage. Then Faye turned around and asked with the last of his strength what was going on. He quietly asked if they had won, and then began to fall. After that, he heard the frightened cries of his comrades, who were asking what had happened to him and who were calling for a medical team. Faye again found himself in a place he did not recognize. He looked around and wondered where he was, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling him Big Brother. He had to abandon him. He asked her to tell him where she was now, because then he would immediately rush to her aid. "No," Zenyu answered quietly. She added that she couldn't do that, because the current him wasn't strong enough. As soon as Faye heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. The girl began to dissolve, saying at the end that the guy should become much stronger and she would wait for him all this time. After evolution tree, because it was important. The guy immediately found himself in front of the tree. Faye suddenly became small and with an awkward laugh said that it would take quite a while. 30 minutes later, Faye returned to his previous physique and said that everything was finally ready. He looked at the screen and said that he received 3 main types of notifications from the zombie wave. He read that the first was kills. The zombie horde allowed him to get over 10,000 evolution points. The second was the ability to devour, which takes up quite a lot of notifications, but most of them are F-rank abilities, not useful enough, and many are just fragments, not enough to activate. Third, treasures. Killing a rare monster gives a certain chance to get treasure, and this source was given when he killed that E-rank leader. He looked at the energy sphere and said that this was the first time he received such an item. The notification asked him if he wanted to open it, to which the guy agreed. He was given a fragment of a universal ability that can replenish 20% of any available ability. Faye smirked and said that this was an unexpected gain, and this way he could collect and accumulate abilities faster. He looked at the tree and said that he was initially disappointed because he thought he could evolve to Ranky, but in the tree, she absorbed a valuable core, in which there were several garbage substances. All of them would be removed, and only pure energy remained, due to which he could not evolve. He looked at the screen and said that he needed to spend a little at first, but his strength, agility, and test were all level 5. To upgrade them to level 6, he needed 1,000 evolution points, and his intelligence required 5,000 points to upgrade to level 4. The message popped up that he could perform a reactive gene process for 1,000 evolution points. Faye said that he had already activated it once. The current gene would last until he evolved to rank C, but strength and agility were important for battle, so they needed to be upgraded to level 6. In the notification, he read that strength and agility had been increased, and he still had 8,000 points left. The protagonist thought that the remaining 8,000 points could improve mental spirit and strength once each, thus greatly increasing his combat ability. He thought that he would not use the universal fragment, because he would think about it after obtaining a higher rank skill. Exiting the evolution tree system, Faye stood on the balcony, looking into the distance, when suddenly a female voice came from behind. The protagonist turned around abruptly. Zayak opened the door, saying that their hero had woken up, and then asked what he was doing here. Faye told her not to call him a hero, but to call him by his old name. The girl laughed and asked if he didn't like being a hero, because now he was the hero of the orphanage, who even called him the god of war. The guy leaned on the railing and said that if it was in the past, he would have liked this title, but when he actually received it, he realized how great the responsibility of a hero is. He said that he couldn't even protect his sister, so what qualifications did he have to be a hero? Then apologized for thinking out loud and asked how long he had been in a coma. Zayak replied that it had been 3 days, and that everyone was worried about the protagonist, especially Luo, because he wanted to come and see him, which made the girl remember the first time they met each other. Faye thoughtfully replied that he had disturbed the girl again. Zayak said that it was made according to the pattern of Commander Luo's heavenly god armor, then turned his gaze to the guy and told him to try to put his abilities into the cube. The guy took the medal and thoughtfully replied that he would try now. The cube immediately began to dissipate in the air. 2 weapons shrouded in mana appeared from it. The protagonist held 2 blades in his hands and said that he never thought that their research had already reached such a level. The professor looked at Luo and said that thanks to his observations, he combined his fighting method, then referred to Commander Lu's heavenly god armor, and so he created this material. Of course, it is not as good as the heavenly god's armor. He looked at the protagonist's weapons and added that the original state of this material can change into the form that Faye himself wants. Then he asked him to try putting his ability into it. Okay, the protagonist said, after which his body was enveloped in powerful magical energy. Suddenly, the weapons disappeared from his hands and a ring appeared on his index finger. The professor saw this and told the guy to consider it as a weapon for now, and when the second layer of ruins was opened, he would let him choose a new one. Faye smiled and said that he was quite satisfied with what he gave him, but he had to go already because time was running out. He looked at Captain Luo and asked if he knew where Goldie had gone. Goldie, the old man asked again, after which he clarified whether he correctly understood that the guy was talking about that golden puppy, answering that he seemed to be with Wen. Having received the answer, Faye said that with his permission, he would go. The old man allowed the boy to go, adding that he still needed to talk to the professor, so he couldn't accompany him. The 2 old men watched the hero leave. The professor suddenly asked if everything was okay, since Luo was letting him go to the center of Qingshuan alone. Not receiving an answer, he looked at the old man, whose face was completely blank. The commander looked at Faye leaving and replied that until now he didn't believe that this guy had really dealt with more than 10,000 zombies. He thought that he would replace Guan or himself and use the shelter's resources to search for his sister. But instead, he didn't ask for anything and even rejected his help. The protagonist calmly left with his hands in his pockets. When the old man found out that Faye was going to Qingshuan alone, he began to panic. Just like that time when he said that he was going to face the zombie horde by himself. Now, Luo doesn't know who to worry about, him or the shelter. The protagonist would leave sooner or later anyway. Faye slowly walked to the exit, where a dark silhouette was waiting for him. It was Zayak. She looked at the guy and asked if he was really going to leave like that. The protagonist walked up to her with Goldie on his shoulder and replied that he was not used to this kind of thing. The girl lowered her head in displeasure. Suddenly, she put her hand to her chest and asked to let her go with him because Qingshuan was too dangerous and maybe she could help with something. Zayak, Faye said quietly. The girl's eyes showed shock. The protagonist passed by her, thanking her for her concern, but it was too dangerous and he didn't want her to risk her life. He also said that the shelter had just survived a zombie invasion and they all needed each other. Hearing this, Zayako turned around abruptly, about to say that she did. But before she could finish speaking, she felt a powerful gust of wind. Goldie took the form of a huge beast and soared into the air. The girl looked at the guy and asked him if he would come back again. Faye looked at her and said that of course he would. After saying this, he sat on his pet and they soared high into the sky, while the protagonist said that their adventure was officially beginning. The city was shrouded in purple magic. Zombies were calmly walking along the streets. The protagonist cut the head of one of them in half with a sharp blow. Faye looked ahead coldly. He held the swords in his hands and said that a week had passed, and as he expected, the number of mutated zombies was much greater compared to his previous life, and not only in the outer area. He looked around the city and thought that during this week, he tried to enter the core area many times, but it did not work, because when he used the probe, he had already seen the C-rank zombies that were in the center, but it was very difficult to imagine what was hidden there. He could stay behind him. He grabbed a knife in his hands and screamed loudly that he would not be captured and would not go back there. The street was silent, there was devastation everywhere. The boy with a knife ran towards the protagonist, calling him Zhaokang and shouting that he would finish him off and take revenge. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly surprised. He easily dodged the knife strike and said that the boy recognized the wrong person in him, because he was not Zhaokang, and besides, he had absolutely no idea who he was. Hearing this, the boy stopped and asked him what he had just said. Suddenly, it dawned on him and he immediately apologized for mistaking him for someone else. The protagonist, with a very displeased face, told the boy to look more carefully next time before waving his arms, because if he were an ordinary person, he would have died by now. The boy bowed deeply and said that he was very sorry, because not only did he almost hurt him, but he also seemed to have eaten his food. The little girl bowed along with him and said that she was also very sorry. The main character extended his hand and said that everything was fine, adding that he would quickly introduce himself. He said that his name was Faye, and then asked how he should address the boys and why they were here. The protagonist. He looked at the guy and said that it was not his fault, because these creatures had crossed all boundaries. They were just inhuman. They began to use people to feed the monster. Jiahao removed his hand from his face and said that it was not all. Zhaoking often used people to lure zombies and feed them to the monster. Hearing this, Fei gritted his teeth and said in his head that under normal circumstances, whether it was a zombie or a beast, if they met a person, they would kill and eat them, but these people were feeding a monster. This was very strange. Something was fishy here. Maybe, he said in his head. Suddenly, he spread his arms and ordered the guy to let him look at his hand. There was a green seed near Jiahao's shoulder. The protagonist saw it and said to himself that he expected it. There is a similar plant seed. This monster needs human nutrition, probably because it is a plant type and cannot move around to find food. They have a certain disguise or baiting method, like a piranha baits prey into its lair. Faye stared at the seed under the guy's skin and said to himself that if the seeds were planted in a human body, marked as food, and then used to bait zombies, this method would bear fruit. When the apocalypse came, the virus spread throughout the world. Most living things were infected. The virus turned animals into ruthless and bloodthirsty monsters, of course, including plants. But compared to humans and animals, but he didn't even know Zhaoking. After all, they not only had weapons but also superpowers, so they couldn't compare to them. Fei looked at the sleeping Huan and said that his younger sister was separated from him because he wasn't good enough, so he understood the guy's feelings now. He understood what he was doing. There were seeds in their bodies, and even if they wanted to escape, it would be very, very difficult. Jiahao listened to Fei, looked at him and said that he was right, because even if they ran, it wouldn't solve the problem. But what should they do then? The protagonist looked at the guy and firmly said that they wouldn't do anything. He has a disgusting interest in him, adding that in such an environment, whoever is stronger rules. In the room, a guy was sitting tied to a chair, because he should be grateful to his girlfriend. If not for her, he would have died long ago. After saying these words, he peeled off the tape from the guy's mouth and said that he wanted to listen to his thoughts after watching. Lifeng raised his head and screamed with all his might that he would kill Zhaoking. The man immediately hit the guy in the stomach with all his might. Lifeng fell to the floor with the chair, and Zhaoking said that he was just a weak dog that could only bark and howl. He kicked him and shouted that he would beat him until he became crippled, and then drag him out and use him as bait. The guy's girlfriend looked at this and asked fearfully, "Great force." From the smoke and dust, the protagonist emerged. Zhaoking looked at the intruder with displeasure and asked where such a brat came from. Did he really want to become a hero? And did he even know who he was? But the protagonist passed by, coldly replying that he did not need to know the name of the person who would die. He took off his jacket and gave it to Lifeng's girlfriend. After a monster in the form of his sister approached him and begged for help. Then the plant monster mockingly asked if he couldn't kill his little sister. A mad smile appeared on his face and he said that he should let him hear more of her sweet sounds. Suddenly, he noticed that a terrifying magical aura was emanating from the protagonist. Fei's eyes lit up and he said loudly that the monster would die an even more painful death. The plant laughed and said that now it knew his weakness. As it said this, the protagonist flew into its mouth at high speed. The monster smiled widely and said that the guy must want to die quickly, so now it will strangle him to death with its body. Fei was moving forward at this time. His ability Devour was activated. His blades were enveloped in powerful magical energy. He struck many times quickly, cutting the vines. The plant felt great pain and opened its mouth. The next second, there was a powerful explosion. The vines flew in all directions. As soon as the smoke cleared, the protagonist appeared. The protagonist stood in the thick of vines while the monster said that he admired his bravery, so he decided to spare him, so if he left now, he would forgive him. He also said that the protagonist should think carefully before he changed his mind. Fei stepped forward and mockingly asked if he was really asking for mercy. Hearing this, the monster shouted in displeasure, asking what he was talking about, adding that he was giving him a chance to stay alive, but if he came even one step closer, he would pay the consequences. Hearing this, the protagonist looked to the side. He saw a bright red glow from below and said that the core should be below this level. Then he walked towards the bright glow, while the monster tree, those nearby have evolved, but the owner has not. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, saying that the system has been updated. Does he want to unlock new abilities? Ability contract can make a contract with a target and obtain the target's abilities. If the target dies, the contract will be ineffective. The target is limited to humans only. The power of the ability contract is equivalent to the skill level. The devouring ability can absorb a fragment of the ability to make the ability contract increase. After reading this, the protagonist was slightly surprised and said that this is an improvement of the devouring ability. One is aimed at zombies, the other is aimed at humans. The devouring ability really helps him become stronger in a short time. After saying this, he spread his arms and asked if this is why he cares so much about the Tyrant King's flower. The tree replied no, adding that there is another stronger one in this area. After reading this, Faye was even more surprised and said that it must be in the center of King Xuan. He still continued to stand in the center of the huge monster. A terrifying aura emanated from him as he said that he must first find the source of life force. At this time, the plant monster fell to the ground dead. The rescued guys saw this and were very surprised. Then Lifeng looked at Jia Hao and asked him to go and check the situation to see if Faye was okay. The guy looked at his comrades and asked what about them. Lifeng replied that there was no need to worry about them, because it was safe here, and if there was danger, he could take Huan and everyone else to shelter. Jia Hao heard this and firmly replied, okay, adding that he would now go and check out the situation and come back. At this time, the protagonist was standing under the core in front of the source of life force, saying that Lifeng would now be saved. Jia Hao called out to the protagonist from behind. The guy was holding Goldie in his arms and asked if Faye was okay, because they were worried about him and saw from afar that the monster had collapsed, so he came to check. The protagonist asked why Goldie was here, to which Jia Hao replied that he saw him in the ruins and took him with him. Faye picked up the dog and said that this place was very safe, so he asked him to bring everyone to deal with the poison. He put Goldie in the healing water and said that he did well. It must be hard to fight rank D monsters alone. 20 minutes later, Jia Hao sat Lifeng down and asked if the water could really remove the poison. Faye replied that it could heal any wounds. Jia Hao opened his mouth and said that it was magical. The protagonist said that the guy should also go in, to which he replied that he was not injured. Faye replied that the source of life force could increase physical strength and help one quickly rise in rank. Frowning, he said that Jia Hao and Lifeng had just awakened, so this would help them become stronger. The guy hesitated and said that he understood. Faye looked at him as he climbed into the water and thought that it would take them some time to absorb, since he had been thinking about them and their abilities since he received the ability contract. He rubbed his fingers and thought that he had collected many fragments that could be used to level up the ability contract, and then he could sign the contract itself. But for now he would choose one. The notification said that the ability contract had been activated. The protagonist put his hand on Lifeng's shoulder. Purple mana immediately appeared in the air, which surprised Faye greatly. In the notification, he read that a new skill called Shadow Inhibition had been acquired. Faye stood nearby. He was Goldie and said that he would go on patrol, while the dog needed to protect the guys. The protagonist walked forward through the city while paper was falling from the sky. He was completely enveloped in magic and said that he needed to collect more ability fragments and sign Jia Hao's ability. He abruptly moved from his place, running forward, saying that he would now clear out the nearest zombies, and at the same time get acquainted with the ability of shadow breaking. He tried to feel where the zombies had gathered. Accelerating, he thought about the next street. Faye looked around, saying that he could stretch his shadow within the detection zone of his level 5 probe. The guy immediately activated the ability to devour. He began to rapidly gain points for 10 evolution points. Faye's eyes glowed in the shadow. After a few minutes, the shadow began to shrink. His body left the shadow and regained its shape. He said that Shadow Rupture, combined with the ability to devour, is very convenient when clearing low-level zombies. Now he needs more ability fragments. He looked to the side and said that something was making him curious. There was a special aura not far from him. He felt that this aura did not belong to a zombie. Not far from him, a zombie in a ballerina costume was dancing. Behind her, a huge zombie was watching, with a little girl sitting on her shoulder. She was clapping her hands and saying that her sister dances so well. And not to a human, Faye finished. The girl jumped off the huge zombie, whom she called a small bonehead, and said that she wanted to draw. The zombie asked what pose to make him. The girl sat on one knee and bent her head, saying that she wanted this one. The zombie was very scared by what he saw. He immediately got up and began to look around. The girl also got to her feet and asked discontentedly why someone came here again. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind her. An insanely powerful magical energy was emanating from him as he spoke, which meant that the source of this strange aura was coming from here. The girl was very scared and screamed loudly, ordering the small bonehead to quickly get rid of him. The zombie immediately rushed to attack with screams. A weapon began to appear in the protagonist's hands. He waved his hand, delivering a powerful blow in front of himself. The girl was very scared and screamed in displeasure, asking who he was. How did he suddenly appear here? Because she had placed many eyeliners in the area, so she would definitely know about someone's appearance. The protagonist looked at her and wondered if these zombies were not moving at all because of her. Luckily, he used a shadow rift to get here and did not disturb them, otherwise I am sure she would have run away. The girl began to wave her hands and scream, ordering him to stop acting like a deaf idiot because he killed her small bone zombie. Hearing this, Faye was very surprised and wondered if she was the apocalypse. The Black Queen was the first human to be infected with the virus. For unknown reasons, the virus damaged her body but did not allow her to lose consciousness. Thus, the Black Queen became a zombie with a human consciousness. The Black Queen had two types of abilities. The first type is the power of the mind of the mental spirit, using the strong power of the mental spirit to destroy the enemy's consciousness. The second ability is her only ability, zombie control. Due to the power and special presence of the Black Queen, disagreements arose among people. One side wanted to kill her, the other to keep her alive. In the end, although people treated her as a human, but unpleasant conversations still continued. In the end, the Black Queen chose the role of a loner. Rumors circulated about her, saying that she was cold-blooded, a demon with a passion for killing. But, such a pure and innocent Anya, no matter how the protagonist looked at it, she did not look like a demon. The little girl stood in front of him and screamed in displeasure, asking what he was doing. Faye spread his hands and apologized, saying that he had no evil intentions because he just wanted to be friends with her. Be friends? The girl asked in surprise. The protagonist understood that he needed to recruit strong people like her. Anya frowned and screamed that they had already come to her, and she replied that she would not be friends. Faye wondered if anyone had already come to her, then asked if she knew what those people looked like. The girl put her hand to her chin and thoughtfully said that the guy didn't look like a bad person, so she would draw them for him. She said that her bonehead was a teacher for her, when suddenly she came to her senses and screamed that the guy hadn't apologized for the murder yet. And how did he even know her name? To which the guy replied that it would take a long time to explain to her. Anya finished drawing and said that they came to look for her, which surprised the guy. The girl pointed to the drawing of people and said that a few days ago these people came to find her, but she ran away from them, after which the main character replied that the bonehead must be a gym teacher. He thought that although he couldn't find out who and how kidnapped his sister, he knew for sure that someone was hunting Anya. The girl pointed a branch at the drawing and said that there were many people in black cloaks. Their target was zombies. Many zombies and evolved beasts were captured by them. The protagonist asked if these people were really capturing zombies. The ground immediately began to shake and Anya seeing the monster. Anya opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that the guy was very strong because he dealt with the monster so easily. She hugged his neck and thought that if you look at him from afar, it might seem like he was shining. Faye asked if Anya could control monsters, to which she coughed and replied that she was not old enough yet. The protagonist looked at her and said that he would take her to a safe place because she had nothing to do here. The girl thought that he was not like those evil guys, after which she grabbed his jacket and replied that she would go with him, but it was temporary. The guy immediately jumped up, jumping over buildings. They flew up to the building and Anya asked if this big flower was really destroyed by him. Goldie raised his nose up, trying to smell something. Lifing asked him what happened, if Faye had returned. The protagonist landed on the ground and Lifing asked who the girl was with him. The guy answered that he found it while on patrol, so he decided to bring it with him, and then asked how the guys felt after absorbing the life source. Lifing answered that they became stronger, but then hinted at the ability that the protagonist used. Faye smirked and replied that it was a shadow gap, and his ability opened up the possibility of borrowing the abilities of others. Lifing folded his arms and said that he was sure that Faye would find a more suitable use for it, to which Jiahao asked what about his ability. The protagonist replied that his ability was temporary, so it could not be borrowed. Anya noticed Goldie and screamed that it was a puppy of a mutated beast. Faye put her down and asked her to calm down. He frowned and said that the situation had changed, and then asked the guys to come over to plan their next steps. The protagonist spread his hands and said that the situation was getting complicated, because there were two unknown forces, which meant that staying here could be dangerous, so they should return to the shelter and wait for him. Hearing this, Jiahao was very surprised and said that they did not want to leave him here, and Lifing asked what they had to do with it, since Ningjing and Huan would not be able to move alone into a huge beast. The guys sat on his back and said that they would wait for him at the shelter, but in exchange, he was obliged to return safe and sound. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that after they got to the shelter, let them find someone named Zayak and say that they came from him. Goldie made a few sounds. Anya heard this, pointed her finger at Faye and said that Goldie said that he wanted to stay, but he was too obedient, and then asked if she could use her control abilities on him. Goldie flew into the air, and Anya began waving her hands at him, telling him to come back as soon as possible. After the pet disappeared, the protagonist released his magical energy and said that they also needed to go to the center of Qingshuan. Suddenly, Anya noticed that everything around was black, so she asked about it. The protagonist calmly replied that they were in the shadows, since they could move quickly and remain unnoticed. Hearing this, the girl understood how Faye was able to avoid her zombie. He looked at a small hole in front of him, through which he could see the city, and said that they needed to go in this direction. This way they would get there in 10 minutes. He opened the evolution tree system window in front of him and said that many unknown things could happen in the center of Qingshuan, so he should be prepared. In the notification that appeared, he saw that his unallocated attribute points were 20,165. He was going to pump up strength and agility. Increasing strength from level 7 to 8 spent 5,000 evolution points. Increasing dexterity from level 6 to level 7 consumed 5,000 evolution points. After that, he folded his arms and said that there were 7,165 points left, so he needed to improve detection, adding that with Shadow Rupture, he could increase the benefits of detection. Increasing the detection level from level 5 to level 6 consumed 1,000 points, and from level 6 to level 7, 3,000 points. After finishing distributing the points, Faye said that he could no longer improve everything else, so he would leave it as is. The notification that appeared said that he would now exit the evolution tree system. The new improvements would apply the effect. They all looked into the hole together. Faye quickly moved forward. He frowned and asked what was going on, because he suddenly felt some strange energy, to which Anya replied that she too was scared. The boy thought that the evolution tree had also reacted. Maybe what it was worried about was ahead. He immediately opened his eyes wide, seeing something in front of him. The boy saw a large monkey monster lying on the ground and burned to ashes, and then asked if those unknown people were doing this. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger and said that it seemed like he had a similar goal to them. He thought that he felt a strange energy, which meant that someone had opened the ruins, and they wanted the same thing as him. He shouted loudly for Anya to hold on to him tighter and quickly rushed forward. 10 minutes later, they approached the pit and Faye said that they did not have time, as he thought. The boy frowned and said that Anya should stay on top, because he did not know what was below. The girl stamped her foot and said that she wanted to go with him, because she was strong and wanted to help. Faye laughed and agreed to take her, then thought that Anya could be one of the targets, so they should stay close. Faye sat her on his shoulder and jumped down. He thought that he was entering the ruins for the first time and asked the girl not to leave her, to which Anya opened her mouth in surprise and thought that it was shining again. The protagonist took careful steps forward. He looked around and saw armor lying on the right and said that they would go on the left side. The guy frowned and said that they could not split up, and he was not in the mood for fighting now. He saw battle dolls ahead and realized that they were standing there for a reason, so he asked Anya to wait behind. The dolls' eyes lit up red and they screamed that an invader had been detected. Faye looked back at them, then ducked and ran forward quickly, taking swords in his hands. He activated the shadow gap and enveloped himself in magic. He quickly destroyed all the dolls standing in the way. A few minutes later, Anya leaned over the dead knight and looked inside in surprise. She took out a blue stone and shouted at the protagonist to look and tell her what it was. Faye leaned over to one of the suits of armor that was emitting a faint glow and said that it must be what was making those things move. He took out a similar stone and said that if he remembered correctly, it was called an energy core crystal, and that there was a lot of energy in that crystal. After saying that, he threw the stone away, saying that, unfortunately, they were all of the lowest rank, completely useless. Hearing this, Anya immediately reached into her small bag. Suddenly, a large sword hit the floor. While the girl was pouring out all the stones from her bag, the protagonist tensed up and ordered her to get out of here. A huge knight came out of the darkness towards them, grabbed Faye's shadow tightly. Squeezing it, he pulled it away from himself. The protagonist returned to his physical form, saying to himself that he thought it would protect its energy crystal. He rushed to attack, saying that he would fight with his fists. The puppet immediately reacted and swung. He dealt a powerful blow right in front of himself, raising a wave of magical energy. But suddenly he missed a quick attack that took away his arm. The protagonist jumped out of the raised smoke and dust. He pushed off the ceiling and hit the puppet's helmet with his knee as hard as he could. The monster couldn't take it anymore and fell to the floor dead. Faye grabbed his armor, saying that the ore crystal of this battle puppet must not be of the lowest rank. Faye saw a red crystal of an intermediate rank energy core inside. He threw it to Anya and asked her to keep it. He also took out a stone slab that looked unfinished. He realized that it was only half, so he couldn't see any information. The guy raised his head, looking ahead in confusion. The protagonist grabbed the girl by the hand and she screamed that the whole floor was shaking. A ladder immediately appeared in front of them and Faye asked what was going on. He looked at the slab and wondered if the ladder was a guide to the stone slab. Faye told Anya that they needed to go down. He looked down and thought that the guide of the stone slab should lead to its fellow, and it should be inside the stronger puppet. The protagonist and Anya carefully went down. The guy opened his eyes wide and frowned. In front of him, he saw a huge angry spider. He noticed that there were still a lot of smaller spiders around. Faye gave the slab to Anya and told her to stay in place, to which the girl replied that he should be careful. The protagonist saw that the calamity spider was an E rank, which was no problem for him. He was enveloped in mana and thought that although he was only an F rank, he thought that he had 2 S rank skills and 1 A rank. He activated the shadow gap and thought that his combat ability should be D rank or even better. He fixed his gaze on the huge spider and thought that he would definitely encounter those who took the other path. Jumping up with 2 swords, he knew that he had to get as many things as possible from the ruins to increase his combat power. He inserted the weapons into the spider and it immediately hissed in pain. Faye pierced its eye, from which green mucus flowed. He thought that maybe humans all once more, because then he would be confident in himself when he faced them face to face. He crouched down, frowning, and shouted loudly that it was time to put an end to this. The guy immediately kicked the ground hard with his feet. The protagonist pierced the spider through and thought furiously that he would first figure out the secret of the stone tablet. Anya happily looked at the protagonist who killed the spider and said that he was so strong because he defeated the monster so quickly. Faye carried the stone plate in his hands, answering that it was because he knew its weak point. Then he looked at the plate he received and said that the second part was here. He also took out a large green crystal and said that there was also this. It was the crystal of intelligence. After using it, the target's intelligence will increase by 10% permanently. After reading this, Faye said in his head that a 10% increase for intelligence is indeed not bad, but not very useful for him. He walked up to Anya and handed the crystal to her and in return asked for a stone slab. The girl handed over the slab, asking what kind of thing it was. The protagonist said in his head that this crystal is very suitable for her because she constantly uses intelligence. As soon as Anya took the intelligence crystal in her hand, it began to glow. A powerful magical aura enveloped her, and the girl screamed that she felt that her intelligence was overflowing. Then the protagonist replied that this crystal could increase the power of her intelligence, which meant that her abilities would increase significantly. After explaining, he brought 2 stone plates together and said that it was time for this, asking what would happen. As soon as he connected them, an image of an eye was formed, which glowed brightly. The stone slab disappeared and a huge hologram appeared in front of the guys. Faye took a closer look and asked if this was a map of the ruins. He studied the map closely, saying that these lines were the path, the gold and red colors were the reward and danger. The light of the golden floor was on the 5th and 3rd floors. It looked like it would be guarded by strong guards. Anya's friend spread her arms and said that it was very strange that there was no path to the 3rd floor. Hearing this, the protagonist took a closer look and replied that he also did not see a path to the 3rd floor, but what was there? Anya pointed towards the spider and shouted for the guy to look at the movement from the spider's side. The slab he was on began to slowly move down. Seeing this, Faye said that it looked like a path to the 3rd floor had appeared, adding that he now knew that the stone slab indicated a hidden path. Anya pointed to the source of the hologram and said that this thing was becoming a star. The protagonist immediately grabbed the object. The girl leaned towards him and asked what it was. Faye looked at the star and replied that he was not sure, but it would be better for them to take it with them. After a short pause, he stepped onto the bridge and told Anya that it was time to move. When they approached the descent, they saw that it went down very deep. The 5th floor of the ruins. A male voice was heard asking if this was the lowest floor. Long's team walked along the corridor, and his brother said that when they came here, there was no tension. Hai added that the guy did little, because it was Xiao Pan who had to be given credit. At the end of the corridor, they saw a huge arch and said that there was a path on the lowest floor, simply magnificent. Someone said that they might now fight the final boss. Approaching the arch, they saw 2 huge statues of knights on the sides. Ming looked at them and said that no one should say that these 2 would also try to kill them. Hai countered and said that it was just a stone, not a helmet or armor, so why would it come to life? Hearing this, the boy looked at the girl and said with displeasure that she was just trying to find fault with his words. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was just stating the facts. Lon interrupted their argument, firmly saying that they had arrived. They walked up to the blue fire as well as a coffin hanging on chains. Hai pointed her finger forward and asked Lon to take a look. In the chains was a crystal coffin with a girl inside. On her chest was a stone slab in the shape of a circle. This was the broken divine arm they were looking for. Lon turned to Jin and told him to take the slab and protect it. Ming laughed and told Jin to be careful not to turn into a zombie. Lon frowned and told Hai and Ming to go into battle mode as there were some annoying rats behind them. A rough voice was heard from behind, shouting for the boys to come out as he had already inhaled enough of their disgusting smell. Lon turned around slightly and saw 3 people in cloaks who called themselves Disaster. The man in the cloak said that the boys would be punished. Lon frowned and menacingly replied that the organization that hides in the darkness also claims to be traitors, as rats should hide in the sewers. The people in cloaks rushed forward and shouted loudly, wishing them death. Lon activated the fire in his hands and shouted for Hai and Min to protect Jin, and he would take the stone slab. At this time, on the 3rd floor of the ruins, Anya was glad that they finally reached the very bottom, as she was so tired. They approached the door and Faye replied that he felt a terrible aura from the other side. The protagonist gritted his teeth, immediately clutching his heart, after which the girl screamed in fear, asking what was wrong with him. The guy answered through clenched teeth that everything was fine, and he thought that the reaction of the evolution tree was very strong because it seemed that something it wanted was right in front of them. He called Anya to him and said that they would pass through with the help of a shadow gap, after which he thought that there should be plants of a higher class inside than the Tyrant King's flower. They looked up and saw an exposed energy core next to which were 2 spears. Faye answered that he could quietly absorb them. Anya looked at the core and told the guy to avoid fighting it. The protagonist extended his hand with magic forward and thought that once he received the energy core, the evolution tree would be able to evolve again, which would allow him to increase his strength, and then he would be able to rush to the 3rd floor and fight those people for the treasures of the ruins. The core suddenly turned to the guy and he worriedly wondered if he had been discovered. He wondered how this was possible since he was in the shadows. The Stone Knight immediately grabbed his stone weapon. He took a step forward. The energy core was in his chest and Faye screamed loudly that it was impossible. The plant began to crawl into the eyes of the huge armor. It pierced the helmet and stood in the hole in the helmet where it fit perfectly. The protagonist looked at this and said that as always, everything is not so simple, after which he ordered Anya to go into the shadows. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised, but Faye assured her not to worry because he could handle it himself. A huge spear was torn out of the ground. The protagonist hid the girl in the shadows and said in his head that the evolution tree could appear to absorb the energy core again, so he cannot let Anya see this. The giant knight slammed his spear onto the ground, but Faye dodged it. 2 blades appeared in his hands and he said to himself as he ran up the giant weapon that this energy core was using vines to control the statue, so he just needed to pull it out. Once he reached the head, he delivered 2 powerful blows. Looking at the result, he said to himself that this stone statue was different in strength from the others. The giant knight easily defended himself with his hand. Then he swung it sharply, carrying out a counterattack. Faye easily jumped off his opponent onto the floor. The blade in his hands disappeared, and he said in his head that this type of weapon did not work on her. Then he abruptly took off, saying that he would limit his mobility, adding that it was difficult to attack the energy core because it was too high. He dodged the blow, sliding along the floor under the giant statue. But the knight abruptly changed his grip on the weapon. He delivered a precise blow, hitting the protagonist. Faye managed to block, but still flew far back, stopping. He raised his head and said in his head that he expected his strength and reaction speed to be much higher because he was a D rank. With his hand, he felt the vines behind him. When the statue turned around, she saw them the tree. The protagonist stood next to the rays and watched the tree manifest. He saw a girl in front of him, asking if this was an evolution tree. Faye looked at the protagonist and he asked in confusion if he could evolve. He read that evolution requires 4 types of characteristics to move to another level, and if some characteristic is missing, he cannot evolve to E rank. The notification asked him if he wanted to evolve, because the evolution condition had been reached. The protagonist agreed and his body began to be enveloped in mana. He received several higher ranks and weapons. He looked at the screen and realized that thanks to the tree with a clear goal, upgrading was much faster and more convenient because remembering the past, to increase the level, he ran like crazy, killing a ton of zombies. He looked at the girl and asked if he should continue calling her the Tree of Evolution, to which she nodded. Faye said that he wanted to know about Rebirth, why she chose him. The girl smiled sweetly, putting her hand on her chest, and said that she could not answer his question right now because she did not have a memory of all the events, but there was a voice in her brain that told her to continue evolving and then the answer would be found. Faye asked if his evolution was the key because it was no wonder that she helped him during the attack of the horde of zombies and allowed him to continue evolving. The girl replied that her memory was related to his evolution, so his growth was very important. She said that she couldn't stay outside for long, so she needed to go back into the system. The guy shouted, asking him to stay. He thought that the girl shouldn't know anything about Zenyu, so he would ask her when she entered the systems, and now he would go looking for those people, after which he removed the shadow gap. Anya was shouting in the background for Faye to fight, because she would always cheer for him. The protagonist told her that it was time to go, to which the girl turned around, asking when he managed to get behind her back and was glad that he won. Fire suddenly appeared from the ground. Faye saw someone's silhouette burst out of the ground, flying upward. Juan turned to the protagonist and their eyes met. Juan landed right in front of the guys, and in front of him were 2 of the secret guild. He turned to the protagonist and said that he didn't think that he could meet people here. He turned to the opponents and said that it meant there was a floor they had not explored. Faye turned to Anya and asked if these were the ones she had met before. The girl looked at the guy in front of them and replied that they were those black people, but she had not seen that guy with braids before. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and asked himself if this was the 3rd team of those people. From the people in cloaks with glowing eyes, he loudly ordered to give them the broken arm of the divine stone. Juan made a dissatisfied face and replied that these despicable bastards should dream about it. His brother appeared behind him, who also shouted dissatisfiedly that they had seriously injured their comrades, so they were not rivals. The protagonist overheard the brothers' conversation and said in his head that it seemed like they were fighting for treasure. Lon turned to Faye and introduced himself, then apologized for dragging them into this, but he had a favor to ask. He hoped that they could help them and fight these enemies. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and asked why he needed to help them, since it looked like they were not easy to deal with. Min turned to his brother and shouted, "No way, this guy was only an E rank," then asked why he was trying to ask him for help. The men in black cloaks laughed and said that they didn't care how many trash joined them, since they would all die. He also said that their team could kill one of them if they joined together, but did they really think they could win now that they had an E rank added in? Both opponents were D rank. Lon stared at the opponents, telling the protagonist that as he said, they were at a disadvantage. He felt that he was not an easy one, so he boldly invited him to join the battle, and in return, he would do his best to protect him in battle. He also added that even if they did not interfere, they would attack them after killing them because they were zombies. Min spread his arms and told Lon to stop, asking afterward how he could help with such combat abilities, adding that he had definitely been secretly following them and came here, and even with a trailer. Hearing this, Anya furiously shouted that Faye was very strong, and she was not a burden. The two cloaked opponents smiled widely and said that it was very nice to watch weak humans look down on each other, but they did not have time to enjoy it. The protagonist looked at this and asked himself in his head what was going on. Were these people in black cloaks really zombies? Adding that if you look closely, their body has a special aura, quite familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the zombie girl with glowing yellow eyes, saying to himself that this is a native species, but why do they have such an aura? The next second, he stepped forward, ordering the yellow-haired man to stay here and protect Anya, and after they kill them, he will tell everything he knows. He spread his arms and rushed to attack, saying in his head that these D-rank zombies have human intelligence, and judging by what he noticed, they have already formed their own clan. One of the people in a black cloak waved his hand and released many sharp vines. The protagonist easily cut everyone down, saying that he will first deal with them and then ask. In an instant, he appeared in front of one of the opponents, about to strike, but his comrade appeared from the side. But before he could strike, a fireball hit him right in the face. Wong used the rank flame skill with his arm outstretched. He looked at the protagonist and said that there was no need to act so rashly, adding that he would be the main attacker and Faye should support him. The protagonist turned to look at his temporary comrade and said in his head that the awakened D rank reacted quite quickly. The A rank ability is not bad. The cloaked zombies stepped back and said that the E rank being so fast is just nonsense, adding that he felt the divine power in his body. Wong shouted at the protagonist again that he should be careful, because these creatures are hard to deal with, such damage is just dust for them. Faye did not listen to him and rushed to attack again. He began to go into the shadows, finding himself in front of his opponent. He delivered one fast and very strong blow. Ming saw this and said in shock that he did not believe that it was an instant kill with one attack. Lon looked at Faye and said in confusion that he thought so. He is not simple at all, perhaps even too simple. The protagonist stood over the corpse of a zombie, and a notification appeared in front of him, saying that he killed a D-rank zombie, so 600 evolution points were obtained. The zombie asked in a trembling voice what was going on and why the guy had such a divine aura. Faye realized that natives also call themselves divine, then shouldn't he be a godslayer? The guy began to quickly approach the monster. The zombie opened his mouth wide and shouted that the divine one will definitely not lose and will kill them. After saying this, he clenched his teeth hard. The monster's body quickly began to swell and become covered with blisters. Lon asked what was going on. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that he had seen a native type before, and now he was preparing to fight with all his might. The monster screamed loudly while Faye turned around and told them to quickly take Anya and run. Min picked up the girl and screamed that this was crazy and this was no place for them, to which Anya exclaimed, asking what he was doing. Faye asked Lon if he was going to leave, to which he replied that he was with the guy since the zombie had injured his teammates. The monster kicked the ground furiously. He screamed loudly and the protagonist noticed that he was a C rank. He told Lon to be careful. The zombie took a weapon in his hand and slammed the ground with all his might while the guys dodged in different directions. The monster stabbed his spear into the ground with all his might. Lon activated fire magic and wondered if the protagonist could really hide his true level. He swung his hand and wondered who he was to be able to easily withstand a C rank. He aimed fire magic at the zombie's head, thinking that he was becoming more and more curious. The zombie's head was completely covered in fire. He bared his teeth in anger. Grinning, he shouted that divine power is immortal. Faye grinned and asked if that was true, then soared above the zombie's head. He swiped his hand down, trying to defeat the monster. The zombie raised his spear up and parried the attack. With burning eyes, he screamed, wishing for the guy's death. He swung the spear hard, leaving a mark in the air. The protagonist looked down at his opponent from above, thinking that they seemed to be getting stronger at an insane rate. but he was no longer the same as before. His body began to dissolve into the shadow. The zombie saw this and began to attack very quickly, but his attacks only pierced the shadow. Faye, in the form of a shadow, rushed to attack, saying to himself that he did not know who Lon and the others were, so he could not reveal himself to them. He could make a contract with him for abilities. A furious cry was heard from behind the wall of flames that he only knew this attack. After these words, many sharp pins burst out from the flames. Lon dodged in time, saying to himself that Faye was right, that with the current combat ability, it was not enough to kill him because he was too strong. The huge zombie walked forward and said with burning eyes that they were all just meat corpses. The spikes from the monster's body flew straight at Lon. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth and screamed in his rank fire ability was activated. When it was over, the protagonist stood in front of Lon and asked him to tell him everything he knew. The guy looked at the dead zombie and said that, firstly, these people in black. For a few minutes, he handed the protagonist an item and explained that it was a broken arm made of a divine stone, the loot they got on the 5th floor. Faye had overcome the catastrophe, so this thing should belong to him. He stared at the savior and said that if it were not for him, they would all have died. But Faye stretched out his hand and with a smile on his face said that there was no need, they could keep it for themselves, without it, they would not be able to complete the mission. He then looked at his glowing hand and said that he had already gotten what he wanted, but he had a favor to ask of them. He held out a photo of his sister and said that she was missing, he had been looking for her and then found this place, and they moved around a lot, so he would be glad if they would take note of it. Long took the photo and firmly replied that he would do his best to help him. Suddenly, blood spurted out of Jin's mouth. Hai immediately informed Long that their comrade could no longer hold on. He should quickly return for treatment. Hearing this, the commander clenched his fists and told the protagonist that it was time for them to go, adding that he would give him an address where he could contact him when he got there, as he did not use even half of his strength in that battle. Hearing this, Ming was very surprised and said that the guy really amazed him, but what the boss said was too exaggerated because he was only an E rank. Lon gritted his teeth and said that when he was next to him, he felt a discrepancy. This unexpressed power and his personality do not match, but it gives a feeling of reliability. The protagonist watched the mercenaries leave, while Anya asked why they did not take those treasures. Faye smiled and replied that they get along, and he also felt that Lon was not bad. He will give him a chance, although he hides his identity, but he is sure that he has his reasons. Ming asked if Faye is really so strong, why did Lon not invite him to Skynet? They went outside and Ming said that he even hid their true identity from him, adding that if he joined them, they would be able to complete a higher rank mission and get more rewards. Lon calmly replied that now was not the time. They could not reveal Skynet to random people. If any of the higher-ups found out, they would be in trouble. Narrowing his eyes, Lon said in his head that he was a cautious person. It was obvious that he was wary of them. When he tested his strength, he deliberately acted weak to use up his energy. He wanted to be friends with him. As soon as the mercenaries disappeared, Faye turned around and said that it was time for them to go too. He took out a star and added that they should continue exploring this area and use the crystal to make Anya stronger, which would be very useful. The girl put her hands on her hips and proudly said that she was very strong. The protagonist continued walking forward, saying that they needed to clear the 4th floor. Anya happily said that she also wanted to become as strong as him, adding that yellow-haired guy was completely useless. At that moment, Min sneezed loudly and said that for some reason he was freezing. The 4th floor of the ruins. Many legs and armor were standing on the floor. Faye examined the puppets and said that on the lower floor they were of medium rank. He told Anya to leave them with him because he wanted to test the new fire ability, after which the girl began to run to the side, delightedly thinking that the guy was shining again. Swords were immediately pointed at him. The protagonist jumped, while the puppets slammed their weapons on the floor. The guy saw that Long could use fire as an accelerating force, after which he put his hands behind his back. He accelerated in the air and thought that he could move like this for a short time. He turned over, heading towards the opponents. He made a strike and thought that now he could fight in the air, and the group damage was much higher than that of the shadow rupture, and this would help to fill the gap. The puppet with glowing eyes swung at the protagonist. The guy activated fire and aimed a strike in his direction. Faye stood up and said that there was no time to waste, because it was not over yet. He extended his hand with fire forward and said that he wanted to finish them off in one move, so he needed to control the firepower, because if he overdid it, he would destroy the ruins. He immediately directed a large amount of fire towards the opponents. Looking around, he sighed with relief, saying that that was all. The guy looked down at his hand and said that this was an attack ability and its destructive power was much higher than that of the shadow rupture. After that, he turned to Anya and told her to collect the crystals, but to be careful because they were hot. From the side, he suddenly heard Anya's awkward cry. Faye worriedly asked her what happened. The girl held out her bag and tearfully replied that the red crystal that the protagonist had left her was missing. The guy asked if it had fallen out during the battle, to which Anya replied in confusion that it definitely wouldn't have fallen out because she had zipped it up. The protagonist exhaled and asked her to take the crystal and absorb it, just like she had absorbed the intelligence crystal. Anya took the crystal in her hand and asked if she could absorb it too. The crystal immediately disappeared from her hand and she screamed loudly. Faye thought that Anya didn't kill zombies, but captured them so she couldn't get energy to level up, but in return, she could directly absorb energy from objects to evolve. He clenched his hand into a fist and told the girl to absorb all the crystals because that way she could become stronger. In the darkness of the ruins, a huge monster with glowing eyes awoke. After a while, Anya was enveloped in a powerful magical aura and she evolved to E rank. The protagonist happily congratulated her on her new rank. The girl raised her hands and said that she felt very strong. Faye, hearing this, said in his head that she would be the strongest S-rank fighter in the future. They looked into the distance of the corridor, which was littered with armor. Anya said that she felt a little scared here. The protagonist looked into the distance, calmly saying that this was the way to the 5th floor, so they should go see it. The 5th floor of the ruins. The guys stood in front of the glass coffin, saying that there was only one way to the 5th floor, and it was connected to this place. Suddenly, Anya pointed to the glass coffin. Faye explained that the treasures of this floor were supposed to be inside, but Lon and the others took them, adding that there seemed to be someone's silhouette inside. It was the protector of the treasures. Hearing this, Anya began to look around, fearfully saying that she felt that the surrounding atmosphere was becoming piercing. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind them. The protagonist reacted and deftly punched her in the face. From such a powerful blow, the zombie flew back and crashed into the wall. Faye turned around and said that, apparently, they need to help the mercenaries clean up after themselves. He also said that Lon and the others had to fight the catastrophe after taking the treasure. The monster that attacked them began to rise from the dust. The zombie slowly rose to its feet, preparing to fight. Anya tensed up a lot, but after a few seconds, she said that she could not take control of it. The protagonist rubbed his hand and said that she had already. A huge shadow hand appeared above her. She squeezed it tightly. When the shadow dissipated, the monster fell to his knees, and the protagonist said that the damage of the Devour 2 ability had been increased. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that he had killed a D-rank zombie, so he had received 600 evolution points as well as 2% of the lightning ability fragment. The crystal coffin began to rise slowly, and Anya asked what was going on. The large round plate behind the coffin suddenly turned over. On the back of it, there was a place for an insertion. There was a star shape. After inserting it, it glowed brightly. The magical energy emanating from it turned the token into 2 triangles. A few seconds later, a hologram of the ruins appeared, but modified. Anya shouted that there was space behind the wall. Faye noticed a staircase down and said that it looked like a copy of the ruins, which meant they had to go. Flames burned on the walls with blue fire. The girl asked if she could fight, to which the protagonist put his hands in his pockets and replied that when they encountered stronger zombies, they could fight together and he would help deal with the lighter ones. He looked ahead and thought that if he met a suitable one, then let her be his and he would deal with them. He knew that he had used all the fragments to absorb Lon's abilities, but he needed more. Anya shouted that she saw some movement. A huge monster with the ability of a berserker appeared in front of them. Faye covered the girl with his hand and said that the armored doll had become a warrior, because it seemed like there was a big gap between the upper and lower floors, so let her leave it to him. He activated the sword in his hand and shouted for Anya to move away, when suddenly the monster swung the weapon at them. He lowered his hand, hitting the ground hard while looking at the shield in bewilderment. He put it away, then put his hand to the monster's face and activated the ability to devour. It killed an E-rank zombie and gained 400 evolution points, as well as 2% of the berserk ability fragment. Energy fragments and an energy crystal for Anya. They approached the huge stone doors and Faye said that this was the end of the 2nd floor, after which he asked if Anya was ready, to which the girl happily nodded her head. The protagonist slightly opened the door, saying that he was entering. Immediately a lot of owls appeared and Anya screamed, asking why there were so many of them. The owls with glowing eyes furiously flew at the guys. The protagonist realized that these were mutated owls, so he told Anya that the plan was changing, because there were too many of them, so now he would send her into the shadow gap. Hearing this, the girl stamped her foot and screamed furiously that she did not want this. She raised her fist and shouted that she didn't want to always hide behind his back, adding that she had evolved and could now stand up for herself. As soon as she finished speaking, an owl flew into the place where she was standing at high speed. The girl managed to dodge at the last moment. Jumping back, she knelt down. Then she rose sharply and stretched out her arms, using her magic. Her power enveloped the owl, who did not understand anything. Another owl saw this and flew straight at Anya, but the owl that the girl subdued protected her, knocking down its fellow. The protagonist dodged one of the owls and said in his head that it seemed like he shouldn't worry about her so much. He watched the girl run from place to place, screaming that she couldn't concentrate, and said to himself that he had subconsciously treated Anya like a sister, wanting only to protect her. She was much stronger than him in his past life. Anya kept running and screaming, asking if an owl could just stand still. A mutated owl with glowing eyes was flying at her from behind. Suddenly, it hit a stone on the ground. It fell weakly to the floor, and its color was different from the others. One of the mutated owls began flapping its wings, releasing many sharp feathers. Anya jumped to the side, trying to dodge. These feathers hit a white owl. It flew into the wall and hit hard, and the girl screamed in rage that you can't attack your allies because it's low. The mutated owl landed in front of the white owl. It looked at the little owl with eyes glowing with red flame. It flapped its wing and said something to its relative, but the mutated owl hit the white one with its wing with all its might. The protagonist saw this and ordered Anya to try to take control of that one because he looks very strong, so he must be the leader of this small group. Hearing this, the girl firmly replied that she did not like him, so she would not make him her companion. She stared at the small white owl, who was emitting a powerful magical aura, and said that she could feel the energy of an S-rank ability from it, adding that its combat power was the strongest among all in this building, but it seemed that it did not know how to use it. Suddenly, the white owl abruptly opened its glowing eyes. In the smoke, it saw red eyes approaching, while Anya said that if she entered its consciousness, she could awaken its power. After these words, the owl was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The girl at that moment was enveloped in exactly the same power. Two owls saw this and rushed to attack her. Faye saw this and shouted for Anya to run away. Faye rushed to help, thinking that he would not have time to save her. Anya stood firm, saying that everything almost worked out. The white owl made soft sounds. A strong blow flew towards the girl. The dust from the blow began to slowly disperse in the air. The main character breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he was acting like a paranoid person. Anya put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly, after which she said that she and the white owl were the strongest. The huge owls began to angrily scream at the white owl, calling it a traitor. The white owl turned around in fear at Anya and she told the baby not to be afraid, because now he was stronger than them. The formidable owl wanted to attack the white owl and the girl screamed loudly for him to jump. The birds wanted to knock him down, but Anya screamed for the baby to try to dodge the blows in the air. She screamed for the white owl to show them all his new strength. The owl quickly headed forward, getting ready to attack, and activated the ability of the S rank, a tornado of absolute wind. Anya clenched her fists in joy and shouted that the baby was very strong. She hugged the owl tightly and said that her eyes were not lying. Faye grinned and congratulated her on her new companion, but said that now was not the time to relax. He pointed up and said that a large owl was approaching. An owl landed in front of them, which had an ability that gave it an increase in size. Anya looked at it and said that it was very huge. The protagonist immediately stood up, saying that he was probably the leader here. Anya spread her arms and asked Faye to leave the huge owl to her. This would be their first fight with the baby Xiaobugu. Hearing this, the owl was very scared and screamed in its head that this woman was talking nonsense. The protagonist tensed up and said that he would be there to help and let them concentrate on the goal. The girl waved her hand and happily said that she and the baby would show their power. A magical aura enveloped the owl, and he said to himself that his body was not obeying him again. Suddenly, the boss's huge paw appeared above him. He brought it down sharply, but the owl managed to soar into the air and dodge. The boss saw this and waved his huge magical power. With an outstretched hand, he addressed Anya and said that she must hurry and must do everything measuredly. She must trust her companion and not just control him. Hearing this, the girl said that she understood. The girl was again enveloped in powerful magical energy, and she said in her head that she thought that if she forced him to fight, he would regain his confidence, but the invasion of consciousness frightened him even more. This worsened the situation. Since he was young, he was treated as a different species, often bullied and mistreated. Gradually, he began to fear others, stopped trusting others. She is the same as him. She has no parents from an early age, often bullied and ridiculed. She is also very timid, afraid to make friends with others, but she met Faye and he treated her with kindness. So he should not be afraid. She just wants to be friends with him, wants to take him with her and leave this place. Take him to see the outside world. Xiaobugu heard all this, and behind him was a huge owl. The little boy made a firm decision and looked back out of the corner of his eye. Then, at great speed, he hit the boss on the head. At the same second, he bounced off the ceiling and rushed towards the enemy again. Xiaobugu began to strike incredibly fast. The protagonist shook his hands and said that he did not think that this little owl that Anya chose would be so strong. Suddenly, the huge owl became even bigger, causing the surrounding area to shake. Faye looked at it and said that if this continues, this place will collapse. He took a stance and told Anya to go back, adding that she should not get involved in this. Then the girl raised her fists and firmly said no, adding that she wanted to fight together with little Xiaobugu. The little owl deftly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He moved at a very high speed, not allowing himself to be injured. Little Bugu flew along the wall, avoiding the big owl's attacks. Faye, strongest of them all. The guy looked at the big owl, which was sitting motionless, and thought that the girl was able to tame such a strong beast. Anya frowned and shouted for Bugu to attack right now. The white owl immediately shot a bright beam at the big owl's head. It fell to the ground and Anya joyfully shouted that they won. She picked up Bugu and said that he did it. The protagonist said that he was strong, so let him absorb the energy source. The girl told Bugu to go and enjoy the loot. She sent him forward and Faye asked how Anya discovered his potential. The girl explained that when she uses mind control, she can see the capabilities of zombies and find the strongest one and then control them. The guy smiled and said that it was a good ability, and then thought about how this ability can directly find the strongest enemy unit and turn it into an ally. Anya smiled and asked if the main character doesn't have an ability that allows him to copy others, since she saw him copy the fire ability. The guy turned to her and said that he really can, to which the girl suggested that he copy her ability, plus it will become even stronger if you use it. Faye thought that he wanted to sign a contract for the ability with Anya, but after thinking about the ruins, he chose fire since it has a strong attack power. The girl happily stretched out her hand and the protagonist thought that after everything that had happened, the fragments of the abilities that he had could allow him to make a contract again, and he chose Anya. He took her hand and activated the contract abilities. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him saying that an error had occurred while using the contract. Faye looked at his hand and asked himself that she really wanted to help him. At this time, Zyabugu began to glow brightly, and the notification that appeared said that an evolution from F rank to E rank was taking place. Anya immediately rushed to her pet, joyfully shouting that she was very happy for him. Faye looked at her and said in his head that after spending time with Anya, he even forgot that she was not a human. He also said that he could not even imagine her in her past life, how she grew up. After these thoughts, he turned around and told the girl that it was time to move on from here, while saying in his head that this time he would not let society break her fragile heart and become who she was in her past life. While they were walking to the exit, Faye asked Anya if she still controlled the baby, to which the girl answered no, because she wanted to be friends with him, so she trusted him. A few minutes later, they were walking along a long and large corridor. The protagonist looked at Anya and said that a lot of time had passed since they came here, their energy was largely depleted, so now they will do this. He will use the shadow gap to check, and when they meet the right people, they will attack. In his mind, he said that even if Anya didn't show it, but this little girl had been with him for so long and must be tired. After thinking these thoughts, he began to dissolve into the shadow. He began to spread his shadow everywhere, also using the devouring technique. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he said to himself that he needed to take advantage of this place to level up. According to the words of the evolution tree, he needed to reach level 15 in strength, level 13 in agility, level 8 in detection, and level 5 in intelligence to evolve. And to reach D rank, he needed to get about 150,000 evolution points. Now he had almost a third, 40,000 evolution points, and he still needed more than 100. While he was thinking about this, his shadow reached many monsters along the way. At this time, in the shelter, one of the awakened fell to the floor. A guy stood above him and with an ominous smile ordered to call his strongest fighter to come and measure his strength with him, after which he ordered to call the god of war. He himself was a D rank, and his B rank insight ability gave him a keen sense of the surrounding possibilities. The defeated awakened crawled back and said that the god of war had left. He was not here. Hearing this, the boy asked if it was because he did not dare to come out, adding that he would use them as a warm-up until he came out. Many people ran down the corridor into the hall. Zayako saw this and asked what was going on, to which one of the men said that people from another orphanage had come and wanted to fight their god of war, and they were also causing trouble here. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise they had come to find Faye. The third floor of the Mirror Ruins. The protagonist was very surprised by what he felt. Anya looked at him and asked what happened, to which Faye replied that nothing, it was just that in these ruins there was one last place they had to visit. He then said that it was time to visit their last opponent. In the last room, a huge snake with glowing eyes was waiting for them. The main character tensed up, saying in his head that after passing the third and fourth floors, he received 90,000 evolution points, and the fifth floor gave him 20,000. To be on the safe side, he first needed to increase his combat abilities. The notifications that appeared mentioned the necessary characteristics for evolution. Faye began to pump up his strength and agility levels to the necessary levels. He looked at his characteristics and said in his head that only intelligence remained to raise it to the 9th level, but he was a little short. When suddenly a notification appeared in front of him, which said that the increased indicator was returning back to the owner. Seeing this, Faye felt a terrifying pressure which made him grit his teeth. Veins appeared on his face, and he screamed in his head that this time the increase was so great that it caused a severe attack in his body. Faye smirked and said that they should go. They came to the 5th floor of the Mirror Ruins. The protagonist exhaled and said that they finally reached the last place. He raised his head up, examining the door, and said that this time the girl will wait for him outside. Anya dropped her hands down in disappointment and asked him to be careful. Faye immediately opened the doors and thought that he really wanted to test his new power. He went inside and saw a C-rank python in front of him, which had the ability of poison. The monster tried to wrap itself around him and the guy asked how long the python could hold out. The monster with red eyes opened its mouth wide in front of the protagonist. At that very second, it abruptly closed it. Faye ended up on top of him and said that he would try to use 30% of his power. He gained height and landed on the python's head with great speed. He frowned, turning his gaze. The python got angry and raised its head up, while the main character blew fire at it and said that he could play with it for a while. The guy immediately appeared near the python's tail, which the monster did not like. His eyes sparkled and his cheeks puffed out. He opened his mouth, releasing green slime at the guy, after which Faye activated the shadow gap and managed to defend himself. He jumped up and said that now it was time to use 50%. He swung his leg and instantly hit the monster's body. The python curled up, falling to the ground in pain. Faye stood up, trying to look around. He looked at the blood from the monster's mouth and said that 50% was the limit that the python could withstand. The monster immediately rushed from its place towards the guy. He opened his mouth wide in front of the guy, and the protagonist asked if he really wanted to have a final fight. Faye's body was enveloped in mana and he activated the ability to devour. The python fell dead to the ground, while the protagonist held the crystal in his hand and said that he did not expect such a win. Anya carefully took Booga by the wings and said that there was no movement inside, so I wonder if everything is okay with Faye. She asked if they should go and see, to which Booga replied that they were both intellectuals, so they would not be able to open the door. The doors immediately swung open slowly. Faye came out with a smile and apologized for the wait. The girl excitedly asked if the guy was okay, to which he nodded his head. The protagonist turned to Anya and said that he had a present for her. The girl's eyes sparkled and she asked with a smile what the present was. Faye handed her a gold coin and said that it would suit her very well, so let her try it. The girl took the badge and happily asked how to use it, to which the protagonist replied that she should just try activating it through her heart. Anya did as Faye said and everything around her began to change. When the space completely changed, the protagonist explained that this badge activates teleportation to a special space. It is useful when trying to tame zombies and teleports them here when needed. Hearing this, Anya asked if this was something like a shadow rift. The protagonist slightly tilted his head and answered, almost explaining that there were some differences. With a shadow rift he could move in real time and her teleport allowed her to leave the real world but not move. Okay, Anya replied. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from her stomach. They went back, and the protagonist, hearing this, chuckled and said that they had been wandering here for so long that he was also hungry, so they should find something to eat. It was night outside and complete devastation. When they got out, Faye said that he had previously saved all the food for Jaya Hao and the others, so now they should go to the nearest supermarket. As they walked forward, they looked around and saw many dead zombies. A few minutes later, they reached the supermarket. Inside, the protagonist told the girl to look for food while he went to clear the area of zombies. After that, he went outside and opened the system screen with the evolution tree, saying in his head that even after killing that python from the ruins, he still didn't have enough points, and to increase detection to level 9, he needed another 2,800 points. He began to look at his stats and levels. When he finished, he released his magic power, saying to himself that he would continue to kill all the zombies in the area, so he would definitely be able to evolve to D rank. He just needed to get stronger, return the memory of the evolution tree, and maybe then he would get information about his sister. At this time, there were people in one of the alleys. A guy with a bat peeked out from around the corner and said that it was quiet here for now, but his woman and daughter should wait here and he would try to get to that car and find them resources. When he got into the car, he said that he did not understand anything, why the world around him turned into this. But as that young guy said, you must always look for resources. Did he really know that everything would turn out like this? He got behind the wheel and added that now is not the time to think about all this. The most important thing is to protect his daughter and wife. While he was trying to start the car, a huge leg of a huge zombie suddenly appeared above him. His wife saw this and screamed at him to get out. But when the guy heard this, he only had time to raise his head and was horrified. His wife and daughter screamed in horror. Suddenly, he heard a voice that ordered him to wake up. The guy opened his eyes and saw a white shirt in front of him. The protagonist was standing in front of his car and telling him to quickly leave, otherwise he would definitely die next time. After these words, the huge zombie collapsed to the ground, and a notification appeared in front of Faye, stating that he killed an E-rank zombie, therefore he receives 400 evolution points, as well as a fragment of the huge size ability. The guy got out of the car and said that his savior looked familiar. The protagonist turned to him and asked if he knew him. The guy approached him and said that he should know him because he helped him send a car with groceries home. That time he gave him 2 boxes of cookies. He never thought that in such a short period of time he would change so much. Faye turned to him and asked why he was here and where his family was. The guy pointed to his family behind him and said that everyone was safe thanks to him, but he could not go back. He could not stock up on everything, and soon the city they were in fell, and they had to risk their lives to come here in search of resources. The first thing he did was go to his home, but he found that he was already gone. Faye replied that he understood the situation, but they should discuss it later. He activated the swords in his hands, because their sounds attracted zombies, after which the man asked if the guy really wanted to deal with all the zombies himself. The protagonist quickly ran forward without answering. He started getting a lot of evolution points for killing. A notification appeared that the guy had reached the requirements for D rank evolution. Anya put her hand on her stomach, saying that she couldn't take it anymore because she had eaten too much. The door swung open and she saw the protagonist in front of her, who had brought 3 more survivors. Faye turned to the man and said that they could stay here and eat for now, and later he would take them to the shelter. After that, he asked Anya to deliver some food to the 2-dimensional space for storage while he rested, so they would meet later. The girl smiled and told him to leave it to her. Faye carefully opened a can of soda. He leaned on the balcony railing and said that now they could start evolving. He logged into the evolution tree system. He found himself in the system and looked back and asked why the tree itself was not there. He looked at the screen and said that he would first improve detection and then evolve to D rank. In the notification, he saw a question asking if he wanted to make the transition because he had achieved all the conditions for evolution. The guy immediately began to improve the ability to devour and the contract ability, namely shadow rupture and fire. He read that all his attributes were increased by 1 level and the transition to D rank was completed. The girl of the evolution tree appeared in front of him and congratulated him on breaking through to a higher rank. Faye looked at her and asked if she knew where Zenyu was now. The girl raised her hand up and said that at the moment she had no leads on the one he was looking for, and that he was currently in a world different from the one he knew. The protagonist asked what another world meant when suddenly a child's voice was heard. He excitedly began to look around, asking if it was Anya's voice, to which the girl answered him that he should go because now she cannot explain many things to him. He immediately exited the evolution tree system. Anya ran to Faye and said that someone was looking for him. The protagonist asked if there was something wrong with the shelter and they urgently needed to return there. At this time, in the shelter, Jiahao gritted his teeth and trembled with fear. The guy threw him to the floor and told him not to tell him that the god of war did not want to show himself, otherwise he was ready to continue. People in the crowd began to say that no one from the shelter could stand against him. Lifeng frowned and said that he would fight the guy because it was only thanks to Faye that he was here, so he should protect this place because he was not afraid of that bastard. The guy looked at Lifeng and said that he was fearless. Lifeng menacingly replied that if the guy lost, he would leave the shelter. The green-eyed guy laughed loudly and told Lifeng to try to win first. He immediately turned to the side, seeing the flow of mana. The guy asked if this was Lifeng's ability. He suddenly turned around and punched Lifeng in the nose. The guy smirked and said that they were fools who relied on their abilities while their technique and physical ability were very weak, because it didn't matter what kind of ability he had if he himself was helpless. Zayak was perplexed that even Lifeng could lose to him and asked Faye to come back quickly. The guy picked up Lifeng with one hand and asked if there was no one else who could dare. He threw the guy out of the arena, saying that it seemed like their commander Luo didn't care much about their safety, and then told everyone to become a branch of the Yanhuan base. They would protect them. Zayak stepped forward and said that there was still her, adding that he hadn't dealt with one awakened yet. The guy leaned over and asked if there was really a girl, adding that they had no choice, but he wouldn't let her go easy just because she was a girl. Lifeng woke up and told Zayak to forget it, because her ability wasn't meant to attack alone, and his level was much higher than theirs. The girl walked towards the ring, saying that she knew what she could do, adding that the shelter was kept afloat thanks to the protagonist's persistent efforts, and she wouldn't let a single soul take it away. When she entered the ring, the guy spread his hand to the side and asked if the girl wanted to make a deal. If she agreed to have dinner with him tonight, then he would not hurt her. Saek sent him. At this time, the protagonist, riding Goldie, was already flying up to the shelter. The huge beast landed on the wall with a crash. Faye came down and said that they would go first, and he and Anya should catch up later. The girl with red hair, who was standing on guard, said that this was a closed shelter, so the 3 of them should first pass the check. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist disappeared into the shadows and rushed past the girl. The girl began waving her fists, ordering him to come back and pass the check. Blood dripped onto the ring. The guy was holding Saek by the head. He leaned towards her and said that Victor would definitely like her, and if he ruined her face, he would not like it. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up. The guy's body was enveloped in her power. He felt it and said angrily that his patience was exhausted, adding that no one would notice if he just killed her. A mad smile appeared on his face and he said that he didn't care because all the girls here would be his. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist hit the intruder on the back of the head with a very strong blow. People began to rejoice that the god of war had returned. Faye stood over the enemy and asked Zayak if he was really like this with her. With her head down heavily, the girl said, "He finally." Raising her head, she finished, "Finally returned." The protagonist looked at her and said that Goldie informed him, then told the girl to leave because he would sort it out. The guys on the side told him to be careful because these people from Yan Huang's base wanted to absorb their shelter. They were no match for them. Faye looked at them and asked, "Yan Huang's shelter." The intruder put his hands on the ring. He suddenly pulled his head out of the ring and screamed furiously, asking what kind of bastard dared to touch him, adding that he would rip all his guts out. The protagonist with a terrifying magical aura stood behind him and asked if he was talking about him. The guy immediately turned around. At that moment, he received a powerful blow to the face. Faye with burning eyes ordered the guy to continue. He saw how the opponent was shaking with fear and asked him if he could not even look him in the eyes. Suddenly, the intruder turned around and screamed furiously, who the hell was he even threatening? But before he could finish, he received a quick kick from the protagonist. The protagonist looked at him coldly and said that he was not even worthy of seeing him. At this time, in the commander's office, the man hit his desk hard and said that he needed an immediate answer. Commander Zhuo continued that the shelter was newly built and it was an honor for Luo that they liked him, because only by fusing with them could Luo become stronger, so why was he so stubborn? Commander Luo closed his eyes and replied that it was not often that Zhuo showed sympathy towards them, but the shelter was protected thanks to one person who did not return, so he could not hand over the authority of the shelter because it was impossible. Zhuo said that if the commander agreed to his condition, he would become one of the top leaders from the base because apparently the god of war was no match for his subordinate because he probably already defeated all the awakened in the shelter. A loud cry was heard from behind the door that Commander Zhuo was currently in a meeting. Faye swung the door open, holding Zhuo's subordinate by the collar and said that he wanted to clarify something. He threw the immobilized subordinate on the floor and asked if he was his. Zhuo turned towards him excitedly. The protagonist said that Zhuo had to leave because he wanted to report something to Commander Luo. Zhuo angrily slammed the table and asked who the boy was, to which Luo replied that he was their war god. Zhuo's expression changed and he shouted loudly that they would regret their decision. He stood up from his chair and quickly left, slamming the door. Luo asked the protagonist to sit down quickly and then asked if he had found his sister. Faye replied that he had not yet, but he already had some information and he still needed something. He replied that she was the mysterious girl from the video that the commander had shown him and he needed a screenshot of her photo. Luo replied that he would take care of it and then asked when the guy was leaving and if he needed any helpers. The protagonist replied that he would leave immediately after receiving the photo, and no, he did not need assistance because their base was not in the best condition. So he would send the address of the Qin Xuan base because there were many powerful zombies there and this could help collect weapons materials from them and increase the power of the shelter. Luo happily exclaimed, would they really be able to resist Yang Huan's shelter even when the guy was not around? So in return he also had a present for Faye. After a while, they found themselves on the second floor of the ancient ruins. Luo said that the other day they had solved the puzzle of the second floor of the ruins, and he really wanted to show the guy. He said that Faye could take the treasure for himself, and Jang asked him to go in faster, because the commander forbade him to go inside without the protagonist. Faye pushed the door, saying that he apparently had no choice, because he still had not found a suitable weapon for himself in the center of Qin Xuan, which meant that he would definitely not give up this time. He opened the gate and saw a long corridor. Walking through it, he passed a large arch, saying that he did not feel any danger, adding that it was not the same feeling as in the Qin Xuan ruins. Walking further, he saw a place that he thought was the solution to the riddle of these ruins. Walking further, he saw many system screens that reported powerful equipment. Entering the center of the place surrounded by torches, Faye said that everyone has their own cool features. The evolution tree wrote to him, telling him to choose what was in front of him, the trial token. After reading this message, he was surprised and asked the evolution tree. He approached a huge statue that held a trial plot. It allowed him to endlessly compete in the trial tower and become even stronger. The evolution tree reported that it would greatly help him on his path to perfection. The protagonist approached the selection pillar and read the description of the item. A message appeared in front of him, which said that this treasure could give him a large amount of combat experience and evolution points. Faye watched and read this and said in his head that with the evolution tree, his abilities are limitless. It seems that this test token suits him the most. He decided that he will choose it. When he chose the item, a sphere was released from the hands of the statue and flew to the protagonist. The guy took the item in his hands and said that it was time to try it. At that very second, it disappeared. The space around him changed, and he wondered if he had teleported somewhere. Suddenly, he saw a large test tower in front of him. Suddenly, he heard a voice that said that he was now a participant in the tests. Faye turned around in surprise. A girl appeared next to him who said that her name was Tada and she was the guide of the test tower. She also said that in this test tower, she would answer any question he had. The protagonist turned to her and asked again, "Guide?" To which the girl answered, "Yes," after which she asked to let her first introduce him to the situation. Then she told him that the test tower is a place where test subjects practice. Each floor has a step. The higher the floor, the higher the difficulty, a total of 600 floors. At every 150th floor, she will create a debuff for the test subject and increase the difficulty. When the test begins, the protagonist has half a month, after which the test token will disappear. She also said that if the test is failed, or he stays between tests, the test time will be shortened. Hearing this, Faye spread his hands and asked how much the time will be shortened. Tada said that each time the time is shortened by 1 day, so he needs to return when he is completely ready. The protagonist stretched his shoulders and said that there is no time to waste today, after which he asked if he should just enter from here, like this. Yes, the girl answered, but she did not finish. Faye approached the entrance to the first floor. The next second, he entered inside. He found himself in a forest and asked if this was the inside of the tower, why it became a wild area. Tada appeared behind him and said that she was just about to tell him that each floor had fixed decorations and the entrance was a teleportation gate. Tada said that to get through, you need to kill all the monsters on this floor, then you can go to the next floor. Several angry wolves appeared in front of them. She said that the test tower is very dangerous, so you need to be especially careful. She turned around and noticed that Faye was missing and shouted that she was not finished yet. The notification said that the time taken was 30 seconds, which surprised the girl. Jang nervously tapped his foot on the floor. He asked why the guy was inside for so long, since he was starting to worry, to which Luo replied that there was no need for such worries. The protagonist opened the doors and apologized for making him wait. Jang ran up to him and asked what happened inside, to which the boy replied that there was no danger inside and he could go in. Jang happily shouted for Luo to tell the students to gather on the floor, then ran to the door. The protagonist said that the professor was still the same. Then Luo replied that he becomes like this when something is related to research. He asked the guy if he chose the treasure he liked. Faye thought it was a good treasure and thanked him. He remembered how he spent 10 minutes and cleared 150 floors and thought that he could get a lot of combat experience. With the help of the evolution tree, the monsters killed would become evolution points. Luo handed him a photo of a girl and asked what he was going to do with it. The protagonist replied that he was planning to go to Qing City because there might be evidence of his sister there. The commander replied that the city was quite far away, after which the boy put his hands in his pockets and replied that he was leaving in the evening after he had prepared everything, to which Luo replied that he would not see him off because he would be busy and wished him a safe journey. Faye approached the door. He looked at her in surprise. Noticing Anya sleeping on the bed, he said that she was tired. He looked at her and thought, why not rest for one night before leaving? The next morning at 6 o'clock, Faye began to carefully wake the girl. Anya began to rub her eyes, saying that it was not morning yet, to which the boy replied that she should get ready because they were leaving. They walked along the corridor and the girl asked if they were not going to tell anyone about leaving, to which Faye replied that it was impolite. But there was no choice, because if they knew, they would want to leave with them, but it was too dangerous to bring them to the place where they were going. He heard a rustling sound to the side and realized that someone had come anyway. Standing in the doorway was Zayak, who said that she would go with the protagonist this time. Faye replied that it was too dangerous to go with him, and besides, the orphanage needed her. The girl frowned and said that she wanted to follow him and improve her abilities together, and Anya was still a child, and was he sure he could take care of her? Anya looked up at the protagonist and said that Zayak had taken care of her the previous day, so she wanted the girl to come with them. Faye exhaled and agreed, telling Zayak to put the luggage in Anya's dimensional space. The girl cried out happily, and the protagonist said that they needed to quickly set off on their way so that no one would find Lifing and the others. Zayak asked where they were going next, to which Faye replied that they were going to Qing City since there might be traces of Zenyu there. He said that they had already lost a lot of time, so they needed to find their sister quickly. Tower, floor 300, D-rank monster, weight debuff plus 20%. The protagonist destroyed the giant monster with fast and strong blows. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had successfully destroyed all the enemies. Now he could go to the next floor. Tada appeared behind him and congratulated him on reaching floor 300 in 2 days, then asked if he planned to continue the test, reminding him that a new debuff would be applied on the next floor. Faye put his hand to his chest and said that he didn't think that a 20% increase in weight would be so difficult. He then raised his head and replied that it was too early, adding that they needed to see what the debuff would be on the next floor. He appeared on floor 301. In the system window, he saw that a line with a reward for limiting the ability had been added. After reading this, Faye was surprised and asked again, limiting the ability. A large paw stepped towards him with a loud stomp. It belonged to a huge monster in the form of a wolf. Upon seeing it, the protagonist realized that he probably needed to use his true strength. After these words, he jumped up, and his opponent growled furiously. Faye instantly appeared in front of the wolf and dealt a strong blow to the muzzle. The monster's eyes lit up with scarlet flames. He delivered a powerful blow to the opponent, driving him into the ground. The guy managed to block and remained unharmed, saying in his head that under the influence of such weight, his attack power became weaker. Suddenly, a paw of the monster appeared in front of him. He quickly got up and jumped a long distance away. Tada appeared next to him and said that she thought that it was difficult for him, so she suggested that they go out, first prepare, and then rush into battle again, to which the protagonist replied that the girl was absolutely right. However, he said, adding that it was not too difficult for him. At that very second, the monster furiously rushed to attack him. Faye expected this, so his hand was absorbed by powerful magical energy. When the monster reached him, he punched the air and erased the huge wolf. A notification appeared, saying that all enemies were successfully eliminated. Now he can go to the clean floor. Caddy tearfully said that at this rate, she will soon lose her job. Then Faye suggested that they stop there. He returned to reality and found himself in a destroyed building. Sayako was sitting at the table. She noticed his friend appear and asked if he was done with the tower, to which the protagonist asked if she had not gone to bed. The girl replied that she had, because she had something important to settle. Faye sat down at the table and asked what it was. Sayako pointed to a red cube on the map and said that after 2 days of travel, they were already close to Xiong City. They did not know the situation, so she wanted to prepare in advance. The protagonist got up from the table and said that he would go check now and let her sleep. Hearing this, the girl asked why she didn't go with her, to which the protagonist replied that everything was fine, she would stay to protect Anya and he would be back soon. Faye went outside and said in his head that he hadn't realized yet that Lon had returned, so it would be better to see him in person. For this he would use a shadow gap and would be there in 10 minutes. After a while, he arrived at the place. He was surprised to see a bar in front of him. Hai was pouring cola into a glass with ice, while Lon was shouting at her that he wanted liquor. The girl replied that they were forbidden to drink alcohol before the mission. He took the glass in his hand and said that he didn't drink what children drank. He noticed a silhouette from the entrance. He shouted to Hai to bring another glass because they had a guest. The protagonist carefully went down to the bar. Lon immediately waved happily at him and said that it was unexpected that they met so soon. The protagonist came closer to him and Long asked him what he wanted to drink, to which the guy simply asked for water. Faye asked where their other 2 teammates were, after which Long stretched out his hand and said that they had gone to prepare for the upcoming mission. His face immediately changed and said that after the apocalypse, the city was empty, and he took the opportunity and chose this place as a base. And if there was no mission, he came to the bar to relax, but as for Faye's younger sister, he had no leads yet. The protagonist handed him a blurry photo and said that this person was the one who took Zenyu away, so let him try to remember. Hai looked at the photo with interest. Faye asked her what it was, to which the girl simply gave him water. Long began to examine the photo and said that he had seen it somewhere before. The protagonist jumped up from his chair, leaned his elbows on the table, and shouted loudly, asking where he had seen it. Lon replied that he just remembered a little, but he needed to check since the photo was blurry and he could have made a mistake. He turned to the guy with the glass and said that he would go and confirm the person in the photo, but he had a task that he needed to complete urgently, and their rules did not provide for stopping the mission. Faye replied that he understood and could help him complete it, and he would leave his sister's case to them for the time being. Lon shouted that he needed a drink, so he asked Hai again to bring liquor. The girl was indignant and replied that it was forbidden to drink alcohol before a mission. The protagonist picked up the paper and read that the mission location was nearby. He read about the investigation of the catastrophe, which he found interesting, and he would meet Lon in the morning since time was limited. Lon looked at Hai, who was displeased, and decided to explain why he had lied to Faye. He replied that he had not hidden it intentionally, but if he said that it was Skynet's doing, he would rush to the slaughter. He put his hand to his forehead and continued that such a reckless act would get the protagonist into trouble, and it was hard to judge from one picture that it was really Skynet. Faye frowned, thinking about the catastrophe and what kind of organization it was. Many years ago, a man was walking down the street, saying on the phone that he was not free because he had to run that evening. In one of the alleys were Min, Hai, and Jin. The girl said that she was hungry, and Min, rummaging through the trash, said that he was looking for it. A few seconds later, he found half a piece of bread, adding that they could share it and eat it. Suddenly, they heard a furious shout ordering them to put the trash back. Nin turned around and asked who he was, since they had put the trash can first. Not far from them were Long and a little girl. The boy spread his hand and said that he meant that if they followed him, he promised that no one would die of hunger. The boys did not think long and followed the boy. A few hours later, the boys were sitting on the stairs and eating. Nin turned to Long and asked if stealing food was a business, to which the boy replied that they did not steal food, but borrowed it since they would return it later. The girl, who was standing next to Long, asked if they should take them with them and if they could even take care of them. Long looked at the girl and replied that everyone was in the same situation, since it would be better if they united and trusted her leadership. The girl glanced at the happy boys out of the corner of her eye and said that she was not as noble as he thought, she just did not want to sleep outside. Currently in a lab in the middle of the forest. Inside, Long was standing in the elevator. He was scratching his head and saying that he liked to reminisce when he got older, adding that Xiaoyun's mission seemed to be looking for someone, adding that he should not be told that it was the protagonist's younger sister. The elevator doors opened, and he said to himself that he would ask later when they met, she should be in the office. After thinking these thoughts, he knocked on the door several times. When he entered the office, he saw the girl and said that he knew she was still working overtime. He had protected them for so many years, and being overprotective was not a good thing. The guy took the papers and said that he would think about it. Then he said to himself that the protagonist's younger sister was called Zenyu. With this thought, he started to sort through the papers. Suddenly, he found a paper with a photo of Anya and remembered that she was with Faye, which meant that she was also Xiaoyan. This information shocked the guy. He handed the papers back to the girl, who asked him in surprise why he had such a miserable expression. Long closed his eyes and said to himself that it seemed like Faye was mistaken, since his sister was not on the list. The girl suddenly stood up from the table and said that if that was all, she would go do her own thing. Lon folded his arms and asked if she was really doing the task so late, to which the girl replied that her superior was pressuring her and that 9 targets had been found so far, but 1 was not on the list. Hearing this, the guy turned around abruptly and asked if 1 was not on the list. As she left, the girl replied that it was, adding that it seemed like she belonged to the S rank, so the headquarters was planning to take her in. As soon as the guy heard this, he was horrified. At this time, the protagonist's shadow appeared on one of the buildings. It fell onto the roof of the destroyed building. After changing into his physical form, Faye said in his head that this place was not that far from the city, and if he used Shadow Rupture, he would get there in half an hour. He looked around the area, saying to himself that if he were a normal runner, it would definitely take half a day. Faye walked through an abandoned building and thought that he hoped that he could find out information about the catastrophe. He was going down the stairs and wanted to finish quickly and meet Lon. He immediately turned to the side. The guy saw zombies on chains and realized that they were catching them to increase their strength and power. He immediately enveloped himself in mana and thought that he would quickly finish. Not far from him, he saw a female silhouette. Faye immediately frowned and became wary. The girl in front of him suddenly disappeared, jumping to the side with a loud sound. He looked ahead and said that he thought that there would only be normal zombies in the building, and then there was a surprise. In the notification, he saw that the girl was a catastrophe demon and asked him with a sly smile who he was. Next to her was a catastrophe doll, which was an evolved zombie. The girl smiled widely and said that she felt the aura of Thorn in the protagonist's body. It seemed like he had absorbed it. Faye activated the fire mana and said that next time her companions would also feel her aura on his body. The girl immediately unleashed the zombie and shouted if the guy could do this. The protagonist ducked down, quickly rushing forward. It was deep night outside. Long approached the bars and saw a blonde girl behind them. She turned to him in surprise. The girl raised her gaze and Long asked if she was really Zenyu. Long approached the bars and asked again if the girl's name was Zenyu. The protagonist's sister lowered her head slightly and told them not to waste time because her brother was still alive and he would definitely pull her out, but she should hold on. Zenyu took his hand and quietly said that her brother was alive. Her hands were covered in bruises and cuts. Long saw this and held back his anger, clenching his jaw. Having calmed down, he said that he would immediately inform the protagonist about everything. He looked at her and apologized for not being able to help him since he was quite weak. The protagonist's sister lowered her head in sadness. Long looked at her and asked her not to lose heart, because Faye was incredibly strong and as soon as he received the information, he would come here and rip everyone's heads off. Tears began to flow from Zenyu's eyes. She began to wipe them and say that she was fine, adding that since that day she felt guilty about her brother's death, but now he was fine and alive. Suddenly, the door to the dungeon opened. Long heard this, turned around and said that someone was coming, which meant he had to go. Okay, the girl answered. 2 guys in medical gowns were walking down the corridor. One of them said that the higher-ups had approved they could use the puppet medicine on this stubborn girl. Really? The second one asked, adding that this puppet medicine would make anyone turn into an unconscious puppet. Lan hid behind one of the walls and listened to one of them say that there was no choice. She didn't want to give up, so they could only do this. The other one replied that this medicine wasn't fully developed yet. If it didn't work, the girl might die. Who cares? The first one said, adding that since she didn't want to fight for them, there was no point in keeping her alive. Hearing this, Lan was shocked and didn't know how to react. The protagonist's sister was sitting on the bed. Suddenly, a bright flash of fire illuminated everything around. Suddenly, a fiery hand grabbed the bars. Enraged, Lan leaned towards the cage and said that he would pull the girl out of here. He left only charred pieces of the two scientists. The whole building was alarmed. Skyline members started running out into the hallway. The boss grabbed one of her subordinates and asked what was going on and who did it. The guy responded in fear that he had heard that it was a mercenary. The girl was horrified when she heard this. Could it be Long? She asked herself. A huge man suddenly approached her and asked if the one who kidnapped the man from the locked room was tired of living. Seeing him, the girl asked why Ajin was here. The guy grinned and said that he had just returned from a mission, but he never thought he would encounter something so funny and asked to leave Long with him. The girl turned to him and shouted loudly that he did not kill him, but captured him alive. The fire was blazing in the building while the ventilation hatch was open. The fire was causing a small space to be illuminated from above. Long looked at the worried people through the ventilation grate and realized that the news had already spread throughout the base. Long's fire was pouring out. He took out the grate and began to carefully look around. The guy jumped to the ground and put out his hands to catch Zenyu. He walked ahead and asked if the girl could walk on her own, to which she replied with a trembling voice that she was fine. They continued to walk forward and Long asked the girl to be patient for a little while longer. Someone's hand immediately appeared near his face. Ajin slammed the wall with all his might. He hit the ground hard, breaking it. Zenyu opened her eyes wide, screaming loudly in fear. Ajin smirked and replied that he thought he had overdone it a little and hoped that the boy was dead. He immediately scratched his head slightly and said that he had to find an excuse to say that Long had tried to resist, forcing him to kill him. He gritted his teeth and told the girl to follow him and not to be naughty when suddenly a fire appeared from the side. Long's eyes lit up with a bright light and he screamed at Ajin to get away from her. Ajin's face immediately changed. He turned into a bear and replied with a smile that the boy had helped him, so now he did not need to look for an excuse. He was in the first stage of a bear man. Ajin looked at Long and said that fire was not a bad ability, to which the boy replied that compared to his ability, his was indeed better. Hearing this, Ajin rushed to attack, shouting furiously that he did not value life at all. He made a powerful blow with his paw, but Long dodged. Then fire appeared in his hand. He swung it and released a huge stream of fire. Ajin swung his paws and dispersed the fire in front of him, shouting that he wanted to see how long the boy could last. After that, he furiously rushed to attack, ordering him to try his Bear Fury strike. Long reacted and blocked the blow from the side. He immediately slammed his knee into his opponent, mockingly saying that he was weak. Suddenly, his leg caught fire. It gained destructive power, which struck the bear, and he flew back. At that moment, screams of other awakened were heard. They ran up to Ajin, who was sitting on the floor, saying he was fine. The guys saw the criminal and asked if this was the same person, adding that he didn't seem to be from headquarters, and the other guy said he looked familiar, he had seen him somewhere. They immediately asked to leave this trash with them. Ajin angrily clenched his teeth. He stood up and said that he would deal with him himself. None of them had the right to interfere. In his head, he said that this guy made him lose face in front of everyone. He showed his teeth, and his eyes lit up while he said to himself that he finally became a leader. If he couldn't defeat even trash, people wouldn't listen to him at all. After these thoughts, he rushed to attack. He threw a punch from the jump, hitting Long. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. The guy looked at his opponent and said to himself that he was stronger now. Ajin attacked again, but Long managed to put up a fire block. Then he started jumping off the walls, creating distance. The protagonist's sister stood next to him and asked if the guy was okay, to which he replied with a fiery hand that the girl should find a safe place and hide. A jinn came out of the dust and said with displeasure that these were stupid tricks. Suddenly, what he saw made him surprised. Long, covered in fire, was walking towards his opponent. Seeing this, one of the awakened shouted that he remembered who he was. Long stretched out his arms and began to attack with fire, while the awakened shouted that when they were choosing the leader of the small team of the headquarters, he became the leader with excellent inclinations, but suddenly quit. Then there was no news about him. It was because of this that the reserve became the leader. Many fiery projectiles flew towards the enemy. A jinn gritted his teeth and thought that the guy was the leader who quit, because it was because of Long that he was discussed and he was the reserve leader. Ajin immediately became angry and assumed his second stage beastman form. Long soared above the monster, releasing fire at it. The base was enveloped in flames and people scattered in panic. The bear bared its teeth and leaped forward, releasing its claws. It swung at Ajin, leaving marks in the air. Wang gritted his teeth, trying to dodge the blow. Out of anger, the bear began to swing its paws. Wang put his hands behind his back and activated fire, quickly rushing forward. He ran up to the monster and hit it on the cheek with all his might. The bear suddenly turned to him and grabbed his face. He immediately slammed his hand into the ground. He became very angry and waved his paws, shouting that he was not the reserve leader because this was his victory. Zenyu screamed loudly in fear, calling out to Ajin. Ajin frowned, screaming loudly. He flew into the air and asked why the fire suddenly became different. Wan stepped into the fire, loudly kicking the ground. He tore off his shirt, then spread his arms out to the sides and shouted for the bear to turn into fire. He slightly lowered his head and told him to taste his fierce fire. The bear stretched his injured arm to the side. Ajin growled loudly, asking why the guy was so strong and betrayed them. Lan abruptly stretched his arm forward. He directed the fire attack at the bear and shouted that Skynet's actions disgusted him. The girl on the cameras watched what was happening. She leaned her head on her hand and ordered the Sword King to deal with Lan. A few minutes later, the magical power of the protagonist's sister was applied to Lan, who asked if he understood correctly that her ability was an ice style and her body had become a little better. The girl answered that it was so, adding that the effect of the drug seemed to have worn off, the energy was restored a little. She healed Lan a little and he, looking at her, said that he was already feeling better too, adding that he was doing what he thought was right and now they needed to leave quickly because reinforcements would arrive very soon. Okay, said the protagonist's sister, after which she asked him to take it. She gave him the hairpin with which Lan tied his hair into a ponytail. He took her hand and they began to run. While they were running, Zenyu asked why Lan had risked himself to save her. The guy, breathing heavily, answered that it was because Skynet had started to get on his nerves, and if something bad happened to her, he would not be able to resist the protagonist. Hearing this, the girl smiled and said that she was very grateful to him, and when she met her brother, they would thank him properly. At this time, they ran to a huge door, and Lan said that they would talk after they left. After these words, he took hold of the door handle. Suddenly, the door was pierced by a powerful magical energy. It was a blade with blood on the end. It pierced Lan's chest, and blood spurted out from his mouth. At the same moment, many more blows flashed in the air. The metal door was cut into pieces, and behind it stood a man with glowing eyes. It was one of the 12 warriors with S-rank abilities, the Sword King, the 8th rank in order. They betrayed Skynet and must die. Lan held his wound and said that he never thought that S-rank would come. The Sword King looked at his opponents with disdain in his eyes and said that he advised him not to make unnecessary movements, at least he could let him die with less pain. Blood poured out of Lan's chin while he said that he could not die because he had to bring Zenyu and get out of here. The Sword King appeared behind the guy in an instant and said that he seemed too confident in himself. After saying this, he braced himself for the blow, saying that although it was funny to him, in his current state, he didn't even need to use his abilities. Suddenly, Lan's eyes lit up and he screamed furiously for the guy to stop getting cocky. As soon as he said this, many fast and strong blows appeared around him. Blood sprayed in all directions, and cuts appeared on Lan's body. The protagonist's sister could not stand it and used her magic, ordering him to stop. Ice spikes flew towards the King of Swords. The guy let out a frustrated sigh, after which the blade of his sword began to glow. With one quick blow, he cut through all the ice that was directed at him, sending it back. The girl covered herself with her hands, into which fragments of her ice began to fly. Blood began to spray in all directions. The King of Swords told Zenyu that he would give her another chance, and then asked if she would join Skynet. The girl frowned and replied that even if she died, she would not join this organization. The boy's face changed, looking at her with anger. He lowered his head down and replied that she was also a traitor and would die now. Suddenly, a fiery blow flashed past his face. Wan's hand grabbed his weapon. The King of Swords turned his gaze to the side with disdain. Wan suddenly appeared next to his face. His eyes lit up with anger and he furiously screamed for the King of Swords to leave her alone. Gritting his teeth, he aimed his fist at his opponent. Lan landed on the ground, punching. The King of Swords was holding a molten sword in his hands and thought that the fire was strange. He turned his gaze to the enraged Lan and thought that the fire was burning his life force. The King of Swords began to look around, seeing the rising fire. A tornado began to form around him and he said that very soon Lan would turn into ash. He reached for the sword and invited Lan to play for a while. Wang's face was covered in bruises and burns and he said that with Zenyu in her current state, he was no match for the Sword King and he could not attack her head on. He turned his gaze to the girl and shouted at her to run because he would hold off the enemy. The boy looked away and said that their only hope was to wait for Faye because if he got here, Zenyu would be saved. He looked at the approaching Sword King and said that he would help stall for time during this period. The Sword King was quickly approaching him and he asked Zenyu to take care of his body if he fell here. He also asked her to take care of his family. A strange sound was heard from the Sword King's direction. Large blocks of ice immediately appeared in front of Long. Zenyu stretched out her hand and shouted that Long would say these words to her brother. The girl thought about what would happen if she ran away alone. She thought that after this, she would never be able to forgive herself. At this time, Lon turned to the protagonist's sister and asked if everything was okay with her body, to which she replied that she was fine, the effect of the drug had almost worn off, so there was no need to worry. The guy turned towards the enemy, saying that they would work together, stall for time and wait for the protagonist to arrive. Suddenly, the ice block cracked and the King of Swords' eye glowed brightly behind it. He asked if the guys were waiting for reinforcements. He began to strike the ice many times, shouting in rage that it did not matter who came, because Skynet would kill everyone. Seeing this, Law gritted his teeth and asked himself what was happening, how his strength had increased so much. A brightly glowing blade hit the floor. The King of Swords' voice was heard, saying that it seemed he had underestimated them. His hand turned into a huge blade, and he said that he never thought they would force him to use his ability. His S-rank blade skill allowed him to turn any part of his body into a sharp weapon. Long looked at it and wondered if this was his ability, adding that every part of his body was permeated with the feeling of approaching death. He looked at his opponent in fear and said in his head that although Zenyu's energy had recovered, its level was too low and his body was also at the limit, so he could only stall for time with his last strength. Suddenly, the King of Swords jumped up and rushed to attack. Long realized that there was no time to think about rest. The guy also rushed to attack, knowing that he would do everything possible. Two incredible forces collided and a powerful energy explosion was heard. Long appeared behind his opponent in a furious flame. Several blades burst out of the flames. Long dodged and released another stream of flame from his hand. It jumped to all sides and attacked from everywhere. They reflected each other's blows, moving from side to side. The Sword King repelled the attacks and shouted that reinforcements for him were like handing out another ant, no one could save them. Lon continued to attack, shouting that Faye would never lose to the likes of him. He gritted his teeth in intense pain and said in his head that he could no longer hold on. Almost all of his skin was burned away. The Sword King felt weakened and said that his speed had slowed down. It seemed that he had reached his limit. After saying this, he launched a powerful attack and hit his opponent's shoulder. Lon fell to the floor and his opponent stood above him, saying that it was time to finish. The guy raised his head and told the guy not to forget there were two of them. Hearing this, the Sword King raised his head and was surprised. The protagonist's sister used all her magic power, and huge blocks of ice appeared above her head. He suddenly stretched out her arms and sent a powerful magic attack towards the enemy. The Sword King swung his sword and cut through all the ice blocks, saying that it was useless to resist because nothing would change. Long raised his hand, screaming loudly in pain. The ice blocks began to cover themselves in fire. Zenyu was directing her magic towards the enemy. Long screamed that they needed to run right now. He grabbed the girl by the arm and quickly ran in the opposite direction. The girl began to worry about him, to which the boy replied that he was fine. The people at the base noticed them running and screamed that they needed to stop them. Long opened his eyes wide and screamed loudly, sending them away. He stretched out his hand forward, releasing fire. The boy fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath, and Zenyu began to worry greatly about him. The Sword King creaked his sword on the ground, approaching them, asking why they were fighting so hard. He looked at Long and Zenyu holding hands, saying that it was useless to fight. The girl stretched out her hand, releasing the ice flows and screaming for the Sword King to come no closer. His eyes flashed and he asked her if she really wanted to die quickly, because then he would kill her first. He immediately swung his weapon at the girl. Zenyu immediately closed her eyes, hearing a voice behind her calling her. Long took the blow of the weapon and told her to run faster. Zenyu opened her eyes in fear, hearing the boy tell her that she must survive because Faye will definitely come and save her. Long's face was burned and bleeding, and he apologized to the girl for not being able to run. Tears rolled down Zenyu's eyes and she screamed that Long should hold on, because Faye would come soon. Long grabbed the weapon in his chest and ordered the girl to run. He apologized to his team for leaving them first, and it was a pity that he did not have time to drink liquor before leaving. The Sword King got angry and shouted that these were useless tricks, so let him die. A loud slam on the ground was immediately heard from the side. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared at the end of the room, located in the shadow gap. The girl looked ahead in surprise. She saw Faye in front of her, who grabbed the Sword King, blocking the blow. 40 minutes ago, an empty corridor. Long and the protagonist's sister were walking along it. Suddenly, the guy saw Yun and asked Zenyu to wait for him here for a while. The girl spread her arms and asked if he was crazy. How dare he kidnap people from the headquarters? Long spread his arms and replied that he clearly understood what he was doing, and then asked why they captured an innocent person. Yun replied with a very displeased face that now was not the time to talk about such things, adding that if he returned the girl now, she would try to beg for mercy. Suddenly, Long grabbed her shoulder tightly and shouted furiously, asking what she was talking about, adding that he knew that she no longer wanted to live in a place where there was no permanent home, but they also had their own boundaries, and they did not include mindlessly trampling on other people's lives. He pointed at the protagonist's sister and said that she was being locked up and tortured, injected with weakening drugs every day, and if he had discovered this a little later, she would already be dead. Yun did not listen to this any longer, slapped her friend's hand and asked if he really thought he could save her alone, adding that he would die along with her if he tried. She remembered the Sword King and said that Skynet had already recruited 9 people with S-rank abilities into the main force, although most of them had gone on a mission, but the 8th rank, the Sword King, was still at the base. Even if they fought him together, they still had no chance of winning. Lon gritted his teeth and said that there was a way out, but he needed her help, and then ordered him to contact Hai, tell her to urgently go to the mission area and find Faye, and tell him that his sister had been found, and tell him to hurry. Hearing this, Yun slightly lowered her head and asked if he really wanted to call only one person to confront Skynet. No way, he knew Skynet's strength. No, Lon shouted with all his might. He is capable of much more. At this time, the protagonist was holding the Sword King's hand. The guy looked at his opponent in horror and screamed in his head that he was a D rank, but why was he so strong that he suppressed him with one left hand? Suddenly, horror and fear appeared in his eyes. Faye delivered a powerful right blow to his stomach. From such a blow, the King of Swords flew far back. He crashed loudly into the wall, raising dust, and the protagonist turned away from him. His sister looked at him and said in surprise that he was very strong. Suddenly, shock appeared in her eyes. Faye hugged her tightly and apologized for being late because she had suffered so much because of him. Tears poured out of Zenyu's eyes and she said that everything was fine, adding that her brother was still alive because she was a burden to him. The protagonist did not let go, saying that there was no need to bring up the past because he would continue to protect her. Then he noticed her wounds. The girl clung to her brother, saying that she was fine. When she let go, she said that Long had risked his life to protect him, so Faye should save him. The protagonist saw that his comrade was lying on the floor. He immediately rushed to him, begging him to wait a little longer. His sister looked at the savior and said nothing. Long showed no signs of life. The protagonist, with fear in his eyes, screamed at the guy not to pass out. At this time, the King of Swords recovered and jumped up. He jumped off the walls and rushed to attack, shouting that this was just mockery of him. The guy quickly closed the distance and swung, shouting that he would hit the protagonist until there was not a piece of flesh left. Faye heard this, turned around and with burning eyes ordered the enemy to shut up. A powerful explosion was heard, from which the King of Swords managed to jump out. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he was struck by his own ability, which he immediately recognized. The notification that appeared said that the clone's ability was used, 10% of the main creature's combat ability. A copy of the protagonist with a blade instead of a hand stood in their defense. He also successfully formed a contract for the S-rank blade ability. Faye looked at this and said that although this was the loss of a fragment of the ability, it was unpleasant to be defeated by your own ability. The smoke cleared and the King of Swords appeared. He stood heavily on his feet and shouted furiously that he would now rip the enemy's face apart. After these words, he rushed to attack the clone. He began to quickly attack the clone's block and shouted that he could only dodge and block. Suddenly, Lon woke up and coughed up blood. Faye looked at him and said that if he came to his senses, he would still have a chance. The guy opened his eyes and asked the protagonist to be careful. He also said that the bastard was a warrior of the highest category of Skynet and that it would be difficult to deal with him. While he was saying this, the King of Swords destroyed the copy of the protagonist with a powerful blow. Faye listened to his comrade and said that there was no need to say anything more, after which he ordered his sister to use ice abilities and apply it to his wound. The clone would disappear soon, so he needed to deal with the enemy. His shadow began to spread along the corridor, and the King of Swords saw it. The protagonist walked towards him, saying that he was a simple C rank. His hand turned into a large blade, and a terrifying aura engulfed everything around him. The Sword King saw the boy and shouted with a crazy smile that although he did not know how he got this ability, however, the fake version would not defeat the real one. As soon as he said this, a giant fairy shadow reached him. True, the protagonist asked with disdain in his eyes. Weapons appeared from all sides, which caused the Sword King to be shocked. Dark streams of energy reached out to the protagonist's body. The guy looked forward in surprise, frozen in place. Faye frowned, asking if this was true. Sharp blades appeared around his body. His hands were turned into points. The Sword King raised his head, looking at the numerous tips of the blades. He asked if this was really so. Faye frowned, putting his hand forward. The Sword King covered his face with his blade hands, dodging the sharp movements of the blades in the air. The tips of the swords covered each other. A bright stream of energy cut them into pieces. The guy opened his mouth, asking if the hero really wanted to defeat him like this. The Sword King frowned and spread his arms to the sides, saying that enough jokes, he would teach him the true power of this ability. The guy covered his body with his blade hands and headed forward. The Sword King spread his arms out to the sides, his eyes shining brightly, leaving traces of a sharp swing of his arms in the air. The protagonist froze, seeing a knee approaching his face. Fei dodged, leaving a bright trace next to his head. The Sword King frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking if he could no longer handle it. Fei extended a giant blade in front of him, stopping the strike with his opponent's blade arm. The Sword King opened his mouth wide, saying that it was just a fake that could not compare to him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking forward. A bright flow of energy was between the guys. Fei frowned, looking forward from under his brows. The Sword King opened his bright eyes wide and gritted his teeth. Sharp blades burst out from the guy's back. He tilted his head down, saying that the protagonist's expression made him feel extremely disgusted, so he wanted to tear him apart. Fei jumped back, dodging the sharp blades piercing the floor. Zenyu frowned sadly, thinking that her elder brother was losing. But she couldn't help him because Long's condition was so serious. The girl raised her hands above Long's unconscious body. Fei dodged the sharp blades. The hero's eyes shone brightly. He smiled, asking if this was his true strength. The guy turned his hands into blades. He froze in place. The sharp blades were pointed at him. The hero suddenly moved forward, leaving a bright trail behind him. Fei frowned, moving forward and cutting through the sharp blades around him. The guy hovered above the Sword King, raising his hand up. The hero noticed that it was very fast. The Sword King opened his mouth wide. A deep wound appeared on his chest, from which blood spurted. The boy frowned and clenched his teeth fiercely. He extended his blade hands towards the protagonist, saying that if it weren't for his ability to sneak attack, he would have remained a mere trash. Fei dodged the blow, asking if he still couldn't tell the difference between them, then he would make him feel true despair. The Sword King opened his eyes wide and knitted his brows. A shudder ran through his body. A bright stream of energy knocked the protagonist back. Zenyu frowned and opened her eyes wide, thinking that this was Long's ability. Bright streams of energy appeared around the protagonist's body. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he would try to use the ability that the boy had just defeated. A curtain of raised dust appeared in the room. From behind it, the Sword King appeared, his mouth wide open and his brows furrowed, asking who he was and why he had so many abilities. The boy rushed forward and bent his knee, saying that the hero was just a D-rank fool, he would kill him. The Sword King furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth furiously, saying that he was useless since the ability he had defeated could not defeat him since he was an S-rank himself. Fei extended his hand forward and frowned, his eyes shining brightly. He said that the boy had already lost. A stream of bright flames rushed forward from the protagonist's palm. The Sword King opened his mouth wide, telling him to stop being so impudent, since it was just an A-rank ability. The boy froze in place with his hand extended forward. A bright explosion of flames appeared in front of him. The Sword King opened his eyes and mouth wide, screaming hysterically. The boy ran forward, overcoming the bright flash, saying that this was not the end, he would not lose. Fei furrowed his brows, telling him to die in the furious flames of Long. A bright explosion thundered at the battle site. The King of Swords fell to his knees in front of the guy. Streams of dust and smoke rose up. The system reported that the contract target had died. The S-rank blade ability had lost its effectiveness. 50% of the ability fragment had been returned. Fei turned around, saying that it was time to deal with this place. The guy's eyes widened. The system told him to leave immediately. There was no time to explain. The hero did not understand what had happened to the evolutionary tree. A silhouette of a man appeared in the stream of bright energy. The system reported that it sensed an approaching crisis that had never happened before. The energy was too strong. The protagonist froze, and in the curtain of energy in front of him, he saw a creepy smile. The guy took a few steps forward. The hero with long white hair looked at the trail of dark energy left by Fei, saying that he probably escaped. The guy raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining brightly. He said that this was good, otherwise his hands were already itching. He finally found him. There was a dark night sky above the metropolis, with the moon shining brightly. From the doorway, one could see the stairs going down. Long was lying on the bed, his eyes closed and his brows furrowed. The heroes surrounded him, asking why he was in such a state. The girl bowed her head down, asking for forgiveness. Zenyu sadly furrowed her brows and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that Long was injured during the rescue. Yan lowered her gaze and pressed her hand to her forehead, saying that she was also to blame for this because it happened because of her. The protagonist furrowed his brows, saying that Long knew from the beginning that it was her and hid it. It seemed like he wanted to protect her. But the guy would not look for who was to blame for this matter, because now three had to save Long. Zenyu used her ability to slow down his injury, but it would last for a maximum of 3 days. Fei frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying that before that, he needed to know if they were really Skynet's people. Yun frowned and put her hands forward, saying that it didn't matter anymore, since they would never go back to Skynet. She was going to avenge Long. Ming opened his mouth wide, saying that they needed to go back and take revenge. Hare stood in front of the heroes. Fei frowned, telling them to calm down and tell him the information about Skynet since they were on the same side. The guy looked at the documents in his hands, thinking that these were S-rank warriors from his past life. The hero frowned, wondering how the organization knew about these people. Besides, there were many people on the list that he didn't know. This only meant one thing: he was reincarnated. In his past life, his personality position was higher than the hero's. Besides, Anya's name was also on there. Yun handed him the papers and, sitting at the table opposite, said that 8 of them had been found. All had submitted to Skynet. The hero reached for the papers, asking what about the disaster, was there any information. Above the dense forest was a dark night sky with a bright moon. The girl said that there was little information about the disaster, so she could not say anything. Stone cliffs towered above the treetops of the forest. The girl took a few steps forward. In the middle of the stone cave stood a throne. Unusual creatures gathered around it. One of them asked what happened to her. Did she really get seriously injured? The monster girl held her shoulder and closed one eye, saying that she was careless. It was done by a guy. Now she must take revenge on him. The monster with red skin and horns on its forehead smiled, asking if a man had injured her. The creature with the body of a beast was wearing a hood. It noticed this interestingly. The girl frowned, remembering Thorn and saying that she had died at his hands too. She herself had barely survived. The monster spread her arms out to the sides, saying that they could not allow him to grow any further. He would become a threat to them. She asked who was willing to go and kill the protagonist. The red-skinned monster sat on a rock, asking if Thorn had not come because she had died. The beast-like creature froze in place, saying that it assumed that Thorn was simply traveling as usual. The protagonist noted that this was different then, since one of them had already died at the hands of a man, and the other had almost died. The monster on the throne slammed his hand on the armrest, telling them to be quiet. He frowned and leaned his head on his hand, asking them not to forget their duty. A portal appeared behind the monster sitting on the throne. Anya was depicted in it. The monster said that their goal was to find the key and remove the seal from their king. Behind the throne, 2 bright red flashes appeared in the portal, resembling eyes. He addressed the creatures standing next to him, telling them to stop chatting and start searching. The red-skinned monster passed by the girl and smiled, asking her not to worry, as he would help, as he was also interested in this man. The tall building had deep cracks, and some parts of the walls were missing. The boy walked up the steps, asking Zenyu to hurry up. The girl stopped and pressed her hand to her forehead, and the hero grabbed her hand, asking what was wrong. The sister closed her eyes, saying that everything was fine, she was just a little dizzy. She frowned sadly, saying that she had not yet fully understood the situation, as too much had happened. The boy put his arm around her shoulders. Faye frowned, asking her not to worry, as he would always be by her side from now on. Zenyu raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, looking at her brother. Sayek frowned sadly, lying on the table. There was a knock on the door. Faye said that it was him. The girl stood up, asking why he was taking so long. Little Anya was sleeping on her bed. The door opened slightly, letting out a bright stream of light. Sayek opened the door and looked at the girl in front of her, asking if she was Zenyu. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, introducing his sister's eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. Sayek said that she was sure that he would die and be eaten by these beasts, but he not only escaped the beast's pursuit, but also saved her team. She imagined a gloomy face standing over her and pointing a gun at her head. Sayek said that he treated her like an enemy, was unconscious for 4 days, and when he found out about it, he went completely crazy and wanted to find his sister. He also tamed the beast and made it his pet. This is Goldie. They were all shocked then. The main character was riding a giant dog Goldie. The heroes froze in surprise in front of him. Faye stood with his back. On his shoulder was little Goldie, and in his hand was a sharp sword. The girl said that after he protected them, Zayek's team went to the shelter. Soon after that, he also came to this place to find some information about his sister. Around this time, they suffered from the invasion of a horde of zombies, and the guy solved it alone. Then the hero continued to search for his sister. Zayek looked down at Faye standing in front of her. He asked if this was the person who brought her to this state. She said that once the guy found out that the shelter was in trouble again, he appeared before her as a hero. Zenyu raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that her brother had already become everyone's hero. Sayek looked away, about to say something. The girl interrupted her, offering words of gratitude. Zenyu opened her bright eyes wide and frowned, saying that she could no longer burden her brother, so she should become even stronger, because she wanted to help him. Sayek supported her, saying that they both needed to become stronger. Zenyu noticed that she didn't expect the girl to remember everything about her brother so well. She asked not to tell her that she was in love with her brother. Sayek screamed, saying that it was time to stop chatting and go to bed. The bright rays of the sun fell on the tall buildings of the metropolis. Under the stone rubble one could see the fallen body of a zombie. The girl opened the door. The protagonist handed her a bag, saying that there was Zenyu's breakfast and clothes. He asked them to come when they were ready. He would wait outside. Faye stood by the wall, folding his arms across his chest. The guy frowned, thinking that their next step was to meet at the bar, and then go to the place mentioned by the evolutionary tree. The hero thought that he needed to help Zenyu become stronger because not much time had passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. The zombies were evolving. The wooden door opened slightly. Zenyu was wearing a gray long skirt, a white shirt, and a black cape. The girl smiled and apologized for the wait, saying that the clothes fit. She thanked her older brother. Zayak stood next to her and raised her eyebrows, saying that the hero was so good at choosing clothes. But she wanted to say that Zenyu was beautiful no matter what she wore. The girl looked away in embarrassment, saying that it was not so. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he was glad that the clothes fit. He imagined a girl in similar clothes and with short hair, thinking that he was just adjusting the costume to match the past life of Absolute Zero. Faye asked if everyone was ready and where Anya was now, since his sister needed to get to know everyone better. The girl raised her hand, saying that Zenyu and she had become good friends, just like Xayabagoo. Zenyu noticed that Anya's little sister was very friendly. The protagonist looked at them, saying that it was good. The boy bowed his head and adjusted the red cross hanging on his chest, saying that he forgot to tell Zenyu, "Welcome back." The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled, thanking him. The doorway showed a staircase going down. Yun put her hand forward, asking if the hero really found a way to save Long. The boy looked at her, saying that it was true, but it was a long way. He needed her to protect him during the hero's absence. He asked where the others were. Yun raised her eyebrows, saying that they went to look for medicine to cure him. She looked at the group of girls behind the protagonist, asking if they needed their help. Faye furrowed his brows, saying that there was no need. They just needed to protect Long, and they would be back soon. Yun replied that she understood, thinking that Anya was already on the boys' team. The hero looked to the side, announcing their departure. The girl asked them to be careful. The buildings of the deserted metropolis were destroyed. The building collapsed to the ground, raising dust and debris into the air. An army of zombies stood on the road, completely blocking the way. The monsters opened their mouths wide, showing sharp teeth and growling viciously. The protagonist frowned, saying that the nearby zombies should have gathered here. The guy moved forward, telling Zenyu, who appeared behind him, that it was not her turn. The girl put her hands forward. Ice shards rushed forward from her palms. She thought about how she needed to become stronger because she was no longer the same Zenyu. An icy stream of energy rushed into the crowd of zombies standing in front. The monster moved forward, opening its mouth wide. An ice shard flew past its face. Zenyu frowned. A zombie appeared behind her. It opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue, growling viciously. The girl frowned and looked away. Zenyu spread her arms out to the sides, plunging the space around her into the thickness of ice. Faye's eyes widened in surprise and his brows furrowed, thinking that this was the peak of his abilities. He wondered if an F rank could have such destructive power. After all, his sister had single-handedly destroyed a small horde of zombies. Zenyu froze in place, surrounded by ice, her head bowed, breathing heavily. The girl closed her eyes. The ice behind her broke into small pieces. The system reported that her level was higher by E rank. The guy came closer, congratulating her on her rank increase. Zayak approached her, saying that this was great work. Anya raised her hand, saying that her sister was so strong that she could defeat so many enemies single-handedly. Zenyu clenched her hands into fists. A bright flow of energy was around her body. She thanked them for their help. Faye looked at the girls, asking them to continue moving forward. Zenyu needed to rest next. It was Zayak's turn. The girl looked at him, saying that she understood everything. The guy opened his mouth, saying that the next city was their destination. There were deep cracks on the buildings of the abandoned city. A puddle on the ground reflected one of the multi-story buildings. The hero stepped into the puddle. The water splashed in different directions. Faye frowned. He walked ahead and said that it was strange, because there was not a single zombie in this city, not a single trace of battle. Anya raised her eyebrows, saying that she had already sent Xayabagoo out on patrol. The owl returned, spreading its wings wide. Anya raised her head and spread her arms to the sides, asking if they had found anything. The girl took the owl in her hands and looked at the guy, saying that Xayabagoo said that a small number of zombies were heading to the cave of the Wild Mountain. Faye clenched his hand into a fist, repeating the name of the cave in surprise. The hero frowned, saying that this is the place they are looking for. Only plant zombies can spread a scent around the area. They lure zombies and people inside, and then absorb them. From a dark cave inside the mountain, bright streams of energy were coming out, spreading over long distances. The monsters were moving forward. Zombies of different types were approaching the bright streams of energy coming out of the cave in the mountain. The voice suggested that this is the place they are looking for. The hero noticed that the zombies are not chasing them. It seems that this scent is more attractive than them. The zombie moved forward, passing by green bushes. Faye frowned, telling them to wait for him here because it is unclear what is inside. He is afraid that he may endanger them. Zayako frowned, saying that they need to go together because he cannot protect them all the time. The protagonist smiled, asking for their forgiveness, offering to go together. They need to kill the plant zombie. Its essence of life will help them become stronger, the others will also be able to gain power. Zayak raised her eyebrows, saying that if there was something that could make them stronger, they would use it together once they won. The boy closed his eyes and rubbed his chin, saying that he didn't need it, only the three of them. He noted that since all the zombies had come, it was time for them to go too. The girl asked if he wasn't feeling well. The hero replied that it wasn't, they needed to move forward. There were stalactites hanging from the ceiling, with drops of water dripping down from them. The group of heroes were moving forward. The boy knitted his eyebrows, looking forward. The girls walked forward. Zenyu turned around and raised her eyebrows, asking why her brother had stopped. She asked him to follow them. Faye looked after the girls, telling them to be careful and not to rush so much. The protagonist frowned, saying that it was very quiet around. This was bad. He followed his sister, not understanding what was happening, because Zenyu and the others were walking faster and faster. Anya called out to her brother Faye. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. He heard Anya's voice, who was walking ahead. The girl screamed, asking him to be careful. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. The giant plant opened its mouth, inside of which were sharp teeth. The guy jumped back. The plant struck the place where he stood a second ago, lifting stone fragments into the air. Anya frowned and clenched her hand into a fist, asking what happened to the guy, because he was almost eaten by this disgusting thing. The hero frowned and looked at the girl, saying that he was caught in an illusion, but thanks to Anya, he was saved. He thought that Anya was a mental spirit that was not so easy to control, otherwise everything would have been worse. Plant cocoons with teeth hung in the air. The zombie said that he had not seen living people for a long time. He could not even think that they would survive, but it was useless because everyone who comes here sooner or later becomes his lunch. The protagonist raised his head, assuming that it was Nepenthes. Zayak pressed her hand to her forehead. Zenyu brought her fist to her mouth and coughed. The guy thought that the girls seemed to have gotten into trouble too. Faye frowned, thinking that things were bad. He put forward a sharp blade, enveloped in a bright stream of energy, saying that we need to figure it out quickly. The guy jumped up, going to strike the plant cocoon. The zombie grinned and noticed that some person was going to fight him. It amuses him. The monster said that he would kill him first because he felt a huge amount of energy in his body, which would soon belong to him. The plant cocoons opened their mouths with sharp teeth. A bright flash appeared in front of them when the plant stems reached out to the hero. Faye frowned and, opening his bright eyes wide, moved forward, leaving a trail of sharp swings of his weapon in space. He cut the plant stems. The cocoon opened its mouth and released a bright liquid. The protagonist frowned, putting his hand to the side. His eyes and hand were surrounded by streams of fiery energy. The guy swung his hand, sending fiery energy directly into the plant cocoon. The monster screamed, saying that it was useless because he was immortal. The plant stems rushed forward, rising from the ground. Faye frowned, looking up. Above his head, the stems intertwined with each other. The zombie said that the cut off parts will grow back. The guy cannot escape. The hero jumped up. Plant stems began to rise from the cocoon's mouth and the ground around it. The cocoon opened its mouth wide with sharp teeth, inside of which there was a lot of drool. The monster said that now the guy's energy belongs to him. The guy was sucked into a giant plant cocoon. Zenyu opened her eyes wide and pitifully moved her eyebrows. Zayak rounded her eyes in shock, calling out to the hero. Plant cocoons hung above the girls. The zombie said that now it was their time to die, because people are 100 times tastier than zombies. The girls took fighting stances. Goldie increased in size, and Zayabagu spread his wings wide, hovering above them. The ground around shook. The zombie screamed, not understanding what was happening. Because his juice dissolves even metals, why are they still alive? Stone blocks rose above the ground, releasing streams of dust into the air. A stream of black energy came out of the cracks. The hero said that the juice is not able to dissolve the shadow. The main character raised the essence crystal in his hand, saying that it was over. The zombie asked in surprise how he managed to find this crystal. Blue threads reached for the crystal in the form of a red eye. The monster asked not to do this. The pupil decreased, becoming thinner. The zombie screamed. The essence crystal dissolved in a stream of fiery energy. Faye closed his eyes and raised his head. There were clusters of bright energy around him. The system reported that a low-level crystal was obtained. After using the crystal of the essence of power, the target receives 10% of power forever. The girl turned to her brother. The guy knitted his eyebrows, turning back. Zenyu frowned, asking if he was okay. The hero stood next to the girls, saying that everything was fine. The essence of power was nearby, so they needed to hurry. Behind them was a giant Goldie. Faye and the girls stopped in front of a crater with green liquid. The guy said that this was the essence of power. He would take a little for long, and they would quickly absorb the rest. Zayak asked what this meant. The guy said that it was because it would be enough to bathe in it. Faye filled the bottle with bright green liquid, saying that the lawn case was solved. Skynet and the Heavenly Catastrophe were two organizations whose mysterious power was unknown. It was necessary to quickly increase the level. Goldie barked on the hero's shoulder. The guy smiled, asking if he was really worried about him. Faye took him in his arms, saying that he was fine, he had already found his little sister and would protect her. He apologized to Goldie for not giving him enough time, and he was his very first team member. Time flies, he has more and more friends, he needs to protect Anya and Zayak. The girl sneezed. Zenyu raised her eyebrows, asking if everything was okay. Zayak lowered her head, saying that everything was fine. The girls were inside the crater with a bright liquid of the essence of power. Zayak sank into the water, her cheeks flushed, thinking about asking Faye to absorb the essence together. It was so awkward. The bottle was empty. The hero asked if they could save Lon after injecting the medicine. The voice replied that it was, because the essence could save people on the verge of death. The girl noticed that Brother Long was waking up. The hero opened his eyes slightly, looking at the bright light. People gathered around him and smiled. Min smiled widely, saying that he finally woke up. Long pressed his hand to his forehead, asking what was going on. Did he really not die after all? The only thing he remembered was being defeated by a member of Skynet. The guy frowned, asking how Zenyu was. The girl frowned, saying that she was here. Long closed one eye and pressed his hand to his chest, sighing in relief. Faye raised his eyebrows, asking him not to move. Although he was out of the risk zone, his body was still weak, he needed time to recover. Long folded his hands, asking the protagonist for forgiveness for hiding this. The guy looked away, saying that everything was fine. He didn't want to talk about the past. He would first direct him to the shelter, because there was a professional medical system there. Lon turned his head to the hero standing by his bed, asking what kind of shelter this was. Soldiers were running through the streets of the city of C. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking why this was happening. 3 soldiers were running from a horde of zombies on the streets of the city. The guy tightly clutched the gun in his hands, telling them to quickly contact the headquarters. The hero pressed his hand to his ear, asking them to quickly pick up the phone. The man in the headphones brought the microphone to his mouth, saying that this was a light base. He asked for a situation report. The voice said that this was a patrol team. A horde of zombies suddenly appeared in the city. They were requesting reinforcements. The man asked what was happening and what kind of place this was. The guy screamed shrilly, asking to save him. The hero in the headphones opened his eyes wide and frowned. He turned and addressed the commander, reporting that a large-scale zombie horde had appeared in their city. The man looked at him, asking what he said. Commander Huashuo raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, saying that this couldn't be true. They were just a small base, so they couldn't stop it. He told them to contact the neighboring bases as soon as possible to request reinforcements. The shelter was surrounded by high walls, and the lights were shining brightly in the windows. The man stood at the head of the table where the heroes were gathered. He said that he had called an emergency meeting. This time they needed to notify everyone. The heroes turned their heads, looking at Captain Luo standing in front of them, who was saying that they had received a request for reinforcements from the Zai City base. They were being attacked by a large zombie horde, and there was a high probability that they would not be able to handle it themselves. The girl in the blue uniform furrowed her brows, saying that the current forces were only to protect the shelter. There were no additional forces to send reinforcements. She suggested doing nothing. After all, they were some distance away from Zai City, it would not affect them. Professor Jang frowned, saying that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. After all, the scale of this zombie horde was greater than what they had encountered before. The man turned his head to the green screen behind him, on which a red arrow pointed to a white cloud. The hero said that if Zai City fell, their next target would be them, so it would be to their advantage to deal with them before it was too late. The girl put her hand forward, saying that this was true. After all, in 3 days at most, they would reach them, and there would be many more of them than now. She asked if they should really help Zai City despite their situation. The hero frowned, saying that they could not send everyone. After all, if the shelter was in danger, they would be too vulnerable. Captain Luo knitted his brows, saying that he had already made his decision. They would send 70% to help. The guy with glasses knitted his brows, asking if that was too much. Frankly speaking, if the scale of the wave was that big, the people they sent might die, and besides, they shouldn't forget that Huang Base still wanted revenge on them. The heroes at the table turned their heads, looking at Captain Luo. They asked where the war god was now. The man bowed his head and closed his eyes, saying that he was unfortunately not in the shelter. Captain Luo pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he understood what they were worried about, but he asked them to think carefully. Huang Base and Commander Guan were human problems, a struggle for power, but zombies were something else entirely. Captain Cao was standing in the hallway outside the door. The man said that their goal had always been to destroy the place they had worked so hard to create. The guy knitted his brows, listening carefully to the words. Cao's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open at what he heard. Captain Luo leaned his hands on the table, saying that they were bloodthirsty and ruthless, but their main enemies should be the zombies. The guy noticed that the captain was right, they needed to deal with the zombies first. The hero said that they had a problem. Captain Luo raised his eyebrows, saying that Captain Cao could come in. The guy opened the door and apologized for bothering them. but he had something urgent to tell everyone because their war god had returned. Fei raised his eyebrows and smiled. The heroes sitting on the chairs turned around, saying that the guy had returned just in time. Captain Luo raised his eyebrows, saying that it was great that he had already returned. He asked the guy to come to his office for a talk. The man sat in the chair opposite the protagonist, telling him about the events that had happened. He asked what the guy could tell. Fei covered his mouth, asking him not to worry. He treated this place as his home, so he would help if there was a problem. He had a small request for the man. Luo held his hand out to the side, saying that there was no need to call it a request. If he needed help, he would definitely help. The hero sat in the chair opposite him, saying that it was not a big deal, but his friend was injured, and he hoped that their medics could treat him. Captain Luo frowned, saying that it was not a problem. He would arrange everything right away. After all, they had soldiers with healing abilities. The situation in Zai City was dangerous, so the guy should decide for himself how many people and equipment he needed. Fei raised his eyebrows, saying that there was no need. He would just bring Zenyu and Zayak. The man widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, asking if he had already found his little sister. The boy closed his eyes and stood up, saying that it was so. They would discuss it after he returned. Captain Luo shook his hand, asking the hero to be careful and take care of himself. The heroes were sitting in the service room. Zenyu put her hands out to the sides, asking why the Arshan brother had not returned yet. Zayak put her hands on her knees, saying that he was the war god of the base, so he needed time to deal with the matters here. Anya held Zayabagu in her hands, chasing after Goldie. She smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying that the brother had returned. Zayak raised her eyebrows, asking what happened. Fei raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, saying that they had an urgent mission. They needed to leave immediately. He would tell them everything on the way. The hero said that Long would stay here. He would be taken care of later. The boy got up from the bed and frowned, apologizing for disturbing him. Fei frowned, saying that it was time for them to go. Behind him were Zayak, Zenyu, and Anya, with Zayabagu and Goldie floating in the sky. The buildings in Zai City were destroyed and piled on top of each other, and there was not a soul on the streets. The bodies of soldiers lay on the rocks. The building opposite had large holes from the explosions. A group of people ran forward. The guy at the end frowned, telling them to run. The monster behind him opened its mouth wide and its bright eyes widened. It attacked him, knocking him to the ground. The hero screamed. The guys opened fire on the monster. The giant rat looked up at them with red eyes. The guy frowned, telling his partner to run. The animal's tail moved forward. The giant rat swung its long tail, cutting off the guys' heads. Their bodies fell to the ground. The man in the helmet frowned, thinking that the weapons against them were no longer effective. They were doomed. He looked at the giant long neck monster, asking how humans could defeat this group of monsters. Humanity would definitely be destroyed. The man fell to his knees in front of the approaching monster. A bright stream of energy struck the giant rat's body. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that he was wrong. The man in uniform opened his mouth in surprise, asking who they were. Fei clenched his hands into fists, saying that humanity must win. On either side of him stood Zayak, Anya, and Zenyu. In front was an army of monsters and zombies, a giant rat, and a long neck monster. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that he would leave this place to them, and he needed to go and report everything to the command center. Zenyu knitted her eyebrows, saying that he could leave it to them. The guy thought that the zombie level in this place was too low. They were useless to him, but they were good for them to level up. The protagonist stood in front of the kneeling man, saying that Commander Luo had sent them, asking where the command department was. The military man said that it was great that reinforcements had finally arrived. He pointed his hand to the side, saying that it was there in the tallest building. The man turned his head, asking if he could show them the way. The protagonist disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a bright stream of energy. The military man asked where the guy went. He opened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth. Streams of dust rose behind him. The man raised his head, looking at the ice blocks in front of him. The command section of the light base. The hero slammed his fist on the table. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that their defense was broken and soon the zombies would come here. He sat in a chair surrounded by other heroes, asking Captain Wang what they should do now. The man frowned and folded his hands in a lock in front of him. He asked how long the remaining forces could hold out until reinforcements arrived. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and rubbed his hands, saying that they would not succeed, since the captain would arrive tomorrow, and their forces would not last even an hour. He said that reinforcements from the shelter that successfully repelled the zombies would soon arrive. The blonde boy stood up and frowned, asking if he hadn't said that the shelter was not long ago. That they were defending themselves against a horde of zombies was pure nonsense. Even a child knew that a small shelter could not defend against a horde of zombies. He guessed that those they sent were probably several hundred people. Huashuo bowed his head and gritted his teeth, thinking about what they should do. Should they really abandon the city and flee? A military man stood at the doorway, reporting that the horde of zombies that was advancing on the city had been stopped. The captain stood up, asking what had happened. The boy raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to his head, saying that there was no reliable information yet, but reinforcements from the shelter had arrived and they were currently outside the command post. Huashuo frowned, asking how many of them had arrived. The soldier looked ahead from under his brows, saying that only one had arrived. The captain leaned his hands on the table. The blonde boy clenched his hand into a fist, asking if they were kidding, since they had only sent one person. The hero ordered them to be brought to him. The service room. The boy said that the hero's name was Fei. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked away. Fei looked ahead and greeted the heroes, saying that Captain Luo had sent him here to help stop the zombie horde from advancing. Captain Huashuo extended his hand forward, the healthy one with the boy. The boy arched his eyebrows and folded his arms across his chest, asking if there was only one such person surviving in the shelter or if Captain Luo had sent him to certain death. The protagonist frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The boy frowned, saying that he did not come alone and that his team was currently fighting on the front lines. The blonde hero frowned, asking if the guy really wanted to tell you that the zombie horde stopped because of his small team. He noticed that there were usually no more than 10 people in a team. Did the protagonist really want to tell you that a team of 10 people was able to stop the advance of the zombie horde? That was just ridiculous. The blonde boy opened his mouth wide, asking if the hero was making fun of them, because if Sai City fell, he would die along with them. A dark stream of energy wrapped around his neck. The hero grabbed his neck with his hands, asking what the guy was doing. He asked him to let him go immediately. The guy warned him that if he did not put him in his place, he would not leave here alive. Fei frowned, looking at him. Dark streams of energy wrapped around the necks of the other heroes. The guy took a few steps forward. Firearms were pointed at the protagonist. The heroes asked him to let the commander go to the ground. There were streams of dark energy around the guy's body. Fei's eyes were shining brightly. He asked if they were really treating the reinforcements like that. He remarked that if they were going to treat him like that, he would be kind enough to kill them, saying that they had sacrificed themselves during the zombie battle. Huashuo furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide, asking the heroes to lower their weapons. The soldiers behind the guy looked at each other, not wanting to lower their weapons. The dark streams of energy disappeared. The fair-haired guy fell to the ground. There were people in military uniforms standing behind the protagonist. One of them said that information had been received from the command center that the reason for the zombie horde's halt had been discovered. Fei put his hand in his pocket, saying that they needed to quickly go to the command center. The people in blue uniforms entered the room. They asked the guy sitting in front of the large monitor to pick up the surveillance cameras on the front lines. The hero noticed that this was a recording sent by one of the surviving soldiers. On the monitor screen, the heroes saw a horde of zombies, among which were giant monsters. Goldie released streams of bright flames forward. Anya sat astride him. She put her hand forward, ordering Xiaobagu to strike. Streams of wind swirled ahead, among which were bright streams of flame. The owl flapped its wings. A strong stream of wind left a trace in the ground. Zayak, standing among the stone debris, stretched out her hand forward. A bright stream of energy appeared in her palm. A bright screen. They saw explosions and rock debris being thrown up in the air. Among the curtain of dust, the heroes saw a giant gray lizard and an incredibly large red snake. D-rank monsters were attacking the wall. The captain ordered to direct all forces to support this wall, as it was their last defense. In the sky above the raised clouds of dust, there were 3 helicopters. They launched a fire strike at the monsters on the ground. The monsters opened their mouths wide, looking up. 2 bombs were thrown from the helicopter. A bright fiery explosion thundered on the ground. Among the streams of wind, the sharp tail of the red snake was visible. It swung it, throwing the helicopter aside and destroying it. The lizard opened its eyes wide. Its head was visible among the streams of raised dust. The creature opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth and heading towards the helicopter that was hovering in the sky. The captain turned away and closed his eyes, nervously gritting his teeth. The blonde guy frowned, asking what they should do if the wall was destroyed. The captain frowned, saying that he could not allow this. He said that the protagonist's team repelled the advance of most of the zombie horde. The man ordered to send all the awakened to help. Fei frowned, saying that this was not necessary. The hero said that he would go alone. Because there were 2 monsters there and both were D ranks, there was no need to increase the losses, so the base's forces should be left to defend it. Captain Huashuo opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, saying that it was too dangerous to go alone. The protagonist turned his back to them and put his hand out to the side, saying that there was no need to worry about him, since he knew what he was capable of. Dark streams of energy surrounded the guy's body. He looked down at the approaching crowd of zombies, saying that they were all low level. Fei frowned, saying that the real problem was only those 2D rank monsters. The guy looked at the giant gray lizard and the incredibly long red snake in front of him, thinking that they seemed to have intelligence, since they knew that their task was to attack the wall. The protagonist rushed forward, leaving a bright trail of energy behind him. his blue eyes shining clearly. The giant lizard opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. The guy struck its lower jaw, leaving a bright trail in space. The monster threw its head back, the protagonist hovered above it in the air. Suddenly, a giant red snake appeared behind him, opening its mouth wide, about to swallow the protagonist. Faye turned around to look at the monster. A blade wrapped in lightning appeared in his hands. He slashed at the lizard's eye with a sharp movement. The monster screamed loudly. The men in uniform watched the unfolding events through the screen. Huishuo nervously asked the people around him if Faye was a human, and whether the rumors of a human fighting a horde of zombies were true. The soldiers looked at each other and said that one of them heard that there was someone outside, and he came for reinforcements. And now he was fighting two large beasts. This was happening on the defensive line of the eastern wall, so they wanted to go and see. Dust spread across the floor. Faye landed gently on the ground. The monster struck with its paw, and the ground cracked where it hit. Faye looked at the beasts and thought that, as expected, D ranks are not easy to kill. He muttered dissatisfiedly that he relied on his ability to fight too often and his fighting skills had weakened, so he might as well use this chance to perk up a bit. He tiredly rubbed his neck and closed his eyes. The guy decided to start. The lizard strike passed right above his right shoulder. Faye jumped, thinking that more D ranks would appear. He focused on the fact that the evolution speed was much faster than in his previous life. Faye struck the lizard, still wondering if this could be due to the celestial disaster in Skynet or if it was due to his evolution tree. The lizard screamed. It rushed at the guy, wanting to swallow him, but he was distantly thinking that if this was the case, he could not relax. The boy kicked the lizard in the nose, thinking that the mysterious person Skynet was definitely growing at a fast rate. The beast's eye flashed gold behind the boy. Faye pressed his elbow into the animal's face, continuing to kick the lizard as he had to become stronger. His eyes flashed intensely. Faye turned around, attacking both beasts at once, thinking that he had to become even stronger as he had to protect his little sister and the people around him. He exhaled long and long as he continued to spin in his jump. Faye demanded that the beast die. His fist rushed towards the D-rank zombie, for which he immediately received 60,030 points. The soldiers stood up, resisting the shock wave that came from this blow. One of them opened his mouth in surprise and asked the others if he understood correctly that the boy defeated the beast with one blow, to which he was echoed that he could not have been mistaken. Faye appeared from behind the smoke as the soldier asked if it was the same assistant, as he was very strong. Faye clenched his fist, looked at him and thought that the feeling had returned. He did not look at the beasts lying behind him as he muttered that it was his turn. A snake was quickly approaching Faye, trying to avoid a fight. The boy caught up with it and landed on its face, asking if he realized the gap between them. Faye looked at the beast indifferently as the system window reported that he had killed a D-rank zombie and received 60,030 points. Faye landed near the soldiers, who immediately began to thank him and say that he was strong. Faye said that he would leave the rest to them, as there were only a few zombies left, to which they did not think it was a problem. He walked through the door where Huishuo greeted him, saying that, as expected of the god of war, he showed him something amazing, to which the boy asked in surprise how he knew the name. Huishuo explained that he had just contacted Luo Yan and then found out that he was the savior of the shelter, the god of war, so he really thought he was amazing. Faye asked him to just call him by his name and then asked him with a slight smile about how things were in Zai City. Huishuo asked him to come to the screen and began to explain that on the map they could see a large horde of zombies and it was divided into two parts. The map immediately appeared on the screen as the man said that the second line of defense was filled with zombies and Faye's team should be there, and once the zombies broke into the key point, the entire battlefield would be in a bad situation since both areas were large and divided into 7 strategic key points and the defense was weakened. Faye thoughtfully said that they didn't have enough people for the 7 points, to which the man replied that they really couldn't help everyone at the moment, but the Yanwang base had sent a team of 1,000 elite troops, so they just needed time, to which Faye inquired when they would arrive, and Huishuo was forced to admit that if everything went according to plan, they would arrive here by morning. Faye frowned, thinking about the annoying Yanwang, but said out loud that he would go meet his comrades. In the morning, at 5:30, Zenyu had barely slept and was breathing heavily. She said that their strength was exhausted when her friend replied that there were too many zombies. Faye appeared behind them, apologizing for the long wait, and the girls were happy to see him. Helicopters flew overhead when Zenyu asked who was in the helicopters. Faye looked up and explained that Yanwang was here. The helicopters illuminated the city below them. One of the pilots turned to the leader Moyu, saying that there were several people below them. They looked at Faye's group when the question was raised that since it seemed that they were not from the light base, should they be removed. He indifferently ordered them to ignore it, since those who would appear here were not ordinary people, so first they had to go to the command department and send an order to all awakened ones to join the battle. Soldiers were already descending from some of the helicopters. Faye watched the helicopters arrive. He turned to his sister and asked her to go, leaving the rest to them, to which the girl agreed with him since they were already exhausted. The whole group was sitting at the table when Zenyu began to say that the zombie horde was really terrifying, and they continued to advance, but it was impossible to imagine that her brother was guarding the shelter alone, to which Faye praised the girls since they had only recently passed the E rank. Suddenly, they were interrupted by Moyu, who asked if they had immersed themselves in the past glory and then apologized for interrupting them. He introduced himself as the commander of the reinforcement team sent by the Yanwang base, and then said that he heard from his brother Moyen at the shelter that they were well taken care of. So he came specially to thank them, and the system window immediately reported that he was a D rank, with a rank observation skills, meaning he could quickly find the opponent's weak points. Faye's face immediately darkened as he asked the man if he wanted to take revenge. Moyu smirked, saying that judging by the guy's tone, it was him, but the man asked him not to worry since he came to solve the problem with the base, and after everything was over, he suggested that they spar, but for now they would go to the command department to discuss strategy, so since he came, he should not slack off. Anya exclaimed indignantly, saying that they had been fighting all night. Moyu glared at her. The girl immediately hid behind Zenyu. Faye said discontentedly that it was enough for him to go alone, and he asked the girls to stay and rest. Moyu turned to leave when Faye said goodbye that he would be back soon. Both men walked along the corridor when the soldiers began to whisper that this was the same reinforcements that Yanwang had sent since they recognized Moyu. They did not think that Yanwang would send such strong reinforcements and expressed hope that now their light base would definitely be saved. After that, they recognized the Pan next to him, who was also strong and killed 2 rank 2 monsters, so he could be even stronger than Moyu. One of the soldiers covered his comrade's mouth with his hand, asking him not to say too much, and to his indignant phrase that everything was fine since they were far away and could not be heard. The soldier replied that he did not understand, since both of Moyu's eyes were watching everything, and he could easily analyze them. Moyu glanced sideways at Faye. He smirked when he said that it seemed like people had a good impression of the guy, to which Faye replied that they were just trying to show Go in the best light. Huishua was at the table in his office when he thanked everyone for their efforts, after which he asked them to sit down. He felt special gratitude to the god of the warriors from the shelter, who had helped them a lot. The man asked what his guests wanted to drink, to which Moyu asked for a cup of coffee, but Faye interrupted him and asked him to start the meeting, and the commander liked this idea. Moyu was unhappy with being ignored. Huishua leaned on the map and began to talk about how during the investigation they found the source of the zombie horde. In the first area they found a D rank monster and 3 E rank monsters, who were leading the zombie horde. Moyu lazily asked about how once they killed these monsters, everything would be over. Huishua replied that it was true. Once the zombie horde lost its leader, it would no longer pose a threat, and if the men worked together, he was confident that they would be able to handle the zombies. Moyu smirked, since Yanwang was a large base and he couldn't let the shelter soldiers take risks, so he would deal with the D rank monster and the other 3 E ranks would deal with it, since he didn't think it was a problem. Huishua wanted to object, but Faye immediately agreed with Moyu's plan. The man stood up from his chair and suggested that they go and finish this quickly. He smiled, saying that if Faye felt in trouble and needed help, just let him stall for as long as he could, since he would rush over as soon as he dealt with the D rank. Moyu laughed and headed towards the exit. At the front of the forces, the soldiers were having a hard time shooting back at the zombies. When asked about the situation, one of the soldiers shouted that they could suppress them for now, but there were too many zombies. Moyu rolled his eyes and asked where their leaders were. They were shown a building at the end of the horde and explained that they were behind the entire horde. Moyu turned to Faye and said that he would go first, and asked him not to fall behind and not die halfway. The man immediately ran up to jump, leaving Faye alone. The guy exhaled heavily, since because of his rank, people always tend to treat him arrogantly. The building was heavily damaged. An animal with a white paw stepped out of the darkness. It turned out to be a cat, and the system window showed that she was a D rank, and her ability was spatial jump. Near her were animals with E rank, and the gorilla asked why him, to which the cat said that people were coming, so they were leaving. The E rank monsters immediately jumped off the wall. The cat decided to use a spatial jump. She jumped into the portal. A golden lightning bolt rushed along the street when a purple beam caught up with it. Moyu smirked, saying that Faye still caught up with him, so he really is a capable guy, to which he replied that if he was not like that, then how could he destroy his brother so easily? Moyu growled in anger. Faye abruptly said that the zombies are coming. 3 monsters immediately landed in front of them. The gorilla, tiger, and fox looked at the opponents when Moyu said that they were all rank E, and the leader was not among them. Faye said that they were getting started with the plan, and this place would be on him. The monkey, tiger, and fox gritted their teeth aggressively. The blonde walked up to the protagonist and said that all these enemies were rank E, and the leader was not among them. Faye looked straight and said that they were getting started, and this place would be on him. He frowned and raised the brightly shining sword. In the middle of the ruined road, there were people and animals. Moyu looked to the side and agreed to leave this place to Faye. The protagonist ran towards the animals and jumped high into the air. The monkey opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The animal turned around, looking at Faye, who said that he was his opponent. Faye attacked the monkey, creating a bright purple flash. The animal opened its mouth wide and began to fall down. The protagonist stomped his foot on the ground. The tiger and fox jumped towards him. Moyu fell to his knees and the asphalt beneath him cracked. The blonde looked at the tall building. He frowned and thought that he came here and heard that the guy killed D-rank monsters alone. And he also needed to kill this monster to return Yan Wang's authority and then settle his brother's business with him. Suddenly, Moyu looked to the side. He dodged the sudden attack. The blonde gritted his teeth, not understanding where the attack came from. There was no one in front of Moyu. He took out his weapon, assuming that the enemy had a stealth ability. Suddenly, a purple portal appeared above the blonde, from which a white paw crawled out. Moyu turned around, looking at the bright blue flash, and thought that he did not even know where the attack was coming from, and if he could not force the true body to come out, then he would have no chance of winning. The blonde opened his mouth wide in pain when white rays attacked him, and red blood sprayed in the air. Moyu stretched his arms out to the sides and thought that the situation was dire. A purple mist appeared in front of the blonde. He thought that he and his enemy were the same D rank, but the gap was very large. Moyu began to wave his weapon, shouting for the enemy to come out and meet him. The animal watched the blonde from afar. The cat jumped into the purple portal. Moyu stumbled as he saw huge claws above him. The blonde was thrown aside by the powerful explosion. He fell to the ground. Moyu stabbed the blade of his sword into the ground. Sitting on one knee, the blonde thought that this monster was confronting two people at the same time. Sharp claws appeared above Moyu again, and he thought that there was a really big gap between him and the enemy. The blonde gritted his teeth as his sword blade cracked, and he thought that he couldn't believe that he was going to die here today. Moyu looked away as someone shouted loudly, asking him to lower his head. There was a bright purple glow above the blonde. The protagonist was standing in front of Moyu, telling the blonde to move away from the opponent who was too strong. Moyu frowned and asked if Faye had already dealt with those beasts since he came here. A clawed paw crawled out from the purple portal. The protagonist extended his sword to the side, repelling the enemy's attacks. Faye frowned and thought that Moyu would not be able to handle these space and spatial type abilities that were very rare. He grabbed the animal's paw and thought that the damage was not the same as offensive abilities, but with features, and it was frightening. Faye pulled the cat out of the portal. The animal broke free from his grip and ran away. The cat frowned, its eyes shining brightly, and the protagonist thought that there was still a weak point in the spatial type of ability. Faye frowned and thought that when the body was exposed, the cat had no advantage. The protagonist grabbed a sharp knife and thought that with the spatial breakthrough, his speed could catch up with the enemy. Faye cut the cat's stomach. Moyu trembled and opened his mouth, stunned that Faye dealt with the enemy so easily. The cat gritted his teeth, and the protagonist said that he could not use the teleport passage. The animal snapped its sharp teeth. Suddenly, its body began to emit a purple glow. The cat turned into a huge monster, and the system reported that it was a C rank with spatial jump and berserk abilities. Faye sweated and thought that going berserk before death was the ability of the previous Calamity Demon, and it could be related to the zombie horde and the celestial disaster. The huge monster swung its paw. Faye looked back, where the cat's hand came out of the teleporter. The claws grabbed the protagonist's body. Faye frowned and gritted his teeth. A purple beam of light struck the ground, causing it to crack. The cat pressed the protagonist with its paw. Faye's body turned black, his eye emitting a red light. Suddenly, he found himself behind the huge monster, thinking that when approaching death, the enemy reaches C rank. The protagonist frowned and thought that the monster even awakens and gains the ability of berserk. The cat turned around and blocked Faye's attack. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the strength and speed were increasing too much, and it could compensate for what the cat lacked. The monster wrapped its tail around Faye's leg. The protagonist gritted his teeth hard. He swung his hand, cutting the monster's tail. The cat, whose eyes were emitting a bright yellow glow, screamed loudly in pain. The tip of its tail flew into the air. Two bright flashes flashed below. A loud explosion thundered from Faye's collision with the cat. The protagonist grabbed the knife in one hand. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. Faye cut off the cat's paws. Moyu watched the fight from afar, saying that the protagonist should not be able to fight a C rank. The cat wrinkled its nose and growled loudly. Faye looked straight ahead and said that just relying on one ability would be difficult, and Moyu could see that he had many abilities. The protagonist created a flame, shouting that he couldn't be so worried right now. The monster attacked by the flame screamed in pain. He gritted his teeth as the flames swirled around him. Faye placed his hand on the cat's forehead. His eyes shone brightly, and he activated his devouring ability. The monster screamed deafeningly. A huge purple portal appeared in front of him. The cat ran forward. The protagonist turned around and cursed in his mind. The monster jumped into the teleporter, then the portal dissipated. Moyu frowned in shock when he realized that Faye had disappeared along with the monster. The blonde looked around and concluded that the distance was short, but they had completely disappeared, and the protagonist might be completely stuck in the tunnel. The man in blue furrowed his brows, saying that Faye couldn't sacrifice his life and die. After all, he was the god of war. Moyu looked straight ahead and said that after he dealt with the beast, he hurried there, but it was already too late. The man put his hands on his head and said that it was impossible for the protagonist to face 2D rank beasts and remain unharmed. Moyu looked down and asked if the man thought he had tricked him. The commander furrowed his brows and replied that he had not, and that he was just having a hard time accepting the fact. Commander Zhu was sitting at the table, informed of a call from Moyu's secret communication device. The man looked straight ahead and asked if the matter with the light base had been resolved. The blonde leaned back in his chair and replied that it had been resolved, and that the guy from the shelter was indeed strong. He had many abilities, but it didn't matter now because he was already dead. Zhu put his hand on the table while Moyu was saying that he felt something strange, and that the people from the shelter had a little girl, and his observation ability could sense the dense aura of the zombies. However, her appearance was human. The commander's body began to emit purple flames. Zhu, who had turned into a monster, smirked and shouted at Moyu to quickly grab that girl and bring her here. The blonde man furrowed his brows, and Zhu added that he should not harm her in any way and return her safely. There was a white phone on the table. The commander closed his eyes and said that the human body was so useful that it could be used to obtain a key. There were 2 demons standing around Zhu. The girl crossed her arms and asked if they still needed to hold this place since they didn't know where the key was, and she also asked what to do with that person. The man rested his cheek on his fist and replied that he was giving the girl one last chance to work with the heavenly element. The commander furrowed his brows and shouted that he would not cooperate with monsters like them and that they would be exposed for using the Yan Huang base for their own affairs. The protagonist looked up at the starry sky and asked where it was, and guessed that it was a space jump tunnel. A black paw was visible. Faye looked up. The huge monster was looking at the protagonist, who said that he had a home field advantage. Faye frowned and thought that the oxygen in the sealed space was limited, and he couldn't just use the fire ability, and he couldn't drag it out because he didn't know where this tunnel led to. A golden ray of light flashed, and the protagonist thought that he should kill the enemy quickly and escape from this dimension. Faye found himself in front of the monster and thought that a D-rank beast could instantly become strong to this point. Faye's eyes shone brightly, and he thought that he didn't expect the calamity demon he let escape to be such a big threat. The protagonist jumped down and thought that the heavenly disaster didn't know about the existence of such a beast yet. Suddenly, Faye looked to the side. The monster struck him in the chest. One of the enemy's eyes was huge and yellow. The protagonist looked straight ahead and guessed that a physical attack was not effective. Faye raised his hand to his face and concluded that he could only use magic to defeat magic then. Purple candle rays rushed towards the monster. He raised his paw in defense. His eyes widened slightly. Faye jumped closer to the enemy. A white flash flashed near the monster's face. The protagonist looked at the powerful explosion. Black rays appeared from the gray fog. Faye fell, dodging the attack. He jumped to the side and thought that it would be bad if this continued. He decided to use a clone to approach the enemy. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that this monster's attack was getting stronger and stronger because its ability was unlimited in this place. The enemy's black limbs were enveloped in a purple aura. Faye looked down and thought that his clone had succeeded. A powerful explosion thundered and the system reported the activation of the ability to devour. The monster, whose eyes were shining brightly, screamed loudly, and the system reported the death of a C-rank zombie, for which the protagonist received a classic type gene core as a reward. On Faye's hand lay a stone with a bright symbol. Standing in front of his clone, the protagonist said that this item was very rare. Faye looked straight ahead and said that the space began to collapse. He hoped that he would not be teleported somewhere far away. The full moon was shining above the city. Someone was standing at the door. Inside the room, a girl with short purple hair was sleeping. Moyu frowned and thought that when he used his skill on Anya, he saw a huge amount of zombie poison in her body, but at the same time, she looked like a human and her combat ability was normal. The girl was sleeping with her mouth open, and the blonde man guessed that the commander wanted to take Anya away for research. Moyu stretched his hand down and thought that the commander had been doing unpredictable things lately. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in surprise when someone said that his parents did not teach him good manners since he entered other people's rooms. The protagonist looked down and added that he had heard rumors about his death, and it meant absolutely nothing to him. Faye was kneeling, saying that Moyu dared to try to harm his friends, and he would face dire consequences for it. The blonde man sweated in horror when he realized that Faye was not dead. The protagonist, whose eyes were shining brightly, said that Moyu's achievement would be revealed. The blonde man smirked and replied that he could only kill Faye, and then his words would become true. Faye covered the girl with a blanket while she said that she was happy to be with the protagonist. Fei looked at the girl with warmth and said that he was also very happy to be with her. The protagonist stepped on the white cloth and thought that he would not let the same thing happen to Anya as in her past life. Fei grabbed Moyu by the collar and thought that it didn't matter to him whether it was a human or a zombie, because he would not spare anyone even if he had to make the entire world his enemy. Stalactites could be seen in the cave. The crowd stood by the throne, asking why Huining had called everyone here, and the man replied that he had good news and bad news. The girl frowned and said that they had things to do, so the news had to be reported quickly. The commander frowned and said that the good news was that the key had been found, and she seemed to be with the human, and the bad news was that she had escaped, but that was not a big problem since he knew the base she was in. The man crossed his arms and said that Anya's escape was an accident, and it was better than being useless. The man with the light beard frowned and said that since the key had been found, it meant that the energy the king needed was also starting to prepare. The commander spread his arms out to the side, saying that he had already planned it. He wrinkled his nose and said that he just needed to continue using this person's personality. The energy would be sent here without stopping, and he just needed to wait here. The bearded man rested his cheek on his fist. There was a pink sky above the tall building. Someone had teleported. The evolution tree looked down, saying that Fei had come. The protagonist tapped the screen and said that the zombies' growth rate was much faster, and they also needed to become stronger. The screen showed various characteristics. Fei looked straight ahead and said that he was still far from rank C. The system left a notification about the requirements to advance from rank D to rank C. The screen said that 27,000 evolution points had been used, and the strength had been raised to level 17. Fei looked at the evolution tree, saying that this was all he could do now, and the woman said that the remaining points were enough to activate the perfect gene process. She raised one finger, saying that this was a big increase for the current protagonist, and Fei said that the evolution tree had changed and become more emotional. He guessed that the woman's emotions were related to his evolution. The tree turned around, asking what the protagonist just said. Fei smiled awkwardly and replied that he fainted last time and the woman helped him activate it. The tree pressed the button. The protagonist frowned, looking at his shining hand. He opened his mouth and eyes wide. There was a purple aura around his body, and he said that it was like being reborn. Fei looked at the tree and thanked her. The protagonist looked down and opened the ability fragment. An ability diagram appeared in front of him. Fei looked straight ahead, saying that only F-rank abilities could be activated, which were of little use, and the ability fragment should be used to upgrade the current ability because it would be more advantageous. Ability images were visible, and Fei suggested upgrading the ability contract first because it would be much more convenient in the future. The system asked if the protagonist wanted to use 400 ability fragments to upgrade the ability contract to level 4. An image with 2 silhouettes was visible, and the system reported that the contract had been upgraded. Fei looked down and said that this effect was more like a defensive one, and it was time to upgrade its attack. The system reported that the fire ability had been upgraded to level 3, increasing attack power by 20%. Fei put his hand on his waist, saying that this was all he could do. The protagonist looked to the side and said that he would try his best to make the tree quickly recover its memory. The woman smiled and said that she believed in Fei. In the cafeteria of the light base, 3 people were sitting at a table. The protagonist turned around when someone called him. The commander put his hands on Fei's shoulders, shouting that he was alive despite the rumors. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying that everything was fine and that they were preparing to return to the shelter. The commander furrowed his brows when Fei said that Moyu had disappeared early in the morning, meaning they had returned to Yanwang, and they should leave as well. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, telling the commander not to worry because the corpses had already been dealt with. Fei turned away, saying that they would leave after breakfast. The shelter building was visible. Zenyu looked at the protagonist, saying that he was a big star, and he responded that she should stop teasing him. Fei turned around when someone called him. Captain Cao extended his hand to the side and said that Commander Luo wanted to see the protagonist. Fei, standing opposite, said that he would go to Luo, and the others should call Alon and the others and gather an expression. The protagonist looked straight ahead and replied that he had something important to tell the commander. 5 minutes later, Luo trembled in shock upon hearing that Fei had killed Moyu from Yanwang base. He asked the protagonist why he did it. Fei frowned and replied that he had his own reasons. He thought that the more people he knew about Anya's secret, the better. Luo asked the boy tensely if he wanted to leave, since if he was afraid of dragging them into this, then he should forget about it, since no matter what, the shelter would fight alongside him, since without him, they would have already been destroyed. Fei asked Commander Luo to listen to him, since even if that didn't happen, he would still decide to leave, and besides, the shelter was only recently built, and the safety of the citizens was what they needed to protect. Luo tiredly dropped his head into his hands, trying to object. Fei smiled encouragingly and asked the man not to worry, since he would not be leaving forever, because this was his home, and when he needed him, Fei would definitely come back to help them, and thought to himself that he never thought that Commander Luo, who cared about the citizens, would make Yan Wang an enemy for his sake, and this was unexpected for him. Luo massaged his forehead with 2 fingers as he said that Fei helped him deal with all the enemies including Guanzhong Hua, the zombie horde and the light base, and the only thing the guy asked him for was to help him find his little sister, but he couldn't help him even with that, so the guy was angry at his own worthlessness. Fei smiled and said that the commander helped him a lot because his companions were protected and they didn't have to wander around, plus Luo made him feel hope in a person. And to be honest, he fulfilled the role of a father that the guy sorely lacked because Luo was the father of everyone in the shelter. The commander exhaled heavily. He closed his eyes, leaned back and said that who could have predicted that Fei would be the one to comfort him in the end, after which he apologized for losing his temper and asked the guy to do what he wanted. Fei nodded and agreed with him. Luo asked the guy where he was going, and the guy said he didn't know, because by the time Yanwang found out what happened to Moyu, he should have already left. Fei stood up from his chair and said he would go, because he still had things to do. When he opened the door to go out, Luo called out to the guy. The man asked him to come whenever he wanted. Fei smirked and promised to come. The door to the office closed. As Fei walked down the hall, the soldier greeted him like a war god, although the guy himself was muttering to himself that he really couldn't handle this situation. And this time he didn't know how long he would be gone, so he thought to himself that if he just left without saying anything, it would be too much, so he should quickly resolve this. He lingered near the door for a while. Fei sighed and finally decided to open the door. His eyes widened greatly due to the scene before him. There were a lot of people in the room who immediately started greeting him, and the guy immediately asked why they came. One of the guys hugged him from behind and called him a bad person because he found Zenyu and didn't tell them, after which Jiahao put his hand on his shoulder and said with a kind smile that the guy secretly came and went every time. So he was a mystery himself, so Fei had to apologize to them because he was busy and just didn't have time, but they were interrupted by Anya, who called everyone to the table. Fei thought about how he had so many companions. After reincarnating, he had experienced too many things. When he thought about his friends, he realized that his feelings ranged from nothing to affection and friendship. Time passed, but his memory was so long and he didn't want to miss a second. The whole company was sitting on the floor, snacks and drinks were in front of them, and the guys were happily chatting among themselves. Fei placed the can of drink on the balcony, offering the girl a drink, to which she replied that beer was too bitter and she didn't like it. He wondered why she was sad alone, and Zayak told him that she felt like everything around her was too awesome, and if she hadn't saved him, what would the world have become? To which Fei replied that there would probably be someone else who did what he did. Zayak shrugged, and then suddenly asked if Fei was leaving again. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked how she knew. Zayak grabbed the can and explained that every time he was like this, he would come back again and secretly leave, and every time she would silently wait for him to return, to which the guy laughed awkwardly. She opened the beer and sadly said that she felt different this time, since it seemed like she couldn't go with him this time. Fei looked at the girl and explained that this time it was a bit more complicated since he wouldn't be back soon, and then asked if Luo had told her about it. But the girl took a sip of the drink and said that one shouldn't underestimate a woman's sixth sense. Zayak grimaced, saying that the beer was really bitter. She blushed, muttering that as a soldier, it was her duty to protect the citizens, so she wouldn't wait for him tomorrow. Zayak took another sip of beer. Fei asked the girl to give him her hand. She became wary and asked what the guy was going to do, but Fei only asked her not to worry. Zayak blushed, but extended her hand. The system window reported that the ability contract was activated, after which their crossed hands were enveloped in light, and the next system window reported that the rank contract for the power of the mind ability was successfully concluded. Fei clenched his fist and explained that he had made a contract for her ability, and no matter where she was, if she was in danger, he would immediately come and protect her. Zayak blushed deeply and quickly drank the beer, causing Fei to ask excitedly what happened. But the girl just brushed him off, thinking that the beer did not taste so bitter, but Fei still thought that he did something that upset her. A puzzled Zenyu appeared behind them. Anya rushed from the room to the balcony, asking him to play with her. Zenyu grabbed the girl by the hood, asking her to wait. She said that she would play with the girl herself, to which Anya asked in surprise if Zenyu knew how to play, because the girl herself was very strong. Suddenly Lon came up to her and asked if she had time to chat, and after she agreed, the guy said that Anya said that she would then go and find hair and play with her. Zenyu asked not to bully her when Anya shouted that she was already on her way. Long held out his palm with the item on it and asked her to take it since he heard from Fei that it was very important to her and he also needed help to say goodbye to Fei since they were leaving. Zenyu folded her arms and asked if Long was leaving the shelter and what he was going to do next. Long explained that he would continue to search for the remaining S ranks so that they could join them since he did not want to let them join Skynet, so they had to weaken their strength. He looked at Ming, Anya, and Hare running around the room and said that their team had to get stronger so that they could catch up with Fei, to which Zenyu asked why he couldn't say it himself. Long glanced at Fei, who was hurrying, and asked his little sister not to disturb him, as everything was fine, because sooner or later they would meet anyway. The sun was setting around the city when Zenyu asked Long to take care of herself. Faye, along with his sister and Anya, walked along the sunlit corridor. He looked at the open door at the end of the corridor. The guy closed his eyes when Anya asked him where they were going next. Faye hesitated a little with his answer. Then he said that they were going to Devil's Island. Goldie flew over the rooftops in End City. Faye shouted to him that there was land there. Finally, Faye, Zenyu and Anya landed on the sand. Goldie immediately landed on the guy's shoulder when he, in turn, began to look at the map, saying that in a day they were already not far from Devil's Island, and at that moment Anya said that she was hungry. Faye came out from the alley and said that it seemed like there were no zombies in this city. He looked around the ruined streets and suggested that they first find a place to replenish their resources. Anya ran into one of the shops, hoping to find chips, when Faye followed her in, saying that they would replenish their resources here, taking food with them that was easy to carry and store. He looked at his sister and said that she should also go and collect some resources from that place, since there were no resources in the place they were going to. So they needed to stock up, and from now on, they should adapt to the apocalypse conditions, since this would not be like a shelter. Zenyu frowned and said that she understood. The girl went deeper into the store, and Faye thought that at first, because of her body, the girl was not confident in herself until she awakened her abilities, after which she encountered Skynet and escaped from prison. Since she was sitting there all alone, so it seemed that he was too worried, since she also grew up. But the outside world became unrecognizable, so he needed to learn the rules of survival in the apocalypse. 30 minutes later, Faye looked at Anya with displeasure and muttered in surprise that she really only took chips. The girl was pleased with herself, saying that she was a good girl. Zenyu rolled up a cart with soda, saying that it could not eat only chips since she needed to drink. And the girl said that her little sister was so wonderful. But Faye muttered displeasedly that it seemed that the girl had not yet grown up completely. He rolled his cart. Fortunately, he had brought enough food and it would be enough to last for a while, and since it was already late, he suggested that the girls go. Noisy waves washed the pier. The boat was hitting the fence, pushed by the waves. Gold was lying on the ground when Faye said that they needed to find a boat, to which Anya asked in surprise, why can't they fly there with Gold? And Faye explained that there was no place to land in the sea, and if a dangerous situation, grandmother to be alone here. Suddenly, someone dropped a container of bread. An unfamiliar girl with a stick at the ready ran towards them and shouted that the zombies should not come near her grandmother. She attacked and her blow almost hit Anya. The girl turned around angrily. Suddenly, her expression became confused. The waves were still crashing against the pier. Once inside, the girl bowed to the guests and apologized for mistaking them for zombies, to which Faye said that everything was fine since it was just the guests were silent, sympathizing with a fan. Finally, the girl pulled herself together and said that she believed that her father was still alive, he would definitely come back and find them. A fan put her head on her hand and said that her grandmother's dementia was getting worse and worse. She often ran to the port and waited for her father, or just looked out the window alone, and a fan herself found ways to survive, but she could not always protect her, and she was afraid of what would happen if they stayed here. Instructions, and the girl smiled happily. They got on the boat and went straight to Devil's Island. The girl handed over a glass of hot tea, saying that her grandmother needed to rest. The grandmother looked out the window when she asked if their recent guests were going to Devil's Island. A fan nodded in agreement, and then the woman said that her granddaughter should also go with them. A fan looked at her in surprise. She put her hand on her grandmother's shoulder and asked what she was saying. The girl should take care of her. The old lady accepted the tea and said that she had hands and feet. She didn't need her granddaughter to take care of her, since she knew that she wanted to go to the island to find her father. But the old lady was afraid that her granddaughter would be in danger if she went alone, so she could only pretend to be a fool to make her take care of her. But now those people were also going there, and this was a rare chance that she didn't want to miss. Afang was confused. The grandmother said with sadness in her voice that it made no difference to her whether she waited for one person or two, but there was a difference if two people waited for one. Afang stubbornly pursed her lips, recalling this conversation and thinking that her grandmother should wait for them. The boat sailed on the restless water. Zenyu turned to her brother and asked why this island was called the Devil's Island. It turned out that Devil's Island was a large prison where evil and ruthless death row inmates were kept. They killed people for joy, their hands were full of blood. They were real devils, that's why the island got its name as Devil's Island. Zenyu heard that it was really scary after the apocalypse happened, because when it started, the source hit the island. All the inhabitants of the island became zombies, and they inherited the ruthlessness that they had when they were alive. In addition, zombies are affected by the radiation of the source because they are near it for a long period of time, and their evolution speed is much faster than others. Faye explained that their goal this time was to destroy all the zombies and find the source, as it was one of the most problematic sources, and they had a guardian of the source seed, which was the cause of the disaster. The girls listened attentively, saying that this would all be their training ground, as they should use the opportunity to become stronger. The boat was approaching the island, when Faye said that they would soon reach the island, and since the main port would be dangerous, they would enter from a side route. Anya said that she was getting scared. The team disembarked on the shore. Faye walked up to the large boulders and said that from now on they should be on guard, as they had entered the outer zone of Devil's Island, and danger could arise at any time, to which Zenyu asked about the outer zone. It turned out that Devil's Island was a large-scale prison with a complex structure. The island had 5 circles, and the closer to the center, the stronger and more ruthless the villains became, and now they were in the outermost zone, that is, in the 5th circle, and they needed to find the gate to get to the next zone. Fang immediately asked why the guy knew this place so well, to which he replied that he had heard it from others. Zenyu thoughtfully peered into the distance. Faye immediately asked what happened, but the girl just waved him off, thinking that her older brother had changed a lot, had become so mature, so she should work harder so as not to become a burden to him. Suddenly, Faye shouted for the girls to split into 2 sides and bend down. One of the zombies stood on a cliff and threw some kind of weighty object at them. It turned out to be a cannonball on a chain. The D-rank zombie with the ability of monstrous strength was disappointed that the humans dodged. Faye covered a fan, asking if she was okay, and then asked An and Zenyu the same. Zenyu, who was covering the girl, replied that they were okay. The zombie began to count the aliens, saying that he had many targets, so he needed to add money since animals were considered half price. A fan quickly flipped through the directory and found the zombie that attacked them, number 7. And it turned out that he was a world-famous killer who dealt with an entire gang single-handedly. And the presence of such information greatly surprised Faye, to which the girl said that her father liked to tell her about them when he was bored, so she wrote it down. Faye said that this information would be very helpful to him, so he asked a fan to stand still and not move, and he himself rushed into battle. He attacked the zombie from behind, thinking that it was no wonder he didn't realize how the monster had approached, but the zombie didn't seem to notice him, wondering who to start with. At the last moment, his head tilted back. And, looking at Faye, he said that he would start with him. Faye barely managed to block the blow, surprised at how quickly the zombie reacted. The monster swung his hand, in which the chain from the cannonball was clenched. He threw it over. The chain immediately tied Faye, not giving her the opportunity to move. As soon as the zombie swung his hands again, Faye was torn off the ground. The cannonball was flying straight at his head. Suddenly, a powerful aura reflected the blow. The zombie stared at the empty chains in surprise. His own legs were encased in ice. Zenyu concentratedly put her hand forward, and from her hand an icy path stretched to the zombie's feet. For the monster, this was troublesome since more additional money was needed. The core rushed towards Zenyu. The girl was engulfed in white flames. Ice arrows rushed towards the core. Anya looked at the girl with satisfaction, saying that Zenyu's sister was so amazing. However, cracks appeared on the ice, and the girl asked her to wait. The core broke through the ice defense, aiming to attack the surprised girls. However, Xiaobagu rushed towards it. He used Absolute Tornado. At this moment, golden flames illuminated the rock. The chain wrapped around the zombie's hand, while it muttered about killing instruction number 10, which required approaching the enemy and crushing them. The zombie jumped to attack. Zenyu and Anya looked at it in surprise. Zenyu covered the girl with her body, asking her to be careful. Suddenly, the core was stopped by Faye's hand. He, without looking at his sister, said that she needed to defend herself. He explained that the girls wouldn't be able to handle him because his previous profession had given him a lot of combat experience, which made him even stronger, and in situations like this, combat thinking was something the girls lacked, so they should just leave it to him. Zenyu said with displeasure that she understood that. The zombie started talking about instruction number 7, which was to quickly end the battle if the assassination attempt failed. Zenyu grabbed it in her arms and started to run away when an explosion was heard behind them. The system window reported that Faye had activated his mind power, and the core was engulfed in green flames. The zombie gritted his teeth and held onto it with both hands, resisting the force. He pulled the chain tightly. The zombie began to twist the core, when Faye was surprised because he didn't think that the zombie could rely on its own brute force to block the mind control. The core landed where Faye had been standing a moment ago, and Faye thought that he had expected the zombie to be stronger here. However, the strength of this monster was still unexpected for him, even though it was only an outer zombie. Faye rushed to attack, thinking that the path was becoming even more difficult. The zombie rushed towards him. The girls watched the clouds of dust rising from the place where the battle was taking place. Zenyu looked with wide eyes of fear. She noticed the core that had fallen again and muttered that this was not a battle she could help in. Faye threw out the core with the broken chain, and the girl thought about how she was still under her brother's protection, and the system window reported that 600 evolution points were obtained for killing a D-rank zombie. Faye turned to the girls and asked them to continue. A Fang pointed at the guy and asked who they were to be able to use superpowers, to which Faye asked her in surprise if this was the first time she saw an awakened one. A Fang started babbling about awakened people and what it meant that a person could rely on awakening to gain superpowers, so she decided to write it down. And Zenyu looked at her brother seriously and asked him to teach her some fighting techniques to make her stronger. Anya clenched her fists and said that she also wanted to become stronger. Faye looked at the girls in surprise. Zenyu clenched her fist and said that she didn't want to be protected every time because she was too weak, useless, and every time she and Brother Long got into danger and almost died, so she didn't want that to happen again. And besides, Brother Long was also trying his best to catch up with him. She frowned and explained that she also wanted to learn about this world so that she could catch up with her older brother. Faye put his hand on the girl's head in a soothing manner. He used his other hand to stroke Anya's head. Faye was happy to see their motivation, so then they should remember what he was about to say, since this is an important rule for surviving in the apocalypse. Zenyu listened to that. First of all, they should remember the advantages and weaknesses of their abilities, and Zenyu's advantage was in long-range attack with her ability Absolute Zero, but the weakness was that the ability was weak in close combat. Faye said that in such a situation, you can't rely on abilities, since you need to use your own capabilities to overcome the disadvantage, and the key to becoming stronger is to be able to handle situations when the enemy is approaching. Anya lowered her head when the guy spoke about how her ability was special, since most combat abilities depended on controlling things, and right now her combat ability was only Zyabugu, so she needed to train him, make him learn more combat techniques, and then expand the team she controlled, find a special bodyguard to protect herself, since for a leader, safety is a priority. Faye asked if they understood that these were the things that needed to be understood before the battle. He then smiled and said that it was okay if the girls didn't understand, since they couldn't quickly gain such experience due to the need for practice, and he thought to himself that this stage was too difficult for them for now. The girls looked at each other, grabbed each other's hands, and began to talk about how they could become the strongest. The girls wanted to meet the next zombie. A fan asked with displeasure that it seemed like she was the only normal person here, so she was just getting in the way. Faye turned to her and asked her not to say that, because the strength of one person is not only shown in battles, since she dared to take a risk and come here, which meant that her courage was enormous and she had a written manual that would be useful to them. Zenyu and Anya turned around and called for Faye to hurry up, but the guy said that they were now a team and a fan would be their informant. The girl smiled contentedly. The boys were walking along a big road in the forest. The protagonist's sister looked at her feet and did not hear her brother calling her. She suddenly came to her senses, raised her head and asked what was wrong, to which Faye replied that she should watch her steps because danger could arise at any moment. He slightly lowered his head and added that working hard is good, but rushing to success is bad. In battle, the most terrible thing is recklessness. Self-defense is also very important. Zenyu looked at her brother and said that she would take this into account. After receiving the answer, the protagonist looked in the other direction at a Fang and asked how much she understood about the landscape of Devil Island. The girl looked at him and replied that her father sometimes brought her here, so she remembered a little. Then she told her that the place where they started is in the center of the island, and the outer gate is on the side of the pier. Now they are going in the opposite direction, and they need to go around the pier. Since she was already on the island, she could only travel around the outer area, so there is less detailed information. Suddenly Anya pointed her finger at the sky and asked if she could ask Goldie to take them with her and fly there. A fan looked at the girl and said that it wouldn't work. She explained that her father had told her that the infrastructure of Devil's Island was sealed and heavily guarded, so it was impossible to get into the prison from the sky. But now there was no guard. Maybe he could use brute force and still get in. The protagonist looked at his feet and firmly said no, because that would attract too many zombies, and it was too dangerous. He then raised his hand and said that the step-by-step approach was more suitable for them, and that way they could find a fan's father's location. Hearing this, the girl's cheeks blushed and she quietly thanked the guy. The protagonist turned to Anya and his sister, saying that they needed to explore each area before heading to the next. They needed to prepare for a long fight. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that 3.1 centimeters would not be enough. Zenyu heard it, turned around and asked if anyone heard that sound. Sound? Faye asked in surprise. 3 centimeters, a soft voice was heard. This time, the protagonist heard it. His eyes lit up, aura began to be released, and he ordered everyone to prepare for battle. A head appeared in front, and a dead, rotten voice was heard, asking why it couldn't be 1 centimeter. In his hands, he held a knife. 2.5 centimeters, he said. At the same time, he cut off a small piece of the log in his hand. Suddenly, he stopped, seeing the protagonist's team in front. His eyes lit up, and he furiously shouted that they were humans. He immediately rushed to attack, shouting that he would definitely succeed this time, adding that he would cut them 1 centimeter at a time. The protagonist's sister looked at the zombies with horror in her eyes. Faye nimbly jumped in front of her, protecting her. He blocked the monster's attack and it jumped back. Faye looked back at the guys and shouted for them to move away. The monster's eye lit up red and it looked at the guy in bewilderment. It raised its knife up, swinging at the protagonist. Faye frowned and shouted that he didn't have time to activate the shadow, when suddenly a protective barrier appeared in front of him. A fan and Anya stood behind a tree and watched what was happening with their mouths wide open. The protagonist turned back, looking at Zenyu in surprise. Cold magic enveloped the girl and she screamed that she must overcome her weakness. The guy thought that she had a very shocking ability, because as expected, people who awaken S-rank abilities are not so standard. Anya ran up to Zenyu and joyfully shouted that the girl was amazing, and Faye added that he was also shocked. The girl replied that she just did the best she could. She said that she was thinking about how to become stronger, and first of all about weapons, while the monster's eyes continued to glow and look around. He turned his gaze to the stone lying nearby, and Zenyu said that the simplest weapon is a sword, so in an emergency, she thought of turning ice into a sharp sword. The monster's body was enveloped in mana and he screamed that his wound was beautiful. His body glued together and returned to its previous state, after which the protagonist screamed that he was not dead. The opponent looked at Zenyu and asked how she made such a beautiful cut. The guy saw that the monster was a D rank and had the ability to split. A fan quickly began to flip through the book and found the monster by the number on the sweater. She said that the monster was a suppressive killer and all his deeds were about how he killed people and cut them into pieces. The monster bared his teeth and screamed that he had killed 121 people, but he could not cut a perfect wound. He quickly ran towards the girl and screamed that she could do it. Stopping, he looked away in surprise, frowning deeply. With a sharp movement of the sword, Zenyu cut off his arm. The monster abruptly turned his head and said that her sword was fast, but he could not cope because he could not feel the art from it. With wild eyes, he rushed at the girl, loudly screaming that they were completely different. Zenyu's face changed and she frowned, saying that even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be enough. She began to swing the weapon in different directions, attacking the enemy. The monster joyfully shouted for her to continue, because he could feel the cold of her sword, which sealed the wound and prevented bleeding. A piece of his skin with an eye began to fall to the ground and he screamed that this was the most terrible feeling and the most beautiful art. But the zombie began to gather back and laugh loudly. The protagonist's sister looked at this very tensely. The zombie smiled widely and said with shining eyes that now it was time for him to speak, but where should he start? After thinking, he said that he would start with this cute face. At that very second, his blade was at the girl's face. She managed to react in time, raising her sword and defending herself. The zombie rushed to attack again, shouting that he wanted to see how much she could block. Suddenly, he stopped and was very surprised. The protagonist appeared behind him and cut his arm. With eyes full of contempt and hatred, he asked who this monster thought he was. As soon as he said this, he delivered a powerful blow with his sword, cutting the enemy's body. The zombie was divided into two. In this state, he rushed to attack, shouting for the guy to not get in his way. But his weapon did not reach Faye. A shadow burst out of the ground and swallowed his arm. Then she struck from all sides, destroying the monster. The zombie with a mad smile and only half a face screamed that they would not be able to kill him, and when they ran out of energy, he would slowly torture them. That's how, the protagonist calmly asked, looking at the enemy. After that, he told the zombie to look back. At this time, his sister was accumulating great power in her ice sword. Suddenly, an insanely powerful stream of ice hit him. The zombie began to be covered in ice, not knowing what to do. A few minutes later, his chopped body was encased in a huge block of ice, in which he laughed and screamed that even so, he could still survive. The protagonist activated the ability to devour. Then he put his hand on the block of ice, and it was enveloped in strong magical energy. The zombie felt it and screamed, asking what he was going to do to him. Faye continued to use his power and answered that he would simply give him the sentence he deserved. A few seconds later, a notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had killed a D-rank zombie and received 600 evolution points. Anya came out from behind the bushes and said that Zenyu was very strong, to which the girl replied that if it weren't for her older brother, she wouldn't have been able to deal with the monster alone. Faye praised her and said that she had grown a lot. Zenyu exhaled heavily, barely standing on her feet, and thanked him. The guy immediately grabbed her by the shoulders. The girl lowered her head and replied that she was, especially after coming to this place. She said that there were many scary monsters on the island, so she was afraid for her father if he was really on the island. The guy leaned his hand on his knee and said that there was no need to deprive himself of hope, after which he asked what her father was like. The girl looked down and said that he was a workaholic who couldn't even sit at home for a couple of days and worked all year round. She said that in the end, her mother couldn't stand it and left them, which made her father very angry, and if something went wrong, he would punish her severely. She was upset and opened her diary, saying that she thought that work was more important than her. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about his childhood with Zenyu, answering that he didn't know why his father abandoned her. A fan apologized for what she said wrong, after which she asked why they came to this island. The guy looked at her in thought. He answered that it was so that they could become stronger and he could protect the people important to him. He said that he needed to have enough strength and understand the secret of this world. After all, if this continues, it will be the end of everything and he does not want to shift his fate to others. A fan asked if this is really his duty. The guy laughed and replied that from her point of view, it really does seem like it. He began to rise from the ground and said that it was time to go fulfill their duties. They walked forward and Faye thought that lately he had been solving problem after problem. He thought that he was doing everything in his power and exceeding his own abilities, because he did not want to disappoint anyone in this life. The protagonist thought that this was his duty after reincarnation. The outer probe of Devil's Island was 20% explored. At this time, 2 helicopters were above the shelter. Commander Luo stood outside and looked at them. The helicopters landed and several more commanders came out of them. 3 people in blue suits came out to meet Luo. The old man spread his hands and greeted Commander Zhu. The commander coldly replied that he did not need such treatment. He looked around and said that he never thought that the shelter would develop so quickly in such a short period of time. Luo looked at him and firmly said that it was everyone's merit, but it was dusty outside, so he suggested that they go inside and discuss everything in detail. After saying this, the 2 commanders went to the shelter. When they arrived at Luo's office, they sat on the sofas, and the old man asked Commander Zhu why he personally came here, to which the man replied that it was nothing special. He held a cup of tea and said that he only came here for 2 important things. The first was that Luo needed to know what his war god had done in Sai City, so he hoped that he would hand it over along with his accomplices. The old man lowered his head and firmly said that he did not understand what Zhu meant by this, because if he came for the war god, he would be disappointed. After the war god left Zai City, he never returned. At this time, there was a noise in the bushes on Devil Island. The protagonist and his comrades were hiding in them. Faye looked at the road and said that there were 4 zombies ahead, then asked a fan if she could find their data. The girl began to flip through a small diary, saying that they needed to wait a little. After a few seconds, she began to read that the zombie number 50 used to be a murderer, killed almost 100 people indiscriminately to take revenge. There is no information or records about the 2 zombies behind. Apparently they are the prison guard and the boss, but she is not sure about this, but it is worth paying attention to the zombie that is behind. It was the girl zombie number 41. A fan's father once told her that her entire family works as bodyguards. As long as they give money, no matter who the person is, they will protect him. Except for the employer, the lives of other people do not matter. Her situation is special, she gave up herself. Hearing this, the protagonist stretched out his hand and said that judging by what a fan says, numbers 50 and 41 are much stronger. They need to split up, he will deal with 41, and he will leave the rest to them. Anya peeked out from the bushes and asked to let her deal with girl number 41. Faye looked at the girl and said that the opponent's level was higher than hers. Anya stared at her and said that her aura seemed different, her abilities were not fully developed, she wanted to let her join their team. Hearing this, the protagonist firmly said that he understood her, but she should be careful. His sister put her hand to her chest and said that this was too much for Anya, so let her handle it alone. Faye turned to his sister and with a smile on his face said that there was no need to worry because this girl was very strong. Then he said that they should act as they agreed. He would deal with number 50, and Zenyu and Goldie would deal with the other 2, then Anya would deal with number 41. It was time to start implementing the plan. A stream of ice was quickly approaching the zombies from the bushes. Zombie number 50 roared in rage and raised boulders around itself. His ability was osteosclerosis. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared above him. Faye hit the monster's arm with all his might, who blocked the blow. Swinging his leg, he abruptly hit the monster's face. A loud slam occurred on the ground, causing the ground to collapse. Turning around, the protagonist saw 2 enraged monsters of the E rank and D rank running towards him. Zenyu sent forward many ice shards. She held her hand outstretched and frowned. The girl turned her gaze to Anya and said that now they would do it together. Anya carefully looked forward, preparing to attack. She was looking at the girl number 41. She opened her eyes wide, looking forward. After a few seconds, her head suddenly dropped down. Anya suddenly appeared in her consciousness and was surprised why there was nothing in it. The girl's consciousness suddenly emitted strong waves and the girl anxiously asked what was going on. The girl looked at Anya standing in front of her and jumped at her furiously, screaming that danger had been detected. The girl immediately began to control Booga, who blocked number 41 from entering Anya. The girl jumped to the side, placing her hand on the ground. She knelt down and saw a whirlwind rising in front of her. She screamed that the danger had increased, after which her hands began to be wrapped in psionic armor. She rushed forward and thought that she had loved dancing since her youth, so she hoped that she would be able to wear beautiful dresses and dance on stage. She remembered herself as a little girl when she brought her dad a diploma with an invitation to a dance championship. Her father tore up the diploma and said that her talent was useless, and she thought that because of her family she could not make an independent decision. Her father took her to the gym and said that she should train because great hopes were pinned on her. She grabbed Booga by the wings and thought that if she listened to her father and treated him with all the importance, she would have temporary freedom for at least a day. She remembered how, as a teenager, she held a guy by the jacket, lifting him up. The man told her father that his daughter was amazing because she had destroyed an entire team on her own, to which Juan replied that she was not strong enough and he would wait for their next agreement. He approached his daughter and said that she had done a good job so she could take a day off as a reward, after which the girl happily thought that it finally worked. Juan angrily enveloped himself in magic and asked if she didn't like dancing, because tomorrow she would be able to do it since he had prepared a surprise for her. At the moment, she got angry and screamed that she was wrong because she thought she was a normal person. She screamed that it was all because of her, then turned her gaze to Anya. Tears appeared in her eyes and she thought that it was all really because of her. She remembered coming to dance and seeing dead ballerinas bleeding and a note in front of her. It was from her father, who wrote that he congratulated her on growing up and thought that after what she had gone through, she would clearly understand what she could and should do. The moon was shining brightly in the sky and the furious screams of zombies could be heard. Number 41, with her hands wrapped in magical power, ran towards the girl, saying that she needed to fulfill the order. Suddenly, a powerful tornado appeared in front of her. The little owl looked at the monster with anger in her eyes and said that she would not allow anyone to touch Anchka. Number 50 looked at the zombie girl and screamed what she was waiting for, ordering her to finish her off quickly and come here. 41 heard this and stared at the little girl. Zayabagu flapped his wings and directed a powerful stream of wind along with stones. 41 began to deftly dodge, reducing the distance. The owl saw this and began to accumulate powerful energy in front of itself. The next second, Zayabagu fired a powerful magic projectile at the zombie. 41 saw this and was very surprised. A powerful magic explosion was heard. When the smoke and dust cleared, the black silhouette of the zombie appeared. The owl was very surprised when she saw him. There was magic power in the form of armor on the 41st's hands and head. After recovering, she rushed to attack with her eyes glowing. Zayabagu also did not stand still and rushed to attack. They clashed in a fierce fight, striking and parrying each other's blows. The owl struck a powerful blow from above, but 41st parried it. She gritted her teeth and asked herself why he could not use all his strength, adding that after colliding with them, she felt something wrong in her body, but what was going on? At this time, the 50th's foot slid across the ground. The protagonist stepped on him with terrifying energy, while the zombie said that he could not cope with him. He looked to the side and saw the protagonist's sister and Goldie fighting two unknown zombies. The monster looked to the side where the girl was fighting Bugu. The protagonist's eyes lit up with anger and he asked why the zombie was looking around. The monster immediately got angry and looked aggressively at the guy. Faye swung at him with all his might and hit him, while number 50 blocked the blow. The ground beneath them began to quickly collapse. The guy created a strong explosion and jumped to the side, thinking that due to the monster's ability, he had good evasiveness. Strange projectiles appeared from behind the dust, heading towards the protagonist. He swung his sword in different directions, breaking them in half. The sand cleared and he saw that number 50 had disappeared. He suddenly appeared behind Anya and shouted that he would kill the weakest one first. Faye looked at them excitedly and thought that the monster had decided to target the girl. Zenyu turned back and loudly began to call Anya. Bugu immediately took off and quickly flew towards them. The monster laughed loudly, thirsting for death. Number 41 remembered how she, as a teenager, sat in the gym and was sad. Anya approached her and asked what she was doing here. The girl raised her head sharply and asked fearfully what the girl was and what she was doing here, after which Anya asked if the girl was doing what she liked. The girl asked in a trembling voice if the girl was really asking if she liked what she was doing. She lowered her head down in disappointment and continued that no one had ever asked her such a question before, and she knew that she did not like it at all, but she was fulfilling her father's whims. She looked at the hanging shirts and said that her father always said that this was her only talent and that he wanted to make her an elite like the rest of the family. An image of her father popped into her head and she said that he destroyed everything she liked, even her friends. She clenched her teeth and said that when she realized this, she was no longer the same, ordinary person, because whether she liked it or not, nothing could be changed. A shirt suddenly flew onto her head. Anya happily threw all her shirts around the room. The girl clenched her teeth in anger and screamed, asking what the girl was doing. Anya went to the dumbbell and tried to lift it, after which she succeeded. With great force, she threw it to the floor, breaking the floor. The girl looked at her in bewilderment. She sat on her knees in a daze and looked at Anya approaching her. The girl extended her hand to her and said that all the things had disappeared, so the girl could do whatever she wanted, but first, she advised her to be friends with her. The girl raised her head in shock and looked at her. She thought how the girl was able to solve all her problems so quickly, so she would try to trust once again what her heart lies in. 50 looked down in bewilderment. He aimed a blow at Anya, but 41 covered her with her back and blocked the blow with an armored hand. Seeing this, 50 became furious. He looked at the zombie girl and screamed furiously, asking what she was doing. Was she even crazy? 41 held back 50th's fist and answered questions. Did she really have a reason to protect her friend? Hearing this, 50th was shocked and a blade burst out of his chest. Turning around, he saw the protagonist, who was ordering the zombie to die with glowing eyes. Suddenly, a bright light was released from his eyes and the monster screamed loudly in pain. The next second, he fell to the ground dead, and the guys looked in the direction of the last fight. Zenyu ran up to them with Goldie in her arms and asked if everything was okay, adding that it was quite dangerous because Anya was about to die. The girl raised her hand and happily said that she was okay, adding that she wanted to introduce her friends to 41. She pointed at the guys one by one, telling the zombies about them. The zombie girl listened to the girl and said that everyone can call her 41, she is Anya's bodyguard. Hearing this, the girl scratched her head and said that they are actually friends. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of her, which surprised her. It said that the controlled target is higher level than her, so the effect was received, a bonus to experience with the target, and she can also view the details. After opening them, Anya was very surprised. A system window appeared in front of her, which reported that 2 above their own level share experience with zombies of rank D and above, expand the range of control by 20%. Zombies of rank D and above can share vision with designated targets by 50%. Zombies of rank C and above again expand the range of control. Even more effects are waiting to be unlocked. After reading everything to the end, the girl said in surprise that there are too many words. The main character looked at Anya and asked if something was wrong. The girl began to look towards Faye and closed the system screen, asking afterward if the guy couldn't see it. She explained that there were so many words that Anchka didn't understand anything at all. Then the 41st explained that this was the effect of Anya's skill, increasing the percentage of experience. There were still effects that had yet to be unlocked. Hearing this, Faye was very surprised and said that Anya could use monster control to solve the problem of leveling up. At a dormitory nearby, she would like to ask everyone to go there with her and see, because her father might be there. Hearing this, the protagonist calmly said that they initially came to save her father, so let her lead them. Okay, the girl said happily. There was no one else in the area, and a fan's voice was heard, saying that everyone would follow her. There was a path from this side that led to the other side. They started their journey along a small path. Everyone followed a fan, and Faye asked if she even knew such paths. Yes, the girl answered, telling that her father had brought her here several times, and she wrote them down. A few minutes later, a huge building appeared, and the protagonist immediately felt the thick smell of blood, which meant that a fight had recently taken place here. Then he turned to his comrades and said that everyone should get ready. Even though they had become stronger, they should not be frivolous, they should always be on guard. After these words, he said that it was time to go. All this time, several black silhouettes were watching them from the building. A fan lowered her head and thought about her father taking care of himself. Faye immediately shouted for her to be more careful, because there were 2 monsters above her. The girl raised her head in horror. The monsters stretched out their hands to her, but the main character managed to kill them in the air. He covered a fan's body with himself and told everyone to be careful, because it was very dangerous. She wondered if these prison guards had become zombies, then what should she do if her father had also become a monster? Faye raised his head, examined the building and said that there was no need to think so much, because if they came, they would go in and find out everything. Going inside, they saw several corpses and realized that a serious fight had occurred. The guy asked what floor a fan's father lived on, to which the girl replied that it was the 3rd floor. They went up to the right floor and approached the door, then a fan said that they were there. Faye examined the guys and said that they would take the girl inside. Zenyu was going to run after her, asking where she was going, because it was dangerous, while the protagonist put his hand in front of her, blocking the passage. Faye told her not to interfere and let the girl go. He looked at the silhouette of the man and replied that a fan found her father. The man's face was completely covered in abrasions and bruises. Many years ago, little Afan was lying on her bed and asking her father why he was always so busy that he couldn't even meet them at least once a month. The father stroked his daughter's head and said that his job was very responsible. He couldn't be with them all the time, so he hoped that his Afan understood all this. Afan, with a blush on her cheeks, said that she didn't understand. Weren't family members important? The man with tired eyes looked at her and answered that, of course, they were important, but he had to watch out for bad guys so that they could never harm his daughter or other residents. Afan said that she still didn't understand, and then asked him to tell her more stories from the Devil's Island. The man chuckled and said that he knew that she really liked the stories from the island, but it was time for him to go. The next time he came back, he would tell him about the most dangerous criminals from the island. great, the girl cried happily. I knew what he wanted to say, but he had already decided everything. When they were sitting in the office negotiating with Su, the guest said that he would go and check the matter of the god of war, and the second matter was the most important thing for which he came here. Luo asked him to tell him as soon as possible. Su looked at the old man intently and said that he had captured the place where the zombies were concentrated and was ready to gather all the forces of the people and destroy them. He also said that all the other bases had agreed to send troops, only they remained. While the zombies are still weak, they can let humanity restore peace. Hearing this, Luo lowered his head, thinking about what to say. Leaving his memories, he walked along the long corridor. All the soldiers outside saw Commander Luo arrive. The old man walked up to the microphone and said that he apologized to everyone for bothering them so late, but he came to them with important news. He looked at the army and said that 2 months have passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. They are gradually losing their land, and the zombies are getting stronger every day. If this continues, it will be dangerous for them. Now that they have found the places where the zombies are concentrated, the other bases have agreed to gather all their forces to destroy them. The commander said that after much thought, he has also decided to join the battle, and this time they will be the side that takes the initiative and use everything they have to bring back their peaceful life. He continued that the operation would be difficult and they might fail, but they had to take this step, because only if they took the initiative would they be able to win in the future. Luo said that Zayak, Jiahao, and Lifeng would personally lead the team to the front lines with him, because other than him, the other 3 were strong members of the War Gods team and had a lot of combat experience. He shouted that they would set out tomorrow morning. The military shouted that they would fight for the future of humanity. Zenyu froze the zombie with a quick movement. After that, she grabbed her sword and cut the monster into many small pieces. She exhaled and said that they had finally defeated everyone. Anya said that she felt like she had received enormous energy, and it felt like she was about to rise to a new level. Faye looked at Afang and asked her to accept his sincere condolences. The girl began to wipe the tears from her eyes and apologized for slowing everyone down because of her. But now they can go, because she wants to bury her father and then come back and bring her grandmother to the shelter. The main character slightly lowered his head and said that he would help her, because her father is a hero of humanity, and her hero too. He did not leave his post until the very end, and they will always remember him. The guy threw Ajay's arm around his neck and pulled him. An unknown book fell out of her father's pocket. A fan noticed this and picked it up from the ground. She found a letter that her father had written to her in advance. In it, he wrote that he was leaving because monsters had appeared in the world, and the first thing he thought of was the prisoners of the Devil's Island, and if they took advantage of the disaster and tried to escape from prison, their city would suffer first. He wrote that he and his teammates had consulted and decided to guard this place until the end, not allowing anyone to leave it on any boat. He explained that they were not people, but monsters, and his comrades were slowly dying one by one. The letter said that soon there was only one Ajay left, and he also really wanted to see his daughter. He sat at his post and knew that he could not leave. The man wrote that he had to guard this place because he had to protect everyone who stood behind him. He asked his daughter for forgiveness for leaving, so he could no longer tell her the history of the Devil's Island. A fan began to tremble and her tears fell on the pages of the diary. Soon after some time, they were able to bury their father. A fan looked at the protagonist and called out to him. She said that she changed her mind and therefore now wanted to go with them, then held out the diary and continued that her father managed to record the most terrible prisoners from the deepest corners of the island. She said that there was a team of guards on the island who could be trapped inside, then took a key from her pocket and said that she could help. Faye grinned and said that was great, which meant they could go. After a while, the guys were sitting in a bush and Zenyu asked Daniel where the 41st was, to which the girl replied that she was in her dimensional space. The protagonist looked into the distance and told a fan that they had already roughly searched the area. Everything was clear, and the girl replied, yes, after the turn, there would be an entrance to the next area ahead. Okay, Faye said, adding that it was time to continue on. Suddenly, he was very surprised to see it. There was a hole in the ground filled with water. Then the protagonist explained that this hole must be the source that turned the Devil's Island into such a state. They came closer, and Faye saw a huge gate, saying to himself that, as expected from the strongest prison in the world, the source could not destroy this either. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy and was very surprised. Out of nowhere, a scythe flew out at him, which created a powerful blow to the ground. A dead-colored foot placed its foot on the edge. A zombie with chains on his wrists stood on the roof of a building and said that he had not seen living people for a long time. The smoke cleared and the protagonist asked if everything was okay. Yes, everyone answered. Seeing this, the monster became very angry and pulled the chain towards himself. A fan found information about him in a book and said that he was number 21. He wants to prove his strength, so he fights with strong people all over the world. Only when his side dies is the fight considered over. He heard that there are many experts on the Devil's Island, so he gave up and came here. The protagonist held his chain with a scythe on the end, saying that he would deal with him. The monster was enveloped in powerful magical energy and he shouted in rage that he seemed to be very strong, then let him try it. After I was very strong, which meant he would accept his challenge, and in this battle only one would survive. After saying these words, he twirled his scythes and rushed to attack. In the air, he threw the scythes on the chains at Faye. The protagonist jumped and dodged. 21 saw this and immediately pulled the chains towards himself. He lifted an entire stone slab, screaming that he had nowhere to run. 21 screamed loudly for the guy to die. He aimed the lighting at him and smashed the stones. The monster smirked and screamed that the protagonist was not bad, while Faye thought that he had a high self-awareness rank. The protagonist blocked his blow and asked if he had killed those guards, to which the zombie screamed that he was not interested in weaklings. The guy swung his sword past his face and asked who it was, after which the monster somersaulted in the air and screamed that the guy would only know about it when he defeated him. The zombie soared above the guy and pointed a weapon on chains at him. Faye blocked his blow and thought that the monster must be the last zombie in the outer zone. He thought that this proved that there were locals on the island, and they were still on this island. The zombie gritted his teeth in anger and looked at the blow the guy had parried with bewilderment. He directed the light down with a bright beam and the protagonist thought that it was different from the previous tower because he had never seen natives before. The protagonist stood not far from their manas unexpectedly collided in the air. Their swords suddenly rose above their heads. Both fists lit up with mana and they pointed them at each other. Fist to fist they collided and the protagonist thought that the zombies with the sources were different, except for one type, because he was the strongest zombie the guy had ever encountered. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred from the shouted that the battle was still going on. The zombie got angry and quickly swung his fist at the guy. The protagonist noticed this and managed to dodge the blow. A barrier suddenly appeared between them, which the zombie could not break through. From the powerful shockwave, they both jumped in different directions. Faye activated the swords, which he immediately took in both hands. Twisting the sword in his hand, the protagonist walked towards his opponent. The 21st clutched the chain in his hands and said that this was really unexpected. He put magic power into the chain, saying that it seemed like he was hiding his true power and it was getting on his nerves. After saying that, he waved his arms and threw both sides towards his opponent, shouting that he should be more serious because this was a battle he was betting everything on. The protagonist began to reflect the sides with his blades. Seeing this, 21 continued to attack with glowing eyes. Suddenly, he shouted, "Super light whip." His attacks became several times faster and stronger. As soon as the dust cleared, 21 saw that his opponent was covered in wounds and abrasions. With a crazy smile on his face, he shouted loudly that he had won. Suddenly, Faye appeared behind him, delivering a strong blow to his back. 21 lost his balance and fell to the ground. Putting his hands on the ground, he raised his head and asked what was going on. Wasn't his opponent badly injured? Then the protagonist's body turned into a shadow and disappeared. The monster realized that it was just a clone. Faye came out of the shadows and said that he himself asked him to be more serious, so let him feel it. 21 raised his hand and said happily, "Let's go." They both rushed to attack each other. Two huge forces collided and an energy explosion was heard. They collided again and again. 21 shouted that he was going to show him the speed of light. The protagonist ignored him and dealt powerful blows, saying that it did not matter how fast he was, because he would not be able to get rid of the shadow. Reflecting the blows and dealing them back, the zombie shouted that with strong light, he would instantly disappear even if he was a shadow. With a crazy smile on his face, he swung his leg and shouted that he just needed to use this moment to kill him. Suddenly, his leg was left by a fiery hand. 21 was very surprised and asked if this was really fire. The protagonist threw him over himself straight into the ground. From such a collision, blood spurted out of the monster's mouth. Faye stood above him and shouted with burning fists that when there is fire, there will be shadow. After shouting this, he began to deal countless blows to the 21st. After some time, the zombie lay motionless on the ground and admitted defeat, after which he told the guy to kill him. Faye grinned, looking at him, and asked if he wanted revenge. The zombie gritted his teeth and shouted that if he lost, then he lost, and even if the main character killed him, that master would not let him go. The guy looked at him and asked him not to resist too much. He turned to the side and called Anya. He pointed at the zombie and told the girl to try to subdue him, to which Anya excitedly replied that he was much higher in level than her. Faye asked her not to worry because he had already discussed this with the zombie. The light in the monster's eye became weaker and he looked forward in shock. He sat up and looked at his hands, saying that his body had become much lighter. Anya carefully held her arms straight and said that his body was controlled so easily that it seemed too stupid. The monster smirked and said that he would be able to fight again. The girl frowned and shouted menacingly that the zombie could not make the protagonist his enemy. The monster's face changed and asked why he should listen to a child at all. The girl immediately penetrated his consciousness. The zombie bowed and replied that he would obey her orders, to which Anya said that in the future, he would be called number 21. The zombie lowered his head and thought about what was going on, because he could not resist her and was deceived by the bastard. Zenyu approached Faye and asked if he was okay, to which the guy replied that they should prepare to enter the next zone. The zombie wanted to warn them not to go to that zone, because the inside was different from the outside, so they should run while they had a chance. Anya shouted that the zombie was very annoying, so she ordered him to return to the space. The monster's body began to be covered in pixels and he asked what they were doing to it. Faye looked at the door and thought that it would be dangerous ahead as they expected. He immediately opened the doors. He saw purple mana and said that this was the inside of the Devil's Island. He looked ahead into the darkness. A zombie appeared from the darkness holding 3 ferocious dogs on a chain and shouted that an invader had been detected. He screamed loudly, releasing the chains. The dogs ran towards them and the protagonist shouted that these creatures were not simple, so the guys needed to be careful. The dogs quickly closed the distance. Suddenly, Goldie's eyes lit up. He turned into a huge beast and quickly slashed his paw at the monsters. The protagonist's sister also did not stand aside and released several ice projectiles. Faye made quick strikes with his swords, killing the dogs. They quickly dealt with everyone and only pieces of meat were left on the floor. Suddenly, magical energy enveloped them and Zenyu screamed that they were not dead. The dogs had returned to their original form. Their level and abilities were unknown. The protagonist looked at the monsters that were walking towards them and asked himself in his mind what was going on. They had no level or ability, weren't they zombies? After thinking this, he activated the ability to devour and rushed towards the monsters. He extended his hand towards the dog and saw a notification that he had failed to activate the ability. Seeing this, shock appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a zombie surrounded by powerful energy not far ahead and realized that it was all about him. He immediately jumped high and rushed towards it, shouting to his sister that he would leave these 2 to them, and he would go and deal with the main one. He also shouted that the summoned beasts could not be killed, only their movements could be restrained. Faye quickly reached the zombie and saw that his ability was spirit body extraction of a creature for battle. The summoned beasts would not die if the summoner was alive. The dead man saw the guy and furiously shouted that all the guard dogs were returning and defending themselves. But the dogs were sealed in ice blocks at this time. The protagonist activated the ability to devour and hit the zombie in the face. The next second, a notification appeared stating that a D-rank zombie had been killed and 600 evolution shackles had been obtained and a fragment of the spirit body extraction ability had been unlocked. After killing the main one, the dogs in the ice disappeared. The protagonist jumped back to his comrades and his sister pointed forward. Faye tensed up and realized that the battle was not over yet. A huge horde of zombies was running towards them, while the protagonist ordered Goldie to protect a fan while he, Zenyu, and Anya would win. Meanwhile, the human battle continued. Yan Huang led the base, the 7 bases gathered and headed to the gathering place of the zombies. In one of the planes, there were commanders. Zhu looked at the crowd and said that he thanked everyone for their cooperation, adding that they were already close to the goal. This battle concerns the future of all mankind, although the attack was a little hasty. He said without a drop of fear and uncertainty in his eyes that such a chance rarely comes, so they cannot miss it. Commander Huang looked at Zhu and asked how much he knew about the fighting ability of the zombies on the other side. Commander Chen of the Leopard base frowned and said, what difference does it make? If their 7 bases work instead, they will definitely not lose. Huang crossed his arms and said that if they were aware and fought head-on, they would suffer, so they had to use their brains. Zhu asked everyone to calm down and said that he had already planned everything according to the base's combat capability and advantage. He frowned and said that Commander Yang's hideout would defend against the zombie horde attack like before, since they had strong technology and top-notch combat capabilities. Luo looked at him and exhaled heavily. Zhu spread his arms out and said that Liming's base would be next, and they would provide support, since the Awakened were strategy-oriented and Leopard's base had better assault capabilities, and they would break through from the right flank. He looked at Light Base Commander Huang and said that they had suffered from the zombie invasion, so they would follow him. Zhu turned his gaze to Wang, the commander of Black Gold Base, and said that they would block the zombies to cut off their support. He said that the Last Hope Base is suitable for the backend, because they have excellent support capabilities, and then Commander Hu nodded his head. He said that this is all about the arrangements, and then he will explain in detail about the zombie forces. At this time, there are zombie clusters in the cave. The boss sitting on the throne said that Yan's shadow is organizing people and they are already near them, which means it's time to move out, and then asked how Lu is doing. The zombie girl put her hand on her hip and said that he was captured by the Devil's Island. He needs to go back and check urgently, so he will come back later. The boss gritted his teeth and said that everything is fine, because she and the guy will lead 2 parties of the zombie horde into battle, but there is no need to go all out, let them taste a little victory, and then lure them to the altar. He said as for Lu, let there be a king who will punish him after he wakes up. The monster stood near the control panel and turned around, seeing that Lu had returned. The Overlord asked what was going on, to which the monster asked if it was the military. Lu's eye lit up red and he replied that there were only 4 of them. The zombie asked in shock if 4 people could break through the outer zone, to which Lu replied that they could not only break through the outer zone. The protagonist lowered his hand and thought about the second zone, and Anya happily raised her hands up and shouted that she helped kill many zombies. In the notification, the guy read that they had received 1,200 evolution points. Anya's eyes suddenly lit up. She was enveloped in mana and evolved to D rank, and the power of mental spirit was unlocked. Zenyu in 41 congratulated the girl on her D rank, and Anya happily said that she had another skill. Faye thought that Anya was unknowingly getting closer to the Black Emperor and would soon become a figure that would shake the whole world, but her inner heart must be protected. Through the glass in the ceiling, Lu watched the guys. He immediately punched it. He grinned and said that he didn't expect the escaped key to appear in front of him. He laughed loudly and said that he was very lucky. The protagonist turned around in confusion and Zenyu asked who it was. Faye frowned and suddenly felt a strong aura. He wondered if it was a native. Zenyu turned to her brother and asked if it was nearby, to which the guy replied, no, it was quite far from them. Anya looked at the 21st and asked him if he had seen this type of native before, to which the zombie, folding his arms on his chest, replied, no, but all orders are passed down the chain. The protagonist looked deep, saying that this place where there was a native was expected, but they needed to keep moving. At this time, Lu hit his forehead with his hand and shouted that this was very interesting, adding that compared to those weaklings, this was much more interesting. After that, he looked at his subordinate and ordered to send an order that if they met invaders, they would kill everyone except the little girl. The guys were on the 3rd circle when the first 2 were cleared 100%. Rats were sitting on the pipes under the ceiling and quietly squeaking. The 3rd tier area, there were cameras everywhere. The protagonist said that this tier was a prison area. The strength of the zombies here was much stronger. They were standing around the corner, and Faye warned that there might be C-rank zombies here, so from now on, everyone should defend themselves well. Lu watched them on the cameras and ordered to release all the zombies in their area outside. Lu looked at the camera with a satisfied smile and said that the zombies in this area were mostly peak standard C and D rank, so he wanted to see how long they could hold out. Zombies began to come out into the empty corridor. The protagonist immediately charged, telling the guys to wait for him here, and if the monsters attacked, to respond. A C-rank zombie met him, and its ability was Silent Eye. Faye easily dodged its attack and said in his mind that he thought it was a C-rank. He had dealt with many C-ranks outside, but they were not like this. After thinking about it, he punched the monster in the face and used the devouring technique. Suddenly, a powerful energy was released from the monster's single eye. The notification that appeared said that the Silent Eye causes the penetrate ability to temporarily lose its effect. After reading this, the protagonist immediately jumped back, but he missed the zombie's quick attack, causing a large cut on his chest. He looked at the wound and wondered if it was causing his ability to lose its effect. 2 blades appeared in his hands, and he remembered that he had not gone to the trial tower for a long time. Adding that this ability was troublesome, he needed to deal with it now. One of the zombies stepped forward and stretched out his arms, releasing projectiles from himself. His ability was Paralyzing Poison Needle. The protagonist entered the shadow form and began to close the distance with the opponents, saying to himself that as soon as the paralyzing game hits him, he will lose movement speed, so both of these abilities are strong control. Is this a coincidence? At this time, the one-eyed zombie released a wave from his eye. At the same second, Faye exited the shadow form because his ability lost its effect. Raising his head, he saw dozens of paralyzing needles flying at him. He immediately reacted and began to wave his blades, destroying the needles. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. Faye immediately released his sword at the monster. The opponent abruptly put up a shield, reflecting the blow. He had an ability called the Strongest Shield. The protagonist gritted his teeth and was screamed that because that bastard was focusing on him, he couldn't use his ability. He thought that with just one ability, when faced with the Storm Rain attack, he would fall as soon as he made the slightest mistake. He looked at the smoke in front of him and said that he just needed to disappear from the monster's sight. The guy disappeared into the fog and thought that he still couldn't use the ability, but it would be good if he trained his ability in the test tower. Attack beams began to break through the fog towards the guy. They did not hit him, which surprised the guy. The monsters covered themselves with a shield, watching the guys. One of the monsters was enveloped in magic and screamed loudly. 21 activated mana in his hand and said that 3 against 1 Faye was already a mockery, so he offered Bug to join. The zombie smirked and said that the guy doesn't have to thank him, while Faye raised his hand up and said that he wasn't going to thank him. The zombie raised his hand up and shouted that it was his finest hour, and then decided to release a super light whip. A small amount of smoke came out of his hand and he opened his eyes wide, wondering what was wrong. The protagonist suddenly remembered something and looked down. He looked at his hand, from which a small amount of mana came out. Faye smirked and ran forward, realizing that the monster could only make one target lose the ability effect. Lu got very angry and said that they needed to immediately send all the zombies to deal with the team. Behind the bars sat a fat monster, who nodded in agreement with the Lord. At this time, the protagonist in the form of a shadow shortened the distance with the opponents, saying to himself that only first you need to deal with one of them and their combination will fall apart. The one-eyed man's eye lit up again, preparing to use the technique. Faye's body simply dissolved. This shocked the monsters. The shadow clone was destroyed. The protagonist appeared in front of the shield of one of the zombies, who shouted that he needed to use a needle with poison and kill him. The zombie with paralyzing needles emitted them from himself and told his comrades to leave it to him. The protagonist extended his hand and used the mind control technique. Strong magical energy enveloped the huge shield of the zombie. With a sharp movement, the shield flew out of his hands. Faye pointed this shield at the zombie with paralyzing needles and cut off their heads. Blades appeared in the hands of the protagonist, and he said to himself that now he only needed to get closer and find an opportunity to attack. The one-eyed zombie began to gain energy in his eye. Faye jumped and swung, saying that if there were only two of them, then he could do without abilities. Suddenly, he heard a scream, which surprised him greatly. Turning around, he asked himself if there were really other zombies up there. Anya pointed her finger up and shouted that there was another monster. The giant zombie jumped down, causing everything to shake. He asked with a smile on his face if it was time for a snack. He was a C rank, and his feast ability allowed him to devour all objects. He walked towards Zenyu and Anya with his arms outstretched, saying that he would feast on humans today. The protagonist saw this and ordered the 21st and Jayabagu to help everyone else. While he was distracted, the zombie raised its shield and swung at him. The protagonist quickly jumped to the side, dodging the blow from the shield. He placed his hand on the ground and thought that he should finish this quickly. He looked at the two monsters behind the shield and thought that they had become more cautious. Zenyu grabbed her weapon and told Anya that they should only rely on themselves, after which the girl clenched her fist and said that she would try her best. The giant zombie licked its lips and shouted that it was time to begin. Ice blocks immediately appeared in its mouth. Anya screamed that Zenyu was very strong, to which the girl stretched out her hand and replied that it could not cause any harm to the zombie. He frowned and bit into all the lumps in his mouth. He hit the ground with all his might and screamed that he could not eat ice because his mother said that his stomach would hurt. Goldie caught Zenyu, thanking him, and said that the blow was very close, and the 41st grabbed Anya and the girl called the zombie very scary. A fan asked to be careful, because this is number 15, in his past life he was a notorious glutton. The zombie grinned and asked which one he should start with, because it was so difficult for him to choose. He stretched out his hand to Anya and screamed that he would eat her first. The girl's body began to glow and her servant immediately ran to help. Suddenly, a powerful lightning struck the 15th, which surprised him greatly. 21 stood behind and attacked the monster, shouting that he was his rival. Then he suddenly jumped up. With great force, he hit 15 in the face. The zombie frowned and asked if 21 knew that it was very disrespectful to disturb people while they were eating. He instantly grabbed the zombie guy with both hands, squeezing his body. 15 shouted, "How dare a guard dog go against him?" and then laughed loudly. 21 gritted his teeth and thought that the zombie was very strong, because he could not even move. He thought that if he could not defeat the zombie, he would never be able to defeat the protagonist. He shouted menacingly that he did not lose. 15 raised one eyebrow, looking at him in bewilderment. 21 opened his mouth wide and with burning eyes shouted for the monster to taste thunder shock. At this time, in a temporary camp for people, there were large tents and soldiers were talking to each other. In one of the tents was Lifeng, who was shocked and asked if their hideout was really on the front lines. What kind of joke was this, since their base was the smallest of the 7? He spread his arms and told the old man that they were just taking revenge on them. Zayak stood next to him and said that she thought so too, since it was unreasonable. Luo folded his hands behind his back and asked the boys to calm down. He looked at the ground and said that Huang wanted to make Fei leave, but Fei was not here. He was right about one thing, that under the leadership of the protagonist, they created gene medicine and power weapons. In terms of combat ability, they were indeed one of the best, not to mention that they had successfully defended themselves against hordes of zombies before. Hearing this, Lifeng gritted his teeth and wanted to object. But before he could say anything, a soldier entered, saying that Commander Zhu asked Luo to come and gather in the meeting room. The old man turned around and said that he knew, so he would come soon. After that, he adjusted his collar and said that although they were on the front lines, but the Huang base was following them, combat readiness was ensured. When on the battlefield, you need to obey orders, and mistrust is taboo. After these words, he added that he would go, and the rest should get ready. Zayak studied at the military academy. She would command this operation, let everyone get a power weapon. War is cruel, but he hoped that everyone would follow safety precautions. The guys saluted and firmly said, "Okay." Zayak looked down sadly and said the name of the protagonist. She quietly asked herself where he was. At this time, Faye hit the zombie's shield with his blade. Stepping back, he looked at the whole life and said that the zombie was so cool, he was giving his all to protect this bastard. When suddenly he felt strong magical energy and was surprised. He looked back and saw lightning enveloping the fat man's body. He then said in his head that there was also a tough fight going on from the other side, adding that if he immediately went to help, there would be more waves following this one and it would be even more trouble. He knew that there was no time left. Thinking about it, he pulled out his blade towards his opponent and said loudly that since he couldn't use his skill to kill them, he would fight head on, so he wanted to see which was stronger, their shield or his power dagger. He also asked his sister to wait a little longer, and said that he couldn't protect her, adding that let it end like this. Suddenly, a furious scream was heard, ordering him to open his eyes. Hearing this, 21 opened his eyes and was shocked. Goldie snatched the zombie from the monster's hands. Then he put it next to Anya, who put her hands on her hips and asked discontentedly if he was really that stupid, since he was seeking his own death. 21, with his head down, answered that it was his business and not hers to decide. Anya swung and hit the zombie hard on the back of the head. She pointed back and shouted that they were fighting for his life, and if he hated losing, then he should get up and go win. He said that if he was still alive, he had to fight, because Zenyu and Faye definitely didn't want to lose, but would fight until the bitter end. 21 replied that he was a zombie and was already dead, when Anya suddenly clenched her hand into a fist and angrily said that she wanted to beat him up. The zombie replied that although he didn't understand what the girl said, continuing to fight was really the best way out. Anya exhaled heavily and said that he had a very primitive way of thinking. She gave him his weapon and told him to take it, because she had kept it for herself. He started spinning the weapon and asked if 41 could give him the energy helmet, because he wanted to use it, to which the girl replied that it turned out that she needed to protect Anya. 21 grinned and shouted that it was a coincidence that they had the same goals. The girl nodded to him and said that she understood. 15 began to destroy everything in his path and said that they should give him something to eat, because they were already starting to irritate him. He looked at Goldie and said that he would deal with him first, then swung his arm and hit the dog in the face. He shouted that Zenyu would come next and ran towards her. He noticed chains in the air around him and was very surprised by this. The chains immediately wrapped around the zombie's body. 21 ran up to him and said that it was time to pay the bills. 15 grinned and said that it was all useless because he could not harm him. The guy laughed and activated the spirit energy helmet on his hand, in which the attack power of the hand helmet is increased by 15%. He jumped above the monster and shouted that he would destroy it. 15 immediately began to scream that it was a curse, after which he grabbed the chain with his teeth and began to pull in different directions, saying that he would devour everyone at once. 21 frowned and suddenly felt a strange energy. The monster roared loudly, breaking the chain, and said that they were all interfering with his delicious lunch. Suddenly, his body was cut in half and then into 4 parts. His body opened up and a bright beam appeared from inside, directed upward. His open body looked like an open flower with a bright glow in the center. Suddenly, he began to attract everything into himself. 21 began to involuntarily be attracted to the monster. Before it was too late, he stretched out his hand, which was enveloped in lightning, and ordered his full blow, cutting the monster. At this time, the 21st let go of his scythe and he and the owl were pulled into the monster's mouth. Anya saw this, raised her hand and used her magic, shouting for everyone to return back to the dimensional space. The fat man's stomach collapsed, but the 21st and the owl disappeared. They appeared behind Anya, who turned to them and asked if they were okay. The zombie replied that it was all thanks to her. The huge leg turned around and hit the floor loudly. The fat man opened his stomach again towards the guys and screamed why they always got in his way, but now they had nowhere to hide. Zenyu looked at the monster and said in fear that it was absorbing all their attacks. The fat man with glowing eyes furiously screamed that he would stop eating right now. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. Behind him was only darkness, from which the protagonist's voice came. He asked if he could absorb the darkness. Faye activated the ability to devour. He completely absorbed the fat man, after which he received a notification stating that he had killed a D rank zombie, as well as 2 C rank ones, and received 2,200 evolution points for this. When the darkness cleared, a withered fat man fell out. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, telling him that a fragment of the A rank Eyes of Silence ability had been unlocked, and a fragment of the C rank Strongest Light ability had been unlocked. Another notification appeared below, telling him that he had unlocked a fragment of the A rank Feast and D rank Tough Skin abilities. After reading this, he approached his comrades and asked if everything was okay, to which Anya replied that they were fine, and that he never ceased to amaze. Lou was watching all this on the cameras, saying that he never thought that this guy was so capable. It seemed like he had several types of abilities. Lou wondered if Faye was the one who killed Sister Thorn and injured Catastrophe, since he had to confirm this. The protagonist said that they would continue to move forward, but the enemies they would encounter would be stronger, so everyone should be extremely careful. Suddenly, a voice was heard congratulating them for coming so far. Anya looked up and asked who was speaking. Lu appeared in front of them, his eyes glowing, and asked menacingly if Fei Lai had killed Sister Turn. The guy laughed and said that he had no idea that a bunch of monsters would call each other family, and it was he who had not only killed Sister Turn, but also wounded the catastrophe, and soon the Lord would also die by his hand. Lu raised his head and laughed, saying that this was very arrogant, but to make this fight more interesting, they should play a game. He said that he had recently learned that there were 5 living people in the prison, and he was giving them an hour to come here, and if they were late by even 10 minutes, he would eat one of them. A fan screamed that these were the group of people her father had mentioned, and the protagonist menacingly shouted for Lu to come out and fight them. Lu looked at the guy with wild eyes and said that he would take revenge, but the process was also important, so he had to slowly torture them and hope that they could hold out for a little while longer. He announced that the reverse light was starting, and the time immediately started to tick. The protagonist looked down and said that he had a very bad feeling. Looking at the burning hand, he felt that something was wrong on the Zayak line. The guys in the squad said that it would start soon and said that they were not afraid because they were not on the front lines. The sound of armor clattered on the ground. Zayak, Jiahao, and Lifeng walked out to the crowd. The guy asked what kind of strange clothes they were wearing, to which the other guy replied that it was a technology that they were very proud of. Lifeng turned to the crowd and gritted his teeth in anger, then said that he wanted to teach them a lesson. Zayak glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and told him not to cause any trouble and to get ready to fight. The guy frowned and said that he would definitely make them pay after the fight. A military vehicle was driving towards the crowd and people were asking with interest about the situation outside. The guy sitting in the vehicle said that there was a large horde of zombies heading towards them and there were about 20 minutes left until the collision. 35 minutes left. The sun rose from the horizon. Many zombies were lying on the floor and they said they left. Fei turned around, heard this, and said that there was not much time, so he thought it was more appropriate to travel alone now. After thinking this, he released his magical energy in all directions, saying that he would first check the surrounding zombies. He concentrated hard and said in his mind that within the range of his senses, only one responded strongly, it must be a native. All the zombies were gathered there, maybe it was a good shelter. At this time, Lu was looking at the screens and asking if they still had zombies that could fight. His subordinate turned around and said that there was one more, it was in the specially guarded prison of that police group, but he was not sure of its combat ability. Hearing this, the monster said in surprise that it must be very strong. Hearing this, the policeman shouted in horror that they cannot let this bastard out. After all, it is a fiend of hell. If they let it out, they will all die here. Lu heard this and ordered to release it. His subordinate gritted his teeth and said that this prison must have its own keys. It would not be possible to open it just like that, to which Lu replied that he would go himself. After these words, he pointed to one of the guards and ordered him to take him there. A few minutes later, they stood in front of a huge thick iron door. The guard looked at the monster and said that without a key, no one would be able enough strength to become its master. Lu repelled every attack without hands. Suddenly, the monster appeared right in front of him. Lu looked at the enemy with burning eyes filled with contempt. Feeling the terrifying power, the prisoner jumped back in horror. Then he said in his head that this aura was too strong. It seemed that if he looked at it again, he would immediately die, but he was not an opponent. The zombie knelt down on one knee and frighteningly replied that he apologized for his rudeness. Lu grinned and said that he forgives him, so let him follow him, because there is already a task. The overlord smiled, looking at the security guy, and said that there is a gift for him in honor of our acquaintance. A beam of radiation flew into the guy's face. Lu approached the monster at the control panel and asked how things were. The monster replied that they had split up and were already heading in their direction. He said that the guy was already in the hall of the second zone, and Lu ordered the spider to go on the first task. The spider grinned and told the boss to rely on him. The protagonist quickly walked forward. He sensed danger from above and raised his head sharply. The spider hit the ground with his paw, trying to attack the guy. Fei quickly tried to dodge the blows, jumping in different directions. A few seconds later, the guy fell sharply to the ground. After some time, Anya worriedly asked if Fei was in danger and whether they should go to help, to which Zenyu calmed her down and said that everything would be fine and if they went, they would only get in the way. Anya asked the fan who this guy was, who was in the very depths of the prison, to which the girl replied that she would now check the records. She opened the diary and read that he was the #1 criminal, was a plastic surgeon, but since he could not make the most beautiful person in the world, he suddenly came up with a strange idea. She read with horror that he removed the most beautiful body parts of everyone who came to him for surgery, and then began to mold these parts into a perfect man, and thanks to his wisdom, he was able to escape and evade capture. She said that in total, he harmed more than 500 people, and his achievements have not been found to this day. The spider smirked and said that the protagonist has a good heart and this is the last piece of the puzzle for his perfect man. Faye looked at him and the monster said that very soon the guy's heart will be his. The spider stepped towards the protagonist. He stared at the guy and said that he hoped that he knows how to fight, otherwise this victory would be too boring. Faye saw that in front of him was a B-rank opponent with the ability of an A-rank spider. Blades appeared in his hands, and he wondered if a B-rank had already appeared. He understood that there was no time, and he needed to end this quickly. After these thoughts, he rushed to attack the spider. The monster parried the blow and said that his speed was good, but he could not escape from his 6 eyes. As soon as he said this, he immediately struck with his paws, but Faye dodged. A fierce battle began. The spider waved his paws in all directions. From such powerful blows, huge poles broke. He attacked the protagonist in the shadows without stopping and said that if he continued to run away, he would definitely not kill him. The protagonist appeared behind, waved his hand and sent a powerful stream of fire at the spider. The monster stood in the fire and laughed madly, shouting that the guy also had other abilities, but they were useless because they meant nothing to him. While he was saying this, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, but the spider said that his tricks would not help against him. Having said this, he pierced Faye's body through and through, but suddenly he received a strong blow to the back of the head from the protagonist. Losing his balance, the spider fell to the floor with a crash. As soon as he got up, he turned around and asked what was going on, because he thought he had hit him. Under his hand, he saw the shadow of the protagonist, in which his eyes were burning. The monster stood up and asked if the guy really wanted to play hide and seek, but now it was his turn. Lu's servant said that someone wanted to contact him to altars. He said that they would eventually become the offerings they needed and such a large amount of flesh would allow their king to be reborn sooner. He frowned and asked what kind of work Lu was doing. The overlord looked at the screen and replied that he was watching a great show and was waiting for his moment of glory and asked him to tell the boss not to be angry with him because he would soon return with a wonderful gift. The spider laughed and said that the protagonist's strength had already dropped by 20% and it seemed that he was getting weaker. Faye frowned and thought that if this continued, the situation would only get worse and he needed to do something. The servant said that it seemed that there were no more problems and asked why he did not go and capture the rest of his comrades, to which Lu replied that he should not jump to conclusions because he had not lost yet. The overlord said that the protagonist was still fighting the spider and was currently assessing the current situation and ways out of it, and if something happened to his buddies, he would definitely know about it. Lu smirked and said that he did not want his favorite show to be spoiled and in the end they would win. The spider laughed and said that he was disappointed that the guy was already at his limit. Faye looked at the spider as it ran its paw over his weapon. The monster swung at him and screamed that it was over. The protagonist's eyes lit up with a bright light. With a quick movement, he cut off the spider's legs. He immediately jumped up. The spider laughed loudly and said that the guy's scratches even tickled him. Faye gritted his teeth and asked if he was sure. At this time, a helicopter flew over the fierce battle between people and zombies and said that it welcomed the whole world, and what was being filmed now was a scene where they, people, destroyed zombies. The man looked out of the helicopter and shouted into the headphones. As everyone could see, they had defeated and suppressed the zombies, and now they were destroying them. Victory was in their hands. They needed to be braver and go to the battlefield. All this was shown on TV. People cheered and listened to the reporter shouting that there were very few zombies left. They began to run. The man continued to shout that they would continue this battle and let them witness the scene of the people's victory. At this time, in the main tent, all the commanders were sitting inside. Zhu looked at the TV and said that the progress was very smooth. Lua watched the broadcast in shock and asked why he didn't know about it. Because it was too dangerous, all the military information was leaking. Zhu turned to the old man and asked why it was dangerous. Zombies were just a group of unconscious creatures, and he organized the broadcast. Wang also looked at the old man and added that he thought that the commander's actions were good. They could let everyone witness this victory. After all, it was already in their hands, they just needed to push a little harder. Hearing this, Luo slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed that they couldn't act rashly. Everything was going too smoothly, they should call all the soldiers together and make a new plan. Chen, who was sitting next to him, folded his arms and said that there was no need for that. After all, they would definitely win, stop worrying about it. Zhu stood up and pointed to the map, saying that the zombies were heading in these directions, so they would split up and kill them. He looked at the old man with burning eyes and said that victory would soon be theirs. At this time, blood dripped onto the floor. The spider was kneeling. It had been poisoned by its own poison, so its body functions were reduced by 50%. The monster suddenly raised its head and screamed furiously, asking what he had done to it. The protagonist spread his arms and mockingly asked the spider if it liked being stung by itself. Hearing this, the monster rose to its feet and rushed to attack, shouting that even if it did, it had enough strength to finish it off. Faye also rushed to attack, saying that he wanted to test it. The spider struck with its paw, but the protagonist dodged. He took advantage of the moment and dealt a powerful blow with his blade to the monster. He looked at the spider with disdain in his eyes, asking if he wanted to remove the poisoning, since his chances of winning were getting worse with each passing minute. Hearing this, the monster became furious and removed the poisoning, removing all the negative effects. Spreading his arms, he shouted very loudly that he would tear him into small pieces. Lu's subordinate watched the battle and said that this guy, fortunately, had not won yet, so the battle was not over. Lu folded his arms and said no, adding that he did not think so. He stared at the protagonist, whose eyes were glowing, and said that he thought that he knew about everything from the beginning. His eyes were like looking into water and seeing the outcome. The spider's paw hit the floor. The spider changed its form and took the form of a giant spider, shouting that this was its best form. Then he rushed to attack, but the protagonist jumped high. He spun in the air and stabbed the blade into the spider's head. The body of the real spider appeared behind him. He waved his hand and threw a web at Faye. The protagonist managed to notice this and jumped off the monster. The spider looked at the guy and screamed, calling him annoying. Faye, with glowing eyes, swung his hand, in which he activated fire. He pointed his hand towards the enemy and attacks began to explode in the air. The servant looked at the master and asked if he really did not want to watch anymore, to which Lu replied that there was no need since the spider had lost. He explained that the spider was walking on the edge of its death. The protagonist looked at the approaching strike of the spider and began to jump back. The guy put his hand on the column, grabbing it. The spider aimed a blow at him, knocking down the column, and screamed for him to die. Faye ran up and began to run up the column. His leg immediately became enveloped in fire. He swung and hit the stone column with all his might. Dropping it, it was aimed at the monster. The spider screamed, asking if the guy really thought he could kill him so easily. Faye appeared in front of him and screamed that he did not manage to do it so easily. The spider took the blow and screamed in horror. The columns around him began to fall apart. The protagonist noticed a silhouette in front and asked if Lu could not wait any longer. The overlord said that he could not wait to fight him and apologized for stealing his kill. The guy smirked and said that he could take his resources, to which Lu laughed and said that the guy seemed confident. The protagonist raised his hand in a fist and said that it should be taken into account that he found him in the allotted time. Yeah, Lu replied. He then took off his cape and said that he didn't want to fight him in his team room since he wouldn't be able to win and would die anyway, but he was curious about his purpose in coming here. Lu was B rank and his abilities were A rank agility and B rank swiftness. Faye smiled lightly and asked why he needed to know that, then turned to the evolution tree and asked if she could hear him, to which she replied, yes. The evolution tree looked at the protagonist's many abilities and reported that the bastard in front of him was a peak B rank, almost A rank. He was hard to handle now, they had to get stronger. She also senses a large amount of his energy, but their remaining evolution points will not allow them to ascend, but the remaining fragments of abilities are not less. They can consider improving abilities. This is the only choice left. Lu began to warm up his joints, saying that Faye found Thorn for the first time. Now he found him, so he thinks it is not a coincidence, then asked how much information he knows about them, the natives. The protagonist firmly said that he has nothing to tell. The evolution tree asked him which ability he wants to improve. The contract ability is now level 4, uses the most fragments, but does not work on zombies. Fire and shadow rupture require less, but will not help much. The best ability is the ability to devour. Each time it is improved, a new effect is added, but the effect is unknown. It gives the greatest benefit, but also the most risky. Which one to improve? She asked. The protagonist thought and firmly answered so that the evolution tree activates swiftness. As soon as he made his choice, Lu rushed at him, shouting that if he remained silent, he would take his secret straight to hell. At that very moment, Faye ordered the activation of the shadow gap. His body began to dissolve into the shadows. In his head, he told the evolution tree to improve the ability to devour, because they must devour the native. This is their goal. The tree firmly said that she understood everything. Lu made a powerful attack, waving his hand, but the protagonist dodged. Lu swung with a wide smile on his face, and his fist was enveloped in powerful magical energy. His fist instantly appeared in front of Faye's face, who realized that he could not dodge in time. Then he kicked the monster's hand with his foot, partially blocking the attack. From such a blow, he flew back and fell to the floor. Leaning on the floor, he said to himself that not only the speed, but also the strength, it is much stronger than those he encountered before. Then he decided to use the ability to devour, absorb the remaining green energy to restore itself. Then he asked the tree how the result was. The girl replied that the enhancement was successful. The ability to devour added a new effect. First level fusion. The ability can use 100 fragments of the ability to randomly fuse and turn into a first level ability. When fusion, only one ability can be used at a time. If fusion is repeated, the previous ability will be overwritten. After reading this, the protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if this was a coincidence. Lu rushed to attack. Faye knew that he had 390 fragments of abilities left, They can only be fused 3 times. He dodged the monster's quick strike and said to himself that if he fuses the lowest ranking ability, then there is no point in upgrading it. It is better to upgrade the ability he has now. He continued to dodge the blows and wondered what to do. Lu suddenly delivered a powerful kick from above and told the guy not to disappoint him. After saying this, his eyes lit up and he grinned. A powerful energy explosion was heard. Fei landed on the floor and shouted that the gap was huge and he could only take a risk and go all in, then shouted for the evolutionary tree to activate fusion. The girl activated the magic in her hands and shouted that she understood. Lu rushed towards him and shouted that the guy was really dumb with fear since he had just been talking to himself. Fei shouted for the girl to activate her mind power and keep the fusion for herself. He launched a rock attack towards the enemy and Lu shouted that these were simple tricks. The protagonist had obtained D-rank tough skin. The overlord began to swing his fists, blocking the attacks. He shouted for the boy to show him his true power. Fei read that he had received berserk. He activated a huge explosion and shouted that more was needed. The protagonist frowned sharply and turned to the side, seeing that a metal body had been received. After some time, Anya asked how Fei was doing. It was not enough and they should prioritize and come up with an escape plan. Fei refused this. He said that Anya and Zenyu were trapped here, so it would be difficult to leave. He said that their goal was to absorb the native, speed up the evolution, and allow the girl to recover her memory. The guy threw off his burnt shirt and told the girl to believe in him. Lu ran at the guy and shouted that he had disappointed him. The protagonist said that when they first stopped the zombie horde, he received a fragment of the universal ability 20%, so let the evolution tree use it one last time. The girl enveloped herself in magic and used 100 fragments of abilities, activating the fusion. Lu gritted his teeth and wished death on the protagonist. Zenyu opened her mouth wide in horror, looking forward. The evolution tree was actively fusion. The overlord with a burning eye swung at the guy, intending to finish the fight. Suddenly, the fusion was successful. At this time, a military helicopter was flying over the forest, and the reporter was shouting that this was the scene of a zombie attack, and the area ahead was the direction where the zombies could not escape. It seemed like this was the end for them. The person in charge of this area was group of the Huang base. The awakened one had destroyed the last zombie with fire magic. All the zombies in this area had been killed. Now all that was left was to lead everyone else to the other 3 areas. The people were on one of the altars, cheering because they thought they had won. Someone suddenly asked why the zombies stopped after running here. Was there any connection with this dragon statue? Another awakened one said that there was no need to think about such things. They simply could not run anymore. It had no connection with anything. After that, they ordered a soldier to report to the commander that Gruppa had completed the rear. Zhu spoke on the radio, receiving the good news. After finishing, he spread his hands and proudly said that Gruppa had finished the pursuit mission. Group C and D would also finish soon. The commanders began to rejoice at this news, but suddenly Zhu said that Group B had not finished the task. Group B was Commander Luo's team. Hearing this, the old man was very scared and asked if they were in trouble and needed reinforcements. Zhu looked at the old man and said that according to the reports, his team had not encountered any obstacles, but had stopped halfway. He also said that there was no need to worry because he had already sent people to check, so there would be no problem. Now it was their turn. They would go to the zombie nest, destroy it, and then announce their victory. At this time, the zombies were just standing in the forest. Lifeng and Zayak were watching them from the bushes. The guy asked if the girl thought this was strange and there might be some kind of problem. Yes, Zayak answered, adding that these zombies didn't even have any aspirations. When they stopped, they also stopped. When they chased, they ran away. Did they really have a goal? Lifeng looked at his partner and asked if they were deliberately luring them somewhere. The girl looked at the monsters with displeasure and replied that this was only her assumption, because everything was going too smoothly. They had never encountered difficulties when going here. She also said that she had gone through the horde, but now she felt different. She was uneasy. Then she turned to Lifeng and ordered him to gather a team and return to the base for Commander Luo, and she would be here. Suddenly, a zombie girl appeared behind them. She put her hand to her chin and said, as expected of an elite team, they were keeping their ears open, but for the hell of it, they had to obey orders and do what they had to do. Apart from them, all 3 teams completed the task perfectly. At this time, a monster in the form of an animal came out to one of the teams. Disaster came out to the other team. Only 1 step left, and the other team had a boss on the dragon statue, and their king would be reborn. The zombie girl put her hands on her hips and said that this was not their messiah to begin with, but that stupid deer left, so there is no choice, so this will have to be done. Zayak looked at the monster in horror and asked if she was a zombie. The monster continued to say that after everything was done, she would have to make him pay her compensation. At this time, the protagonist dealt a powerful blow to Lu's jaw. The blow sent the monster flying back. Faye received the ability Flaw Analysis. It allows you to select a target and identify their flaws. The number of vulnerabilities will increase over the course of the battle, and hitting the identified flaw will reduce the increased time, while the selected target will be related to the skill level. The protagonist, with glowing eyes, dealt a powerful blow to the flaw. A mark appeared on Lu's body, which was a vulnerability. Lu raised his head, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist waved his hand towards the opponent. The monster smiled widely and said that he was just a stupid brat, and he was lucky that he was able to hit him. As soon as he said that, he immediately took off, creating a magical explosion with his push. He flew towards the protagonist, shouting that he would make him beg for mercy and cry in fear. Another magical explosion was heard upon landing. The protagonist quickly ran out of the explosion. Lu grabbed the stone and asked why the guy was running away, then threw the stone at the guy. Faye turned around, seeing the approaching danger. He activated the weapon in his hand and began to swing it to the sides, cutting the stone into small pieces. With the help of fire, he sent the blocks of stone in the opposite direction. Lu looked up, dodging the blows, and shouted, "How dare the guy dodge," and used tricks to attack him. With the help of Shadow Rupture, the protagonist suddenly appeared behind the Lord. Lu quickly turned around, frowning. He swung, shouting, "Does the guy really want to sneak up on him?" Faye looked at the opponent's rib and thought that after twisting the limbs, it would lose all protection. He hit Lu in the side and thought that his rib was at its weakest point, and he hit a vulnerability. The opponent opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly in pain. He opened his eyes from the intense pain in his body. Raising his hands up, he got angry and called the guy a bastard. The protagonist covered his head with his hands, forming a barrier and blocking the blow. His eyes shone brightly and he saw that the opponent's new vulnerability had increased on his hands. The protagonist abruptly hit Lu in the hands and accurately hit the flaw. A loud explosion was immediately heard on the ground, forming a strong blast wave. Anya clenched her fists and shouted joyfully that the protagonist had won, and Zenyu replied that this was not true. She said that the opponent's aura had not weakened, but had only become stronger. Faye's face was covered in bruises and he said that these attacks of his could not even harm the opponent. Lu smirked and asked if the guy could see right through him and if he had played that badly. His eyes lit up and he suggested that Faye start a real fight. The deer gritted his teeth fiercely as he stood in the fog. The evolution tree that stood behind the protagonist told him to be careful because Lu's energy had become much stronger. The sights were aimed at the deer's body, and Faye said that he just needed to use the chance to accurately focus on the flaw and weaken the enemy's combat ability, and then he would win. The protagonist rushed towards Lu. The blue screen said that every time a flaw was hit, 4% of the attribute would be transferred to Faye's body. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly as the deer said that from now on, Faye's desire to attack had become stronger, and even if he was effective, it was not enough to fight. Lu clenched his hands into fists, realizing that the protagonist was analyzing him. The deer swung his hand, shouting that Faye's end had already been sealed. A powerful explosion occurred from their collision. The youth's eyes shone dazzlingly. The protagonist punched Lu's cheek with his fist, and the system reported that 4% of the enemy's attribute had been received. The deer gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. He clenched his hand into a fist and opened his mouth wide. Faye frowned as he looked up. The protagonist dodged Lu's attacks and struck him. Faye crossed his arms and thought that the opponent's attacks had become more violent and he should find an opportunity to attack his weaknesses. Lu swung his fist and shouted for Faye to fight back if he was strong enough to do so. A thick fog rose in front of the deer. A ray of light was visible in the middle of the smoke. Suddenly, a fire appeared next to the deer's face. Lu was surrounded by flames, saying that it was a futile struggle. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. The flames surrounded the deer, who said that this type of attack was useless against him. He jumped to the sides to avoid the flames and said that he advised the protagonist to use his energy elsewhere instead of such sneaky attacks. Lu's eyes emitted a red glow, and he said that he had fast speed. He punched the protagonist and added that he could also see well. The deer grabbed Faye's head and said that he expected too much from him. Suddenly, the protagonist punched Lu in the stomach, and the system reported that 4% of the enemy's attribute had been acquired. Faye and the deer stood opposite each other. Lu looked straight ahead with a stern look and asked if the protagonist really thought that such a soft attack could defeat him. Faye, whose t-shirt was torn, replied that it did not matter whether Lu felt pain or not because he would understand what was going on very soon. The system reported that a total of 5 flaws had been hit, which was 20% of the enemy's attribute. Lu smirked and said that Faye was still pretending to be cool and that he still had other missions to complete, so they should finish the fight quickly. The protagonist rushed towards the enemy, who asked if Faye had decided to take the initiative. Faye jumped into the air. He kicked Lu's arm. The deer grabbed the protagonist's leg. Then he forcefully slammed him into the ground. Lu stretched his arms out to the sides, looking at Faye. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth. He raised his hand and attacked Lu with fire. The deer closed his eyes and gritted his teeth in pain, and the system notified him of a flaw hit again. Lu stood there with his eyes tightly closed. He opened his eyes and a purple portal appeared below him. The protagonist kicked the enemy, hitting his flaw. Lu flew into the air, watching as gray fog appeared around Fei. The protagonist frowned. He waved his hand, and fire attacks rushed towards the deer. Lu gritted his teeth in pain, and the system notified him of 4% of his attribute. Then the system sent more notifications like this. Lu opened his mouth wide and yelled fiercely that he would show Fei his true power. His eyes shone brightly. The protagonist frowned in fear. Lu landed down with a loud explosion. Fei fell to one knee, looking at the rising smoke. The deer was behind him. Then, Lu attacked Fei, shouting that he was the first one to make him use this form. The deer gritted his teeth and added that the protagonist had the honor of dying after seeing his true form. Lu's eyes turned red with rage. Suddenly, Fei punched him in the face, gaining another 4% of the opponent's attribute. Lu slid across the ground, causing dust to rise into the air. The deer opened his mouth wide and screamed fiercely for the protagonist to shut his mouth. The impact caused the ground to crack. Lu attacked Fei, shouting that he had no chance to win anyway. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly and he ordered the enemy to shut up. Fei slammed Lu into the ground. The deer was face down. Suddenly, his hands began to emit green flames. Pushing his hands into the ground, Lu screamed loudly. Fei stumbled and thought that he did not expect to see so much energy. A white mist rose up. The evolution tree standing behind the protagonist informed him that the deer had a berserk, so he had to be careful. A large wave rose. Fei jumped onto the rock in front of the wave, thinking that he would destroy Lu. A dark silhouette of an opponent could be seen behind him. Lu, whose eyes were bright red, screamed loudly, wishing death on the protagonist. Water streams rushed towards Fei. The ground cracked from the blows. Lu could not hit the protagonist. Fei raised his hand, and the deer gritted its teeth furiously. Anya and Zenyu watched the fight. A flash of light flashed in the middle of the water. Then a yellow beam shot up. Lu stretched out his hand forward, not understanding what went wrong and why he lost. He waved his hand, not understanding why he could not kill such a weak D-rank warrior. Fei stood in front of a huge waterfall. His eyes were shining brightly. Lu opened his mouth, asking if the protagonist knew that he was doomed to lose from the start. Fei clenched his hands into fists and replied that he just wanted to win his own bet. Kneeling, the deer asked why the protagonist was so eager to defeat him, since weaklings usually want to run away first. Looking down at Lu, Fei replied that running away would not help him, and then smiled and replied that they were just pawns of their king, and when he awakened, the whole world would fall at their feet. He raised his hands and added that when Fei joined their team, they would destroy Skynet together. Lu wrinkled his nose as the protagonist placed his hand on his head and told him that he was a bad actor and thanked him for the valuable information. The system reported the activation of the ability to devour. Lu's red eyes widened. He opened his mouth, screaming that he would still take over this world and Fei would die. Lu stretched his hands out to the protagonist, who said that he would not allow this. The protagonist's face became blurry as he said that everyone must die, no matter whether the disaster was related to Skynet or not. The system reported that the target had died and the attribute had disappeared. A blue screen showed the text that Fei had received 20,000 evolution points and a source crystal. A purple stone was visible. The system provided information about the source crystal. The evolution tree closed its eyes, absorbing the crystal. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He gritted his teeth, looking at his hand. Fei's body emitted a blue glow as he screamed loudly. Zenyu frowned and asked what happened. Anya raised one finger and explained that every time the protagonist shouted, he would become stronger. The system reported that the original crystal had been completely absorbed and the new attribute had been updated. Fei raised his hand. The monster looked at the window, saying that he did not expect Lord Bucks to be defeated. He decided to quickly hide. 3 people stood in the middle of the room, and the monster said that they belonged to him now. He was wearing round glasses. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and sweated. The 21st smirked and said that he had hated him for a long time. The blonde girl turned around and said with a gloomy expression that Anya was in trouble. The protagonist, Zenyu and Anya looked at the monsters. A fan walked up to Fei, asking what happened, and he replied that his friend had encountered danger and he needed to go there and he would send the girl to meet her grandmother. A fan frowned and told Fei not to worry about her and to walk quickly. The dark-haired man looked at the girl and said that the zombies on the island had already been killed, and after meeting with Grandma, they needed to go to the shelter. The protagonist looked down and agreed with the man's words. A fan put her hands on the backpack and asked Fei if they would meet again. The protagonist looked away and replied with a smile that they would see each other again. Standing on the animal, Fei told a fan to take care of herself. Goldie flew up. The protagonist, Zenyu, and Anya were sitting on the back of the winged fox. Fei frowned and thought that for some reason Zayak and the others were not in the shelter. The evolutionary tree frowned, saying that her memory was gradually returning to her and that the natives were closely related to the tree. Faye looked straight ahead and asked if the woman was referring to herself. The evolutionary tree furrowed her brows and replied that she didn't have the exact information in her memory, but everything pointed to the evolutionary tree. As the beast flew through the sky, Faye said that things were getting even more complicated and that he should save them quickly. A rock flew into the monster's face. Zayak raised her hand and asked why the zombies had entered their intersection. The girl looked at the crowd of monsters, saying that these zombies were unusual. Zayak furrowed her brows, telling Lifeng to quickly check on Commander Luo and request reinforcements. Jiahao furrowed his brows when Zayak told him to listen to her instructions and they would attack in pairs. The monsters looked around in surprise. The tree was uprooted. The pillars were approaching the girl. A monster with red eyes stood in front of her, protecting her. He swung his sword in the air, cutting through the trees. Dark shapes were visible in the distance. The girl smirked and told the monsters to teach the warriors a lesson, but not to kill them. Zayak stretched her arms out to the sides and shouted for everyone to be ready. The girl smiled and said that things were not going well for her. People were fighting monsters. Someone was looking down on the city, asking where Bax was. The animal gritted his teeth and suggested that Bax was in trouble. The girl with black hair closed her eyes and said that he couldn't be in trouble because he was just playful and liked to put on a show. The bearded man looked down and said that the king would not wait any longer and that they should begin the ceremony. The two men stood under the night sky, discussing how their enemies were simple zombies. Someone stamped his foot on the ground. A bright purple fog appeared. The man opened his mouth, his eyes turned white. Purple rays of light were visible in the forest. The short-haired girl furrowed her brows and said that she needed to speed up. A bright spark appeared next to the monster. The stone emitted green light. Zayak turned around and Lifeng shouted that he would bring reinforcements. A green barrier appeared in front of the blonde. He raised his hands and said that his shadow rupture could not pass through this barrier. The youth furrowed his brows in fear when someone behind him said that Lifeng's shadow rupture resembled another person. The girl furrowed her brows and asked if Lifeng knew that person. There were blood stains on the ground. There were also wounded warriors lying there. The wolf rubbed his neck and said that everyone was very weak and it was boring. The short-haired youth said that they should attack this zombie together. The wolf swung his clawed paw. He swung his hand, gritting his sharp teeth. The warriors froze in horror, looking at the captain. The wolf held a red ball in his hand. There was a pink glow inside the stone dragon statue, and the wolf said that these guys should feel proud and become part of their king. The warriors stood inside the purple barrier, shouting that they couldn't escape. The wolf jumped to the side. He attacked everyone at the same time and ran forward, shouting that they were weak. The black-haired girl closed her eyes and asked to be a little quieter. The man was tied with ropes. The other warriors were also suspended. The bearded man raised his hand and said that they had collected almost all the energy needed to resurrect the king. He was sitting on the stone dragon statue. The warriors were kneeling. The black beam hit the green barrier. The girl crossed her arms and said that she had zombies with a strong defensive ability. Zayako frowned and assumed that the zombies were chasing the protagonist. The zombie girl put her hand on her waist and said that she still had much to do. The monster was approaching Lifeng. The youth opened his mouth in pain as he was hit on the back. The blonde man ran towards him, calling Lifeng. The monster placed his hand on his face. He pressed the warrior into the ground. The men ran forward. Zayak frowned and shouted for them to stay away from the enemy. Chubishka was dumbfounded, looking at the people lying on the ground. The zombie girl, whose eyes were red, told her subordinates to grab the people and take them to the altar. The warrior was lying on the ground, gritting his teeth. There was a collar on a chain around Lifen's neck. Zayak looked at the collar that appeared on her, dumbfounded. The monster was dragging the people chained to the chains. Zayak frowned and said that the energy was about to be used up. Suddenly, the zombie frowned as if she sensed something. She looked up and said that Bax had finally returned. There was a golden flash in the sky. The zombie was sweating. Fire appeared in the air. The animal stepped onto the ground. It opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The protagonist, whose eyes were shining brightly, greeted the zombie. A strong wind rose and the girl could not believe that Bax was defeated. Faye frowned and said that he had defeated this loser before. The zombies jumped towards the protagonist. They clenched their hands into fists when they appeared next to him. Faye's eyes sparkled brightly. He stretched out his hand to the side and the zombies' heads were torn off. The system reported the death of 2 opponents and the acquisition of evolution points. Catastrophe smiled, saying that she did not expect Faye to come to her himself, but she was shocked because of Bax's defeat. The protagonist frowned and asked what happened to her costume. The girl put her hand on her chest, saying that she was just experiencing human life. Catastrophe took off her cape and added that such a race should have been destroyed long ago, and that this world would soon be taken over by them. Suddenly, Catastrophe frowned and asked if this was the key. Anya helped the warrior up. The protagonist jumped forward, clenching his hands into fists. Catastrophe stood in the middle of other zombies. Faye stretched his hand forward. Black fog enveloped the opponents. Dark spots appeared in the air. The protagonist swung his leg. The zombie stood in front of Catastrophe, raising his hands. Faye kicked. He frowned, saying that now it was the enemy's turn. The girl smiled, telling Faye to look back. A huge monster stood behind the protagonist. Faye turned around abruptly, creating flames in his hand. Their fists collided. The monster's body shattered into small fragments. Faye spread his legs wide, lowering his head down. The girl standing behind him clapped her hands. She smiled and said that Faye had become much stronger after absorbing backs. The monster's shards caught fire. Faye looked at the enemy whose body was burning. The monster looked at its arm and roared loudly. Its limb was emitting a purple aura. Faye frowned, looking up. The warriors looked up too, telling the protagonist to be careful because it was a barrier ability that blocked other skills. Catastrophe looked straight ahead and said that Faye's ability was ineffective here. The bearded man looked to the side and asked if he needed help in the fight. The girl watched the protagonist, saying that she had everything under control. The crowd of people walked forward. They stopped at a stone dragon statue. The man with a mustache frowned, saying that it looked impressive, and another commander replied that they would all die very soon. The gray-haired man looked up and told everyone to stay alert. The bearded monster frowned, asking why they had come. The white-haired commander raised his hand and said that they were here to kill him and bring back the peaceful life that belonged to them. The wolf gritted his teeth, saying that it was easier to kill these people, and the man replied that one of the commanders knew the location of the key. Catastrophe looked straight ahead. Faye was sitting on the monster's back, attacking it. The impact caused stone fragments to fly into the air. The system reported the death of the zombie. The girl frowned indignantly. She turned around and ordered her subordinate to grab Faye and set up a barrier. Suddenly, the zombie's body exploded. The protagonist frowned and said that he could not be caught with such tricks. The barrier shattered into small fragments. A green glow appeared around Catastrophe, and she said that next time Faye would not leave alive. A bright hurricane appeared. The protagonist turned around, telling Zenyu to stay here and watch over the injured while he caught up with the Catastrophe. Faye then jumped up and rushed forward. Zyek looked at Lifeng, telling him to quickly return to the base and bring the medics here, and also tell Luo everything that happened here. The protagonist frowned, telling Zenyu to stay here and watch over the injured while he went to catch up with her. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, asking her brother to be careful. The boy moved forward, leaving behind dark streams of energy, his eyes shining clearly. Zyek knitted her brows, asking Lifeng to quickly return to the base and bring the medics here. The girl asked him to tell Commander Luo everything that happened here. The boy frowned, saying that she could rely on him. The hero stretched out his bandaged hands, saying that she did well. The guy smiled and patted Anya on the head, thanking her. The guy standing behind her with a bandaged hand and head smiled, saying that she had a good skill. Anya frowned and folded her arms across her chest, saying that she was not a brat. She had often had to treat herself before, so she was irresistible in this. The guy with the chain around his neck fell to the ground with clenched teeth, shouting that there was a zombie here. Number 21 raised his eyebrows and put the gun on his shoulder, asking him not to move anymore because it would be sad if he accidentally cut off his head. Anya walked up to the monster, saying that he scared the guy. Number 21 tilted his head to the side and laughed, saying that the guy was too funny. The girl frowned and raised her index finger, saying that not all zombies are bad. The guy looked at her in surprise. Jiahao raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was amazing, because the girl could communicate with people so easily, although when they first met, she was afraid of everyone. Zenyu bandaged his hand, saying that he was right, Anya was very strong. The hero said that he hoped that she would be healthy and happy because she was already like a sister to him. Anya closed her eyes and smiled widely. Above the dark, dense forest was the night sky, in which the moon was shining brightly. A bright stream of energy moved forward. The zombie wondered why she had become so strong. The girl frowned, wondering if she should borrow them. In any case, she needed to escape from here. A dark phantom of the protagonist appeared next to her, his eyes shining brightly. The guy asked if she really wanted to run away from him again. The zombie opened her eyes wide and frowned. Faye hit her with his hand, throwing her forward. The zombie hit the ground, raising stone debris in the air. The guy stood over the girl who fell to her knees, saying that without her zombie animals, she was an empty space. A stream of bright energy was concentrated in his palm. She turned around, asking if he wanted to join them. The hero looked at her, saying that he had heard this before. The guy remembered the image of Thorn. He raised his eyebrows, saying that Bax had already offered him this. But they were not even close to Thorn Morley, because she fought until her last breath and did not even think of giving in, and they easily lowered their pride. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at him and asking him to wait. The main character pressed his hand to her head. Bright streams of energy surrounded her body. The system reported that the ability to devour was activated. The zombie girl spread her arms to the side and screamed shrilly. The system reported that the hero received a resource crystal. At the moment the crystal was being absorbed. Faye tightly clutched the gem in his hand. Bright streams of energy enveloped his body. The guy opened his eyes wide and frowned, furiously clenching his teeth. The hero bowed his head down and clenched his hands into fists. Bright streams of blue energy rushed into the sky. The guy screamed loudly. The system reported that the characteristics were increased. Strength is at level 23, agility is at level 22, detection is at level 15, and intelligence is at level 7. The protagonist looked ahead from under his brows. A burnt leaf fell in front of him. The guy frowned and looked to the side, asking what happened here. There are 3 strong people and a bunch of people nearby. Faye walked forward, leaving behind a dark stream of energy that left a deep depression in the ground. The zombie man frowned. The wolf with bright eyes opened his mouth, saying that he felt the aura of disaster. The man bowed his head and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he knew it. He asked to focus on their business because the humans would soon approach them. He asked him to continue to maintain human dignity and find a way to find out information about the key. Then I will not kill these people. Zhu frowned, looking at the monsters. The hero with the microphone furrowed his brows, saying that there were only 3 left on the zombie side. Once they killed them, the humans would win. The group of guys furrowed their brows, saying that it was time to end this. Malon folded his arms over his chest and frowned, saying that he was even a little disappointed because he thought there would be more bloodshed. Moyne, who was standing next to him, furrowed his brows and smiled, telling him not to worry about it because their job was to protect the shelter and all their supporters. Malon smiled, looking ahead from under his brows. The zombie with a gray beard smiled, looking at him. The heroes rushed to attack. The people sat on the tree logs, forming a circle. Anya stood in the center and, raising her hands up, said that her brother smashed Zenyu to smithereens. The hero grinned and noted that nothing less was expected from the god of war. The guy standing next to him noted that Anya also did well, almost as good as the god of war. The boy sitting on the tree log raised his hand, asking to hear more about the hero. Zayak raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that they had been through a lot during her absence. They had worked hard. Zenyu hugged Goldie, saying that it was all thanks to her brother. Lifeng appeared behind them, the boy's body surrounded by a bright stream of energy. Zayak turned around and frowned, asking why he was alone and where everyone else was. The boy frowned, saying that things were bad. The rest of the troops were saying that they would go too. After all, the commander was not a stranger to them, and there was no time to waste. Lifeng and Jiahao knitted their brows and clenched their hands into fists, saying in one voice that it was time to go. The girl asked Zenyu and Goldie to go, and she would join them later. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, saying that she understood everything. She asked Zayak to be vigilant and take care of herself. Commander Luo's eyes widened and his brows furrowed, saying that this couldn't be happening. A group of people were standing on the ground, with the bodies of fallen heroes lying around them. The man noticed that they had been tricked. There were only 3 normal zombies here. The monster narrowed its eyes and frowned, telling the nimble wolf to follow its orders. The giant wolf moved forward, hovering in the sky above the captain, saying that the leader could rely on it. The man's eyes widened in horror. Zhu appeared in front of him. He thrust his sword forward, stopping the monster's attack. The nimble wolf bared its teeth slyly, and its eyes shone brightly. It jumped back, leaving behind a bright stream of energy. Zhu frowned, saying that Commander Luo might be aware of the situation, but every unit was precious. He asked where the war god's team was that he had gone to Zai City with. The man frowned, thanking him for saving him. He said that he knew nothing about the war god at the moment. Zhu frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The man asked, "Is it really true? It's a pity." The voice asked the nimble wolf to hurry, because this old man is no longer needed. The monster moved forward, leaving a trail of raised streams of dust and stone debris. He noticed that they were wasting their time. The nimble wolf extended its sharp claws, moving towards the men. Zhu clenched his hand into a fist and bowed his head, stepping aside and wishing Captain Luo all the best. The nimble wolf swung his hand, leaving a bright trail in space and breaking the stone ground beneath it. The monster opened its bright eyes in surprise. Zhu raised his eyebrows, looking to the side. The protagonist appeared in front of Captain Luo. He extended his hand, stopping the attack of the monster. Faye punched the nimble wolf in the face. The system reported that the heroes had hit a flaw. 4% of the attribute was received. The monster flew back, leaving a bright trail behind it and raising clouds of dust in the air. Zhu put his sword to the side and pointed his finger at the guy, asking the commander what was going on. Didn't he say that he didn't know where the god of war went? Faye frowned, thinking about what was happening to this man, because he had a strong zombie aura. Zhu frowned, his body was engulfed in a bright stream of energy. The man said that he was the supreme commander of this operation. Since the hero had come, he must follow his orders. The guy frowned and rubbed his wrist, asking if it was really him who started this operation, saying that everything was clear to him now. The protagonist noticed that Bax said that important natives had gathered here. They were reviving their king. The human army came here because of the commander, who reeked of zombies, and people were considered an offering to the king. The hero had not heard of this in his past life. The guy thought that this fake commander could be the motive, but it was too early to expose him. He needed to deal with the others. The zombie girl frowned, looking away. The zombie commander raised his eyebrows, looking forward with brightly shining red eyes. Moin covered one eye and looked to the side, saying that this is the man who killed the second brother and bullied him. Malon frowned. Surprised that the hero is so young, he asked the guy not to be impulsive and let him see what the hero is capable of. Zhu asked the boss if he needs him to fight the protagonist. The man looked at the crowd of people in front, saying that it is not necessary. He asked him to continue pretending to be a man, and since Faye is here, the key may be nearby. He senses two auras that are heading here. The nimble wolf opened his mouth wide and rushed forward, asking to give it to him because he will personally tear him apart. The protagonist frowned, saying that it will be enough to leave a clone to protect the commander. Next to Captain Luo, a clone of Faye remained, whose body was enveloped in bright lightning. The man frowned, asking him to be careful, because they are very strong. The guy looked ahead from under his brows, saying that he can handle it. The nimble wolf opened his mouth wide and reached out with sharp claws to the hero, shouting that he killed Bax. He swiped his hand, leaving a bright trace in space. Faye's eyes shone brightly. The hero found himself behind the monster. The guy began to inflict a hail of blows on the nimble wolf, leaving bright traces in space from sharp movements. There was a report on TV. A voice said that a young man appeared on the battlefield. It seems he is the god of war from the shelter. People smiled happily and raised their hands, looking at the TV screen and saying that this is really the god of war. The reporter asked if the guy will bring hope to the oppressed people. He said that the remaining warrior is now on the battlefield, asking to cheer for him. Faye raised his fist in front of him, about to strike the nimble wolf. Wen knitted her brows and pressed her fist to her chest, saying that he could do it. The zombie girl frowned in displeasure and folded her arms across her chest, asking the man if he would help, since the protagonist had defeated 3 natives. The man knitted his brows, saying that he knew this, but they had other things to do, since the altar of disaster had not yet collected energy, and they had to collect the last energy for the king. His eyes shone with a bright red light, saying that he felt that the king was already angry. Malon watched the battle between the protagonist and the nimble wolf, saying that this guy was very capable. Since he was able to fight for so long with such power, Moin, who was standing next to him, remarked that he did not know that there were such talents around them. A bright stream of energy wrapped around Moin's head. Malon opened his eyes wide and looked at the man standing next to him in fear. The hero's body fell to the ground. A mutated lizard appeared on the battlefield, with a flask of bright green liquid on its back. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise and frowned. The guy asked them to look there. He asked what kind of creatures these were, because they did not look like the previous zombies and there were too many of them. He asked everyone to be on guard. 2 giant lizards were moving along the ground, with bright flasks of liquid on their backs. An army of unusual creatures was moving forward. The monsters were approaching the group of people. The guy told everyone to get ready for battle. Malon put his hands forward, stopping the monsters' attack. The group of people actively fought the advancing creatures. There were more and more of them. Faye frowned and opened his eyes wide, wondering what kind of creatures these were, because they did not look like zombies at all. The nimble wolf swung, revealing sharp claws. He asked with displeasure if the guy was still distracted, because it was time to take care of himself. The protagonist frowned and raised his fist to strike. Bright streams of energy were around his hand. The guy put his hand forward, stopping the monster's attack. A bright explosion appeared from the contact of their hands. The hero grabbed the monster's hand. The nimble wolf opened his burning eyes wide. Faye swung his hand, throwing the monster into the ground. Streams of dust from the cracks formed in the ground rose into the air. The guy frowned and put his hand forward. The system reported that the ability to devour was activated. The nimble wolf opened his eyes and mouth wide, looking at this. He raised his paw in front of the protagonist's face. The guy put a block with his hands above his head, stopping his sudden attack. The nimble wolf swung his paw, causing a cut with sharp claws on the guy's body. Faye jumped back. There was a bleeding wound on his chest. The nimble wolf smiled slyly and licked the blood on his claws, saying that the hero had a good reaction. It even turned him on, but next time the guy wouldn't be so lucky. Faye put his hand forward. Bright green pixels appeared at the site of the wound. The system reported that green energy was being used for regeneration. The monster put his hands out to the side, asking with a grin if the hero really thought that such a toy could harm him. The nimble wolf bared his teeth. He made a sharp wave of his hand, leaving a bright trace in space. The main character's frowned. He put his hands out in front of him. In his palm was a sharp blade. Faye smiled, asking if this was all the monster could do. The hero noticed that the nimble wolf was weaker than Buck's. The nimble wolf opened his glowing eyes wide, asking what he had just said. The monster crossed his arms over his chest, making a sharp swing and saying that now he will show him what real strength is. The guy found himself behind the wolf. He pulled his legs up in order to strike. The protagonist abruptly straightened his legs, throwing the monster forward. The wolf fell to the ground, raising stone fragments and streams of dust into the air. Faye did a somersault in the air, continuing to run forward and chase the monster. The nimble wolf bared his teeth and pressed his hand to his head, asking why the guy was moving so fast. The monster raised his head, looking at the hero approaching him and asking if the guy really thought that he would fall for this again. Faye frowned and put forward a sharp blade, shrouded in bright energy. The tip of his blade pierced the monster's hand. The wolf opened his mouth wide. The nimble wolf swung his paw and put out sharp claws, ordering him to die. The protagonist frowned and waved his hand, stopping his attack. The monster frowned and bared his teeth in anger. The guy was behind him. The hero grabbed the wolf by the hand. Faye twisted the monster's arms back. The wolf raised its head and opened its mouth wide, screaming hysterically. The monster did not pray, asking how the guy dared to do this. He said that he would not die, and just like that. The guy frowned and smiled, asking if he wanted to test it. The system reported that the ability to devour was activated. The protagonist held the monster's arms, twisting them back. The wolf opened its mouth wide and raised its head, screaming in pain. The monster tilted its head forward, asking what the hero did to it. Streams of strong wind began to gather around them. Faye opened his eyes wide and frowned, looking to the side. A crack in the ground appeared between him and the nimble wolf, from which streams of dust rushed into the air. The protagonist looked at the monster's back, thinking that he had almost killed him. The zombie leader frowned, saying that he would go and collect energy and help. The girl bowed her head down, saying that she understood everything. She noticed that the nimble wolf sometimes really annoyed her. The man opened his mouth, saying that the guy was too unpredictable. At first it seemed that he was weak, but he immediately seized the initiative. At this rate the wolf could die. The nimble wolf stood aside. He frowned, asking the boss what to do with that guy, because he himself needed to rest a little. The man descended to the ground, saying that the king was already tired of waiting, so this had to be ended. The nimble wolf frowned. Bright streams of energy appeared around his body. He noticed that he wanted to torture the hero, but he would have to use full power. The fur on his head turned bright blue. The monster put out his claws, saying that he would deal with him quickly. The system reported that the wolf man had taken his second form. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and frowned. The monster extended its claws forward and opened its glowing eyes wide, asking what the boy was looking at. An explosion thundered across the battlefield. Cracks appeared in the ground, and streams of dust rose into the air. The protagonist jumped up. The boy opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the energy flow to the side. He pushed off the bright energy flow in the sky, heading downwards. Stone fragments rose into the air. The tip of his sword cut through the ground. Faye tightly clutched the blade in his hand, thinking that this was a rank boss. The protagonist thought that air attacks would not work here. It was quite problematic. The zombie leader frowned, saying that it was quite unexpected that the boy was able to block his attack. The system reported that the man was in a rank, ability, solidified air, S rank. He uses it to change his own attack style. The man opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. A loud roar came from the dark cave. The zombie leader asked what was happening to the king. An image of Goldie appeared in the cloudy sky. Anya and Zenyu were riding on him. The girl knitted her brows, asking him to move faster. The group of heroes approached the stone cave. The giant lizard opened its mouth, sticking out its tongue. Malon frowned. His hands took the form of the paws of a beast. He asked what was happening to these creatures. They looked like cockroaches. They had fast speed and incredible vitality. On the back of the giant lizard with a blue tongue was a bottle with a bright liquid. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that the situation was getting worse for them because the number of people was decreasing and he was already busy. The nimble wolf headed towards the guy standing to the side. The monster bared its teeth and made a sharp wave of its hand, leaving a bright trace in space. The beast said that they would die just like that trash. The protagonist leaned back, dodging the blow. Marina pressed his hand against the ground. Faye lifted his feet off the ground and tripped the monster, causing it to flip over in the air. Bright streams of fiery energy appeared under the guy's palm. The heroes pushed off the ground, heading towards the monster hovering in the air and leaving a bright trail behind them. The guy opened his eyes wide and frowned, raising his hand with a bright stream of energy to strike. Faye struck the monster's body. The nimble wolf backed away. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. The monster frowned and smiled slyly. He grabbed the hero by the hand, saying that this was his end. A stream of bright translucent energy fettered the main character's movement. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth furiously. A girl with long blonde hair and bright crystals above her head appeared behind the hero. She frowned, telling him to run away, otherwise he would die. Faye quieted down his teeth, saying that the rank is very strong. He can't even use shadow breakthrough. The head zombie raised his hands up, saying that he finally caught the right one. He told the boss that he would be glad to see retribution for their bucks and the others. The nimble wolf landed on the ground, asking why. The man furrowed his brows, saying that he now felt some kind of aura coming from the hero's body, as if it was the aura of a king. The wolf raised his head up, looking at the hero bound by the solidified air and saying that this is all nonsense. It's impossible, because their king is waiting for his victims. Sharp ice crystals flew forward. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that this was his chance. Blue crystals broke the integrity of the solidified air, restricting his movements. A bright stream of energy appeared in the sky. Captain Luo opened his eyes wide and spread his arms out to the sides, asking how the guy was doing. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that he was fine. The nimble wolf frowned and looked at the man next to him, asking who it was. The head of the zombie put his hands forward, saying that it was just a small nuisance. The people looked up, seeing the shadow of a giant creature on the ground. Zhu raised his head, his face darkened. The brightly colored animal's paws fell to the ground. Goldie bared his teeth. Zenyu and Anya stood in front of him. Xiaobagu hovered next to them. The girl frowned and put an ice sword forward, telling her older brother that they came to help. Anya frowned, lion number 41 and 21 to go out. 2 zombies appeared on the battlefield. The guy smiled and put the weapon on his shoulder, saying that he could finally release all his power. The girl knitted her brows, saying that she wanted to remind him that their main mission was to protect Lady Anya. The protagonist knitted his brows and rubbed his wrist, asking what happened to Zayak. Zenyu frowned, saying that she would also be here soon, with Brother Lai and the others. The guy said that he would leave these people to them. He ordered to protect Commander Luo, and he would take those 3 natives on himself. The girl asked if he could handle it alone, to which the hero replied that he had one way to defeat them. The system reported that the clone was removed. 20% of the power returned to the hero's body. The head zombie frowned, asking what was up with the energy. The girl frowned and looked ahead, saying that there was enough, they could leave. She noticed that there was one more thing. She ordered him and the illusions to take the key and kill the rest, the fast wolf, and she would kill that guy. Anya frowned and raised her hand, standing next to the zombie and saying that they needed to show those bad guys what power was. She ordered not to let them harm the brother and sister. The girl remarked that she would give them some delicious chips to eat. After they dealt with the monsters here, they could eat as much as they wanted. Fei frowned, asking his sister to be careful because Commander Zhu was dangerous. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that she understood everything. The protagonist held a sharp blade in his hand. Goldie stood behind him, and several other heroes were nearby. In front of them was an army of monsters that blocked the passage to the cave. The reporter reported that a huge dog and several people had joined the fight. It seemed that the advantage was on the side of the people. City Jie. There were deep cracks in the tall buildings. The streets were empty. The reporter reported that the situation had changed again. Another team had joined the fight. Now humanity's hopes would be justified. All this happened after the god of war appeared, and now, thanks to the guys and the protagonist, the situation would be much better. There were traces of explosions on the walls of stone buildings. The balconies were empty. The reporter reported that they finally managed to find out the name of the god of war. His name is Fei. Just recently he was an ordinary student. The girl with green hair sat in front of the bright screen of the tablet, behind which lay a bag of chips. She opened her mouth, throwing chips into it. The girl opened her eyes wide, in which the image of the main character was reflected. She called his name. Lanky was sitting on the bed, on which there was a small table. The girl noticed that this annoying guy came again. Long appeared in the doorway. He frowned, asking if she had changed her mind yet. Lanky frowned and took the tablet in her hand, saying that he had been bothering her for 3 days. Although she told him clearly she was not going to leave here, the girl told him to leave. Long looked at her, saying that they were doing this for her own good and nothing more, because if Skynet found her, they would not be able to help. If she did not want to join them, then at least they needed to leave this place or she would be discovered. The girl asked why she should believe him, because he was just an unknown person. Lan Kai was holding a tablet with a bright screen in her hands. The voice reported that the protagonist was attacking. Long opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows, asking if it was Fei. Long, in shock, said that Fei had clearly gone crazy attacking Tanzai in such a rude way. Lan Kai looked at Long in shock, asking if he knew the god of war Fei. And when the guy confirmed this, the girl closed the door. The guy, despondent, said that they had only wasted their time, but they would need to try again tomorrow. His partner advised them to simply take the girl by force, but Long did not agree, saying that in this case they would be no different from Tianwang. Yun closed her eyes, saying that she would handle everything herself since he couldn't be calm with this girl. The guy looked at her and told her to be at least a little more serious. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the guy. Lan Kai changed her clothes and said that she would go with them, but they had to bring her to Fei while addressing Long as an uncle. The guy smiled nervously and said that he would do it without any problems, but he was the same age as Fei and there was no need to call him an uncle. Yun suddenly turned around saying that they could go themselves, and she and Hai would continue to look for the others. At this time, the zombie rushed forward at great speed. In an instant, he appeared near the protagonist. The protagonist barely managed to notice the enemy's attack from behind, and then, using her as a support, he jumped up. but the monster caught up with him and almost got him. In a couple of seconds, the monster and the protagonist collided several times. Fei dodged another attack, and then he swung his blade. His lips stretched into a grin. Suddenly, his blade began to disappear, thanks to which the guy was able to hit the enemy who was not expecting it with his hand. The system informed him that the blow occurred in a vulnerable spot. The zombie's body was thrown back. When he stood up, he asked the guy why he put away his blade, because now he could have finished him off. Without waiting for an answer, the monster rushed forward. His hands furiously grabbed the guy's hands. He kicked him in the side, and the system reported that a blow was delivered to a vulnerable spot. The zombie began to cough up blood due to the blow. However, someone formed hands from mana, which began to hold the protagonist while the zombie recovered. With a sharp cry, the werewolf rushed forward again. Fei looked at him coldly. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred at the site of the skirmish. The zombie, the protagonist, holding Lan, told the man to relax because he was not dead, but in fact, he could not absorb him yet, otherwise the decorated characteristics would lose their power. Frowning, the man asked the guy why he did not absorb him. Letting go of the monster, the protagonist said that he did not need to rush. A moment later, he disappeared from his place, attacking the zombie in front of him. His enemy frowned, telling the guy that he was very confident in himself. Without listening to the man, the protagonist struck him. However, he was able to grab the guy's hand, saying that the blow was weak. Fei grinned, after which he formed a fire near his hand. At this time, an army of monsters went to their goal. A group of people led by Malon blocked their path. However, no one noticed the first beam of energy hitting the ground. A moment later, these beams began to fall everywhere, frightening people. Some of the beams rushed straight towards the group. However, ice formed on their way, blocked her hand, ordering Xiaobagu to fly forward. Xiaobagu formed a tornado, killing monsters. The zombie girl defended the passage, saying that she did not share such bad habits because she needed to resurrect the king. Zombies began to emerge from the passage. They were very different and also ferocious. Soon, an entire army of zombies emerged from the passage. Zenyu saw this and became worried. The events take us to another area under the night sky, where Fei released a fashionable stream of flame from his hand, leaving his opponent like a fly. However, he was able to escape using shadow energy and strike with his blade, which shocked the zombie because the guy's speed increased. The man's eyes widened when he realized something. He immediately threw the guy back with his hand, forcing him to land with a crash. After that, he looked closely at the guy and realized that land served as his source of reinforcement. The opponents stopped for a while, looking at each other. Fei frowned and said that he never thought that they would attack their companions. The man frowned and said that their goal was to revive the king, no matter what means. Suddenly, the ground tilted under the protagonist. The protagonist grabbed the zombie's body, saying that he couldn't let it die, because if it lost its ability, it would be impossible for him to win. A moment later, his hand clenched into a fist. However, the protagonist was able to dodge, telling the enemy that it was difficult to fight him. Soon, he let go of Lan's body, and he himself stopped right in the air. Having formed streams of darkness, the protagonist understood that he had to stop his opponent. The zombie's pupil lit up, and then many fists formed and began to attack Fei. However, he gritted his teeth and was able to resist them, but if he continued to hover in the air, it would be worse for him. Therefore, he immediately went down. However, his opponent did not stop the onslaught and became like a huge giant attacking the protagonist, who could not leave Lan here. Suddenly, Lan began to open his eyes. Grabbing his head, the zombie felt ashamed, because his opponent did not kill him, but simply knocked him unconscious. Standing up, the werewolf decided to take advantage of the chance and attack stealthily. The protagonist frowned and advised the zombie not to stick his head out and find a secluded place for a while, because now he was his friend's target. Lan was shocked when he heard his words, and then a hand made of mana attacked him. The protagonist grabbed the zombie by the clothes and dragged him back. A moment later, a huge hand crushed the ground with its blow. Landing a little further away, he said that now he should trust him. Frowning, his opponent said that this was complicating the situation quite a bit, so he contacted Phantom and demanded a couple of zombies to help. Phantom frowned when she heard her partner's words. Looking at the battlefield, the girl said that she would send a small squad to help him. At this time, a chain wrapped around the necks of several zombies on the battlefield. The 21st released his mana and began to laugh madly. A group of people saw him and became wary and warned the others. However, the zombie army did not stop its march. Trying to control the situation, the leader of one of the groups ordered to group more tightly. But a moment later, he froze, feeling a flow of mana near him. An ice crystal broke through the dark mana and rushed towards the enemy. This was Zenyu's attack. The girl formed an ice structure in the middle of the battlefield, and with it, she fired at all the zombies. The power of this structure was enough to kill everyone in the affected area. The leader of the group saw this and was amazed. However, Zenyu herself did not relax, concentrating her mana. Suddenly, she fell to her knees when the system informed her of her promotion to rank D. Malon froze in shock. He did not expect that everyone in the Fae team was so strong. However, because of this, he did not notice how a giant zombie appeared right in front of him. Frowning, he realized that due to his carelessness, he would not even be able to dodge. The monster struck, due to the power of which an explosion was created. Carefully opening his eye, Malon couldn't believe that he was still alive. However, when he saw the zombie that saved him, he was amazed, not understanding why one of the enemies was saving him. Having become serious, the commander tried to understand why, after the God of War's team had joined, some zombies began to fight on their side. However, he understood everything when Anya, who was standing behind him, asked him to leave quickly. Many zombies rushed at them, but a moment later, they all fell under the girl's control. The zombie turned around telling the others not to come closer, after which he began to attack his former relatives. This is how the zombies began to fight each other. Malon looked at the girl in amazement, who was encouraging her zombies. The giant raised his leg, and with one jerk of his leg, he trampled another zombie. Raising his leg, the giant roared loudly. The 41st became wary and told Anya that he would not allow her to be injured. However, the giant had a different opinion and roared loudly. He was about to attack, but the 41st attacked him first. Malon grinned, saying that the strongest bases needed the protection of a girl and zombies, and that was not funny. At this time, Lan attacked another zombie. Then he stared at the group, not understanding the reason why they attacked him. The monster released his aura. His pupils flashed brightly as he said that it was insulting to attack him with pathetic zombies. A moment later, he tore the zombie into pieces with one jerk. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to collapse. Lan immediately stepped back, dodging the red beams. Then he frowned, staring at his opponent. Phantom, hovering in the air, said that she did not expect him to last long, but he should not misunderstand, because she was just following orders. Lan raised his head and suggested working together and killing the guy. Phantom, without expressing emotions, said that this was also possible, but killing him would be much easier. Releasing his aura, Lan angrily said that he would not die at their hands. Phantom released many beams telling the enemy that he had no choice, because in this state he would not last long. The beams pierced the monster's limbs, causing him to scream. Concentrating mana near his head, Phantom said that she would allow him to appreciate the beauty of what was happening. And when the threads bound the zombie, she directed her attack at his heart. A second later, she was already near him. However, when she was almost catching up with him, a silhouette appeared in front of Lan. The protagonist stood in front of the zombie and blocked the attack. Phantom was surprised to see this. Taking advantage of the moment, Lan swung his claws and cut the threads, after which he stood in a stance looking at the opponent. But unexpectedly, the protagonist raised his hand telling him to retreat, after which the guy began to repel the girl's attacks. However, the formed hand made both exclaim. The protagonist tripped his temporary partner, forcing him to fall, thereby saving him from the attack. The tree of evolution appeared next to the guy and said that the situation was becoming difficult. Lan gritted his teeth, not understanding what was happening. He felt the aura of the king emanating from the protagonist. Watching the guy jump on Phantom, Lan tried to comprehend everything. Phantom formed many threads near herself trying to block the protagonist. Lan himself looked at the gate in the distance, the gate from which the king began to emerge. The protagonist, finding himself above Phantom, realized that in his current state he was capable of defeating her. Cutting the threads, the guy decided to kill her first. The girl herself became wary, realizing that it would not be easy to fight the enemy in close combat. A moment later, she stared in shock at the guy, who grabbed her threads, after which he summoned his flame. And then, along the threads, it rushed to the girl. Phantom immediately waved her hand, blocking the flame. However, this time was enough for Faye to be near her, and with a powerful blow, he sent her down. After that, the guy formed a flame in his hand and rushed down. However, the giant hand attacked him. A moment later, a collision occurred, the power of which created a strong shockwave. Lan, angry, tried to understand how the protagonist became so strong. However, a moment later, he calmed down, realizing that he became so strong by absorbing his abilities, which means he himself is so strong. Phantom looked at the guy and told him that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't handle the two of them alone. After saying that, she pointed her hand at the guy. However, he calmed him. He said that this might be his last broadcast. The zombie roared loudly, but when he rushed forward, another zombie stopped him, and the reporter's shoulder was grabbed by Xayabugu. He also single-handedly resurrected the king to get all the laurels himself. However, the commanders behind him began to resent. Zhu stared at them and said that the reason for the current situation was that their plan was being actively interfered with. Looking at Anya, he said that there was a traitor among them. Someone grabbed the girl a moment later. 41 threw the zombie's head back with a blow, after which he landed near Malong. 41 became wary when he heard the scream of his mistress. A group of men tried to put her to sleep. 41 immediately appeared behind the commander and took him in a grip, saying that he deserved to die. But Anya stopped him, and when the man fell to his knees, the girl asked him why he attacked her. The commander replied saying that Zhu told them that she makes the zombies attack them. Hearing his words, the girl was indignant. But when the men started slandering her, the girl angrily said that she never ordered to attack people. Suddenly, Zhu began to approach them. Staring at him, Anya asked if it was the uncle who took her for a traitor. Zhu looked at her and told her to stop pretending, because she was the one who controlled the zombies and played with them. Pretending to be angry, the captain told Anya that she was not a person, but a zombie. Anya indignantly screamed, saying that Faye was protecting them just like she was. The 41st stood in front of the girl, feeling threatened. Commander Luo approached and told them to stop the farce because the zombies had been attacking until now, and now they decided to have a showdown. Zhu looked at him and asked Luo if he cared that his man was a zombie. The old man frowned and said that even if they had enmity, they should not swear so stupidly during such a battle. However, the guys standing to the side screamed angrily, saying that zombies were not their friends. Anya grabbed her hood in fear when people wanted to kill her. At this time, Goldie destroyed the horde of zombies in front of him. Lan looked at the battlefield and realized that Phantom had already put into action a plan to capture the key. Jumping off the fox's back, he rushed down, thinking that they might not be trying to resurrect the king. Standing in front of the zombies, Lan decided to deal with them. At this time, Zhu extended his hand to Anya, saying that he was not so reckless and because of her special position, he would just watch her. The girl covered her eyes in fear. However, Zhu frowned and stopped. 21 and 42nd blocked his path. 21 stared at the captain in shock, as did 41. He released his aura and decided to attack. 21 shouted, ordering his comrade to take Anya and run. His comrade did not wait and immediately carried out his comrade's order. The men, angry, decided to grab the girl. However, the chain wrapped around their legs, preventing them from walking. Angry 21st sent lightning along the chains. The men, feeling threatened, rushed towards him. Anya, seeing the situation of 21st, screamed. 21st, seeing this, screamed, telling her to stop because he must stay. Hearing his words, the girl could not hold back her tears. After the zombie grinned, staring at his enemies. A moment later, lightning engulfed the entire area. 41st did not stop, taking his mistress away. Soon, Zhu came out of the smoke. The man was angry, looking after the girl. Looking at the men, he ordered them to follow her. 41st frowned, realizing their situation. Rushing towards the zombie, he asked Anya to hold on tight. In an instant, he found himself right in front of the zombies. Then, with a wave of his hand, he killed one of them. He involuntarily remembered the image of Zhu and told Anya that Zhu was not a person, but only took his appearance and was trying to fool everyone. Anya, becoming serious, said that they needed to be told about this. Zhu, finding himself near 41st, asked him not to tell anything. Not hearing consent, the man said that he would consider their silence as consent. 41st only glanced at him, and then Anya saw how blood splashed to the sides. The commander's sword pierced her servant. 41st screamed before his death, trying to convince Anya to run away. The girl, however, did not do this, looking angrily at the zombie in front of her, who began to approach her, saying that it was only a matter of time before she died. However, a moment later, the man was surprised, as was Anya herself. Zenyu, appearing in front of her, ordered her to retreat. Zhu slightly bent down, saying that they were too much trouble. Dodging the enemy's attack, Zenyu already understood everything. She immediately formed ice crystals. Then, standing in a stance, she asked the man why he needed Anya. Blocking the girl's attacks, the zombie said that it did not concern her. Rushing to the attack, the girl said that their goal should be the return of the king. Crossing blades with Zhu, the girl said that everything should somehow be connected with the revival of the king, and Anya was most likely part of the plan. Zhu quickly attacked the girl, confirming her guess. Within a second, the opponents exchanged a dozen blows. The zombie turned the attack and said that once the king is reborn, this world will belong to them. Zenyu stared at him in shock. She screamed as she was hit. Her sword sank into the ground. Standing in front of the tired girl, Zhu said that everything they were doing was useless because their fate had already been decided. However, Mullen came up and intervened, asking what was going on. Zhu answered him by saying that he had discovered that Anya was a zombie, a traitor. Mullen's system reported that gravity control had been activated, causing the force of gravity to increase by 10 times. All the fighters immediately froze, some even fell to their knees. Jia Hao and Ming, who had come to help, apologized for being late. Forming her sword again, Zenyu ordered to warn Faye that Zhu is a traitor and also that they need Anya. Ming angrily looked at Zhu and then told Jiana to take the others with him and leave. Zhu, in a frenzy, said that his plan was disrupted because of them, so he will not let them leave. At this time, Luo was shocked by what he heard. Zayak, being calm, said that all the other team members were lured into a trap, but their team did not buy it. But then a soldier came who was in cahoots with Zhu and brought them here. The commanders heard her words and were honestly indignant. Looking at the zombie army, the girl said that escaping was out of the question, they must hold out as long as possible. The events take us to the protagonist's battlefield. The guy was intently studying his opponents. Phantom, landing on the ground, said that she did not expect that there was such a strong warrior among people. The protagonist suddenly approached Phantom and said that she had not chosen the best time to talk. The girl did not have time to dodge the guy's quick attack, and he was able to knock her to the ground in a second. However, he did not have time to finish her off because her partner had already attacked him. But the protagonist still managed to activate the absorption ability. Phantom began to swear, realizing this, and yet the girl was able to entangle the enemy's hand with threats. Her partner, seeing this, praised the girl, after which he struck. However, Min, who had arrived, blocked his blow. However, he could not stand for more than a second and screamed in pain. The zombie corrected at any moment. The protagonist caught up with the enemy and hit him in the face. However, he himself struck him, saying that their fate was sealed. The protagonist was very angry at his words and made him scream, saying that the moment he appeared here, everything changed. Having started a furious attack, the protagonist said that only those who do not want to do anything blindly believe in fate. The man frowned, looking at the enemy, who was right above him. The protagonist angrily looked at the enemy and said that it was time for him to die. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion and a pillar of mana flew into the sky. Faye, looking at the funnel, tried to understand if the enemy was alive. He really was safe thanks to Phantom, which is why he thanked her. Faye rushed down at great speed, forcing his enemy to look at him angrily. A pillar of flame crashed into two formed hands. The ground under the zombie's feet cracked due to the pressure. Suddenly, a stream of flame pierced the hands, and the protagonist, enveloped in mana, appeared right in front of the man. He did not lose his head and immediately grabbed Phantom, after which he put her in front of him, not paying attention to her indignation. But even so, the guy's hand pierced the girl and almost caught up with him. The Phantom stared at her boss in shock, asking why he did that. The protagonist gritted his teeth as the girl screamed and began to curse. The formed hand threw the two aside, and the zombie was able to rest a little while looking at his opponent. Looking at the clouds of dust, he told Faye to come out because this attack could not harm him. Spreading his arms to the sides, the zombie said that although he did not know what he was going to do, he would definitely not rush. Suddenly, dark mana appeared among the dust, which greatly surprised the zombie. A moment later, lightning dispersed all the dust. The protagonist, coming out of the clouds of dust, thanked the man for the chance. Coming out, he told the enemy that he simply let him absorb the source. The events take us to another battlefield where Malon fell to his knees. Jayahao gritted his teeth saying that the enemy was very strong, and although they were in the majority, their attacks were of no use. The grinning zombie emerged from the smoke saying that they had realized everything too late. The B-rank zombie said with a wide smile that humans were too stupid. Malon stared at him in shock and asked what he had done to Commander Zhu. The zombie thoughtfully said that if we were to speak their language, he had been sacrificed, but before his death he had screamed all the time saying that he would not succeed in anything, which made him laugh. Malon heard his words and became very angry. He immediately rushed at the opponent. The demon merely waved his hand saying that the old man had the same expression on his face. The zombie's blow created a deep wound on Malon's body. With another blow, he threw the guy away from himself. Jayahao grabbed the guy and told him to calm down, but he only birthed saying to let him go. Barely holding back tears of bitterness, the guy said that he had followed the orders of the monster that had taken the form of the commander, which is why his brothers had died. Suddenly the demon appeared behind Anya saying that it was time for him to finish. Zenyu swung her sword trying to strike the monster, but it had already appeared in another place along with Anya. The girl directed her ice crystals at the zombie and ordered him to let the girl go. The zombie grinned, repelling the attacks and saying that they were putting too much effort into saving the little zombie. The girl no longer stood and rushed forward, but the zombie easily blocked all her attacks saying that they were no longer worthy of being called humans after such an act. Then he smiled asking if they had fallen under the girl's control. Zenyu screamed saying that Anya was not like him. Suddenly the monster grabbed her face saying that she was the same zombie, they were all born to kill people. The zombie grinned and asked if she wanted to save people, then he suggested that she kill the girl, and then humanity would live because their king would not be able to resurrect. Anya got angry ordering the zombie to let her sister go. Zenyu herself was horrified. The zombie, seeing her state, chuckled, saying that any person who is given such an opportunity should not hesitate for a second, otherwise she will betray humanity right now. The guys standing aside bowed their heads, feeling terrible. The zombie stared at Zenyu in shock, who was able to escape from his grip and said that by pretending to be a human for a while, he has no right to judge them. Flying up, the zombie said that if it were someone else in her place, he would have done it a long time ago. Ice crystals began to spread away from the girl's leg. In an instant, a huge wall of ice was created, which rose up. Malon and Jayahao, seeing this, were amazed by the girl's strength. She climbed the wall and slid along it. The girl did not lose her composure, being calm. Looking at her, the monster said that he would now find out what she was planning. Zenyu created ice crystals, attacking the enemy with them. But he blocked all the attacks with his wing, but he blocked his view. Because of which, a moment later, the ice hit him in the back. Zenyu, moving at great speed, attacked the enemy from all sides. The zombie noted with hostility that her attacks could limit his movements. The girl jumped off the wall, and with one blow, she cut off the monster's arm. After which, in flight, the girls looked at each other with smiles. However, the demon himself only grinned, growing a new arm. With one blow, he threw the girl into the distance, after which he grabbed Anya again, saying that for a second he even became interested. Looking down, he realized that his stubborn opponent was still alive. He abruptly hit the wall, and threw pieces of ice at the girl, saying that he would see how long she could hold out. Zenyu stared in shock at the ice rushing towards her. Because of the speed, the fragments had enormous energy and created small explosions. The zombie grinned and said that he didn't even think that there would be more volunteers to die. Goldie, who blocked the fragments with his body, was trembling. Soon he took his small form and Zenyu immediately grabbed the puppy. The zombie laughed and asked Zenyu who would save her this time. Anya suddenly screamed saying that she would go with him, but on the condition that he would not harm others. The coordinate that his opponent had been absorbed by the phantom, and now if the king was not resurrected, there would be trouble. The demon, angry, immediately rushed away, but suddenly asking her brother to save Anya. Looking at the gate, the zombie said that the king would soon be resurrected. Suddenly, he looked back warily. Having killed another zombie, he said that all this was useless, and said that this time it was not her doing. The demon stared at him and asked if he understood what he was doing now. Smiling, Lan said that since he had injured his brother Goldie, he should avenge him and if to hold on tight. A moment later, Lan rushed away while the enemy followed him. He landed on the ground. Then he looked at the zombie and said that he didn't even need to start talking, because he knew everything about him, and by the way, no one could even say for sure that their king was behind the gate. The maddened zombie rushed at Lan, saying that he was an incredible fool. Throwing the girl back while blocking the enemy, he told her to hide. Waving his hand, the monster told Lan that he was a disgrace among them. Lan, blocking the attacks, said that they were the first to abandon him. Hearing his words, the monster asked him if he thought he had any chances on the human side. Suddenly, the werewolf grabbed the demon by the hand, after which he attacked him, saying that although he did not know the details, he knew that at least humans did not attack their comrades. Striking at the werewolf's neck, the demon said that only weaklings unite, and they just need to complete the appropriate assignments. Suddenly, Lan bit the demon on the hand, saying that he must die. However, the zombie easily freed his hand. Lan angrily glared at his opponent, who, also being angry, said that even if they both die, he will be the first. Suddenly, Anya appeared in front of the werewolf, protecting him. Seeing her, Lan began to swear. Looking behind him, the demon decided to deal with them later. At this time, someone sitting at the computer told the boss that they would arrive on the battlefield very soon. A huge plane passed through the clouds. Yanwu stood up from his chair and ordered everyone to get ready, after which he approached his team members. Then he explained to them the situation on the battlefield with the demon, and the situation with the god of war Fei. Grinning, the guy said that it was better to let them kill each other so they would save their time and resources because their goal was the evolution scheme. The ship was enveloped in mana, after which Yanwu sat down on his chair, and then the tree appeared next to him asking what he could say about their plan. He, being slightly dissatisfied, said that everything was fine. The girl standing next to him said that they had been planning this for a long time, but he should still be wary of the guy. After all, the abilities and evolutionary tree of that child are quite unusual, even if he is weak now. At this time, the protagonist looked warily at the enemy, who again formed a hand and attacked him. Swinging his hand, he repelled the attack. The zombie screamed angrily. Then he formed his avatar. However, the protagonist easily dodged the blow, flying up to the avatar's head. A moment later, he was near the giant's head, but he managed to grab the guy. The fairy eye flashed brightly, and his mana began to be released, frightening the enemy. In shock, looking at the guy, he asked if he was their king. The protagonist, coldly looking at the enemy, was puzzled. He suddenly let him go, after which he removed his avatar. Then the man fell to his knees. He knelt down and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he had made a mistake. The protagonist, starting to approach the zombie, asked him what he meant by calling him king. Bowing his head, the man said that he had just felt the aura that emanated from their king. The guy, hearing him, asked who he was going to resurrect since the king was standing in front of him. The zombie despaired, saying that they had made a mistake. The demon became angry when his boss ordered him to stop. Looking at the gate, the demon said that he could not stop when he was just one step away from resurrection. The man slightly raised his head, and then the protagonist put his hand on his head, after which, looking at him arrogantly, he reminded him that for him, sacrificing himself for the king was an honor. The man suddenly began to scream in agony. Then the system reported the activation of the ability to devour. When the man was enveloped in mana, he began to beg for mercy. A moment later, he screamed loudly, and then the protagonist said that he would not allow those who do not value the lives of their comrades to enjoy life. Soon the zombie's body fell to the ground. The system informed the protagonist about the launch of the devouring process. The Yanwu tree exclaimed at that moment. She began to remember the appearance of her father, how she was born. Her father was the supreme being of this universe, who had power over everything, but he was tired. Therefore, he created many trees of evolution, 4 of them to be exact, and divided himself between them. Yan looked at the girl and said that she had not spoken about this before. The girl closed her eyes and said that her father had divided his power into 4 parts. The one they had absorbed was her second brother with the ability of light. The one who had managed to escape that time controlled the space. Then he opened a portal and victory in the universe where her sister was, or rather he had not escaped, but wanted to defeat them. But for this, he needed to absorb the guy and her sister inside him. Because his ability to absorb, he could absorb everything and become stronger in the shortest possible time. The system informed the protagonist that he had successfully reached rank B, and now the ability to absorb had improved to level 5. The protagonist involuntarily called up the system window looking at his characteristics. Yan grinned and said that he did not feel sorry even for his brothers and sisters. Feeling the horror, his tree said that darkness is able to hide all things. Those living in darkness will never know the joy of light, so he has no right to tell her about it. The protagonist closed his eyes when his tree told him everything she remembered. The guy formed wings from the darkness. The protagonist said that he is the king of zombies, but they mistakenly assume that the imprisoned brother is their king. His eyes flashed while the guy himself tried to understand why he became the king. The demon at this time was angry and cursing rushed away. A second later he was near the gate. It was then that the protagonist appeared in front of him. Anya was very happy to see him. Looking at the girl, he told her not to worry. The demon screamed, telling the guy that he was not afraid of him. The protagonist, releasing his aura, called the demon a fool for not recognizing his king. The demon, landing on the ground, told the protagonist that he cannot be the king. Clenching his fist, he said that humans are vulnerable. Taking the form of Sig, he asked the guy if he would attack his comrade. Suddenly, the living monster was pierced by darkness, and Anya flew out of his hands. However, the formed hand of darkness caught her, then carefully placed her on the ground. The demon angrily looked at the guy and asked if he was the one who claimed that he would not attack his comrades. The guy answered him by saying that he saw how he took her form. Did he really think that he was an idiot? However, a moment later, Faye was surprised. The demon took the form of his sister and grinned. At this time, Anya was smiling standing next to Zenyu. Suddenly, an explosion occurred near them, frightening the girl. The protagonist landed next to them, saying that they should move away. The angry zombie stood up and asked how he dared to attack his sister. The protagonist looked at the enemy and released his aura. The monster attacked him, but the guy easily dodged. After which he struck. The demon was too weak for him. He even changed his clothes during the fight. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist activated the absorption ability. The demon screamed, trying to resist the ability. The monster extended his hand to the portal, asking his king to help him. However, his strength was leaving him. His hand began to drop. A moment later, the system informed the protagonist that the process was successfully completed and his life crystal was absorbed. Soon, a group of people arrived at the scene of the battle. Luo stepped forward and thanked the guy for saving all of humanity. Looking at the body of the enemy, the protagonist said that this was not the best place to talk. However, the guy looked away in surprise when he heard someone call him a king. Lan, kneeling, said that everything happened because of their ignorance. Looking at him, Faye said that he was quite understanding. Suddenly, Anya blocked the werewolf, saying that he saved her, so she hopes that her brother will save his life. The protagonist extended his hand, ordering the girl to step back. The guy put his hand to the werewolf's head. He closed his eyes, expecting agony. However, feeling the power that enveloped him, he realized that his power had returned. The protagonist, looking at the zombies, said that since he saved Anya at the risk of his life, he is now one of them, but now he is responsible for her safety. Lan immediately bowed his head, saying that he had definitely followed the order. Zenyu approached her brother and asked him where he got such clothes from. He answered saying that it was a transformed shadow. Smiling, the guy said that he did not even think about it and created the first thing that came to mind. But no one could notice the faint glow in the portal. The earth began to tremble and intensified, forcing the werewolf to tense up even more. But his strength was not enough and the paw grabbed both of them, then dragged them into the portal. The protagonist frowned, ordering everyone to retreat. Then he rushed straight into the portal. The guy flew into the air. On the way, he began to concentrate darkness on his hand. Then he attacked the monster's limb with it. However, it did not loosen its grip, dragging Anya and Lan. The protagonist frowned, seeing that the attack had no effect. He formed a hand and grabbed the enemy's limb with it. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that he would have to absorb the enemy. A moment later, the system reported that the ability to devour was activated. And then the mana began to diverge from him like a slave, but the enemy was too strong and it took a long time to devour. The creature's eye flashed brightly, and then lightning struck Anya and Lan's bodies. Anya screamed in pain. Lan gritted his teeth, seeing the state of the girl, whose clothes began to tear due to the fact that she had increased. The protagonist was shocked to see this, realizing that the Black Queen would appear before him. A moment later, the girl's body had completely changed. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement, assuming that the absorption ceremony meant the absorption of life forces. Lan looked at his king and asked to be absorbed so that he could save the girl. The protagonist became angry upon hearing his words, but Lan saw this and said that his power already belonged to him. But now there was no time for doubt. If this continued, Anya would be absorbed. After saying this, he involuntarily looked at the girl. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking Lan for forgiveness. Then the system informed him that the absorption ability had been activated. Lan smiled, saying that it was an honor for him to become his power. The protagonist was furious, having lost a loved one whom he had briefly found. Suddenly, he found himself in the space where the power of the creatures he had absorbed was stored. The guy fell down, not understanding what he wanted here. He was just approaching the bright light between the hands of his tree avatar. A stream of mana began to flow into his body, and then the tree covered his body with its hands, because of which the protagonist was enveloped in a bright light. Now his strength reached 45, agility 40, knowledge 30, fear with his hand, after which he extended his hand to the girl, and grabbed her, enveloping her in his darkness, thanks to which the girl's body was now covered. The protagonist gritted his teeth. His opponent was so strong that he was now absorbing his energy as well. Anya looked sadly at her brother and told him to leave with Zenyu. When the protagonist's lips parted, he said that he would save her at all costs. With one jerk, he moved away from the sphere, completely destroying it. Afterwards, the guy flew into the air. The creature's eye glowed brightly. The portal formed again, after which a stream of mana burst out of it. The protagonist landed near the group. Feng looked at his sister and asked her to bring clothes and look after Anya. Looking at Anya, Zenyu asked why she looked like that. The protagonist looked into the distance and said that the girl's life force had been absorbed, and the monster itself had resurrected. Soon, the stream of mana landed on the ground again. A silhouette was visible from the rising smoke. It turned out to be Longxi, who had an S rank. The protagonist landed in front of him. He looked at him and greeted his fourth sister. At this time, in a separate space, Longxi explained to his sister that their sister betrayed them and absorbed their brother. Looking at his sister, Longxi said that this happened because of him, so he needs to figure it out. For this, she must allow herself to be absorbed. The girl became wary and asked what happened to the third sister. The guy sadly said that the third sister planned to absorb everyone and appropriate her father's powers, so only by absorbing her could he compete with her. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself next to Longxi. He looked at the guy boredly. He brushed him aside like an annoying fly. The guy fell in the distance, creating an explosion when he fell. Longxi sadly looked at the guy and asked him if his mother had taught him that when adults talk, you can't interfere. However, seeing how the guy started running at great speed, he realized that he would not calm down. Soon, the protagonist found himself next to Longxi, who, being calm, said that it was useless against him. Looking at the silhouettes of the guy, Longxi admitted that his speed was truly impressive. But even so, the guy easily dodged the protagonist's attack, after which he slammed his body into the ground. Suddenly, a fire formed under the protagonist's palm. A moment later, the fire filled everything around him, but Longxi managed to step back. He closed his eyes, telling the enemy that he was close to victory. Dodging the guy's attacks, he asked to give him a couple of minutes to talk to his sister. The protagonist gritted his teeth, not understanding why he could not even touch the enemy. Longxi began to frown. He began to get tired of it, so he formed his eye in subspace, after which he closed it, saying that people are too stupid, they attacked even when they were talking to them. A moment later, Longxi opened his eye, realizing that people can only submit to someone stronger. His pupil reflected the silhouette of the guy, whom he grabbed by the throat. A second later, a powerful explosion occurred. In the center of the crater, Longxi stood over the guy's body. Slightly confused, the alien said that he was interrupted in the middle, which is why he was unable to restore all his strength. The boy looked away when someone shouted at him, ordering him to stop. His sister stood over the boy and asked why he was in human form. Her brother replied saying that he was using the body of the one he had chosen. The mission of humans was only to help in finding the original species. In her case it was the same. As soon as all the original species were collected, she could fully restore her powers. The girl got angry, recalling how their father told them to help humans protect the planet. Remembering the past, Longshi said that as soon as humans gain power, they start to dislike everything, even if the goals were initially dictated by good intentions. Suddenly the boy paused, looking at Faye, who clenched his fist, saying that humans really have many shortcomings. Wiping his chin, he said that people are cowardly and weak because they are afraid of being alone. The guy raised himself and said that people then blame themselves and regret what was done and not done. They learn from their mistakes and grow. But if it were all the work of people, they would have decided everything themselves because they are the least afraid of difficulties. The guy said the last words with steely confidence. Longshi was a little scared when he saw the guy's eyes, which reminded him of someone. The protagonist rushed forward, after which he summoned his 2 blades. Longshi, angry, appeared next to the guy, asking him how long he would survive the end of the world, whether he knew what the world would look like if all this continued. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was able to block the guy's blow. They both moved away from each other. Longshi frowned, not understanding whether this was an accident. After which he became more serious than ever. Rubbing his zit, the guy said that he knew the world he was talking about too well because he was from there, and the situation there was terrifying and zombies constantly oppressed people, but they did not give up. Longshi stared at the guy and said that there was only one fellow traveler back then. The guy puzzled Longshi by saying that his ability only worked for 10 seconds. Looking at the stones in his hand, Faye said that when he pretended to be unconscious, he was too busy with something else to notice. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that his ability does not allow him to see everything. After saying this, the protagonist threw a stone. The alien clapped his hands and praised the protagonist for his resourcefulness. Then he frowned and asked the guy if he thought he could defeat him. However, the guy did not answer and rushed forward. In an instant, he created many copies of himself. Running at full speed, the protagonist understood that he could not win because if the enemy foresaw everything, his abilities would have no effect. Longshi suddenly appeared in front of him, saying that even if he had figured out the essence of his abilities, he would not stand and wait for an attack. The alien smiled tenderly, saying that the most terrible thing is defense, because the more you defend yourself, the more vulnerable spots you leave. Suddenly, the alien frowned. His opponent decided not to defend himself and attacked him, so Longshi counterattacked him. The guy slid back holding his stomach, after which he formed many streams of flame attacking the enemy. The balls began to explode, covering a huge area. The guy's tree appeared and said that he could not be defeated like that. The guy himself said angrily that he was just giving Zenyu time to leave. Longshi, coming out of the flame, realized that he could not strengthen himself even if he absorbed the guy right now. Rushing to the enemy, he realized that after absorbing him, he would have to strengthen for a long time. At this time, a group of people ran away. Zenyu, holding Anya in her arms, said that they can't help in any way, and it's sad. Looking at the girl, Zenyu said that her brother will avenge her. Min, who was walking behind, asked where the white owl was. The events transfer us to the protagonist's battlefield. Longshi stood firmly, while holding the protagonist with one hand. Enduring the pain, the protagonist asked if Anya could return to her previous form. Longshi frowned, saying that she was just a tool, so she couldn't do it. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking what she did to him when she was just a child. He was greatly shocked by the alien. The guy released his aura, asking what she did in her past life, and this one, that he killed her when he was a child. Looking at the guy coldly, Longshi said that in this world, only the strongest have the right to complain. The protagonist enveloped his body in flames, but it was useless no matter how hard he tried. Longshi frowned, saying that the guy remained the same as in his previous life. Suddenly, someone hit him on the back of the head. Thanks to this, the protagonist was able to free himself from the grip. Longshi looked behind him and saw only Xiaobagu barely holding back his tears. In rage, the owl rushed towards him. However, it was easily grabbed by the alien, after which he easily dodged the storm. Throwing the owl away, he said that even killing it was a pity. However, a moment later, he was puzzled. The protagonist, finding himself near the owl, asked him why he came here, leaving Anya and the others. The owl cried, barely pronouncing Anya's name. After that, she held out the medallion, saying that she dropped it, and without her, Anya would be very upset. The protagonist grabbed the amulet and apologized to the owl, after which he stared at the amulet, telling Xiaobagu to rest. The guy bowed his head and asked the tree if she would mind if he killed her brother. She only looked away sadly. The guy, not hearing an answer, stood up and said that he was right, there was no place for compassion in this world. Having attached the amulet, Faye said that he did not need to convince others of what was right, but only needed to become the strongest and protect what he considered strong. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist said that he would absorb everyone. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she did not mind. The protagonist clenched his fist, deciding to take revenge on Longxi. Longxi looked closely at the spatial icon. Then he frowned, asking if he wanted to lock him inside the sign, although it was useless because he would break out. The protagonist angrily looked at the enemy and said that Anya would fight him this time. Then he rushed to attack. He slashed a flame straight into Longxi's face. After he hit him, but he was able to block the blow, after which the alien grabbed the guy by the clothes. Smiling, Longxi said that perhaps he even overestimated him. The protagonist, being calm, reminded that 10 seconds had passed. This made the alien wary. It was then that something approached him from behind. The guy immediately began to turn around. It was at this moment that the flaw ability was activated, and the protagonist's blow hit the monster right in the back, attacking a vulnerable spot. Longxi immediately jumped to the side. The angry guy tried to understand how the clone ended up behind him. The protagonist, looking at his hands, felt the power. Having struck, he received 4% of the opponent's power thanks to the S-class artifact. It was the medallion that Sayabagu gave him. Longxi closed his eyes, admitting that he underestimated the enemy. Looking at the guy, he said that he kept his clone in another dimension, and then called him at the right moment. The protagonist frowned and said that he also found out his weak spot. Rushing towards the enemy, Longxi said that he would be happy to see what he found out. But seeing the enemies in action, the alien was puzzled. He only looked at him coldly. When he struck, the guy was able to block the attack. The protagonist barely held back the attacks, reacting only at the moment of the enemy's attack. Longxi grinned, feeling his superiority. Fei grinned, telling the enemy to be more careful. The alien immediately looked behind him. However, what he saw greatly surprised him. The protagonist was not behind him, but above him. The guy glanced to the side, trying to understand how this happened. Having looked at the essence, he realized that the guy activated the power of thought. Pointing at the enemy with his hand, the protagonist said that when Sayabagu attacked him, she managed to attack in the blind spot. That was when he lost to the Tree of Darkness. He could foresee the future only of what he saw. Suddenly, Longxi landed near the guy. The protagonist defended himself from the shock wave, realizing that the power of darkness was limited. Stone fragments began to fly towards him, but he easily parried everything. However, Longxi took advantage of the enemy's distraction and got closer. In a few seconds, the opponents collided dozens of times, praising each other's abilities, as if they were in love with the opponent and did not want to kill him. Longxi stretched out his hand and grabbed the guy's leg with it. Then he threw Fei to the ground. Smiling, Longxi said that the difference between them was too great. Suddenly, the protagonist's body dissolved, shocking the enemy. The guy himself appeared behind him, saying that if the shadow's attacks do not work, then he himself will inflict them. He concentrated a huge amount of mana in his leg, after which he even added dark mana to the flame, and with a yoke of screams, he brought down a blow on the defeated Longxi. Longxi frowned, noticing that the hero had exchanged with the shadow. A blazing flame can be seen, and it turns out that the young man has increased the attack area. The fire surrounds the clear area where it is safe. Longxi smirks as he analyzes the battle. Suddenly, he notices something. Suddenly, there is an explosion of flames. Everything is filled with fire. A wind lasers between the trees. Suddenly, the girl who protected them appears in front of Zenyu. A group of people are standing in a cloud of dust, and they think that zombies are advancing. Something appears in the sky and a phrase is heard saying that they are not zombies. It lands on a human palm, and it turns out that they are the last hope of humanity. Young people appear and one of them introduces himself. Zenyu frowns, asking why they are here. The red-haired man smiles and the other guy tells him to take his hands away. The blonde crosses her arms, declaring that there can only be one absolute zero in this world. The other boys, one of whom is wearing a mask, refuse. The tip of his sword hovers above the ground. The red-haired man puts his weapon behind his back and decides to go with the three of them. The girl turns around, and it turns out that Zenyu knows them. The dark-skinned man with the bandana notes that they don't have much time. They stand at a distance, discussing the plan. Zenyu tenses, realizing that they need her friend too. Suddenly, she notices something. She frowns as the others step forward, preparing to fight. The red-haired man grins wildly, deciding that it's even better this way. There is only a crater on the ground, and the boys want to finish this before the boss arrives. Suddenly, the boy is attacked. Fei wipes her face, noticing that he only hit once. Longxi smirks, realizing that this is how the man can perceive his perception. His legs fall onto the surface of the water. One of them rises. Meanwhile, a shark swims under Longxi, and he claims that within the territory of the sea he can feel and hear any movement. Suddenly, Fei begins to strike him. Longxi frowns, declaring that his enemy will not defeat him. Suddenly, a smiling man appears. Both guys are immediately amazed. Under Longxi is a huge shark with an open mouth, and the thought of the Tree of Evolution sounds. The man lands in front of the guys. Smiling, Yanwu notices the guy's imminent revival. Fei tenses, thinking about the aura. Suddenly, he is grabbed by the shoulder. Longxi pulls him along. Here they stop, and the boy says that Yanwu is stronger than them. Suddenly, a man appears behind them, upset by the boy's actions. The fair-haired man covers himself with his hands from the attack. Suddenly, a magical wave breaks forward. Yanwu stands in front of a dark magical mess. Fei speaks in surprise about his weapon. Longshi wipes his mouth, claiming that the weapon was absorbed. He frowns, noticing that the young man also felt Yanwu's power. Suddenly, Fei's face darkens, and he decides to absorb everyone. Suddenly, Longshi turns around tensely. Fei only looks at him questioningly. Yanwu hovers in front of them and decides to attack first. Then his trace is gone. Here, Zenyu wipes her face, breathing heavily. She stands surrounded by people. The girl frowns, believing that not everyone has gathered Tianwang. The red-haired man has a powerful weapon in his hands. The young men frown, declaring that their opponents have no chance. To this, the red-haired man desperately says that they will never leave Zenyu. He waves the tip of the sword. Suddenly, the man hits the ground with his weapon, declaring that the guys made their own choice. A huge ice floe appears in front of the guys. Weapons fly in the air. They scan the area because they need to find a target. The guy frowns, saying that these are his devices. Suddenly, the weapons begin to emit lasers. Thus, they cut down trees. The girl with the sparkling weapon in her hands asks if everything is okay, and it turns out that someone is using the power of moving devices. The girl with the ponytail puts her hand forward, casting a spell. Lao he smiles, holding the sword behind her back, and they decide to attack. At that moment, the young men rush from their place. Intersecting lasers are visible. Meanwhile, the red-haired man swings his sword. Zenyu raises her head, noticing that the opponents have broken through. Suddenly, she runs into an enemy. The girl is shocked, feeling a heaviness in her body. A man who controls gravity appears, and it is suggested that this is because of him. Meanwhile, Lao he takes his weapon back, approaching his opponent. Smiling, he suggests not to interfere with the girls. The blonde grits his teeth when a flame appears in front of him. Then, the red-haired man strikes him. Suddenly, the man spits blood. Meanwhile, Lao he frowns, claiming that his opponent does not have long left. Suddenly, Zenyu calls out to Jia Hao with concern. A girl rushes towards her, declaring that there can only be one absolute zero in this world. An explosion occurs. A fight ensues between the girls. One of them smirks, wondering why Zenyu did not want to join Tianwang. To this, the girl frowns, declaring that they think differently. Suddenly, there is a blow and the young people jump back. Pulling the bowstring, the blonde claims that she will show how to use this ability correctly. Suddenly, ice arrows begin to fly at Zenyu. She raises her hand, clenching it into a fist, and ice appears. Meanwhile, the girl launches new arrows. She tries to break through the block of ice. Zenyu clenches her teeth, realizing that she may not last long. Her rival smiles, believing that this is her limit. Suddenly, the ice in front of Zenyu's face collapses. An arrow flies straight at her. Then the fiery guy overtakes her. Suddenly, everything is filled with his flames. The girl covers herself with her hand. The other smirks, noticing the newcomer. Meanwhile, Long protects Zenyu, covering her with his hand. The red-haired man turns around, noticing the man. A girl approaches them, talking about the serious injury of the guy. She smiles, saying that she is the fairy girl. The lady with the ponytail is amazed at this. As Zenyu looks at her questioningly, Long awkwardly tells her not to take the newcomer seriously. The red-haired man holds his comrade in his arms while Lan Kai heals him. The man examines his body, noting that it has fully recovered. The young men turn to look at her sadly. Ania appears unconscious, and Lan Kai is asked to examine her. The purple-haired girl looks on with interest, asking why the healer is here. Suddenly, a weapon hits the ground. The red-haired man is holding it, telling everyone to stop chatting. Long frowns, asking Lan Kai to heal everyone who needs help. At this, she closes her eyes, casting a spell, and tells them not to underestimate her. A magical field appears, and it turns out that the healing was successful. The young men are determined and decide to act. A dark, windy area is depicted. Suddenly, several blows fall on her. Longshi is seen rushing. He grits his teeth, looking away. Suddenly, many faces appear, climbing towards him. The man is taken aback, trying to justify himself. Suddenly, Fei jumps on him. Longshi hits his face with his hand, asking for forgiveness. His eyes sparkle, and he talks about the man's ability. Yanwu's cloak flutters, and he decides that he has played enough. After this, the young men tense up. Then Longshi starts to run away, saying that if the darkness touches Fei, he will be finished. The darkness is moving straight towards them, and it turns out that there is no way out. Longshi opens his eyes wide, not wanting to die here. Suddenly, he looks ahead and notices a gap. The young men rush from the spot, deciding to get out of here first. The next second, Longshi's body is pierced by several stakes. The young man calls out to him worriedly. To this, Yanwu seriously declares that none of them will leave here alive. The darkness swirled around the boys as they panicked that they had no way out as they didn't know what to do now. Fei turned around, noticing the sharp spikes of darkness rushing towards him. He cut the air with his hand, defending himself from the attack, and told his comrade that they had no choice, so they could only fight. Longxi looked at Fei fighting and remained silent. He grimaced in pain and thought that it seemed like this was the only way out. White streaks of light cut through the space. Longxi grabbed a spike with his hands and pulled it out. Soon, all the spikes piercing his body fell to the ground. He called Fei to him. However, the boy looked sideways at Longxi and said that they would not be able to escape due to his condition, so he could only absorb him and fight. However, Longxi believed that it was not the time yet, since even if Fei absorbed him, he would not be able to defeat the enemy. However, the boy still did not understand what to do. Their enemy was approaching, deciding to attack with an electrified sphere. Fei nervously told the spirit that if he had any thoughts, then he should speak up, since the enemy was already close. The enemy threw the sphere at them and mockingly asked if they decided not to resist, since he believed that this was the right decision, since there was no need to waste their energy. Suddenly, the man stopped, looking ahead in surprise. Longxi frowned and said that he had failed to absorb him then, so he should not think about it this time either, since he should just wait, since very soon he would be punished for his crimes. The man perked up, perplexed. Fei stood in front of Longxi, protecting him, and nervously asked what was going on, then demanded that he spill it. Longxi began to spin the glowing ball in his hands and asked the guy not to rush, since he was about to find out everything. Suddenly, Yanwu's attacks could not break through the protective barrier. The man angrily asked Longxi if he wanted to run away again, tail between his legs, then said that he knew where to go, since this was the place where he turned everything into hell, and in her state, he was finished there. The ball in Longxi's hands grew brighter and brighter as he said that he was not running away, but doing this in order to defeat the enemy, so he should not even dream of absorbing them. Fei nervously turned around and asked about Longxi wanting to return them there, then mentioned Zenyu. Longxi narrowed his eyes and explained that Fei did not belong here, because if he stayed here, he was finished, and since everything was ready, it was time to move through time. Suddenly, light tentacles appeared above them, and the enemy shouted that they could not escape, as it would swallow them both, after which Fei cursed. Yanwu looked at the protective sphere wrapped in his magic, and said that fortunately, he managed to cut off their escape route. He chuckled, as he had already said that they could not escape him with displeasure. Anya also got up and explained that they did not intend to hide this from him, but he was the most important part of this plan, and therefore they did not want the time of responsibility to affect his actions, which could change the prophecy. But now that they have reached the climax, they can no longer hide it. From now on he must act according to the plan. Fei listened to the girl, stretched out his hand and said that Ashu said that when he died, the space-time tunnel would close, but did they really have other ways to move? King looked at the guy and firmly answered, yes, they had a way out, although it would take more effort. After Ashu died, the zombies had become much stronger. He needed to kill 3 peak S-rank zombies. The first, an S-rank Hell Dragon. The second, an S-rank Flame Eagle. The third, an S-rank Void Serpent. Defeating these 3 would make him much stronger, but more importantly, he would obtain artifacts. The energy contained in them would open the space-time tunnel, allowing him to return to Yin. The protagonist looked at King and asked, that is, he just had to collect these 3 items, adding that in that case, he should not waste his time. Suddenly, Anya said that that was not all. She put the stick into the fire and said that there was more than that. Their desire alone was not enough. Those on the other side must help them. There was no rush here. Considering the characteristics of his evolutionary tree, swarming with zombies, the best places to hone his abilities. Even after he had absorbed a Sha, he was still no match for Yanwu. Hearing this, the protagonist jumped to his feet and shouted in shock, those on the other side must help, adding that because he had left, the zombies on the other side would also go berserk. And Yanwu there, Zenyu and the other prize. King waved his hand and said with a smile that he was glad to see him. The protagonist indignantly asked how this was possible. The protagonist replied that he had swapped with himself from that space, to which King said that each of them had their own tasks. The Black Queen looked at them and said that they would finish here because they needed to figure out the route. She looked at Jingle and called her over. Anya stroked her head and told Fei that now the girl would follow him and be his guide, since she knew the way well. Jingle indignantly replied that she did not want to go with the guy, and Anya asked her to be a good girl. The protagonist said that there was no need for this, and it would be convenient for him on his own, so let them just tell him where to go. The Black Queen replied that the guy had previously been so weak that he had not interacted with the strong of this world at all, and the zombies, the artifacts from which he needed, were captured by them, and only those whom they personally approved could pass. She pointed to the displeased Jingle and said that she could give him a recommendation if he took her with him. The guy looked at her and her cruel childhood appeared in his head. He said that he understood everything, so she would go with him and he would take care of her. Anya pushed her and told Fei not to underestimate her because she would be useful. King turned to them and said that everything was almost ready, so they needed to rest and start everything the next day. The protagonist got up from the tree and said that there was no need for that because he wanted to start right now because they were waiting for him. The Black Queen looked at him and asked how that Anya was doing. Faye thought for a moment and replied that he had met her when everything had just begun, and since then they had always been together since she had become a member of his family. He said, upset, that he knew what the Queen had to go through here and was trying to protect the girl from it. She smiled and put her hand to her cheek, saying that she was even a little jealous. After some time, King was sitting near the fire and said that they had already left, and who would have thought that he would ever see the smile of the Black Queen, to which the girl replied that she also did not think that she would ever show her to people. She lowered her head, trying to hide her tears, and said that it was strange, but she was pleased to realize that in another dimension she could be happy. She went to her pet and said that it was time for them to go too, but if anything, she was in touch and the rest was up to Faye. She turned to the guy and said that she no longer used the ability because it was dangerous, and she no longer needed to watch since she would know too much, it would be harder to make a choice. King nodded to her and agreed. Finally, he told her to take care of herself. Zenyu, the protagonist from another life, suddenly screamed loudly. He grabbed his sister and screamed that he missed her very much, after which he asked if she could really stand and why she couldn't listen to him and just stay home. Hearing this, Zenyu was very surprised and asked if he was really her older brother. Faye let go of her, scratched his cheek and replied in confusion. Of course, in the past he had somehow mysteriously entered a world full of zombies, and it had taken him an incredibly long time to return. He was so worried about his sister and thought that she was starving here. Suddenly, he heard a furious scream from Lan Kai behind him. She waved her hand and screamed that Faye couldn't look like that, then asked why he had turned into a child, ordering him to quickly return to his previous appearance. The girl began to get very angry and wave her hands, and King and Long came out from behind the bushes, the latter saying that he had moved them in time, otherwise they would have all ended. He looked at King and added that he was just doing what he was told, to which King adjusted his scarf and said that he was grateful to him anyway, then said that his name was Long. Zayak came up to them and said that her name was King. Long looked at Zayak and asked how this could be. Could this boy really be Faye? The girl looked at King and asked if he wasn't supposed to go with Luo's commanders. King spread his hands and said that Lifeng and the others could do it, but he should find out what happened here. Suddenly, Lan Kai walked up to Long and said with displeasure that they hadn't agreed on this. The boy was scared and said that Faye really was him and was as strong as before. Hearing this, the girl put her hand to her chin and said that if that was true, then he could do it. Turning around, Faye really came from another dimension, and Zenyu asked in bewilderment how this could be. The protagonist replied that this is how they actually switched places. Long thoughtfully scratched his chin and said that it was really hard to believe, but if they remembered the guy's past actions, then it explains a lot, and now his adult part has returned to its dimension. King looked at him and said that he would now get to the main point. A magic book appeared in his hands and he said that after the Judgment Day, he received the ability of the Dead Sea Scripture, which wrote what should happen in the future, and his actions are based on its contents. He learned that in addition to Faye, there is also the leader Tianwang, who is also a time traveler, so today they are their worst enemies. Yanwu sat in a seat on the plane and said that his people must reach the S rank as soon as possible. He scratched his cheek and said that the slow ones die first, and they need to absorb zombies or humans. He does not care. Long looked at King and asked if they should really confront Tianwang. King replied that there is no further information, so the boy will tell them the rest. Faye said that they should hurry up to increase the rank, because it will help in the future. He continued that their ultimate goal is to destroy the 3 strongest zombies and collect the artifacts they drop. Long thoughtfully asked if the artifacts would help them in the battle with Tianwang. The protagonist extended his hand forward and replied that it was also that they could open the space-time tunnel once more and allow the second one to return. Lanky opened her mouth in horror and asked if that strong handsome guy could still return. King stood up from the ground and said that he had to go, and Long asked if he wouldn't come with them. King looked at him and said that he had no abilities that could be useful in battle, and he would only be a burden, and when the time came, he would find them. He handed the guy a coin and said that the fate of this world was in their hands. After a while, Long looked at everyone and said that the path promised to be dangerous, and if anyone wanted to refuse to go further, then now was the time. Lanky smiled and said that as a fairy girl, she simply could not refuse. The others replied that they also agreed. Long frowned and said that they were now a team and should come up with a plan for further action. Zenyu thought that this time it was serious, and now they could only get stronger and make their brother's job easier. At this time, the protagonist stood in front of a huge monster in the shape of a hydra. The monster launched an attack first, releasing a stream of flames from its mouth. Faye dodged, but the second head of the hydra attacked him from the side. Reacting quickly, the protagonist counterattacked the monster, delivering powerful sword strikes. After finishing, he raised his hand. He was on the 550th floor against a B-rank monster. He successfully passed this test in 5 minutes. He stood in front of the portal to the 501st floor and said that this was the final. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that the negative effect of gravity would be increased to 100% and the effects of fire would continue. Tada suddenly appeared and screamed for him to stop. She fell at his feet and began to scream with tears in her eyes, saying that he had disappeared for such a long time, and now he suddenly appeared and cleared so many floors at once. So if he continued like this, she would lose her job. She then asked him to stop for today, since it had been such a long day and he must be tired. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face and replied, okay, adding that it was really tiring since he hadn't even had time to sort out the evolution points he had obtained after absorbing Longxi, so he would pass this floor after a little preparation. Great, Tada exclaimed. After that, he entered the palace of the Tree of Evolution. He found himself in a spacious hall in front of a girl. He addressed her as Zenyu and said that she looked very weak. The girl put her hand to her chest and replied that everything was fine, adding that her body had just not adapted to the transition to this dimension yet, so she just needed to rest for a while. The protagonist opened the system screen in front of him and told her to take advantage of the free time to rest and gain strength, while he would deal with the distribution of his evolution points, adding that no one would have thought that he would directly obtain a rank like that. The system window that appeared said that the absorption ability had been upgraded to level 6. All existing stats had been upgraded. The level 6 contract had increased the number of contracts by 1, as well as many other enhancements. His strength, agility, cognition, and spiritual power were at enormous levels. He looked at this and said that his spiritual power was already at level 9, and at level 10, he would experience a huge change. He tried to upgrade his spiritual power to level 10, but the upgrade cost 150,000 points and he only had 125,000. Seeing this, he put his hand to his chin and said that he had saved up his points for so long, but it was still not enough, after which he turned to the evolution tree and asked whether he should save them or distribute them among other stats. Zenyu leaned towards him and said that she thought that it was better to wait, because if a difficult situation arose, she could spend them wisely. Hearing this, Faye chuckled and removed the system window in front of him, saying that he would need to look at the situation. After saying this, he walked out of the Evolution Tree Palace. Closing his eyes, he returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a delicious meal prepared by Jingle in front of him. He then said that he didn't know she could cook. The girl turned away from him and asked him happily if it was really that surprising, adding that she was in charge of the Black Queen's diet, and if he died of hunger, the whole plan would go down the drain, otherwise she wouldn't have done it. She also said that Ashu was much stronger than him, so she didn't understand why he was chosen. Faye looked at his food and asked if she wanted to know why he agreed to take her with him because Ashu had talked about her. Hearing this, Jingle turned around and asked what he had said. The protagonist replied that he would eat and then tell her, to which the girl said discontentedly that he had a minute. A few minutes later, the empty container of food stood by the fire. Then Jingle said that he had already finished eating, so it was time to tell what Ashu had said. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that first he would answer her question, so why was he chosen and not Ashu? He began to calmly tell her that during their battle, he felt like it wanted to devour him, he wanted to face Yanwu face to face. Faye then looked at his hand and said that when Yanwu actually appeared, the darkness in Ashu's heart overwhelmed him. Guilt did not allow him to believe that he could accomplish such an important task. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that it was only after he received its power that he realized what he had been through. Faye looked at Jingle and said that he saw the girl in his memory fragments, and she always believed in him. And now that he had adopted everything that had befallen Isha, he would help correct his mistakes, so since he mentioned her, it meant that she should witness it. Jingle grabbed the straps of her backpack and lowered her head down. She began to walk away and the guy watched her. With tears in her eyes, she turned to him and shouted that they needed to go, because there was a long way ahead. The protagonist looked after her in confusion. He lowered his head with a smirk. He adjusted his cloak and said that they were only wasting time like this, so now was a great opportunity to try out a new ability. At that very second, the guy activated a shadow clone, which appeared next to him. His eye glowed with a bright light and a shapeshift was applied. His shadow changed and took the form of a huge wolf. Jingle looked up with her mouth wide open and asked if the guy could control the zombie too, but that was the Black Queen's ability. The main character riding the wolf said that it wasn't a zombie, but his clone in a different form, and that was his friend Jinbao, and then asked her to jump in because they didn't have much time. They flew up high and the guy said that this one would be called Haibao. A sneezing sound was heard in the cave. Goldie looked at Bugu and asked if he was sick, to which the owl replied that Anya said that a person sneezes when someone remembers him. Goldie replied that his dad must miss him. Bugu looked at the circle of people and said that people were strange, because Faye suddenly became small and Anya, on the contrary. They turned their gaze to the girl lying next to them. Lon lowered his head and said that they discussed the further plan of action and they did not have much time, and since they were now a team, they needed a leader. He suggested that Zayak would be suitable for this role. The girl replied that the guys had much more experience than her, and Lon was more familiar with Tianwing than anyone else. The protagonist abruptly turned around, noticing Goldie behind him. He grabbed him in his arms and called him very cute, wondering if this was also a zombie. The dog began to wave his paws in displeasure in different directions, trying to get out. He flew up to Zenyu and she said that the boy was her older brother. Long said that first they needed to find Yun and the others, because more people wouldn't hurt, and Lanky said that she was really looking forward to the protagonist's return. Zenyu was petting Goldie and suddenly turned around. She noticed Faye quickly leaving the cave. The protagonist came out of the cave and looked up at the clear sky. Zenyu caught up with him and asked why he left, to which the guy replied that everything was fine, it just got stuffy, he needed some fresh air. He looked at his sister with a smile on his face and said who would have thought that her legs would fully recover, now she was even taller than him. Zenyu looked at him and said that it was because he was too picky about food and also liked to eat all sorts of nonsense. Faye smiled widely and asked him to tell her what she had to go through during all this time. Some time passed. Zenyu told everything, posing and depicting what had happened. Faye shook his fists and told what happened to him, and then they laughed together. After a while, they sat on the edge of a cliff, and the girl said that she had not talked to her older brother like this for a long time. The guy said that for as long as he could remember, he spent every day with his uncle. He lowered his head in sadness and added that they had really been through a lot. Thanks to that protagonist, they were all safe now. He learned that his sister had died in that time and space. He did not dare to take her with him because of his injuries and lived with regret for the past 20 years. Hearing this, Zenyu remembered their first meeting and understood why he said that back then. Faye looked away, not knowing what to say. The girl closed her eyes and said that a lot had happened during this time. Suddenly, Faye turned to her, and she opened her eyes in surprise. The guy slightly lowered his head and asked if she really thought it was him. But before he could finish speaking, Long came out of the cave and shouted that Anya had woken up, so they could get ready and leave. Zenyu turned around and said that they would go to her right away. She then looked at the guy and asked what he just wanted to say. The guy smiled and replied, "Nothing special," adding that they could discuss it later. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the cave, saying that they still had a lot to do. Turning away from his sister, he exhaled heavily and said that he still didn't have the courage to ask her about it. Suddenly, he looked very surprised. Zenyu took his arm and asked him what he was muttering under his breath, then asked him if he didn't know who to choose, Zayak or Lanky. The guy was very confused and said that he didn't know either of them, and he had already said that he would only consider a romantic relationship after university. The girl smiled warmly and said that they should hurry up and sort this out, otherwise they would soon be in trouble. The guy looked at her and said, "Really?" adding that she was still in the mood for such jokes. Then he said to himself that he shouldn't even ask, because he already knew that he didn't have enough strength to protect her. He understood that only that Faye could handle it. At this time, the protagonist flew up to a huge volcano on his clone, saying that this was the abode of a hellish dragon. There was even a small island here, to which many ships were approaching. Only people of a rank could go to the island, or accompanied by someone who possessed S-rank power. The protagonist looked down and asked if all these people were really working together. Jingle looked down and answered, no, they were here to pass the preliminary test. Only after that they could join the attacking team, but it was time to go down. Hearing this, the protagonist's clone began to descend sharply. It flew to the ground and landed softly. The protagonist looked ahead and saw many awakened ones who were looking at him. They descended to the ground and the protagonist said that it did not take much power to maintain the life of a shadow clone, while Jingle ran ahead, asking him to wait in place because she would register him. A rough voice was heard from behind, talking about Faye. One of the Vikings called him a fool with a smile and said that the guy really thought that everyone could visit them, to which the other folded his arms across his chest and said that the protagonist would not even pass the selection. They said that the guy could be understood, because there was an official announcement that this was the last selection, and therefore everyone who was not lazy would cling to this opportunity. The knight said that they were talking about S-rank zombies, and the rewards that dropped from them were incredibly valuable, to which the Viking added that there were quite a lot of dead, and if he was not mistaken, there were about 20 unsuccessful attempts with casualties. Faye closed his eyes and thought that he felt like he had returned home, when suddenly he was asked for forgiveness. He opened his eyes and saw curls in front of him. He came to his senses and saw a girl in front of him, feeling a strange feeling. The flag of this people hung on a high spear. A huge tent stood in the center and was guarded by 2 knights. Listen came to the chief and reported that all those who registered were there, to which the king replied that it was time to evaluate them and select the 8 strongest. The servant handed him 2 envelopes containing letters of recommendation. The chief opened the envelopes and asked if someone really wanted to get in through connections. After reading, he realized that the first was from the shelter, and the second was that the Black Queen herself was recommending someone. He adjusted his glasses with his finger and realized that he had to help these 2, but they still had to pass the test. The letters wrote about Faye and Zayak, and the leader said that he wanted to see these two in action. After some time, the protagonist called out to the girl and asked if she was Zayak. The girl turned to him and asked who he was, since they had never met before. A drop of sweat appeared on Faye's face and he said that he had met her in the shelter, perhaps she just did not remember him. He thought that she would look different due to her age, but she had hardly changed. Zayak said that those who dared to come here have above average strength, and if that were true, she would not have been able to not notice him in the bunker, and then asked who he was. The protagonist put his hands forward and asked her to calm down, since he just wanted to say hello. The girl replied that he was very suspicious, to which he thought that she was perceptive. The eyes of the guild stepped forward and asked for silence. He introduced himself, saying that he was in charge of guarding the Hell Dragon and asked to be called Wu Wei, and was very happy to see so many people willing to hunt. He said that they had failed this mission 23 times with huge losses, and this was the last time they would recruit people for the squad, and if this time they failed, they would declare this area a forbidden zone for the safety of ordinary people. With glowing eyes, he said that they would then undergo a test, based on the results of which 8 people would be selected, and repeated that those who came for easy prey should turn around right now, because they had no idea what they would face. All the awakened ones began to enter the huge tent. Wu Wei controlled the entrance one by one. Zayak and the protagonist were also standing in line. The girl said that there were so many people here, so she was not sure she would be able to get through. Faye asked if he had ever been selected before, and this guy Wu Wei always participated, to which Zayak replied, yes, he always did. No one doubts his strength, he is in the top 10 strongest S rank, but even so, they have failed more than 20 times. This dragon is really terrible. Wu Wei stood silently and checked the papers. The protagonist listened to the girl and became slightly tense. Zayak suddenly turned to him and asked if he really wanted to participate, adding that he looked like he didn't understand what was going on at all. Faye smiled and replied that this was his first time here. Anyway, it was a great opportunity to gain experience. As soon as he said this, Wu Wei called out for the next one. The girl stepped forward and said that she was going, and the protagonist wished her luck. Wu Wei asked himself if they knew each other. He then pointed at the guy and said that they could go in together, that way they would save time for the others. When they went inside, Wu Wei went in with them and told the subordinate that he would take care of it himself. When the guy left, Wu Wei pointed to a large slab in front of him and said that they only needed to put their hand on it, adding that he had letters of recommendation for the two of them, so this test was a formality. Hearing this, Zayak looked at the slab and said that she wanted to take it on an equal footing with the others. She put her hand on the machine and said that if she was not strong enough, she would be a burden to the others. Wu Wei saw on the screen that she was a Pika rank and would soon advance to S rank. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and said in his head, who would have thought that this Zayak would be so strong? The girl wiped the sweat off her face with her hand and asked if she had passed. Wu Wei glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and replied that her said that he was not from the Loyang shelter, but was recommended by the Black Queen. Hearing this, Zayak was very surprised and asked if the Black Queen really gave her recommendation to a person, what was the matter, because she thought that she did not communicate with people at all. The protagonist was confused, stood on the platform and said that it was quite a long story, and he would tell it some other time, and then asked if they could move on to the test. Of course, Wu Wei replied, and then asked him to put his hand on it and use the ability. In his head, Faye said that now there was even more misunderstanding between him and Zayak, so he should try and not cause problems. He needed to control his power, adding that he thought that values close to Zayak would be enough. After thinking these thoughts, he put his hand out. He released a powerful magical power from within himself, which he was trying to control. At this time, 2 men were standing in line, saying that it had been a long time since the protagonist came in, and then asked if this test was really that hard, did they have any chance. The comrade in front of him folded his arms and said that there was no need to worry, because he must have failed and was now asking for a second chance. As soon as he said this, a terrifyingly powerful stream of magical energy was released from the tent. It enveloped the entire queue, terrifying them. The protagonist continued to put his energy. They entered the tent and looked ahead in surprise. Faye noticed that quite a few people had already passed the test. The girl saw them and said that she thought the guy was the cause of the general commotion, and the guy said that he knew Zayak since she was the best fighter in Loyang. The guy with white hair lowered his head. Eyes called the next ones and the Vikings asked to go in together. After a while, one of them said that he didn't expect that they would pass since many had fled after the explosion, and they seized this opportunity. They looked ahead and realized that they were a little out of line, but this was not a problem since people like them always work alone. Zayak looked around and saw that all 8 were there. The Vikings looked at Faye and realized that he had passed too, and that the power was his. They thought it was impossible, so it was definitely the girl standing next to him. Wu Wei looked at them all and congratulated them on joining the squad, but the worst was yet to come. He said that to begin with, they would introduce themselves and split into teams. The leader explained that there should be no more than 4 people in a team, one of whom would be a person from the guild who would act as a leader. He advised them to split into teams after they got to know each other's abilities well, because that way they would be able to find the best balance, and if they couldn't, they would adjust it later. Faye read the paper and read that the operation would begin tomorrow morning. A female voice was heard from behind him. The girl named Fanny smiled and asked if he wanted to take her into the team, because she would not allow anyone to hurt them. He spoke to Zayak and said that they decided to form a team with just the 2 of them. Hearing this, Fanny got angry and asked displeasedly, how dare he refuse her, what ingratitude. At this time, a guy named Wire, on a level, approached Zayak and said that it didn't seem like this lady was going to form a group with her, so he asked her to form a group with him, and she could leave her safety to him. The girl looked at him and said that there was no need for that. Hearing this, he tried to hug her, asking her not to reject her so quickly. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed. The protagonist held it and asked if the guy didn't understand human language. The guys with animal hats on their heads were scared and asked if Faye really wanted to die. How dare he provoke Wire, who was a human at the S level. Wire looked at the protagonist with eyes full of disdain and ordered him to take his dirty hand away from him, otherwise he would immediately turn him into a corpse. Hearing this, Faye said with hatred in his voice to let the guy try if he could. At that moment, both of them showed their strength. The floor lifted up and their terrifying power burst out. Zayak covered her face with her hand, saying that this energy was much stronger than the time they tested Faye's true identity. The rest of the people present looked at the skirmish in shock. Wire's eyes suddenly lit up and he was about to attack the guy. Suddenly, Wu Wei rushed forward. He broke the protagonist's tight grip, grabbing both of the guy's hands. He showed his terrifying strength and looked towards Wire, saying that the fight was over and asked if the guy wanted to show him respect. Wire was horrified and immediately said that he would do as he wanted. Wu Wei then squeezed the protagonist's hand and looked at him, asking what about him. Faye looked at him with hatred in his eyes, wondering what to do. Wu Wei's strength became even stronger and he ordered an answer. The protagonist gritted his teeth and firmly said that he understood. Wu Wei then smiled warmly and thanked the guys. After that, he let the opponents go and said that they should end it here because they did not want any conflicts between them, adding that if it happened again, he would immediately disqualify them. Shan approached Fanya and said that his strength was a battle tank and he wanted to form a team with her. He stretched out his hands and said that he would be in charge of defense, Lady Fanny would heal, and Wire would deal with damage, and that such a composition would suit their group better, to which the boys agreed, saying that it sounded great. The Vikings approached the white-haired guy and asked if he wanted to form a group with them. The boar happily said that he had thick skin and could be a vanguard, as well as a good sense of smell that could help detect unknown areas, and the skinny dog began to nod and say that they would be the guy's dog. Hyunrin had the ability of illusory eyes, because of which a person's mind would be impaired if they looked into them. He began to take out his sword and the Vikings screamed in fear, asking for forgiveness. Traces of the sword suddenly appeared in the air. The boar covered his face with his hands in fear, and the skinny dog pointed his finger at the ground and said to look. They saw that Hyunrin wrote his consent on the ground and Cabin said that he did not expect that the guy was both blind and dumb. Wu Wei looked around and announced that the groups were formed. Looking at the participants, he said that today everyone would rest and tomorrow they would gather at 9 o'clock. Sometime later, the volcano was slightly illuminated and it was night outside. Faye apologized to Zayako for calling her so late, to which the girl replied that he should just say what he wanted to talk about. The protagonist raised his head up and asked if it was true that the girl did not come for trophies, but to investigate the Wu Wei case or this assault operation, after which the girl frowned and asked what he wanted to tell her. Turning to her, he asked her not to worry because he was not their man, and judging by what he knew about her, she was not the type to take risks for trophies, she must have come for shelter. He stretched out his hand forward and realized that she would not believe him, but he would show her something. He moved his hand up and picked up the stones lying on the ground, to which Zayako exclaimed, how could he do that? The guy replied that it was her ability, because before the apocalypse she was a police officer, and after it she joined the refugees of Commander Luo. Faye turned to her and hoped that she would believe him, because he needed detailed information about Wu Wei and this operation, because he had a feeling that everything was not that simple. He said that he wanted them to work together. Zayak shouted that there were no survivors and everyone who participated in the operation, except for their people, did not return, and among them were people from their shelter, and she was here to investigate this situation. The protagonist looked at her puzzledly and asked what kind of ability Wu Wei had. She said that the leader was known as the first owner of a dual ability. The first one is Mighty Lines, it is an S-level ability, and the second one is still unknown because no one has seen him use it, but it is also an S-level. The girl said that people speak quite positively of him. Faye was interested in the dual S-level. Wu Wei was sitting in his tent and looking at the letter about Faye, which said that his ability was a Shadow Strike. The leader smiled and said that it was very interesting. At this time, in the protagonist's second life, Goldie was flying across the sea towards the volcano. The whole team was sitting on it. Anya looked at the protagonist and said, "Is this really Faye? He is so small." The guy folded his arms across his chest and said in his head that this is the real Faye surrounded by women. What did he do in general? Suddenly, someone turned to Zenyu and asked where Long was. The protagonist's sister looked at the guys and replied that he said that Zioan and the others were somewhere nearby. He was going to pick them up so they would meet at the destination. After saying this, she asked Goldie to find a place to land. Goldie slowly landed on the ground next to the volcano. When Zenyu got off the pet, a familiar voice called her, saying that she had already arrived. Turning around, she saw Long and immediately asked what the current situation was. The guy spread his arms and replied that they had scouted the area. The entrance was not far from here. Hearing this, the protagonist suggested that they prepare a little and set off. Suddenly, Zenyu saw a stranger and asked who it was. Long introduced the guy with glasses, saying that this was the new S-level warrior that Yun had found. His name was Wu Wei. Long put. The red-haired guy peeked out from behind the rock and said that they did the right thing by listening to him. They were also looking for S-level warriors. If they followed the list of names, they would be able to find them. The purple-haired guy peeked out from behind him, saying that they needed to use their brains more often, to which his comrade asked what they were doing here, weren't they going to start? The purple-haired guy replied that they should wait a little longer. It seemed like they had some kind of plan. When that happened, they would take what they had gathered from behind. At this time, smoke was billowing out of the volcano in the protagonist's first life. A subordinate approached Wu Wei and said that they had finished gathering. Later, all the awakened gathered in front of the boss, who said that they needed to prepare and then set off. They needed to finally decide on the team members. Then he began to introduce the awakened. The first was the guy with a hood on his head. His name was Shadow. His level was A and his ability was B rank invisibility. He is very suitable for investigation, so he will join L's team. Next was the girl Irene, rank A, with the ability of B level recovery. She is a healer and can join Ren's team. The third was Chuan, rank A, with the ability of C level taunt. He is mainly a tank and participated in the most attacks, so he will join Faye's two-man squad. After introducing the awakened, Wu Wei firmly said that it was time to prepare to go out. He opened the teleportation portal and ordered everyone to go. After Huenren, the protagonist was to go. After a while, the fire dogs inside rushed to attack. Wayne, enveloped in strong lightning, took out his sword. With a few strikes, he destroyed the monsters attacking him. Behind him stood the awakened, asking what the point of them being here was if he did everything himself. Wu Wei turned around and replied that they did not need to deal with these bastards, they needed to save their strength, because they would be next. After a few minutes, he stopped, saying that they had arrived. He stood in front of the four forks and said that they had undressed. 3 teams would go into one tunnel, and he would go into the tunnel alone. One of the guys suddenly asked what was going on. It was getting hotter. The leader said that they had already entered the center of the volcanoes and the temperature would rise. Under normal conditions, they would not last even 10 minutes in such a high temperature, so everyone needed to look for crystals that could block the heat in their respective tunnels. He said that by going through the tunnels, they would gather in one, and then take the crystals and penetrate the lava into the nests of the Hell Demon Dragons. Wire said that Wu Wei was strong enough to withstand everything. Then why didn't he just gather all the crystals while they could fight the Hell Dragon right away? The leader lowered his head and replied that it was a stupid question, because if the guys couldn't pass this test to get the tickets, it meant that they would die when they reached the place where the demonic dragon was. He said that they had to pass this test themselves, then there would be qualifications for further actions, and breaking the earth was out of the question because it would only disrupt the structure and lead to complete collapse. Zayak frowned and asked if everyone who came before had died on this path of crystals. Wu Wei replied that it was so he decided to make this the last time he brought in people from the outside, because he didn't want to be sad anymore, and if they failed this time, he would completely give up. The girl looked at him from under her brows in disbelief. Huonren said that since they were standing here, it was better to think about what to do correctly, and when they survived, think about other things. He folded his arms across his chest and Boar shouted that this was exactly what his brother wanted to say. Wire extended his hand and said that he didn't say that because he was scared, but because he just wanted to see if they could save time, since they weren't weak when it came to strength. He turned to the protagonist and said with a smirk that he was just being considerate of the man, causing Faye to exhale heavily. The protagonist said that it was time to get started, since it would be a shame if someone left, to which Wu Wei replied that they were leaving soon. Wire turned to Faye and shouted, asking what he just said, to which Shan held him back and said that if the guy had anything to say, then let them come out, since he wasn't here to watch them fight. Wire gritted his teeth in anger and told the protagonist to wait and see. They immediately dispersed into the caves. Faye carefully looked back and said that asking would not give them any results, so they would find out if they continued forward. Xiuan turned to look at them and asked if there was any intention other than attacking. The protagonist said that they heard that a man had participated in the competition the most, so could he please tell them about the situation inside, whether the others had really died, and what it had to do with Wu Wei. Xiuan replied that they should focus on what was happening now, and it would be better not to ask about the guildmaster anymore. Wu Wei adjusted his glasses and was glad that it had finally started. A loud foot-stomping sound was heard in front of the guys. A huge monster breathing fire appeared in front of them. Xiuan said that they should retreat. The huge monster rushed to attack. It was the hellish giant jaws of the Arank. Xiuan raised his hand and shouted that he would attract attention and that the guys should take care of the attack. As he shouted this, he used the taunt skill. At that very moment, the monster bit his hand with one of its mouths. The protagonist saw this and jumped towards the monster. He hit the monster's mouth with all his might. Lava splashed out from the branch that Fei hit. The protagonist immediately jumped back to avoid getting hurt. Zayak waved her hand and sent many sharp stones towards the hellish jaws. They hit the target perfectly, causing the monster to roar. Xiuan turned around and shouted to his comrades to chase him faster. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the smoke in which the monster was. Suddenly, a giant stream of flame burst out of the huge mouth of the jaw. It burned everything in its path, leaving a burnt road. The team was able to take cover by pressing against the wall. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said that it was very close, adding that the rest can be left to him because they do not have healers, so injuries will only prolong the process. Hearing this, Xiuan asked in surprise if he was really going to fight this monster alone. Fei released incredible power from himself and said that there was no need to worry. He walked out to the hellish jaws, which screamed furiously when he saw him. One of the appendages immediately rushed to attack. The protagonist dodged it with ease. In his mind, he said that he must control his power because it would be unpleasant if he ended up destroying this place. After thinking these thoughts, his eyes lit up brightly. He suddenly raised his hand and cut off the appendage of the jaws with a powerful stream of magic. Zayak looked at this with her mouth open, saying in her mind that this is incredibly powerful. It can't be that this is the power of a person of a rank, after which she asked, maybe this guy is hiding his level. But who is he? The protagonist advanced towards the hellish jaws with a burning hand. There was no fear in his eyes. Fei extended his hand forward and showered the monster with falling rocks. Xiuan came closer and asked who the guy was to easily kill in a tier monster. The protagonist turned around and said that he had come to save the world, then said that they should move on. Zayak frowned and looked at him with disdain. The guy waved his hand forward and told the man to keep up with them. Wu Wei thought that the guy was very strong and this was a pitiful sight, but his team had passed the first stage without any casualties. He followed Huan Ren, who had killed the monster. Looking at Wire's team, he confirmed that they had also passed. He thought that the level of the new recruits was quite high this time. He stood at the edge of the volcano and said that there might be great progress this time, but he didn't even know how many people would reach it. He immediately activated his ability, the Silent Prison. In his second life, Zenyu asked Wu Wei if the Silent Prison was his second ability, and the boy nodded. He explained that it could block the abilities of objects, making them unusable. The girl said that it was so unfair since he always had another ability that could be used. She said that the boy was very powerful and then asked if there was anything he wanted to do. Wu Wei awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that it was hard to say out loud, and Zenyu said that it was okay if he didn't want to talk, and the boy said that he would tell him when it was over. Little Fei gritted his teeth in anger and thought that Wu Wei had become too close to his sister since he appeared with them. Long turned to him and asked if he could rely on himself if the monsters here were so strong, to which the protagonist replied that the apocalypse had happened not so long ago and they had not yet had time to fully strengthen, so there should be no problems. Long said that then they did not have much time, because dragging out the fight would only complicate the situation, after which Fei clenched his fist and said that when the second one returned, he would definitely beat the crap out of them. Zayak said that this was the end of the conversation, because several guests came to them. Huge jaws appeared in front of them and Long activated fire in his hand, shouting for everyone to switch to battle mode. At this time, in the first life on the attack group, the third stage, Huanren swung his sword in different directions, practicing blows. Vor clenched his fists and happily said that they were so good, because they passed all the stages of the tree very easily. He looked at the boy and said that he didn't see him activate his ability on the way, so why not show them what he had up his sleeve. Huanren suddenly thrust his sword into the ground and Pig and Dog looked ahead in horror. The boy wrote in the sand that he wouldn't be able to make eye contact with the others because he was blind, to which Pig replied that the situation had taken an awkward turn. The boy turned away from them and smirked. Dog whispered that the boy seemed to be enjoying his lame jokes. Huanren frowned, hearing the danger behind him. Pig and Dog gritted their teeth in fear, looking ahead. A hellish demon cow immediately appeared in front of them. Pig raised his fist at his brother and asked if he didn't sense the enemy approaching, to which Skinny Dog looked at his hands and said that he didn't know. He didn't sense anything. The boar said that he was slacking off at the most crucial moment, adding that he was the only one left. Having said this, he curled up into a ball and rolled towards the monster. He shouted to his comrade that he would sort it out himself. The boar flew towards the monster, shouting for Hyunrin not to look down on him because he was also very cool. The hell cow reacted and abruptly hit him, sending lumps of magma flew straight at the guy. Then he grabbed his belt. Sharply tearing it off, he covered himself with a cloak. With a deft movement, he twisted the cape and wrapped the lava. After that, he cut the cape with lava with a sharp blow of the sword. After that, with one blow, he cut the hellish cow into 2 parts. The red-hot sword helped him do this. Hyunrin held a lava resistance crystal in his hand, obtained in battle. The Vikings shouted that the guy was very strong even without abilities. Boar said that Irene was missing and the abilities could not be used, so he thought it was all because of Wu Wei, and Dog said that they should surrender. Hyunrin lowered his head down in frustration. Footsteps were heard coming out of the cave. Shadow went outside and a voice was heard from the side asking if he really left so quickly. Irene came up to him and asked if he really left earlier, to which the guy replied that he didn't need to look to know the result, because after losing their abilities, they become the same as ordinary people. Wire exhaled heavily and said that when faced with S-level enemies, they cannot even resist, death is a matter of time for them. The monster grabbed Fanny and she loudly called for help, looking at the guy. He looked after the crying girl, who was screaming loudly. He thought that they had no chance of winning and was he really going to die here? Irene was glad that this was finally coming to an end, because she did not want to do this anymore, to which Shadow asked her to stop, because if the boss heard, she would be finished. He adjusted his hood and said that now no one would be able to remain clean, and it was good that she survived. He said that they brought many high-level warriors. He continued that when they died, their energy would be absorbed by the Hell Dragon, and after killing it, the reward would also increase. Shadow said that everything would be as Wu Wei planned, and by then they would also be able to get good rewards and become one of the S-class. Irene looked at him and said that Chan's team only had 3 people, and by default they should be together. Shadow said that there was one guy in his team that the boss had his eye on, to which Irene said that no matter how strong he was still useless. The guy said that this was also one of the boss's old habits, and he would not leave until he saw with his own eyes that the mission was accomplished. Shuan looked ahead in horror and said that the protagonist actually killed the Hell Demon in an instant with his bare hands. Faye picked up the crystal and began to examine it. He said that it was time to clarify what Wu Wei did to them, to which the man shouted that he did not understand what the guy was talking about, but their abilities were disabled. Shuan looked at him with his mouth wide open. Faye said that he knew it even without him saying it, and it was most likely the boss's second ability. Usually after disabling a person's abilities, they left the person to die on the spot. He wondered why Wu Wei left them to die here, because he was most likely feeding the Hell Demon Dragon. Shuan looked at the guys and said that they needed to run away urgently. He said that if the guy knew the truth, it was useless. Faye was very strong, but he was not comparable to the boss, and with his strength, running away from here was not such a big problem, because he had great abilities and it would be a pity if he died here. The protagonist asked excitedly, what about the others? Zayak indignantly shouted that now the whole world was overrun by zombies, and they were still wasting precious energy on feeding the enemy. Shuan lowered his head and said that he did not want to do this, because every time he brought people here to die, he also felt bad, but he had no other choice. He said upset that it didn't matter, it was useless to say anything now, and the guys needed to leave quickly, and he would stay. A loud explosion suddenly occurred from their side. Turning around to the huge hole, Shuan screamed, "What the hell?" A huge demon's leg appeared from inside. It was the huge hellish demon Taurus from another tunnel. Wire crawled out in front of him. His whole body was covered in bruises and wounds, and he himself asked for help because he did not want to die. Zayak looked at him and asked why he was here, where the others were. The guy extended his hand to her and said that everyone was dead. They were all killed by this monster, all their abilities were disabled. The demon raised his leg, intending to crush the guy. Zayak saw this and rushed to help. Having run up, she saw the giant leg of the monster above her. Suddenly, a powerful blow hit the demon. The protagonist turned to the girl and said that she didn't have any abilities right now. It was dangerous to act alone, because she could lose her life at any moment. Zayak became very tense and apologized, adding that she couldn't let him die in front of her, because saving people was her job. Hearing this, Faye remembered that the girl was a police officer and said in his head that after so many years, she still hadn't changed, adding that if it weren't for that, they wouldn't have been able to recognize each other at first sight. After these thoughts, he turned to Zayak and told her to get him out of here and not to worry about him. The rescued Wire looked at the killed demon and wondered if he really killed an S-rank monster in an instant without using any abilities. At this time, the protagonist looked into the depths of the tunnel, saying that he needed to move on. The road ahead was no longer one that she could handle. Hearing this, Zayak looked at his comrade and said that she had better run with them, they could call for reinforcements. Fei calmly replied that he had a task to complete. There was no time. Some time passed. A volcano. Wu Wei was standing at the top. The protagonist climbed to the top and said that he seemed to have waited for a long time. Hearing a familiar voice, the guy smiled and said that he really had been waiting for people who could get here for a long time, but he was not surprised that he had made it. Fei stared at him, saying that he had enough chatter, and then asked what his goal was. Wu Wei turned to him and said that his question was very stupid, because in such a situation there could be no other goal except to become stronger, because without the power to crush everything, he felt very insecure. Hearing this, the protagonist became angry and said that he was sorry, but this was the end of his plan. Hearing this, Wu Wei smiled and asked if the guy thought he could stop him, adding that he was surprised by this news. Suddenly, another foot stepped on the top. The boss looked ahead and saw Huan ran in front of him, and was surprised that someone else could go to this place. He said that this was certainly beyond his expectations, but the ending was not so bad after all. Wu Wei spread his arms out to the sides and suggested that they go down to the hellish demon dragon, and then he decided what to do since their goal was to defeat the dragon. The protagonist turned to the guy standing nearby with disdain. The boss did not hear an answer and said that he thought they had come to an agreement. He took the crystal in his hand and said that they would meet at the bottom. Suddenly, he jumped up and dove into the lava, rushing down. Huan Ren immediately followed him. Fei took the crystal in his hand and began to examine it. In his second life, he was also holding a crystal when he was little. Zenyu excitedly asked if he could really jump into lava with it, to which the boy replied that he wasn't sure, but according to the instructions, it was. Long said that they had to believe it, so now they should split into groups and he would go first. The protagonist said that he, Zenyu, Wu Wei, and Zayak would follow. He formed a protective barrier and asked them to come closer to him. In his first life, Wu Wei jumped down, landing softly. Huanren and Fei landed after him, and the boss said that they were among the first to get inside besides him. Both boys turned forward with interest. The boss pointed to the hanging chains ahead. He said that right in front of them was a hell dragon chained to the chains. Fei asked if he was really imprisoned. Wu Wei smirked and said that this entire island was a huge prison and without his permission, no one could leave the island. Zayak stood at the edge of the cliff and said that the exit was blocked, and Chuan said that it was the electric fences installed by the boss so they couldn't leave. Shadow asked why they were taking so long. He said that the guys actually rebelled, and Irene told Wire that they could have just gotten to the S level. Chuan gritted his teeth and realized that they had been discovered after all. Lava was dripping from the ceiling of the cave. Inside were the guys from the little protagonist's team. His sister said that she couldn't even believe that they had passed through the lava and reached the bottom. Long looked at everyone and said that it was time to move on. Floating mechanical eyes appeared in the air, and the voice of the guy from Skynet was heard, who said that the end is already here, the rest can be left to them. A red-haired boy came out from the darkness, holding a purple-haired boy by the hair. They walked forward and the first one said that he was very curious about how they all got here, but it didn't matter since they couldn't escape this time. Long looked at them and gritted his teeth in anger since he didn't even know they were watching them. Yun looked at his friend and asked what now, to which the boy replied that they would fight since they had the advantage in numbers. The purple-haired boy looked at his comrade and said that he should be careful, they weren't weaklings and some of them were even S rank. The red-haired boy smiled and said that they were still kids who hadn't experienced the hardships of life, so he would let him cover for him and after that they could rise to S rank. Long stood in front and with his hands burning, told Yun and Zenyu to block them, adding that they would fight in the front rows and the others would support them from behind. Anya stretched out her hand and sent 21, 41, and the owl to attack, shouting at them to attack with all their might since they would be healed. Lanky stood next to Anya, saying that she was not so bad at being quick-witted, to which Anya replied, of course, since thanks to her, her zombies would be able to be healed. Zayak also rushed into battle, shouting at Fei and Wu Wei to stay behind everyone since they had no combat experience. The protagonist silently placed his hand on Wu Wei's shoulder. The guy looked at him and adjusted his glasses. At this time, in the protagonist's first life, Wu Wei did the same, saying that this was the end of the tour. After that, he swung his sword and said that after absorbing them, the hellish demonic dragon would fully mature. After saying this, he rushed to attack. He jumped on the protagonist, who blocked his attack. Huanren did not look and also rushed to attack Wu Wei from behind. The boss stretched out his hand and struck lightning at the place where the attacker was, forcing him to dodge. The next second, a fierce battle began in which Wu Wei parried every attack. Suddenly, he slashed his sword into the ground. The protagonist and his partner saw this and were very surprised. Many lightning bolts began to strike in all directions from Wu Wei's sword. Huanren began to jump back to avoid being struck by lightning, but the protagonist decided to rush to attack. The boss opened his eyes wide, looking forward. Fei landed on the ground, activating lightning in his hands. He swung and pointed a long sword towards the enemy. Wu Wei knelt down, parrying the blow with his weapon. The guy grabbed the sword and ran forward. A strong explosion was heard next to him. The boss looked forward with burning eyes. At that very moment, their swords collided with great force. Scarlet blood began to drip onto the ground. The boss grabbed his chest and said that he had disabled the main character's abilities. Fei twirled the weapon in his hands and said menacingly that he could fight the same opponents as him, without abilities and with 100% gravity, and also added that he knew the boss's strength. Dark blood began to flow from Wu Wei's mouth and he asked if he had noticed a weakness. He shouted that both guys were trash, unable to even use their abilities. He noticed Huenren approaching from the corner of his eye and shouted that his plan would not end there. He abruptly turned around, firing an attack at the guy, and wished him death. With a burning eye, the protagonist jumped from behind onto the boss. They began to swing their weapons to the sides, defending themselves, and Fei said that if Wu Wei only wanted people to die, he would not have set so many rules, since his prison of silence has several restrictions, perhaps on the number of targets that can be silenced, or if there are too many targets, then he will waste a lot of energy. He shouted that the boss needed to control the Hell Dragon and block the island, and no matter how strong a person was, he would not be able to withstand all this for long, and then asked what he was so restless about. Wu Wei's expression changed and shouted at the guy to shut up, asking who he was. The protagonist abruptly slashed his sword down at a tremendous speed. He cut the boss's body to a deep wound that made his glasses fly off in horror. Fei's eyes lit up and he replied that he had come to save this world. Wu Wei smiled and laughed loudly. The chains immediately began to move and the prison of silence was disabled. He released the monster from its chains and shouted that he wanted to see if the protagonist could even get out alive. At this time, the combat knife was lowered to the ground. Xuan stood in a stance and told the guys to be careful because his previous comrades were trained in close combat, and then asked if they really thought Wu Wei would share the reward. Shadow raised his knife and told his former comrade not to lecture him. There was no right or wrong in this world now, adding that he could still turn back if he wanted. After all, he was his comrade. Xuan looked at his former comrades with hatred in his eyes and said that he had decided to side with them and would never turn back. Then he told the guys to run away from here, and he would hold them back. Zayak looked at him and asked if he really was alone. The guy slightly lowered his head and said that they shouldn't forget. He was also trained like them, he was not afraid of death. Having said this, he rushed to attack, saying that if the girl did not want his death to be in vain, she should run and tell the whole world the truth about this place. Shadow also rushed to attack, furiously shouting that since he wanted to die so much, he should not blame himself later for making the wrong choice. Zayak looked at Wire and said that they could only follow the order and asked if he was okay. The boy looked at the girl hard and said that there was no problem, and then apologized for disturbing her. Suddenly, Irene appeared behind them, telling them not to leave in a hurry. At this time, the released dragon roared furiously. Its level was S, its ability was Hellfire, and its passive skill meant that every living organism nearby would be engulfed in flames. The protagonist looked at it and wondered if it had become that strong. Wu Wei was kneeling and saying that the monster had already reached the peak of the S level, they were all finished. Fei looked at him and said that he advised him to remove their restrictions, take a breath, and perhaps see its end. Wu Wei held his wound and said in his head that he could no longer use the prison of silence, adding that even if he removed the restriction, they would still be no match for this monster. After their death, he would regain control of it. Staying alive was the most important thing now. The prison of silence was completely deactivated. A powerful force enveloped the protagonist, and he realized that his abilities had returned. The dragon stomped its paw and roared. Fei rushed to attack, hitting the monster. Without stopping, his blades were enveloped in magical power. He jumped on the dragon's arm and struck it, piercing his skin. Not blood, but lava splashed out. It flew in all directions, including the protagonist. At this time, his partner stood to the side and breathed heavily. Fei jumped and used the ghost strike technique, cutting off the dragon's arm. Suddenly, he looked to the side and was surprised. Huenren, enveloped in powerful magical energy, was walking towards him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He looked at the protagonist and asked if he would give way, to which he responded by asking if he could really speak and see. Huenren replied that he had used hypnosis on himself and now he could. During this time, the dragon grew an arm. The dragon opened its mouth wide, releasing fire from its mouth. Through its fire, he saw swords breaking through to him. The beams immediately pierced him through. Huenren stretched his arms to the sides and screamed for the monster to fall to his knees. The dragon gritted his teeth, angry, and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The guy immediately soared next to his head, swinging. He lowered the swords, plunging them into the enemy's head. The dragon suddenly opened its mouth, starting to form fire. Releasing a firestorm, the protagonist instantly flew towards the guy and grabbed him, protecting him from the blow. A bright flash of fire appeared in front of their eyes. They landed on the ground and at the same moment, Fei jumped up from his place, rushing to attack. He began to spin around the enemy, periodically hitting his body. The dragon's eye lit up with a bright light and he gritted his teeth in anger. The monster spread his arms to the sides, threw his head back and screamed loudly in rage, while Faye quickly landed on the ground. Hyunrin looked at him in shock and asked if he was really in a level. Some of the dragon's skin began to fall off as he took a step forward. The protagonist frowned, watching him closely. The dragon straightened up and all of its skin flew off. He clenched his fists and began to throw stones in different directions in anger. Wu Wei looked forward and said that the monster only tore off his skin. A loud sound, similar to an explosion, was heard from the side of the monster. The dragon with a menacing grin soared above the protagonist's head. He immediately jumped to the ground, spreading a shockwave to the sides. Faye gritted his teeth and thought that the temperature had increased and if it touched the dragon, it would instantly melt. He turned his gaze to the side, sensing something was wrong. Wu Wei appeared next to him, who shouted that he would take the lava resistance crystal from the guy. At this time, in the second life of the protagonist, the guy with red hair waved his sword in the flames and shouted that even after time, his skills had not improved, or he was afraid of it and did not decide to use all his strength. He swung his sword and cut a huge block of ice, shouting that he was not able to attack and defend himself properly. Wan flew out of the flames, and the guy with red hair immediately rushed at him, shouting that if this was all he could do, then he had no chance of winning. He threw a punch, but Long dodged and swung himself. He threw a powerful punch into the opponent's stomach. Yun stood behind and accumulated energy. She created an air wall behind the opponent. The guy flew straight into it from the powerful blow and hit his back. Yun immediately began to move her hands through the air, using magic. She created several more air walls around the opponent. The red-haired guy smiled and asked if she really wanted to trap him, but it was just a dream. Then Zenyu used her power and told him to stay there. Their opponent's legs were absorbed by ice. He raised his head and saw that an air wall had appeared above him. The ice grew larger and larger, and the guy realized that he could not move at all. Then he turned to his partner and asked for help, to which he said that his name was Moonlight, and if he wanted him to save him, he should promise never to touch his head. The guy shouted that he promised. Moonlight raised his hand and released his mechanical eyes. They quickly rushed towards the air cage. Suddenly, they were enveloped in magical power and began to shake. Seeing this, Moonlight gritted his teeth because he realized that this was the work of that woman who owned psychokinesis again. Zayak, with her hand outstretched, controlled the eyes. Moonlight jumped up and rushed to attack her. Wu Wei saw that danger was approaching his comrades. He looked at this with hatred in his eyes and asked why people were fighting each other, couldn't they work together? The protagonist also watched the fight and answered that they had no choice. When the rules were broken in society, human nature was completely exposed. The boy adjusted his glasses and asked if their enemies would be not only zombies, but also humans. True, the protagonist firmly answered, adding that sometimes humans are more terrible than zombies. Many years ago, crickets crawled on the grass and the boy asked what they were. The mother told little Wu Wei that they were crickets. Then the boy, kneeling, asked in surprise why they were fighting, weren't they friends? To which the woman replied that they were fighting for territory. She then suggested that they go back, since Dad was still waiting for them at the dinner table. Okay, he replied, and then asked if he understood correctly that when Dad hit her, it was a fight for territory. The woman replied that it was not, but it was too early for him to think about the problems of an adult. The boy took his mother's hand and asked her which of the two crickets she thought would win, to which the woman replied that the bigger one would win because it had more strength. Hearing this, Wu Wei turned around. He was staring back. From the side, the boy heard a loud voice shouting at him to run away. The ground suddenly began to crack. Faye screamed, asking what happened, while the danger was approaching Wu Wei. A dragon suddenly emerged from the ground, pushing against the ground. His eye glowed red and he turned his gaze to the boys. Faye began to shake his shoulder anxiously, shouting loudly that they needed to run. Wu Wei opened his eyes wide in fear, looking ahead. The dragon immediately swung and hit the ground, breaking it into small stones. The protagonist rested his hands on his knees trying to catch his breath and said that they almost died. The girls ran up to the boys excitedly and Anya asked if they were okay, to which the protagonist replied that he did not understand why Wu Wei suddenly froze in place. Anya asked if the boy was hurt because there were no visible injuries and maybe he was just in shock, so let him rest for a while. She turned to 41 and asked her to protect the boys. An eye suddenly appeared in the air, colliding with a boulder. Moonlight jumped forward, trying to dodge the blows. He looked at the approaching dragon and asked if he was attracted to their energy. The Skynet guy asked to be released quickly, because he was about to die since his damage counter was at its maximum and he could no longer withstand it. The guy waved his hand menacingly and shouted that he asked to be called Moonlight, rolling his eyes in his direction. Long and Zenyu looked forward in horror and screamed loudly. The guy grabbed his weapon and asked not to blame him if he accidentally hit him. He converted the damage, wrapped himself in an aura and screamed that this was the first time he felt so strong. He smirked and screamed that he would kill everyone in one fell swoop and reach the S level. He immediately opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wu Wei's eye lit up and the prison of silence was activated, after which he whispered that humans cannot be trusted. The dragon grabbed the red-haired guy with its mouth and squeezed tightly. Everyone present was shocked. Moonlight screamed in shock. His partner turned pale and asked why his ability suddenly deactivated. After saying this, his sword fell to the ground. The protagonist turned to Wu Wei in surprise and asked if he really did this. Yes, the guy replied. He stood up, shrouded in lightning, and said that since this is an enemy, there is no point in showing mercy. At this moment, the dragon raised its head and began to gather enormous magic power in its mouth. Seeing this, the guys tensed up, and Long asked if it really became stronger after absorbing the guy's energy. Moonlight clenched his hands into a fist, saying in his head that this was very bad, because the old man was dead, and if he stayed here, he would be finished. Thinking about this, he rushed to run, saying that he would first distract the enemies, and then retreat and inform the boss. But his eyes suddenly stopped functioning as the prison of silence was activated. This caused the guy to be shocked. A huge dragon loomed over the frightened guy. Wong saw this, turned around and shouted that if the dragon continued to absorb people, they would all be in danger. Wu Wei said that it was no big deal with a look of disdain in his eyes, adding that each of them would become his energy. He remembered looking back on his way home. He saw a bird grab one of the crickets. In the protagonist's first life, Wu Wei said that this world would not be saved by humans. The protagonist looked at him and didn't know what to say. The guy clenched his fist, destroying the crystal, and said that it didn't matter whether he was a dying person or not. There was no point in talking anymore, so they would all die in a wave of fire. Fei turned away and said that he apologized for letting him down, but he had killed the monster on Wire's side, so he had an extra crystal. Hearing this, the guy jumped to his feet and shouted that. The dragon rushed towards them to attack. The guy extended his hand and said that none of this mattered, because he personally sealed his abilities, and he would have no choice but to die at the hands of the demonic hell dragon. Suddenly, he saw a message that said the prison of silence failed to activate. This shocked him and he wondered if his ability had been sealed. The protagonist looked at his opponent with glowing eyes and said that he would not fall for this trick again. He activated the prison of silence. After these words, a huge explosion was heard. Hyunrin covered his face with his hands and wondered if his comrade had copied Wu Wei's ability for this fight. Fei heard a loud explosion and shouted that it was over and Wu Wei's plan had failed. The boss frowned and said that 20 years of his work would not end just like that, because humans could not save this world. The protagonist turned to him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Wu Wei remembered his childhood and said that humans are disgusting inside, because they can harm anyone just to satisfy their greed. He said that cowardly people do not dare to speak up for themselves, because weak people are merciless. He pointed to the side and added that selfish people are not capable of saving the world. The protagonist asked if the boss really wanted to rely on the demonic dragon, to which it replied that it raised it so that one day it would destroy all the zombies. Fei replied that he did not know what he had gone through and lost faith in people, but he admitted that people have many flaws and always do stupid things. But there are two sides to everything and they cannot abandon all people just because a minority of them did something bad. He explained that not all people are selfish, and they can start a new life, help each other, and all this is thanks to their faith in the future. A light from a purple aura suddenly appeared behind him. Wu Wei noticed it and screamed loudly in horror. The protagonist activated a shadow clone on the demonic hell dragon and the boss screamed that it was impossible. Fei frowned and replied that they, humans, would take back their home themselves, and the leader would not be able to escape, so he would pay for all his sins. The dragons looked at each other, baring their teeth menacingly. They grabbed each other's hands, starting to press on each other. Their auras collided and began to destroy the earth. Both roared loudly, putting all their strength on the other. The clone's hands began to dissipate from the strong pressure on them. Wu Wei shouted at his dragon to kill this fake. He opened his mouth, starting to form a fireball. He immediately sent a huge shockwave of fire at the shadow clone. The hell dragon spread his arms and roared furiously. Wu Wei looked at the monster and ordered it to kill everyone. The dragon heard this. The guy raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and said that when he absorbed them, he would continue to grow because he worked so hard for this day. Suddenly, a dragon's hand appeared behind him. With one blow, he tore off half of Wu Wei's body. Hyunrin and Fei looked at it with their mouths open in shock. Wu Wei was still alive. He looked at the enraged monster and asked why. The hell dragon opened its mouth. The guy with his eyes closing asked why, since he treated him so well. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the user of the Prison of Silence died. The contract ability did not work. 50% of the fragments were returned. The dragon spread its paws and roared furiously. The guys covered their faces with their hands from the outgoing power of the monster. The dragon suddenly closed its mouth and looked at the remaining people. The shell on its hand suddenly broke into pieces. The same thing happened on its legs. The next second, the shell on the dragon's body completely collapsed and it appeared in a new form. Faye looked at the evolving hell dragon and said that it seemed like Wu Wei was right. As soon as the monster absorbed one of them, it would grow a lot. The dragon flapped its wings, raising flames around itself, then said that Wu Wei had kept it imprisoned for so long, and it was about to let it go because it was constantly feeding its energy, but it still wanted to command it. How ridiculous. It proudly raised its head and said that it was their turn to become its energy. After saying this, it opened its mouth, accumulating magic power in it. At this time, Pig stood outside the volcano and asked Skinny Dog how Huan Ren was, to which he replied that he was strong, nothing would happen to him. Suddenly, the volcano erupted and lava poured out from all the cracks. All the survivors looked at it in shock and screamed, asking what the hell. A dragon and another black figure flew out of the volcano. The black figure was the protagonist with wings on his back. The Skinny Dog said that it was that guy, but was he really fighting a demonic hell dragon? The Bound Shadow and Irene looked at this and asked where the boss was. Huanren came out of the smoke and said that Wu Wei was dead because he was eaten by the hell dragon. The boar saw him and shouted happily, to which the guy asked why they were still here because he ordered them to leave. The Viking asked how they could leave without him, then came to his senses and exclaimed, "Can the guy really talk now?" To which Huanren coldly replied that he would explain it later. Zayak extended her hand and asked how the boss was eaten by the dragon if he was feeding it, to which Huanren replied that the hell dragon was beyond his control, then said that they couldn't stay where they were for long because the volcano was about to erupt and it would be very dangerous, because none of the guys had lava resistance crystals. He said that he would stay to stop the lava flow, and if he left things to chance, there would be serious consequences, to which the guys replied that they would also stay and help. Huanren opened his eyes in surprise and looked at everyone. Zayak spread her arms out to the sides and said that if they did nothing and retreated, then what was the point of them getting involved at all, and although they couldn't fight the dragon, they could still help. The boar approached the guy and said with a smile that they would also stay, because the more people, the better. Besides, it was a great chance to become famous. Shadow said that they would also help, and since this happened, he hoped that they would have a chance to start life from scratch, and Irene added that if they left alive, they would pay for their actions. Huanren lowered his head and said that since they insisted, then the demonic Hell Dragon Crusade team would begin a new operation. The guys enveloped the dragon and began to fight, directing attacks at it. The monster opened its mouth, releasing a wave of fire at the guys. The protagonist suddenly jumped up, starting to fly towards the dragon. He landed on his head and immediately tied his mouth. The monster bared its teeth and screamed at the guy to leave him alone. Faye began to pull the strings, telling him not to forget that he had been feeding on dirty people for several years, so it was time to repay them. The hell dragon suddenly rushed forward, wishing death on the guy. He suddenly flew to the water. He dove, starting to drag the protagonist to the bottom of the ocean. A funnel formed on the water above. Zayak said that Fairy dragged him into the sea, to which Huanren replied that they could not do anything, because it was impossible to participate in battles of this level. He said that now all that remained was to believe in him. Faye was in the water, noticing glowing red eyes from behind. The dragon suddenly attacked from the protagonist's blind spot. Faye managed to react and grabbed the monster's jaws with his hands. The air quickly left the protagonist, and he realized that there was almost no oxygen left, so he needed to quickly swim to the surface. Suddenly, his face lit up with a bright light. The hellish dragon opened its mouth and prepared to spit fire. Faye gritted his teeth in anger. Using all his strength, he spun the dragon. Because of this, the monster missed with a furious stream of fire. The stream of fire burst out. It created a large dry area, to which the protagonist swam. Zayak watched the battle from the island and said that Faye was not inferior to the demonic hell dragon, and Huanjae, standing next to him, said that when they were underground, he was also shocked by his strength. Perhaps he had already surpassed the S level. Water from the sea dripped onto the pig, causing him to shout that it was very hot. Huan wiped the water from his face and said that the temperature was constantly rising, and the pig began to run and shout that he would turn into a roast pig. Suddenly, he stopped and said that it was actually not that hot now, even a little cool. Huanjae walked towards him and said that he used hypnosis so that he did not feel the heat, but this was only an illusion. His body was still in extreme heat and would not be able to last long. He said that he had 10 minutes at most, and if the situation did not improve by then, they should leave, so for now all their hopes were pinned on Faye. At this time, the Hell Dragon swung. He dealt a powerful blow, but met the protagonist's counterattack, not inferior to his. After that, he released a powerful lava with another blow, and Faye flew back and released fire. The protagonist attacked the Hell Dragon with fire and said that the difference between them had already exceeded the limits of their abilities. The water from the powerful explosions gave off large waves. It was boiling strongly from the absorbed lava. At this time, on the island, with the help of Zayako's magic, a barricade of huge boulders was erected, but the lava was still flowing. The girl with her last strength looked at this and said in her head that nothing will work, they will not be able to stop the lava this way. The temperature is rising, did the illusion not work? Her consciousness and vision are starting to blur, she is already at the limit. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, informing her of the danger. Something rushed past the girl at a very high speed. A powerful explosion was heard from the collision with the volcano. Sweat was dripping from Zayak and Hyunrin's faces and they looked ahead. They saw a broken stone wall, near which sat a motionless demonic dragon. It suddenly stretched out its paw forward and screamed that it needed as much energy as possible. Its paw was rapidly approaching Zayak. A strong blow of purple mana immediately flew towards the monster. The protagonist looked at it and thought that it was getting stronger and he was already running out of strength. Faye screamed that it was time to put an end to this and then activated the absorption ability. Mana began to completely envelop the demonic dragon and he clenched his teeth in pain. His entire body was permeated with pain and he screamed for them to stop immediately. His skin was burned and the monster's bones immediately appeared when Faye suddenly read that 10,000 evolutionary points were received for the victory. A horn appeared in the air, which was brightly illuminated. The protagonist took it and read that the horn belonged to the demonic dragon. The boys realized that they had won and began to shout loudly, rejoicing in their victory. Zenyu looked at the horn in his hand and asked if that was all he wanted, to which the boy pressed it to his chest and replied that it was for that he had come. The protagonist said that everyone had worked hard, then pointed to the rewards and told them to distribute them themselves. Shadow, Irene, and Chuan said that they had committed serious sins, so they would not take any rewards, and everyone else was delightedly choosing a gift for themselves. Wong shouted loudly that everyone was choosing only one, to which the boar objected that the gift was his. The protagonist patted Haibao on the head and said that he was leaving. Zayak looked at him and asked where he was going and what his plans were, and whether they would meet again. Faye jumped on the beast's head and said that he had said this before, he was here to save the world. He looked at the girl coldly and said that the next time they would meet was when the world was restored to its original state. He looked at the boys and asked what their plans were for the future. The Vikings pointed at Hyunrin and replied with a smile that they would continue training with him. Zayak understood the hand and said that she would return the boys to the orphanage and let them work there to pay for what they had done. Faye grinned and wished them luck, saying, "See you later." The animal quickly rushed forward through the air and the protagonist happily said that the first item had been obtained. There were still 2 left, so they needed to hurry. He shouted to Zenyu that he would be back very soon. Jingle opened her mouth and looked at the boy flying away. Streams of dust rose into the air. Long opened his mouth, asking why the hero was doing this. Wu Wei silently looked away. The giant red monster spread his arms to the sides. He threw his head back and opened his mouth wide, screaming shrilly. The ground beneath him cracked, sending out streams of dust into the air. Wong frowned and looked at Wu Wei behind him, telling him to return their abilities. Zenyu furrowed her brows, asking why the hero was doing this. Wu Wei looked ahead, asking if she was the one asking him what his dream was. The hero adjusted his glasses with his index finger and raised his head, saying that he could now say that he wanted to save this world. Wu Wei hoped that they would cooperate with him. He asked the heroes to become the monster's energy to make him stronger, then the boy's ability could limit him, turning him into a tool that he could use, then the hero could save the world with him. The giant red monster waved his hand, leaving deep cracks in the ground and sending out streams of dust into the air. Long frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering why things had turned out like this. If this continued, they would all be swallowed up by the demonic hell dragon. The guy thought that he couldn't lose here. Long raised his eyebrows at the girl behind him, asking Zenyu to stop the boy. The girl's eyes widened and she frowned. She apologized to him, saying that they still had an important mission to accomplish, but they couldn't stay here any longer. A bright explosion thundered across the battlefield. Wu Wei adjusted his glasses, asking if they really couldn't stay. The boy realized that they all wanted to level up here and then go wreak havoc outside. After all, humans were bullies by nature who liked to bully the weak. Wu Wei smiled widely and frowned pitifully, saying that either they would kill the monster or it would kill them. He asked why they didn't die here to help the hero in that case. Zenyu pressed her hand to her chin, thanking Goldie for helping her. The dog bared its teeth, and strong gusts of wind appeared around the girl. Long and the girl next to him moved forward. He said that they should finish off Wu Wei first, since he was restricting all of them at once. It was probably very tiring. The guy raised his hand. His body was surrounded by bright lightning. Wu Wei frowned, saying that he was right. It was indeed tiring his body, but he did not need to endure it for long. The guy waved his hand. A bright flash appeared in front of the heroes. It raised rock fragments and streams of dust into the air. The heroes covered their faces with their hands, protecting themselves from the bright stream of light. Rocks flew into the air. Streams of dust rushed up from cracks in the ground. Wu Wei smiled and raised his hand with bright energy, saying that it was enough to restrain the abilities of the A-class and S-class. After that, he would use the accumulated energy to restrict their movements. The girls ran forward, simultaneously dodging bright flashes on the ground that raised rock fragments into the air. Wu Wei said that he would push them all towards the demonic hell dragon himself, then he would deal with the heroes himself. The giant monster stood in front of the people, frowning and baring his teeth. Number 41 and 21 moved forward, saying in unison that things were bad. The bright dragon swung its paw, lifting up the stone fragments of the earth, and the zombie was thrown back. Anya frowned and opened her mouth wide, addressing numbers 41 and 21. Wu Wei furrowed his brows and smiled, saying that having bitten off more than they could chew, they dared to attack him at a low level. A dark figure with brightly shining eyes appeared behind the guy. Fei frowned and raised his fist to strike, asking if it was bad to be weak. Wu Wei stepped aside, dodging the blow. He asked if the hero really thought that he had not noticed him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Wei furrowed his brows, saying that he ignored him because the guy was the weakest, and it was a waste of time if he used the silent prison on him. The guy was just a level 5 trash, not even worth absorbing, so he would kill him on the spot. Fei frowned and opened his eyes wide. Zenyu's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. She screamed, asking her brother to be careful. The protagonist punched the guy in the face. His glasses flew off his eyes. Wu Wei's mouth opened wide, not understanding how the protagonist could withstand his attack. The guy opened his eyes wide. Fei frowned and rubbed his wrist, saying that he was already fed up with the guy, and he didn't like him from the beginning. When he first came here, he himself, an ordinary person, desperately fought to survive, and God knows how long he trained to awaken his ability. A bright stream of energy appeared on the battlefield. Wu Wei was thrown back. He hit the ground, leaving a bright trace behind him. The protagonist remarked that he still had a lot to learn if he wanted to survive in this world. The boy flew several meters along the ground, stopping at the claws of the monster. The giant hand of the creature grabbed him. Zenyu frowned sadly and rushed forward. Long took her arm, saying that they could not help him. The boy said that the hero was no longer their comrade, it was either him or them. The giant hell monster brought Wu Wei to its wide open mouth. The system reported that the prison of silence was disabled. The monster slammed its hands together on the ground, raising streams of dust and stones into the air. Long extended his arms to the sides and told everyone to prepare for an attack. Bright tongues of flame were in his palms. Zenyu frowned and thrust an ice blade forward. The girl asked the guy to let her heal him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, wiping the blood stains on his face with his hand. Lan Kai closed her eyes and hugged Fei tightly to her chest. She stroked his head, saying that he was very brave. It surprised her, as expected of her man. The guy opened his eyes wide and frowned. A bright stream of green energy appeared next to his head. The blessing increased again. The giant monster opened his mouth wide, releasing streams of fiery energy forward. Blue ice crystals appeared in front of them. A huge block of ice appeared above his head. The monster looked up in surprise. He put out his hands, stopping the block from falling. Due to the sharpening of his power, the monster began to fall into the ground, creating cracks in it. The girl put her hands with bright streams of energy forward, telling them to get ready because she could not endure it anymore. Long frowned, saying that he knew it. The hero jumped up, landing on the ice block above the monster's head. Long raised his hand up, his eyes shining brightly, and his body was surrounded by streams of fiery energy. The flames rushed upward, pressing the ice block to the hell monster's body. The giant creature closed its eyes and put its hands up, barely holding back the onslaught of energy. Its eyes widened. The monster raised its head. On the other side of the ice block was Long. He put his hand up with a bright stream of fiery energy. The guy frowned and opened his eyes wide, thinking that after absorbing the two people of the Heavenly Network and Wu Wei, the monster's strength had increased. Zenyu frowned and put her hands forward, asking the guy to let him help him. Ice crystals appeared among the streams of flame surrounding the giant hell dragon's body. The protagonist appeared behind her. He lowered his head, asking if she was okay. The girl frowned and put her hand forward, saying that she was fine, but now her attacks had no effect on the monster. Zenyu was saying that Long was in a difficult situation and she couldn't help. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. After that they would probably lose. The girl put her hands forward. Some of the rock fragments were covered in bright energy. On the ice block above the monster's head was Long. Bright streams of fiery energy were concentrated in his hand. Fei widened his eyes and knitted his brows, asking her not to lose hope. He asked everyone to gather, because he had a plan that required all of them to help. The girl put her hands forward and frowned. She gritted her teeth, saying that she couldn't hold it in any longer. The guy needed to retreat immediately. Long widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, asking if this was the end. The giant hell dragon opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. A stream of bright ice crystals struck the monster's body. The dragon frowned and opened its eyes wide, looking to the side. The protagonist froze, holding his hand out in front of them, with ice blocks in front of them. Behind him stood Zayak, Zenyu, and another girl. Fei frowned and opened his mouth wide, pressing his fist to his chest, telling Long to act. The boy furrowed his brows and shouted, rushing to attack, the hero leaving a bright trail of fiery energy behind him. He struck the ice block with all his might, pressing it to the ground. Half of the block of earth cracked, releasing streams of dust into the air. An incredible force was pressing the giant hell dragon to the ground. The girls froze in place in surprise, opening their eyes wide and looking at what was happening. Long opened his eyes wide and frowned, wondering if his stamina had recovered. He guessed that this was Lanky's doing. The girl closed her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her. Long frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that it was over, as this final attack had gathered the power of all of them. A bright stream of fiery energy appeared in the air, which pinned the monster to the ground. The ice block pinned the giant hell dragon, forming cracks in the ground. Streams of dust and rock fragments rose into the air. The stone fell into the water, leaving ripples on it. Min squatted down and threw another stone into the water, saying that it was very boring. The hero asked why they should stay aside and watch. Hai clenched her hand into a fist, saying that he should just follow orders. Jin handed the guy a loaf of bread, asking if he wanted to eat. Min waved it off, saying that he had no appetite. The girl raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes, looking away. She asked them to get up, because the heroes had come out. The main character appeared on the horizon, followed by a group of people. Hei approached Lon. She asked if everything was okay. The guy replied that they had a few hitches along the way, but they were able to get the item. Lan Kai hugged the protagonist and smiled, saying that it was all thanks to Fei. Even though his body and abilities were weak, he was still the most reliable in their team. Zayak frowned as she looked at them. Her body was enveloped in bright streams of flame. The girl remarked that it reminded her of the times when they first worked together. Time flies, but he is still the same. The guy smiled awkwardly and put his hands in front of him. Lan Kai said that the hero is capable of saving the world. Long put his hand forward, saying that they need to continue their journey, then suggested that the heroes find a place to rest and replenish supplies. Zayak looked at the guy, suggesting that they go to the shelter, since it is not far, plus she can report everything to Commander Luo. Lan Kai happily raised her hand up, saying that this is a great idea, since she hasn't taken a bath for a long time and she smells bad. Long smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that in that case they were heading to the shelter. He asked everyone to prepare for the night, because tomorrow they would go to the next destination. The hero screamed for help. In City C, the jurisdiction of the Brightness Base, the streets were not calm. Soap bubbles appeared around the heads of the military, which did not allow them to breathe. The man rolled his eyes, clutching his throat. He fell to the ground dead. His body was surrounded by bubbles. The hero took a step forward. The blonde guy raised his hand. He looked at the cluster of bubbles, saying that hunting people is the easiest way to level up. The hero asked where Lingdu was now. The girl behind him raised her eyebrows, saying that she said she would not compete with them, so she probably went to Luo's shelter. The guy said that they were done here, we need to go there. The events take us to the forest, in which the protagonist was walking. Looking into the distance, the guy told Jingle that the danger level here was increasing sharply. The girl agreed, saying that there were also many scary bugs here. After that, the girl shuddered, saying that she didn't say that because she was afraid of bugs. The protagonist looked to the side and told Jingle to be careful because there was something there, but the girl didn't believe him. Suddenly, the monster's tongue shot out of the bushes. The protagonist immediately put Jingle aside. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to move aside. A moment later, the creature's tongue was struck by fire. The protagonist looked at the fire and was puzzled. A moment later, a man landed in front of the guy, telling him to move away. Juan looked at Fei and said that they were lucky that he was nearby and saved their lives. Soon, an rank anteater came out of the bushes. The protagonist remembered the man from his past life and said that his character had not changed. A moment later, the guy rushed at the monster. Lon froze in shock at what happened. Pointing at the guy, Lon said that he remembered him, the god of war of the fairies. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he knew him. Lon, showing the video, happily said that the news of his killing of the hellish dragon spread throughout the world. He is a hero of humanity. The protagonist became slightly nervous, saying that this was not only his merit. Then he asked Lon why he was in such an isolated place. Smiling, the man introduced himself and then offered to go to him. Lon himself had an rank and the ability to manipulate fire. Soon the group found themselves near the man's house. The protagonist, looking at the makeshift house, asked Lon how long he had been living here. He answered him by saying that he had been living here for 2 months, sitting on a makeshift bench. The protagonist asked the man where his comrades were and why he was alone. Sadly, Lon said that all his comrades were dead. Lighting a cigarette, he said that everyone sacrificed themselves to complete the task he gave them, so it was his fault. He did not realize that the zombies were stronger than before. The protagonist frowned, expressing his sympathy. He knew that due to the long absence, the speed of zombie evolution had also increased. Slightly bowing his head, Lon told Fei not to worry, because he had long since resigned himself to it, which is why he came to live here alone. Suddenly becoming serious, the man asked the protagonist why he was here. Remembering one monster, Lon asked if he came here because of the bottomless cobra. The man shuddered when the protagonist told him that he was incompetent for not being able to find the cobra after living here for so long. Lon indignantly said that the story about this cobra was more like a legend. Faye only chuckled, saying that the fact that he did not find it does not mean that the cobra does not exist. Jingle smiled and said that this is why they need a guide, now they will have to rely on her. Long looked at her and asked if she really was a guide and if she could do it. Looking back, the girl said that they would set off on their way after resting a bit here. The events take us to the territory of the base, over which Goldie was flying. The group quickly descended from his back when Goldie descended. Wen came out to meet Zayaka, trying to say something, but due to excitement she could not do it. Zayaka interrupted her, asking her to explain everything slowly. The girl approached her friend and whispered in her ear, causing her to scream. Zenyu and Long approached them and began to question them about the situation. Looking at Faye on the side, the girl told him to follow him because the commander wanted to kill him. Wen could only watch the couple leave, trying to stop them. Commander Luo and his assistant were amazed to see the protagonist's youthful appearance. The protagonist saddened. The guy said that his partner even became the god of war, and he was never looked for. Luo thoughtfully said that 2 people from the Heavenly Network came to him and told him to hand over Long and Zenyu. In case of refusal, they threatened him that they would take action against the shelter. Faye indignantly said that they should go and drive them away since they were pursuing them. The discussion and arguments continued. After 10 minutes, Luo frowned and told the couple that they would have a very important mission. Raising his hand, the man said that now they would leave the shelter. Suddenly a soldier entered, reporting people who had infiltrated the middle zone. Zayak frowned and said that they would deal with it together because they were equal in strength to them. The old man put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to listen to him and not to be like him, the old man, because if she was late because of this, he would become a sinner. At this time, Lanzi was taking a shower. The water washed over her body as everyone waited for her outside. Soon the girl came out of the shower and began to ask about the situation. Ski answered her by saying that they had an emergency and they could not stay here because Skynet was approaching. Lon got angry and said that they could not allow Skynet to do this anymore. Ski frowned and told him that they could not do anything because the Luo commander ordered them to leave quickly. The girl clenched her fist, after which she darkened and said that she was very sorry, but she could not go with them anymore because she needed to stay here. Ski bowed her head and said that she would not leave the shelter and run in such a situation because it was her duty to protect the residents. The girl flinched when Lon said that they would not leave her alone. Starting to approach her, the guy told Yun, Hai, Min and Jin that they would stay here and help Ski confront Skynet. The named group of people did not object and remained silent. Bing expressed his determination, telling Long that he wanted to go with him and fight at the front. Zayak looked at the boy and agreed with him, saying that there was no need to leave so many people here because their mission was the most important and dangerous. Long threw up his hands and said that Skynet was too strong, so the rest also had a very important mission, because in order to carry out Faye's plan, Skynet had to be destroyed to ensure the success of the mission. Lanky waved her hand, saying that too many people could attract attention like last time, but this time no one would interfere with her and little Faye. Zayak flushed with jealousy, and the boy felt horrified at what he heard. Zenyu worriedly said that it was best to stick to Long's plan, because he was their leader and they should trust him. The boy himself looked at Yun and said that he trusted the rest of them to her. The girl frowned upon hearing his words, but then she closed her eyes, expressing her understanding. And when Ming was about to object, the girl stopped him, saying to just follow what their leader says. Looking at the group, Long said that it was time for them to act, so they would leave immediately after receiving supplies. At this time, Skynet representatives demanded that Commander Luo's group give them people, but they refused, saying that they did not understand what they were talking about. Stepping forward, Luo asked the girl why they had entered the shelter. The dissatisfied girl said that she remembered him, the old man who had escaped last time, and since he was here, the rest should be here too, but their goal was only Zenyu and Long. Covering his eyes, the old man said that they were not here. The angry girl told Luo not to lie to her, otherwise she might use force. Frowning, Luo said that at this age he was no longer afraid of dying. The girl only chuckled and said that this did not mean that the people in the shelter were also not afraid of death. Looking at the group of men behind her, she said that they were all people who had survived the disaster. They were the same people who had survived the gates of hell, and such a threat did not concern them. Luo became angry and called the girl a brat who thought that she could decide the fate of people just because she had the ability. But living and fearing death were two different things, and they were willing to die for the desire to live. Suddenly, a wind rose, alarming the old man's guards. The girl could not bear it any longer and began to form her weapon, telling Luo not to dare lecture her, because he could not guarantee that the world would return to its original state. A shard of ice flew past the old man's head, barely grazing his cheek. When his subordinates were about to attack, the old man held them back. Pointing her scythe at the old man, the girl said that this was her last warning. Luo said angrily that he would not tolerate her since he could not give her a definite answer, but he had a group of people working hard to save the world, and no one would promise that, but she had to believe that it would happen someday. Suddenly, a group led by Zayak entered the hall, delighting the ordinary workers. Zayak approached Luo saying that they came to his aid. He, being displeased, reminded her that he ordered her to leave. The girl suddenly slammed her scythe on the floor. Then, frowning, she told her partner to attack. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind them, frightening them. Even Luo and his people were shocked by what was happening. The girl turned around abruptly when someone asked her if she was looking for him. However, what she saw scared the girl. Zenyu hovered above the girl and said that after thinking for a while, she decided that this world really only needed one absolute zero. Her words greatly enraged the girl, making her lose her temper. She immediately screamed, telling Zenyu to come down since she was in such a hurry to die. She just looked at the girl haughtily, ordering Goldie to leave. He immediately flew out of the room, causing the girl to scream after him. However, Goldie did not pay attention to her, continuing to fly away. While Zenyu pretended to be cold and haughty, Long asked her if she was okay. The girl stopped pretending and said that she could barely hold on. Long, who was sitting next to her, apologized for having to do this. Faye admired her, saying that she played her role perfectly. Faye thought for a while and asked what would happen if they were not chased, because this would only complicate the situation. Yun answered him by saying that this was almost impossible because the girl was hot-tempered. Skull was puzzled when Skynet ordered him to follow her. Lon looked into the distance and said that even if she did not follow them, he had a plan, namely to fight them, but the shelter was a place that his friend cherished, so they had to protect it until he returned. Ming and the others were too weak and risked death if they went with them. Smiling slightly, the guy apologized to the group for forcing them to risk themselves. The girls and Faye did not protest, saying that this was their common goal and he should not worry. It was at this moment that Skynet appeared behind them flying. Faye looked at them and asked if they should fight them. Standing on the edge of Goldie's crown, Lon said that they should first drive them away from the city. Luo and his team were at a loss, realizing that this was part of Lon's plan. Yun shocked Ming by saying that it was time for them to go help. The guy, being dissatisfied, asked if she already knew about everything in advance. The girl became serious and said that she guessed that when Lon made that offer, he did not want them to take such a risk. The events take us to another Lon, whom the protagonist called. The guy turned around asking what the guy said. The protagonist asked him what kind of machai he had for finding the bottomless cobra. Lon closed his eyes and said that he was hunting for rare items. Faye narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was not the guy's goal. Suddenly, Jingle raised her hand, saying that she found what they were looking for. Lon began to look around, saying that he had already passed this place, but found nothing. Jingle pointed to the forest ahead, saying that it was right below them. Concentrating mana in his hand, the protagonist said that he would figure it out himself. With a wave of his hand, the soil began to slowly rise into the air. The man frowned and said that he did not know that he had a second ability. Soon they found a drawing underground, and Jingle said that it was right here. Jingle extended her finger and said that to meet the snake they needed to open the mechanism, for which they needed to find 4 items indicated by the map. Lon immediately pointed to one of the sides, saying that he would go there. The protagonist objected, saying that it would be safer to move together, but his partner did not agree, telling him not to doubt him. After that, he turned around and walked away. Jingle looked at Faye and asked if he knew him, because it seemed that he was not indifferent to him. The protagonist answered her, saying that it was his friend in another dimension, but here he was a stranger. At this time, Lon became serious and rushed towards the artifact. His lips curved into a weak smile. Soon, a poisonous lizard of Ranka appeared in front of the protagonist. Jingle looked at her and was amazed at her appearance. The monster did not wait any longer and attacked. Faye killed the lizard with a simple slap, receiving 6,000 evolution points. Looking to the sides, the guy said that first they should get rid of the monsters nearby. Soon it was night, and when Faye returned, Lon was already waiting for him, telling him that he did not expect him to be slower than him. Afterwards, the guy threw him something, saying that they needed to hurry. The protagonist worriedly asked his partner if he was okay. The man stroked his chin and said that he just had a scratch. Faye went down into the pit, and putting in the artifacts, he activated the seal. Lon watched the whole process in amazement. Suddenly, energy burst out of the seal, and snake eyes flashed brightly in the darkness. A minute later, a teleportation gate formed in front of the group, leading to the bottomless cobra. Jingle, like a teacher, began to teach the guys, saying that opening the gate was only the first stage. The real test was the bottomless cobra itself, which can make the enemy feel like he is falling into the abyss endlessly, and all emotions are converted into energy. The protagonist, hearing her, said that he would go alone. However, Lone shocked the guy by rushing forward. He immediately jumped into the portal. Having formed a shadow clone, the protagonist told Jingle to stay here, after which he himself jumped into the portal. Once inside, Faye asked Lon why he acted so recklessly. However, seeing the state of his partner, the protagonist frowned. He seemed amazed, saying that he was finally able to see the bottomless cobra. The cobra itself was amazingly huge and had an S rank. The cobra opened its mouth and began to spray poison. However, Lon could not move. Therefore, the protagonist immediately grabbed the guy and saved him. After that, he concentrated mana in his hand, ordering the guy to stand still. The protagonist directed his stream of darkness at the snake and activated absorption. Suddenly, a stream of flame blocked the path of his stream of darkness. This flame was released from Lon's hand. Faye looked at the guy and asked what he was thinking. The guy gritted his teeth, saying that the cobra cannot die now and he needs to wait a little. Suddenly, the cobra activated the eyes of the abyss. The protagonist exclaimed and looked at the guy, who suddenly pushed him away, telling him not to come closer, because of which he himself was struck by the attack. The protagonist, in fear and shock, stretched out his hand trying to save him. However, the guy froze, saying that he would finally be able to meet his friends again. The guy himself suddenly found himself in another place where Yun told him to stop messing around and help. The girl smiled at him, saying that it was time for them to celebrate the return of the world to its original state. Lon froze in shock seeing his friends. The protagonist, realizing what was happening, screamed, telling Lon that all this was unreal and that he needed to wake up. The bottomless snake enveloped itself in mana and said that all his attempts were useless because he had already plunged deep into his fantasies. After saying this, the snake began to attack with streams of darkness, forcing the fairies to dodge. Soon the snake even attacked itself and the protagonist repelled its attack. Faye frowned, realizing that the snake had become powerfully stronger after absorbing Long's energy. The snake opened its mouth and sprayed poison. Faye swung his blade a couple of times, blocking the poison. The snake moved slightly away, preparing to use its ability. A moment later, its eyes flashed as it activated the Eye of the Abyss. The protagonist exclaimed when the snake's energy hit him, who hung over him and said that he would not let him see a sweet dream. After that, he rushed to attack, intending to swallow the guy. However, he suddenly hit him on the head. With one blow, he threw him back several dozen meters. The snake swung its tail, trying to attack from behind, but Faye easily dodged it by jumping up, after which he slightly shifted to the side, dodging again. The next attack forced him to bend down. The snake began to block the guy's path from all sides with its body. The protagonist was puzzled, trying to find the location of the snake's head, the eyes of which flashed brightly. A moment later, he squeezed his coils, but the protagonist was behind his head in an instant, and with one blow, he slammed his head into the ground, stopping clouds of dust from rising. However, his enemy did not give up and began to spit poison, after which he began to scream loudly, saying that everything that was happening was impossible. Looking closely at the guy, the snake assumed that he had great mental strength. The realization of this angered the snake, because if the fight continued like this, he could die. Looking at Long, he realized that he needed to force him to give more energy. At this time, Yun asked the guy when he started smoking. He answered, saying that it was a long story. Stretching out his finger, the man was puzzled to notice that his ability was not activated. Holding out a lighter, Min said that as soon as the world returned to normal, their abilities also disappeared. He should have remembered this already. Ming grinned and said that they were normal people now. Long became serious and asked his friends what their plans were. Jin smiled and said that he wanted to become a cook and cook a lot of food for himself, and Ming listened to him and said that he still liked adventures, so he would travel. Hai closed her eyes and said that she would go to work in a kindergarten, and only Yun thought about it and said that maybe she would just open a small shop. After that, everyone looked at Long and asked him what he was going to do. The guy grinned and said that he would open a good bar. The snake that was absorbing the guy's energy said that his energy was simply enormous. He immediately attacked the protagonist, forcing him to defend himself. After an unsuccessful attack, he turned around and rushed to attack again. A moment later, there was a collision with the protagonist. The guy easily deflected the attack and threw himself onto his back. However, the snake did not give him a break, constantly attacking. The protagonist, who did not want to continue the fight, became serious. Long frowned and said that opening a bar had lost its meaning for him at the moment. Yun looked at him and asked why he didn't want to do it, since he had always dreamed of it. The guy bowed his head, saying that he no longer had any drinking buddies who could drink with him. Min raised his hand, saying that they would always be with him and that he didn't have to worry. Long didn't react to his words and began to ask for forgiveness, blaming himself for their deaths. He bowed his head, saying that he had come here to search for the bottomless cobra just for this moment, but every time he thought about it, he couldn't get rid of the feeling of regret and remorse. Hai frowned and said that they were completely safe, so he could stay. There were no dangers here either and he could do whatever he wanted. Min spread his arms out to the sides and said that they would always be with him. Dispelling the effect of the cobra's magic, Long said that unfortunately he couldn't stay here, since there was only one guy left outside for him, alone, confronting the cobra. Min and Jin watched the guy leave in shock. Only Yun extended her hand to him, after which, taking away the cigarette, she said that he should shave his beard and quit smoking. Disappearing, Yun told the guy that since he decided not to remember the past, he did not need to regret it anymore. The man closed his eyes, expressing understanding to the girl. A moment later, he opened his eyes in the real world, where a bottomless snake hung over the protagonist, saying that dodging alone will not win the battle. Suddenly, the snake shuddered, its energy disappeared, shocking him. Standing next to Faye, Lon apologized for his actions. The guy only grinned, saying that if he had not come to himself in a minute, he would have killed the snake. Lon looked at his comrade and asked if he understood his plan. He winked at him, saying that he did not understand until the end. At this time, Skynet, pursuing the group, was above the forest. Soon they descended onto the path. Skull, looking around, said that it was probably a trap. Skynet, being dissatisfied, said that she understood it. Skull, looking away, said that they could have destroyed the shelter and thus reached the S level if only they had not chased them so far. The guy became wary and immediately warned his partner about the movement behind. Suddenly, a werewolf and a snake attacked them, but Skynet easily chopped them into pieces in an instant. After which she began to look around irritably. Skull, turning around, saw a crowd of monsters. At this time, Long's group ran with all their might. Zenyu worriedly asked if everything was okay. The guy replied saying that now they would hold back and as long as possible with the help of zombies. Looking at the poisonous lizard, Long said that they needed to complete the mission as quickly as possible. At this time, Anya and Lanky were hiding in the bushes. Their goal was to delay the enemies. It was Anya who directed all the zombies to the two fighting enemies. Skull froze, realizing that the zombie attacks were too synchronized, and remembered the girl and the fairy team who could control the zombies, which Skynet immediately reported. The girl, attacking another zombie, said that if this is all they can do, then these zombies are just free experience for their growth. Frowning, she said that she does not want to rise to S level worse than them. Lansy thought, realizing that not only this representative of Skynet, but also others in this organization want to reach S level. The girl suddenly turned around and attacked the edge of the clearing with her ice, because of which a powerful explosion occurred, which destroyed everything at the site of the explosion. Skull angrily asked Linda what she was thinking. The girl, looking closely at the place of the attack, could not understand where her opponents went. However, they were able to escape with the help of a mole and disappeared underground. At this time, Jingle, leaning against a tree, said that she was wondering what was going on there. Looking at the clone, the girl asked what Brother Shu told him about her. Could he tell her that? Jingle, dejected, said that she knew she had behaved badly, and that Brother Shu asked for it. She just couldn't accept it at the time, so she regretted what she had done. A sudden gust of wind scared the girl. The portal began to spin, worrying Jingle. Suddenly, it exploded. Jingle, barely standing on her feet, said that something was breaking out. It turned out to be a huge snake, but the protagonist's clone threw it away with one blow. The power was enough to send the snake flying back tens of meters. The protagonist, who appeared a moment later, asked the girl if she was okay. Looking at the clone, he told him to step aside, after which he said that the snake, sensing anxiety, immediately jumped out of its space. Having received the memories of the clone, the protagonist was surprised. He stroked the girl's head, accepting her apology. However, after that, he became serious, saying that he would definitely fulfill the wish and let everyone know about his hard work. At that time, the snake, trembling with his whole body, was able to rise. He released his mana, ordering the monsters of the forest to come to him and become his energy. After saying this, his aura began to spread for hundreds of meters around, and all the insects and small animals began to be sucked into his mouth. Lon became worried, seeing how the enemy was absorbing energy. The guys rushed forward, wanting to interfere with the process. However, a powerful explosion stopped their advance. Clouds of smoke rose everywhere. Lon was amazed at the sight of the snake. It absorbed these mutated beasts and completely changed its form. Faye stepped forward and told his partner to stay behind. The snake did not wait any longer and rushed to attack. The protagonist jumped up, dodging the attack. After that, he summoned his dagger and attacked the snake's body with it. However, the monster's scales were harder, causing him to frown. He emerged from the ground, saying that it was nothing more than a scratch for him. The protagonist barely managed to dodge the monster's attack, which was shouting at him. The snake's head sank back into the ground, on which the protagonist landed, and immediately turned around to see the ground crumpling behind him. Thus began a protracted confrontation between the fairies and the monster. Adaya, with his horns, the monster asked the protagonist why he had stopped attacking, or had his confidence gone. Suddenly, a stream of flame rushed toward the monster's head. However, even when it hit, the flame only angered him without causing any damage. Juan gritted his teeth when he saw this. The monster, however, wanting to kill him, rushed toward him. In an instant, he appeared in front of the guy, causing him to swear. Suddenly, the fairy stood in front of the guy. Pointing his claws at him, the monster said that he was allowing them both to die. But there was a sudden explosion, forcing the monster to retreat. Juan stared in shock at the protagonist's hand, who used fire. The snake trembled in pain, saying that it did not expect such an outcome. The protagonist, being angry, said that he would definitely stop it here. This enraged the snake and it rushed to attack again, but the result of the attack surprised it. The protagonist was able to hold it back with his strength. The guy looked at the snake's head without straining himself. This greatly alarmed and puzzled the monster. The guy, gritting his teeth, sharply pulled the snake's body, and it began to wriggle like a training rope. But for the monster, this was hellish pain, forcing the snake to fall to the ground. It attacked with its tail with its last strength, but the protagonist easily repelled the attack. The monster suddenly opened its mouth, and again raised its body, rushing away. Faye saw this and blocked the monster's path, after which he raised his blade and plunged it into the snake's body. She opened her mouth and called him pathetic because he could never kill her with this toy. The protagonist enveloped himself in an aura and asked if this was true. Unexpectedly, his blade finally pierced the snake's skin, making her scream in pain. She immediately rushed away, trying to find a way to throw off the enemy. Therefore, she moved towards the rocks, trying to use them. The protagonist saw this and pointed his hand at the rocks and released a powerful stream of flame, after which he began to cut the snake's flesh with his blade. His action led to the snake screaming in pain. Looking at the guy, she snapped and attacked with her tail, trying to throw off the guy. However, the guy himself easily fought off all the attacks while not forgetting to destroy the rocks on the way. A minute later, he slid across the monster's entire body, cutting its flesh. Lon and Jingle, who saw this, were amazed. Soon the monster and the protagonist landed on the ground. The system notified the protagonist of receiving 100,000 evolution points for killing the cobra. Also, for the kill, the Eyes of the Abyss and other items were received. When the protagonist offered to take Lon's items, he refused and said that he should take a weapon that would match his abilities, so he even handed him the materials, saying to go to Sky City to find an experienced blacksmith. The protagonist, slightly puzzled, repeated the name of the shelter. Jingle passed by the guy and asked him if he hadn't heard of Sky City. The guy thoughtfully said that he remembered that this city had the highest level of security. It was built in the middle of the apocalypse and the number of people there was limited, which is why only the most gifted could live in it. And the mayor of this city is the leader of the Golden Guild Star. Jingle put things in a backpack and said that this guy is the strongest person, and he also solves all the problems in Sky City, and the city is right on the way. Besides, they need to prepare something before they get there. They still need to go there. Jingle stood up and said that they should go, because it will not delay their journey. Turning to Lon, the protagonist asked him if he wanted to go with him. The guy refused, saying that he would leave this place and continue his training. The protagonist smiled weakly at the guy and told him to hold out a little longer. Suddenly, a copy of Goldie appeared behind the protagonist, on which he and Jingle left the forest, while he returned to his tent and took a can of soda. Events take us to King, who was trying to understand what the Evening Empress meant by telling him that he can no longer use his abilities, otherwise he will be in danger. Opening the book, the guy decided to check how Faye's path would go. Soon the protagonist found himself near Sky City. They landed not far from him and descended from the copy of Goldie. Suddenly, a guy passing by told the protagonist to step aside. Afterwards, the group passed by them, saying that the offering ceremony would begin soon. Today was the offering day in the Sky City. All the people collected gold from all over the world and then offered it here, and if a person offered a total of 1 ton of gold, he would gain the right to live in the Sky City. They would enter the city, which would provide them with complete safety. In front of the gate, the guard checked Ledai and said that today he had brought 50,000 grams of gold, and in 6 years he was finally able to bring 1 ton of gold, so he had every right to live. The city gates began to open. The old man was trembling with joy. He had finally become one of the elite. The guard just smiled at his words. The protagonist approached the line and said that there were too many people here. Jingle just chuckled and raised her hand, asking to give way to them. Soon they found themselves near a guard who asked them to follow the rules. The protagonist told him that they were not here to offer gold. Jingle looked at the guard and said that they came to make a deal and brought goods with them. And when the girl showed the contents of the bag, she amazed the guard. He looked at the gate and said that they would be given only 1 day, during which they must find a blacksmith. The protagonist, going inside, was amazed that there was even a guide in this city. Jingle grinned again and said that they were just being looked after and did not want them to walk around the city. Upon closer inspection, the city seemed luxurious, but the protagonist, seeing it, thought about trying to understand what this city was based on: gold. He asked Jingle about this. However, she did not have time to answer, as the guide appeared and answered, saying that everything was thanks to the Star Frenzy, after which the girl introduced herself and said that she would take them to the forge. Walking along the road, the protagonist asked the girl about the Starry Frenzy. Xiaomai said that Amber turned gold into energy and created this city in a place where there was nothing before. Soon they came to the Forge of Golden Light. inside which beautiful armor was displayed, and equally beautiful swords. Xiaomai stopped in front of the entrance and said that her supervision here is over, but their stay will depend on the time spent on making equipment, so during this time they can freely live in the city and look for housing. The protagonist entering the forge said that this place made him forget that he is still living in the apocalypse. The couple could not notice the person watching them. Therefore, they calmly entered the forge, entering which they began to look around in amazement. Excellent quality weapons were displayed everywhere. A plump man came out to meet the guy and greeted him. He smiled kindly, asking the protagonist what he could do for him. The protagonist looked away, unable to notice the man, which prompted him to look down. Faye became very nervous with shame, but the man told him to calm down, and only Jingle, being calm, said that they were here to make weapons. Examining the material, the man said that this thing was incredible because it contained enormous energy, but what kind of weapon did he want to make from it? The protagonist raised his hand, saying that he would not mind a short sword or twin daggers. Jingle meanwhile asked the blacksmith how long it would take to make weapons. The man replied saying that he could not accurately determine the time, so they would have to wait. Jingle frowned as she watched the man go. The protagonist turned around abruptly, hearing someone advise him to leave here. The events take us to the mayor's office, where one of the subordinates told Amber that he was going to report to him about the amount of gold they took today. Looking at the notebook in his hand, the man said that the amount of gold mined had decreased again, this time by 30%, and this was a huge problem. Amber, listening to him, reached for the scroll of gold, after which he bit off a piece. Turning the page, the subordinate told about what happened to the Hell Dragon. Suddenly, the wind blew, and the subordinate, who saw the open window, sighed, realizing that his mayor was still behaving like a child. Looking at the Faye dossier, the guy was perplexed, not understanding why he was listed as in a rank. Suddenly, a soldier came in and reported the appearance of Faye in the Golden Light Forge. Looking at him, the guy ordered to quickly send someone to detain the guy. At this time, the protagonist looked at the newcomer, asking her who she was. She answered him by saying that her identity was not important. What was important was whether he would believe her or not. Smiling, the girl said that the blacksmith would definitely tell him to stay for a while, and then the guards would arrive and arrest him. Faye, hearing her words, became serious. This is exactly what happened. The man who came asked them to wait. However, seeing the red-haired girl, he shouted, ordering him to leave. The girl spread her arms to the sides, saying that she just came to warn the newcomer. The protagonist suddenly frowned, feeling the approach of people. Staring at the entrance, he said that he felt how many energies were approaching them from outside. These were the guards of this city running. They had already stood near the entrance to the forge. One of them gave a sign, and the guards instantly entered the forge and aimed their weapons. However, they soon lowered them. Only a confused blacksmith remained in the middle of the forge. The group commander looked at the soldiers and ordered them to inspect the area. The protagonist, finding himself in another place, said that it was better for him to get rid of a direct conflict. When he lowered his companions, the girl said that his ability was very strange. Faye himself just glanced at the guy and asked why the blacksmith was so angry when he saw him and why she warned him. Deka first introduced herself and then said that the forge he went to was under the control of the city and the likelihood that they would report him there was high, so she warned him because she just wanted to help. And they kicked her out because in Sky City there is a party of people in the Sky City with the lowest status. It's like dirt and gold, everyone hated them. The protagonist looked at Jingle and said that he didn't think that even in this city there is a system of social classes. Jingle asked Deka what they should do now that they have difficulty moving. The girl smiled and said that she would take them to the forge, where the work would be first class and the prices would be very low. Jingle sadly said that she felt like they jumped from one pirate boat to another. Deka just laughed and walked forward. They left the alley and Deka directed them, and when Jingle asked why they were leaving the city, Deka put her hands behind her head and said that good wine does not need bushes. The protagonist looked at the wall and was slightly surprised. There he saw a photo of Ashu. The guy immediately tore off the leaflet. Deka saw this and advised him not to do it, because if anyone saw him, they wouldn't let him go so easily because he was an enemy of the people. The protagonist frowned, saying that Ashu wasn't like that. But Jingle interrupted him and shook her head. Entering another part of the city, the girl said that he should follow the rules here while he was here. The protagonist looked around carefully while going down the stairs. However, he only saw poor people. There was a group of people standing nearby. Passing by them, Deka greeted them. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked why the situation was different from the upper sections. The girl answered him by saying that in this place everyone was evil. Although they had brought gold, 1 ton was the easiest ticket, but after they got here, they would have to work hard to go up. Continuing to walk, the protagonist even saw the person who was standing in front of him in line. Deka closed her eyes and said that no matter how nice the city was, there would not always be a dump, and someone would have to take care of the trash, but despite everything, this place was still safer than the outside world. Soon the girl stopped, and pointing to the door said that they had arrived. Jingle saw the sign. Waste Disposal asked if they had cheated by chance. Deka entered through the door and told her not to worry. After that, the girl looked to the side. Baku stood in front of her and asked Deka if she had gotten up today. Abruptly grabbing the girl by the ear, the man decided to teach her a lesson. Looking at her, he told her not to look for excuses because she had not done her job for the day. The protagonist, who was watching everything, intervened in the conversation and said that they had come for equipment. Baku glanced at them, asking Deka if she had brought them. She smiled, saying that they had almost become victims of scammers. Frowning slightly, Baku told the protagonist to come in, after which he went deeper into the building, where he opened a secret door and lit a lamp. The man extended his hand, asking to give the materials for inspection and to say what he wanted to get. When Baku saw the things, he was shocked. Deka approached Baku and said that it was better for him to look at the latest news. The protagonist, without expressing anything, said that he was just lucky, but they should do it as quickly as possible because they have little time. Baku frowned and said that he needed to know what exactly needed to be prepared. Summoning his short blade, the protagonist said that he needed 2 daggers or a short sword. Baku began to examine the blade, saying that although it was made of memory metal in a rather old way, but the body of the blade was badly worn out due to its excessive strength. After the man began to examine the protagonist's hand, and closing his eyes, he said that a dagger would suit him better. The shorter the blade, the stronger it is, and as for the strength of the dagger, his strength can complement it. Removing his hand, the protagonist asked how he could know so much just by looking at his hand. Baku told him that the users, do not know, they only care whether the weapon is good or not, and they are not interested in how the weapon was prepared. Having thought everything over, Baku told the protagonist to leave him his old weapon and he will be able to pour the characteristics of the memory metal into the new weapon. The protagonist immediately saw on the system panel that the blacksmith had the ability to merge. Therefore, he did not object and asked the man if he could do everything in a day. Frowning, Baku said that he needed half a day. Deka and Jingle decided to go and buy supplies. The protagonist, looking at them, said that later he would go and look around because he was very interested in the city. At this time, Lingdu swung her scythe. The sky around her glowed brightly thanks to her ice. The pair of partners breathed heavily, standing among the corpses of monsters. Skull looked at Lingdu and said that they should retreat, because even though they had raised their level, they had spent too much energy, and if they were attacked now, they would lose. Lingdu frowned upon hearing his words. A moment later, she formed an ice falcon, and climbing on it, they rushed away. A minute later, Anya's voice was heard from the pit, saying that the enemies were gone. The girls began to get out, thanking each other for their help. At this time, Faye, Zenyu, and Long were fighting with the bottomless cobra. The guy flew up to the snake with the help of fire, and when it attacked him, he easily dodged. After which, going behind the snake, he attacked it. He did not stand still for a second before rushing away. He kept circling around the snake, attacking from all sides. Suddenly, the cobra increased its speed. Faye screamed, asking Long not to look him in the eyes. Hearing this, the guy formed a wall of flame, which made the cobra retreat a little. Long concentrated the flame in his hand. Then he attacked the cobra's head. The force of the blow was able to push the cobra back. It was at this moment that Zenyu attacked with her pieces of ice. She directed the attack with a sharp cry, intending to become stronger. Her ice crystals hit the snake's body. The events take us to Sky City. The protagonist was walking along the streets. He thought for a moment, deciding to first look around and then decide whether to disguise himself. Someone was running at that time, and accidentally touched the protagonist. The man stepped back worriedly and asked for forgiveness. Amber himself was surprised to see that the guy did not react to seeing him. Looking closely at the guy's face, he realized that he did not know him. Suddenly, both turned around and became serious. Amber frowned when he saw that the guards were looking for him. Extending his hand to Faye, Amber apologized again for scaring her, but mentally he noted that the guy might have committed a crime since he was hiding from the guards. The protagonist smiled nervously, saying that nothing terrible had happened. Raising his hand, Amber offered to treat the guy as an apology, and when the protagonist wanted to refuse, Amber hugged him, saying that everything would be at his expense. And so both guys continued on their way, mentally glad that no one knew each other. Soon they found themselves near a bakery. A moment later, they went inside. Sasha, seeing Amber, was surprised by his late arrival. However, a moment later she realized that the guy had run away again. The guy immediately asked the girl not to say more, and the protagonist offered to leave so as not to cause inconvenience. Amber glanced at the protagonist and told him to wait until he came to an agreement with the owner of this place. After saying this, he approached Sasha, who, being slightly surprised, asked who was next to him. Amber smiled slightly, saying that he accidentally met a guy who doesn't know him, and he was interesting, so he brought him here. Sasha sighed, saying that he was still a child, after she asked what kind of cake he wanted, and Amber said that he wanted a regular one. The girl immediately reminded him that if he ate anything other than gold, it would affect his abilities, The guy objected, saying that he was tired of gold. After that, he approached the protagonist, telling him to wait a little. Looking at the sky, the guy tried to understand if he had met him before because he seemed familiar. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying that the moon was beautiful today and only in this place is it possible to be so calm. Amber, giving into melancholy, said that here people cannot worry about being attacked by zombies. After that, he asked the protagonist what his name was and when he entered the city. The protagonist, slightly squinting, said that he came today to trade, but they were not free and this does not suit him. Soon Sasha brought cakes for them. Events take us to a dark room, where Seksu entered, telling about the exploits of the Fae and his arrival in the city. The man in the bed, coughing, thought and asked what Amber was doing, whether he had gone to look for his sister again. Seksu answered the man, saying that he had escaped while he was writing a report. Looking at the photo of his son on the wall, the man said that he could take a little walk, but now that public opinion about the Dark Empress was unfavorable, they should use the chance and kill her. Events take us to another part of Sky City. The plate with the cake was empty. The protagonist and Amber leaned back, feeling full. The protagonist thanked Amber for the treat. Raising his hand, the guy asked if freedom was more important than safety. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was more inclined towards freedom, but choosing either of the two options was not wrong. But if he chose only one, there would be a problem, because security and freedom coexist together. Amber frowned when he heard his words. Suddenly, Sasha came up to them and asked if they wanted more cake, but both refused. The girl frowned slightly and told Amber that she needed to tell him something. The protagonist smiled slightly as he said goodbye to Amber. He shook his hand and said that he would look forward to their next meeting. After that, the protagonist left. Amber looked at Sasha and asked what she wanted to say. Sasha looked at him and addressed him as an elder and said that his father and brother were calling him and they had an urgent matter. The guy became despondent, realizing that this time his father would scold him. However, a moment later, he, being happy, said that it would be nice if she always called him elder. The girl was alarmed by his behavior. The girl calmed down and told the guy that he was clearly showing interest in this person. Amber thoughtfully said that he felt the same presence in him as in Ashu. Worriedly, Sasha asked if Ashu's disappearance could be connected with him. Amber answered her, saying that he was not sure about it. After that, he suddenly grabbed the girl's face with his fingers and gently kissed her on the lips. Sasha, very embarrassed, moved away from the guy, who, getting ready to leave, reminded that they were going to get married anyway, so there was no need to be embarrassed. After what was said, the guy went to the door. The events take us to one of the streets of the city. The protagonist, hiding behind the wall, watched the street, where guards holding leaflets asked people if they had seen this or that person. The protagonist, deciding not to look anymore, said that it would be better to go back and as soon as the weapon was ready, he would leave here. Suddenly, one of the men shouted, announcing a general meeting. Everyone in the square approached one of the walls. The protagonist, seeing this, froze in shock. On the wall was a poster of Ember, the guy with whom he had just eaten cakes. The crowd began to pray to Ember, asking him for protection. Faye chuckled slightly, trying to understand why he was missed. A moment later, he turned around abruptly, deciding to leave this place. Soon he came to Baku's forge. He was just removing metal from the furnace, and he began to hit it with a hammer. Approaching, the protagonist asked the man how the progress was going. He lifted his mask and asked the guy why he had come to him early. Becoming serious, Faye said that he would like to ask him a few questions, namely about Star Ember, who had just knocked on the door of his father's room. The man on the bed asked the guy if he had gone to play again. Ember said that he had only gone out for a short walk. After that, he smiled widely, saying that he had met a man with the same views as Ashu. However, his father got angry when he heard Ashu's name. Baku at this time struck with a hammer and said that Amber and Ashu had previously built the Heavenly City together, but because of Ashu, the situation worsened, after which he disappeared. Then the responsibility for protecting the Heavenly City fell on Amber. At this moment, Amber himself was shocked to see the dossier. Pointing at it, Seksu said that this person should be here, and he should kill him and then kill the Dark Empress. Even King felt something was wrong and realized that the key to Faye's return was death. Suddenly, blood flowed from his mouth. The guy trembled all over, realizing that although the plan was hidden, but according to the prophecy, she would die at Amber's hand before that happened. Now the Dark Empress could not die and Faye must know the truth. Anya was slightly puzzled by the sight of something. Right in front of her, her comrades came out of the portal. Lon in particular was very battered. Lan Kai immediately stretched out her hands and used healing, but all her strength was already running out. Long smiled when he heard that Anya had driven away such a formidable opponent. The girl also smiled and said that Lan Kai had also given her a great help. At this time, Yan Wu stepped onto the deserted lands. Looking into the distance, he said that almost everything was ready. The tree looked at the zombies and asked the guy if he would use them to level up now. Yan Wu denied this and said that after the evolution tree disappeared, the speed of zombie evolution would increase greatly, and he would catch all the zombies here that needed to evolve. Pointing at them with his hand, the guy said that after that he would release them all at once, allowing them to do their own thing. Suddenly, the guy shot a stream of energy, which pierced everything in its path, and the zombies, using the passage, immediately rushed into it. When the tree asked Yan Wu what the meaning was, he said that now he would be a savior and at the same time a ruler. After that, the guy turned around abruptly, saying that after the arrival of the fairies, he would learn that he was the enemy of all humanity. His tree smiled weakly and said that he had realized all the darkness in himself. The events take us to Baku's forge. He took off his mask and said that everything was ready. The protagonist stared at the metal cup in bewilderment. Baku, seeing this, said that he had fused it using the metal of memory, so everything would be simple. Baku picked up the cube and offered to pour energy into it. The protagonist took the cube in his hand, and a moment later, 2 daggers formed in his hands. The guy swung them several times at once, after which he put them away in the post space, saying that the weapon had become even lighter. The beating decreased. Summoning the weapon again, the guy said that it was much better to use. The guy looked closely at the blade when Baku said that he could make them longer by visualizing it. Suddenly, his daggers turned into something similar to a mix of a whip and a kusarigama. The guy immediately returned them to their shape and thanked Baku. The man interrupted his words and said that now he should give the blades a name. Looking at the daggers, the protagonist called them the daggers of the abyss. Suddenly, Deka ran into the room, and she and Jingle shouted, saying that they had bad news. Deka and Jingle said that now the whole of Sky City was looking for them. Baku, realizing the situation, became serious and ordered Deka to take them to the garbage chute. The couple immediately ran after the girl. The protagonist worriedly asked Deka what would happen to her after they left. She answered, saying that everything would be fine, but she was familiar with the rules of living here. Jingle frowned and asked if they would be able to escape through such close surveillance. Approaching the trash cart, Deka said that Sky City is a place where it is difficult to enter, but not difficult to leave, especially if you are trash. Jingle was indignant, realizing that they would have to hide in the trash can. Hiding the girl behind the trash bags, Deka asked her to be patient, after which she took the cart and ran. The guard near the trash can was shocked to see her. The girl stopped near the guard and he said that he would conduct a routine inspection, and then allow her to throw out the trash. Deka worriedly said that she should not do this at such a late hour. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he had no choice. The protagonist and Jingle were worried at this time, watching the guard. He brought his shock to the bags, and then Deka raised her hand and said that he had a chance because now everyone was catching the criminal, and he should be nearby, and if he found him, he could change his current situation. The guy shuddered and stared at the girl in shock. The law enforcement officer waved goodbye. When Red shouted at him not to forget that he helped when they caught the criminal, he asked the guys to go out. Faye thanked Deka, to which he explained that they would be able to leave the city through this pipe. He shouted goodbye for them to take care of themselves when Faye picked up Jingle in his arms and began to go down. Faye suddenly asked why the guy was helping them, because he could have received a reward if he had reported them. Deka replied that from the moment he saw the guy snatch the warrant from Ashu, he realized that Faye was not like everyone else, so he also wanted to know what Ash was doing, but he could not leave this place yet, so he relied on the guy. Faye promised not to let him down and also asked him to take care of himself. Deka agreed with this. The guards knocked on someone's house, demanding to open the door and undergo an inspection. Baku opened the door slightly and asked what was going on, since it was already quite late, to which the guards said that they had information that the man from the photo was hiding there, to which the blacksmith replied that he had never met him before, so he could not be in his house, and they were mistaken. Ember said that he would find out when he was inside. The guards pushed the man away. Ember ordered to go inside and search every corner. He thought that this was the first time he saw such a wretched place in the Sky City, and he did not even know such a place existed. The guard asked everyone to come to the workbench since it looked like it had been used recently, and from the remaining energy he felt that a powerful weapon was probably forged here. They immediately began to demand that the man explain where such an evil spirit like him got such a high-class weapon. Then Deka appeared and demanded that Baku be released since he had nothing to do with it. Deka admitted that he brought Faye here, and he let him go, and if anything happened, they should come to him. Baku turned to the guy and demanded that he shut up, since he had no business here. Ember asked Deka about letting Faye go. His eyes were shining with rage when he asked if the guy knew what the consequences would be. He answered that at best he would be exiled. Ember said that it seemed that Deka did not value his life, then asked for his documents. Finally, he understood why, then said that the gold for entering the city could not be obtained by himself, and Baku helped him with this, so that is why he did not value the time spent here, since it was not earned by him. Suddenly Ember interrupted the shout, demanding him to stop. Deka got angry, asking what Ember understands, since he really thinks that people coming here will feel protected by him, or he thinks that they will feel safe. Then the guy got even angry, since they work hard and sweat daily to be able to stay here, but when they don't give enough gold and do something wrong, they are threatened with exile. So what is the difference between living here and outside if the purpose of life is just survive? He shouted that after Ashu left, everything changed and he doesn't know what Faye did, but if he trusts Ashu, then he is a good person. Baku asked the guy not to argue, but the guard stopped him. The guard swung his sword, cursing about how the brat dares to mention this criminal in front of Star Ember, so he should die. However, the wanderer's hand was stopped. Ember asked about Faye trusting Ashu. He was shocked by the thought alone. Suddenly, a guard came in and said that they had found the guy hiding in the street. Ember went outside and was asked to look up. There really was someone hovering in the sky. It really was Faye, but it was unclear how he had gotten out. The guard immediately began to give instructions that he needed to be shot down. Deka ran out of the house and one of the guards chased after him. Faye looked down on the city. The guard twisted Deka's arms. Ember didn't understand why the guy was helping him, to which he replied that he couldn't say why, but he felt it in his gut because Faye had given him hope that he could return to normal life. The guard told Deka to shut up, because who was he to talk to Star Ember like that, but he asked to let the boy go. He muttered something about hope. Jingle suggested that they leave. The beast turned around, carrying them away from the city. Ember stood with his eyes closed, breathing in disappointment. He said that it was time to leave the house and go outside. The zombie was dragging a human corpse behind him. The news reported that another city had been destroyed, and in these 2 days the military had received a lot of information about the destroyed cities. Captain Luo asked why this was happening. The beast landed on an icy lake. Jingle realized that this time the destination was the South Pole. She began to rummage through her backpack, since the things she had prepared in Sky City were now usable. She handed Faye the clothes. The guy said that he did not need them, since his shadows could turn into clothes. Jingle had already managed to get dressed, so she asked the guy to get dressed, since this jacket was made of special materials. Faye put it on and said that the jacket was quite warm. He pointed to something ahead. They looked at the mountain, since their destination was on its top. The mountain was so high that he couldn't even see the top. The beast spread its wings when Faye asked if they could just fly up there, to which Jingle replied that there were many uncontrollable factors there, and besides, they wouldn't be able to move freely during the flight, so it would be even more dangerous. The girl explained that the only way to get there was on foot. Suddenly, a sperm whale jumped out of the water and tried to swallow them. It splashed and fell into the water. Faye held Jing in the air, saying that it was close. Something alerted Faye. Tentacles jumped out of the water and another monster tried to eat them. It asked Jingle to wait a minute. The girl didn't immediately realize what had happened. The next moment, she was already flying into the open mouth of the sea monster. She screamed in fear because the mouth was already closed. Faye took out his daggers. The tentacles slammed shut, but at the last moment the guy managed to pull his partner out. He launched his dagger into attack again. The weapon hit right in the center of the mouth. The monster's eyes widened in pain. Green liquid spread across the surface of the sea. Faye asked Jingle to hold on tighter. The girl remained on the rope and screamed in fear. Faye moved above the enemy. His eyes burned with the fire of power when he activated the ability to devour. The tentacles enveloped him in power. He destroyed the poison mist squid, after which he received 6,000 evolution points and a shard of the poison mist feature. Finally, Faye landed on the shore. He also asked the fallen Jingle if she was okay, to which she suggested that he try to tie himself up and twist him back and forth, after which she asked to let her rest a little. Finally, she could go. She explained that the mutated monsters here were stronger than before, which meant that the target was powerful this time, although maybe not. In terms of pure strength, it was not as strong as the previous two. But the most dangerous thing was the road, since you already wanted to die in this cold, since it was -90 here and there were monsters on top of that, so there shouldn't be any people in this place. Meanwhile, in another time space in the city of G, the soldiers were asking for help, and they were told on the radio that they were understood. But they didn't have enough people, so they were asking them to hold their post with all their might, and they would send reinforcements as soon as they had more people. The man cursed into the radio. He didn't understand how they could defend themselves from the zombies. At that moment, a huge zombie screamed. It tore down a building and threw it at the people. The man looked at it in fear. The building hit and exploded into stone chips. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief when he was not hit. Yanwu looked at him and demanded to be taken to their leader. The man immediately asked who he was. Yanwu replied that he was the one who led them out of the darkness, after which he suggested looking around. The soldier looked out from his shoulder in confusion. He exclaimed that all the zombies were dead when he saw a huge crater. Snow filled the entire space. Footprints from boots remained on the snowy ground. Jingle, releasing a cloud of steam, said that it was cold here even in warm clothes. and Faye immediately asked if she was okay or if she wanted to rest, to which the girl decided that this was not necessary since it was better to get out of here as soon as possible. Faye looked at the mountain in front of them and muttered in disappointment that the road never ended. Suddenly, many sharp icicles rushed towards them. Faye immediately grabbed Jingle and dodged the blow. He landed not far from the monster resembling a snow snake. The boy frowned and asked the girl to stand there and he would be right back. Penguins came running towards them. Each animal had 4 red eyes on its head and 1 huge yellow eye on its body. Faye took out his dagger and prepared for battle. He called upon his power and promised to warm this place up right now. He rushed to attack the first penguin that was in his way. Faye raised his fist and looked at his opponent intently. However, the zombie seemed to ignore him, which confused the boy. The penguin rushed past Faye. At the last moment, the boy grabbed it by its webbed paw. Faye swung furiously, spinning the zombie around. Faye threw the penguin with all his might into a flock of its relatives. There was a crackling sound and a disgruntled hubbub when the zombie knocked down several penguins from his flock. Faye looked closer, noticing something unusual. The penguin's red eyes looked like many small dots. Again, sharp icicles rushed towards the guy. He fought them off with incredible speed. Faye called on his power, wanting to end it all at once. Faye hit the ground, and cracks immediately ran in different directions. A huge shock wave rolled forward along the ground. Many cracks dotted the ground under the penguin's feet, forcing them to balance so as not to fall into the crevices. Faye arrogantly rubbed the wrist of his bruised hand. A guttural sound came from under the ground, causing it to shake from the vibration. Faye squinted. Suddenly, golden rays pierced the space. It turned out that the penguins were lying on their backs and light was pouring out of their yellow eyes. The rays merged into a cloud, which with each passing moment took the shape of a large penguin. And Faye muttered that, as he thought, everything was not so simple. A big guy appeared in front of him, who decided to scare the guy with a roar. Faye decided that now he was warm, so they would fight like adults, and his fist flared up. He easily pushed off the ground. Faye soared upward, releasing fire from his hands. He avoided the penguin's attack and concentrated on rushing towards the desired goal. The zombie screamed as his wing was pierced by the blow. The monster frowned. He raised his clawed paw to catch Faye. However, the boy immediately sent his power to counterattack. The penguin began to fall backwards. Meanwhile, Faye's fire began to blaze even more fiercely when he asked if the enemy wanted to feel the warmth of his magic. At the same moment, the penguin's body was engulfed in flames. However, Faye realized that something was wrong. The eye on the penguin's body was being devoured by fire. The zombie's scream was much more furious this time. He breathed out the accumulated fire at Faye. He silently watched as a fiery beam of his own power rushed towards him. Faye decided that since the zombie liked to absorb, he would let him absorb even more. 3 beams of fire rushed towards the enemy. The penguin watched the boy's actions in bewilderment. He opened his eye to receive energy, who came out onto the ledge, watching this battle. Lindu muttered in surprise that Faye knew perfectly well that his attacks would be absorbed, but he still continued to attack, and after watching for a while, she realized that the guy had some strength, but he was stupid, and it seemed like she thought too much of him. Suddenly, something caught her attention. The penguin continued to absorb the fire. A huge bonfire rose up over the battlefield. Lindu realized with surprise that Faye's ability had overloaded the mutated beast. At that moment, Faye appeared at her side, saying that he had finally lured her out. The girl called out an ice spear. She attacked Faye, and he had to take the blow. Lindu cursed and said that he was a caitiff, but the guy did not understand what she was talking about and asked her to cool down. He frowned and thought to himself that this was not the way to talk. Faye swung his dagger, which left a trail of ice in the air. Linda immediately jumped back to a safe distance. She muttered angrily that Skynet really wanted to kill her. Faye calmly asked if she was Linda. The girl raised her hand, summoning sharp ice chips, and warned with fury in her voice that she would not die so easily. Faye looked displeased when he called on his power. The ghostly ropes immediately bound Linda, not allowing her to move. The guy calmly approached her and asked if she could tell him more about Skynet. Linda looked at the path and thought about the guy being a double awakened, which is why she cannot escape from his trap. Faye asked the girl what her connection with Skynet is and why they are chasing her. Linda angrily demanded that he stop playing with her, and since he caught her, she has nothing more to say, so let him just kill her. Faye grabbed her chin roughly and ordered her to answer questions because he was angry that she had confused him with Skynet. Lindu finally realized that he was not from Skynet. Faye moved his fingers and the restraints on the girl's hands disappeared. Faye arrogantly asked if they could talk now. Lindu rubbed her hands and said that even though he was not from Skynet, he was still suspicious because a normal person would not come here. So she was interested in a motive, and besides, if the guy wanted to talk, he should have told her why he was here and what his connection was with Skynet. Faye tiredly rubbed the back of his head and muttered that he had to repeat himself every time, but this would be the last time. He decided that since the girl was related to Skynet, he would just tell her that he was here to kill Yanwu. This thought shocked Lindu and scared her. Faye knew that she didn't believe him, but it was the truth, so he decided to tell her one more thing, that Yanwu was no longer in this world and she didn't need to hide. However, Lindu didn't understand this, so Faye explained that according to his information, Yanwu was currently recruiting S-tier warriors, so technically speaking, she should be recruited, so he was wondering why Skynet was chasing her and where the rest of its members were. Lindu thought about the fact that she couldn't confirm that his words were true, but Yanwu really did disappear, so she should be more careful. She frowned at the guy, since he said that he came to kill Yanwu, then why was he here, to which he replied that he thought the girl would know since she was here for so long. He explained that his goal was the top of the mountain, since there was a strong mutated creature there, and once he killed it, his strength would increase greatly. Lindu looked at her feet and said that in that case, she would go to the mountain with him if he wanted to get information from her. Faye said that it was dangerous there, so was she sure she wanted to go, and after receiving a positive answer, he calmed down. Faye turned around and asked her to wait here because he wanted to bring his teammate here. Faye looked at Jingle, only finishing telling him about the recent events by saying that the girl would go with them, but Jingle didn't know anything about her. She said that although the information about Skynet was very valuable, he really needed to do this since it didn't matter whether this girl existed or not, and then asked if he was thinking about something else. Faye admitted that indeed, when he saw Linda, he thought of his sister, and if Zenyu was still alive, she would also become an absolute zero, and the mistakes he made here could no longer be corrected. Lindu watched her companions leave when she heard that Jingle would be watching her and she would see how her abilities would help them in this winter cold. The clouds parted, revealing a half moon. The group sat around the fire when Lon began to explain that their next destination was the South Pole, as the conditions there were harsh, so they would rest today and prepare supplies tomorrow, and then Anya said that she liked snow. There was a sound in the bush behind the girl, and everyone listened intently. Aching appeared from behind a tree trunk, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked Lon to come to him, as they needed to talk. Aching wanted to know how they were doing, to which Lon said that everything was going smoothly, as they were now heading to their final destination. After which he himself asked why Aching was there, as he immediately suspected that something had happened. A shadow passed over the boy's face as he confirmed that the situation had changed because there were new details in the ancient Dead Sea Scroll, and he hoped that Long had prepared himself mentally. The wind rustled the fallen leaves, hiding what exactly Aching had told Long. However, the latter angrily slammed his fist on the tree trunk, unable to contain his anger. He could not understand what the hell was going on and why Anya would become a victim. Aching looked at the boy from under his brows and said that he did not know what was happening on the other side, but Long was leading, and he felt that he should only tell him this, and whether or not to continue was up to Long. The boy sighed heavily. Anya smiled when she asked Zenyu if she could sleep with Goldie, to which the fox was indignant since she should ask him. Zenyu grinned and allowed it. Suddenly, her face changed. Long returned to the fire. The guy was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't hear his name being called. Finally, he glanced sideways at the one who wanted his attention so much. Anya said with a smile that she wanted some chips after they restocked. Long thought tiredly that he still remembered the first time he met Anya and Faye, and she had always been innocent and fragile, so why did she have such a fate? Anya looked at the guy worriedly and asked what happened, since he didn't look well, so if there was little time, she decided not to ask for chips. Zenyu immediately realized that Aching said something, and Lanky confirmed it, saying that he had changed after meeting him, so she asked him to tell her what he learned. Long patted Anya on the head and said that nothing bad happened, so they would take him with them tomorrow to look for chips, which made the girl very happy. The boy said that it was late so they should rest first because they still needed to replenish their supplies tomorrow, so he would tell them everything later while Anya sang happily about potato chips. The trees rustled in the wind. K-Todi quietly touched Zenyu's shoulder. The girl woke up when she saw Long in front of her, but he put his finger to his lips, calling for silence, and asked her to take Faye and Lanky with him because he had something to tell them, but they couldn't wake Anya. The company put the sleeping girl in the clearing alone. Anya opened her eyes. Long was walking along the path looking for a secluded place. Finally, he found a clearing and said that they would talk here. Zenyu guessed that since Long was avoiding Anya, it was because of her. He frowned and explained that he couldn't decide this alone because it was related to their mission. The lizard climbed onto a tree branch, eavesdropping on the conversation. What she heard horrified her. Lankai grabbed Long's hands and angrily asked him if he was crazy and what it had to do with Anya, but the guy only asked her to be quiet since he himself had just found out. Zenyu thought that this was unbelievable news and then asked if Faye knew about it, but Faye looked equally surprised, saying that it was the first time he heard about it. Lanky cursed, saying that they had worked so hard to come here and they had to sacrifice their companions, to which Long replied that Aching also didn't know what was happening on the other side, so he said that it was up to Long to decide whether they should continue on their way. Faye said that if they didn't continue, they would have to take responsibility for fighting Skynet. Long explained that there was still time before the promised date, so they would plan along the way. But that was all for today since they couldn't let Anya know about this, but he wondered what decision Faye would make if he knew about it. Faye looked at the zombie attacking him. The guy slashed with his dagger, and then the system window reported that he had received 600 evolution points for killing the B-level mutated beast. Lindu said that the guy's aura was different from before, as he instantly killed all the beasts in his path, and from the looks of it, he had the strength to fight Yanwu. Faye thought to himself that it was still not enough, as only those who had actually fought Yanwu knew how terrifying he was, so he had to become stronger. Suddenly, the ground shook under his feet, and Lindu nervously asked what was going on. An icy claw slammed into the ground. The monster stood in the way, and Faye asked Lindu not to come, to which she asked in surprise if he could handle it by himself. Faye concentrated and thought that he had to raise his psi ability level to level 10 now, and he also needed to accumulate more evolution points and ability fragments to prepare for the S-tier ascension, so he needed to use the evolution tree to the maximum. He attacked, thinking that he was curious about what was going on at Zenyu's side. He wanted to go back, so he went on a furious attack. The power enveloped the monsters. Faye landed on the ground. Lindu looked at him in surprise, muttering about winning in an instant. Jingle turned to the girl, saying that it was too early to be surprised. Zombies were gathering on the roads of the city. A deafening shot rang out, knocking down the zombies. Long stretched out his hand to kill the zombies. He angrily said that it was now more difficult to fight the zombies, and Zenyu replied that the number had increased dramatically. The bare feet of the monster slapped the asphalt. In front of them stood a crowd of zombies with their leader at the head. The monster's pupils contracted as he used his power. The boys ducked, so strong was the energy. Long frowned, warning the others to be careful, as this guy is not an easy one. Anya asked to leave it to her. She flipped a coin, as it was time to do something. Juan tried to reason with her, saying that it was dangerous, but the girl said that there was nothing to worry about, since the others were incredibly strong, so she did not want to lag behind them. Anya sent her subordinates into battle, saying that she needed time to tame the one in front, but it depended on how many blows he could withstand. The zombies rushed to attack. 21 glared, called the opponents names and suggested that they try to block him. His chain cut up the opponents when he shouted that he was leaving the rest to 41. 21 decided that the main zombie would be his opponent. He attacked the guy, asking to let him try whether he could become his teammate. However, the zombie simply blocked his blow. His stitched mouth opened, stretching the skin. 21 was perplexed. The zombie swam out plague blood, because of which the whole body became poisonous. 41 struck the torso of the enemy. The zombie fell. She looked at her partner rolling on the ground, screaming that he was going to die, and said that if he didn't get up right now, he would really die. A helmet appeared on 21's head, and he heard that he needed to get up because Anya was getting ready to tame him. Suddenly, the zombie decided to use his power again. However, he was interrupted. He fell to his knees, grabbed his head, and let out a heart-rending scream. The next moment, something happened that could not be censored. 21 thanked his partner for helping him. 41 sternly said that Anya was starting to act, suppressing the zombie, and it was becoming more and more violent, so she asked her partner to be careful. 21 rushed to the attack, screaming that he would not fall for the same trick twice. The zombie shook. His bins were untied, and light poured out from under them. He began to scream, and waves of power began to emanate from his body. 21 shouted that it was useless. He threw his daggers on chains at the enemy and demanded that he stay here. The chains tied the zombie's hands. The zombie pulled the chains angrily. He glared at the enemy with hatred. Anya seemed huge to him. Suddenly, the zombie fell into a white light. He fell to his knees and bowed his head. Long said with relief that she really controlled him and became much stronger, and Lanky asked them not to forget that Anya was the one who restrained Linda, so they should not underestimate her abilities. Anya turned to Long with a smile and said that she was finished, so now they can go to the South Pole. Long thought about it. Since the South Pole is very cold, so they need to prepare more supplies. They also need to make a detailed plan to go there, so they will first collect supplies here. And smiled, since she planned to go looking for chips and drinks after that. Long suggested that in that case, they should gather here in 30 minutes. Half an hour later, Zenyu was worried that Long was taking a long time to get ready and Anya had not returned yet. Lanky echoed her that Anya was in their pocket dimension and they could not replenish supplies, to which Long suggested that they go and find her, since she might be eating chips somewhere and had lost track of time. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Goldie flew up into the sky. Long did not understand what was happening and why she flew away alone. Lanky looked up in surprise, asking if Anya was on it. A sudden thought came to Long's mind. He immediately asked where the loot they had collected was, and Zenyu replied that it was all in Anya's pocket dimension, after which the guy's thoughts rushed about in chaos, when he thought that this was simply impossible. He gritted his teeth, saying that maybe she had overheard their conversation and knew that they would not sacrifice her, so she decided to go to the South Pole herself. Zenyu decided that they could not let her go there alone as it was too dangerous. Guan ordered the girls to take only winter coats with them as they would be catching up with her. Goldie flew over the city. 21 looked at himself, asking about the purpose of their suits as they were uncomfortable to move in, to which 41 answered him that it was better than if he wore nothing, as he could freeze to death at the South Pole, and besides, they were on their own now, so they needed unity and at least something. She turned to Anya, asking if they could really do this. Anya said that it was the only way. After yesterday's conversation, she realized that they would definitely continue this plan. And if so, Faye would not be able to return and kill the main villain, so now they can only act on their own, after which she apologized for taking them with her. 21 smiled, since it did not matter to him, because he wanted to fight, and the new zombie agreed with him. 41 wanted to say something, but the girl interrupted her. Anya said that they did not belong here because as soon as the opponents took up arms, they decided that they could not exist. Besides, Faye gave her many happy moments that she appreciated, but as uninvited guests, they must disappear, so being a victim is better than being killed by humans, so she wanted to help Faye and humans, although she let down her subordinates, but she still hoped that they would help her. The zombies said that they had sworn to follow her until death, so since they were now a disciplined team, they needed a name, so the name Dark Army suited them, and Anya laughed, saying that she liked it. Night fell over the castle. Anya, in the hypostasis of the Black Queen, closed her eyes. She looked at the rare guests and asked what brought them here. He turned to Star Ember and said that he would not just leave his utopia, to which he replied that she should know herself, considering what she had recently done. Ember asked her to tell about whether she sent the guy to kill a high-level zombie and what her motives were. The girl arrogantly asked about whether killing zombies is not beneficial to people. Besides, what motives could she have, since she just wanted to have fun, so she was sorry that such a small thing could set him off. Ember got angry and demanded that she stop lying, since he needed the truth. Anya said irritably that he came here with a pack of his dogs and would not return empty-handed. The boy ordered his men to leave as he saw nothing wrong with it, as everything would be fine, so he asked and waited outside. The Black Queen said that he looked confident, to which Ember retorted that confidence had nothing to do with it, as they were useless here anyway. He looked at the girl and offered to go with them to fight back against the people to take back their homeland. Anya chuckled, saying that the young master wanted to play, as it seemed that his father had entrusted him with an important mission. The ice plain was empty for many miles around. Jingle desperately put her hands on her arms to warm them. Faye put some fire on her, but the girl quickly said that she was fine. Faye suggested that they rest, as they were already halfway there, so they needed to regain their strength, to which Jingle said that there was no place to hide from the wind. Lindu asked to leave it to her. She immediately made a mouth out of ice. The girl offered them to go inside, when Faye praised her convenient ability. Lindu wanted to ask the guy a question. She was interested in why he allowed her to follow him, because with his abilities, he could just put a knife to her throat and make her tell everything, to which Faye replied that he would not violate her will. This was one of the reasons why he took the girl with him, because she looked like his sister. Lindu was surprised that there was someone who looked like her, so she immediately asked where his sister was. Faye immediately asked what happened and why she was worried, but Lindu immediately apologized and explained that every time she heard someone talking about her doppelganger, she felt uneasy. Faye lowered his head and said that his sister died when the apocalypse began, and he was unable to protect her. Lindu sympathetically remained silent. Faye heard that Yanwu killed all the people in Skynet. The girl remembered how he made them level up quickly, and in the end they all turned into his energy, and she was fortunately saved, but they were just chess pieces. Faye was surprised that he did not even let his people go. Lindo frowned and said that not only that, he thought of all the ways to destroy the hope of humanity, which made Asher the common enemy of the entire human race. Faye punched the ice. He thought about getting to Yanwu. The man stood in front of the defeated enemy. Aching looked up at the sky, seeing the beast approaching. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.